had my grandmother, but she was not menstruating by the time I came around, and so I didn't have any suspicions there. And like again, my mother was fucking a magician, so
if you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you certainly can't outpace him for Gil Parsos. So the Gemara says,
it was just like
and if you can't outpace him on dry land,
I had no idea. I really had no idea until maybe we'll say this one day. But no, I was very suspicious something was going on as a little boy.
That's simply it. You think you could understand, you think that you could see, you think that you know,
but
at the end of the day you don't.
It's just a thing that it was like,
supposed to listen to this. We're going to see this.
I don't know how. I mean, if I didn't know
you're bothered by the fact
reproduced
that I went ahead and I gave this. I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way.
You know, in cartoons and stuff, they said it was like a stork.
We'll see the story of those 4 steps.
But I never saw those funny fucking birds outside. And
for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu lefanai kisusim alachas kama v'kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me. Like
I can say I was at a friend's house.
So the Gemara says,
and his mom had recently had a baby. And the mother was going to change the baby. And she asked me, have you ever seen a baby be changed? And I said, no. And she said, do you want to see a baby be changed? And I said, sure, because I've never seen this. This is like a new experience for me. I'm like a little boy. And I remember thinking, where's the penis? But I was like, maybe it grows. Maybe it's like something that like grows or something. Like, I don't know. I still wasn't raising any. No fucking bells were going off. I just remember being like, something is missing here. But I wasn't like, I'm focused on like poop, allegedly, as well. And so I'm not like paying that much attention. But I was still like, did the poop come out of, where did, I just don't know. I was very, very confused. And I know I'm not alone on this. I know I'm not alone. And
our topic for this year, Mom, is just like
I went
identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy.
I went
so what happened?
Up to like
the day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz?
Well,
Achaz was the
I can say this. I remember.
Achaz was a tremendous Rasha. On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Sha'os Chaya.
I remember.
Who shortened the day dramatically.
So, like I said, generally, boys and girls were kept separate. But as a little kid, sometimes boys and girls are like do not have separate facilities. But as you get older, you do. And as I got older, we did. But I can still remember. I could name this girl's name, but I will not. But I still know exactly. We were
prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Baladan Merodach, I keep getting his name wrong. Merodach Baladan.
Basically,
Merodach Baladan ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. Like, what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lanach has a shiny.
All right, so I was really like, huh. But I still didn't put it all together.
So Merodach Baladan said, what is this? So I told him Chizkiyahu was ill. He became healed.
I remember being in school,
gave him back 10 hours of daylight.
And this girl starts crying. And I wasn't by her.
So this is incredible.
I just was like,
listen, there is a man like this.
I just remember all these girls were like huddled around her.
How can I not
And the
write him a
teachers were
letter
like talking
and
to
say
each other.
Shalom Aleichem? Right? You got to get to know a man like this.
And I was
So
young.
the Gemara says, Kasivule, listen to this. So here is the letter. Here is
Still
the
remember
letter
her.
that Merodach Baladon sent
And
to Chizkiyo. Here it is. The Gemara says, Kasivule.
all the boys were like, what the fuck is wrong with
Peace
this
be unto
bitch?
you, King Chizkiyo.
And
Shalom
no
lekarta
one would
Yerushalayim.
tell us.
Right? Peace unto you,
I still to this day don't know
Shalom
what happened.
le'elokar Rabbo.
But I
Peace
have a
unto the great God.
suspicion
Peace unto the great God. Incredible.
that she
Gemara
got her
says,
first
so
period.
what happened? Nebuchadnezzar suffered the Baladan Haba. So Nebuchadnezzar,
And I remember this would happen like
So what was his
occasionally.
job? He
But
was the
then
scribe of the king.
I got
He
to
was
a
the
certain
scribe
point in
of
school where
Merodach
boys and girls
Baladan.
were no longer
Like
together.
Baladan.
And
So the Gemara says,
I had
listen
no
to this.
idea.
Haishayta lo hava hasam. So
So I still don't know why the school was
Nebuchadnezzar
just randomly
wasn't
crying.
there when Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. He was
I really
he was
don't.
on break, So when he comes back.
This
he
girl
finds
sucked
out
her
that
thumb
Merodach
up
Baladan
until
wrote this
she's
letter.
probably still sucking her thumb. But it's something she couldn't
Well,
get.
tell me,
This
what was
bitch
the
had
letter
a
that
growth
was written?
fixation on my
Amrle,
getting
I'll
and
take
everything.
Kasivina. They told him the letter.
Really, yeah.
Amrle,
Probably gives amazing help. I'm just putting that out there.
So Nebuchadnezzar says something amazing. Nebuchadnezzar says the letter makes no sense.
He
says, you
I
call
never
the God of the Jews great, but you put
knew why
him
this girl was
last.
crying. I still
Right?
don't.
You say Shalom
But I
Aleichem,
thought
great
about it
king,
in the
great
years
king
since
Chizkiyo.
and
Shalom
thought
Aleichem,
that might be what I have.
Shalom Aleichem, great God.
But
Nebuchadnezzar doesn't make any sense.
as the girls
If
started
God
to
is
maybe
great,
start to
then where does he
menstruate,
belong? All the way in front.
we were
So God
separated
says, this is Nebuchadnezzar. It's
and
Nebuchadnezzar.
different. Like I went to a different school where I was with boys, so it wasn't ever really clear to me what was going on.
So Nebuchadnezzar says, how are you supposed to write it?
That's the story?
No.
No.
So I say, can you imagine?
No, so
I
I didn't see a baby get
guys,
changed.
I left for 5 minutes.
But that was like
minutes. Right? And you can't get the letter right. So what
anything could
happens?
have, anything could have been happening.
Grown.
Who knows?
So you've seen this.
I want to say
before,
this though on camera.
Literally means he who reads the letter should be the
I
one
think
who goes ahead and
I think everybody tries
the
their
idea
own
being
poop
that
at some point in their life, except for this guy because my shit doesn't stink because I don't poop.
The good idea,
Allegedly.
don't come, basking full
There's
of
just
good
something.
ideas.
I think everybody tries their own poop. Everybody tries their own pee as a little kid. They recognize that they don't like it. They touch it.
You think it should
And
be redone?
then they're like, okay, well,
Go
I guess we're not
go after
supposed
the
to
courier and
play
get
with
it.
that shit.
So I said, listen to this.
But if they
Rabbi
didn't,
says, supposed to listen to this.
we would be eating it to this day, or we would be. I just think everybody tries their own poop.
Really?
You're in the bathroom alone? I think people do. At least as a little kid. Like little kid. And then you realize this tastes like shit, literally, and then you're like, I'm not going to do that anymore. Or try your own pee. I can remember I didn't really necessarily do that. But this one time, my family was having a cookout, and I thought it would be really cool. I was talking to my cousin, and I'm like, I wonder if I spit in a glass, like, and filled it all the way up, and then drank it, what would happen? He's like, oh, you should try that.
So I will say that's what we said before. In the schools of
Anyway,
the
so my
Arab
other
seals,
cousin, my older
the four
cousin,
steps of
we
Nebuchadnezzar
ended
running
up
after
telling
the
this
courier because he
person,
thought the
and
letter was not
that
written in
person
a
told
dignified enough way
my
to
mom,
HaKadosh
you
Baruch Hu.
can't.
That gave Nebuchadnezzar
Anyway.
ultimately again
But people are curious as little kids. And I feel that somebody out there is going to be like, thank you for saying that you think everybody eats their own poop at some point and drinks their own pee, because
sometimes it's always interesting to see, like,
I bet I bet that is something that happens everywhere in the world. Amazonian tribes are doing it. People who think they're living in the 25th century are doing that when they're little kids.
So what do you see in the story?
The Chinese are doing it. Jews are doing it. Muslims are doing it.
A willingness to take an idea and to implement it.
African tribal people, everybody's trying.
Chock full of ideas.
Really? I bet. I've never been able to, like, I don't think I bet there's a scientific study somewhere, but I've never heard of it. But I bet everybody,
and then as long
there's a book, everybody poops.
What makes great people
We never had
great
that book because
they have
we don't,
beautiful
but
ideas,
maybe everybody
and
else
they are
does.
willing to put in the effort
Really?
to implement.
I
They
whiz
don't
like a motherfucker,
delegate.
though,
They
allegedly.
do what
I'm
has
the
to
whiz
get
kid.
done in order
All right,
to
so
get
back to
the
our
job
story.
done. And
I still
Nebuchadnezzar
have this bitch
has this
sucks.
insight. It's not
Really?
like, okay,
Yeah,
who wants
it's
to
the
run after
worst.
the courier? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a
All right,
important
so you think
position.
everybody
He could
eats their own
someone
poop?
else to run after the courier.
At some point, I think everybody tries their own poop.
It's great people recognize that if you
And
believe
there's
in
like something
enough,
to that. Like,
roll up your sleeves and
what
get
if it
done.
tasted really
Don't
good?
wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting. Do the job yourself. Incredible.
What if you were missing out this whole time?
So Moses goes back over here to this king. I just want to point out over here, this king is the king of Babel before Nebuchadnezzar. So now his name was Merodach Baladon ben Baladon.
And like children may see dogs eat poop,
What does it mean, Baladon?
and they might be like, "Oh,
listen to this. We'll say, Amri Baladon al Gahava. Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happened?
Maybe this is like a normal thing."
Apparently, he had some type of illness.
I mean, you have to understand how little kids are, and this is very brave of me to talk about. Nobody talks about these things. Nobody.
So beautiful.
I know that they're perfectly natural.
Okay, good.
And
You
perfectly
clearly
human
see how Chazal feel about
beliefs
dogs.
and
Okay, good.
experiences, and I feel like people appreciate
like
this.
His face became deformed.
Maybe not now,
He's not-
but
he can't be king
10,000
because
years in the
he's
future,
above
when nobody's
all.
pooping
He can't become
like this
king
guy.
with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So his son Merodach,
What is this bullshit?
becomes king. It's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladon becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covet is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being
What do you mean you don't
Merodach ben
poop?
Baladon,
I can tell you this:
he
if
became
you eat a
Merodach
pure
Baladon
protein diet,
ben Baladon. This was covet to his father who was
You don't
still
poop.
alive. So
Really?
Gemara says,
I've gone at times by like years.
So we'll say this is what it means when it
That's
says
my
a son
entire
will
life.
honor
You
a
just
father
don't poop.
and
And
a
I see
servant his
people in the
master.
future who have protein diets, and then they won't.
It's actually pretty striking. It's just
But
interesting.
I mean, I've talked to gastroenterologists about it
want to bring on this pasuk
on Shabbat.
which is from Malachi. The example
They
he
didn't know
gives
this was a
ultimately
thing, but I
again is
know it's a
Merodach Baladon ben Baladon.
Really? Yeah.
There are a lot of
Anyway.
other examples of people.
But for those people who
But it's
do
interesting
poop,
to see that they choose this one. The Gemara says,
I think they
"What's
try it.
Adonam Tichsiv, u'bechodesh hachamishi b'Yisrael lachodesh yishnas
There's
tishas
also this
yishal
thing
melech Nebuchadnezzar, ba melech
of
Babel,
a child,
ba Nebuchadnezzar and Ravat Tabachim, amar lefnei melech Babel b'Yerushalayim, v'Yisrael as beis Hashem as beis HaMelech." So
it's
what's this?
called
So the example, who is the example of the
meconium,
servant who revered his
which
master?
it sounds like
The
some
servant
kind
who
of
revered his master
element,
was Nebuchadnezzar.
but
Now
it
we're
is
transitioning back. Remember again,
a
just so you
thick,
get
sticky,
Nebuchadnezzar
tar-like
is the
black
king
or
of
dark green
Babel.
substance passed
Nebuchadnezzar
in the
was
first
his
24 to 48 hours after
Nebuchadnezzar
birth.
was
It is normal and composed of
bloodthirsty man. He's given the
amniotic
appellation
fluid,
Rav
mucus, and cells
HaTabachim,
ingested
chief
in the womb.
butcher.
Within a
Chief
few days,
butcher. In fact,
it
speak about
transitions to
Nebuchadnezzar
brown, green, or yellow.
in the Kinos and Tisha B'Av.
All right,
speak
she
specifically
didn't even
about
have that
Nebuchadnezzar's
dog. I'm perfect.
bloodthirst for
Who knows?
children.
Anyway,
Cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here, something very similar. The Gemara quotes the pasuk that says that Nebuchadnezzar goes ahead. He burns the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that Nebuchadnezzar was standing before HaKadosh. Was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, "I'm a base. When we saw Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim, so now let's just get the geography right over here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed the Mikdash. He's destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim.
All right, so we're going to try this. So my Rebbetzins are kind of Laura, she's not here. And she...
So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Eretz Yisrael. It was in
She's from New
Antioch.
York, but
Right, that's where he was. So how does it say? How does it say that Nebuchadnezzar stood before Nebuchadnezzar? Was like Sadi from base 96. This are Yitzchak Baratini Chadamar.
Not Brooklyn, New Jersey,
that Nebuchadnezzar
upstate
had
New
such
York, but not
covet
too
for
upstate.
his king.
All right.
That he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar.
Yo, dog, I want you to explain the laws of NIDDAH with all the colors and when you can touch your husband and all of that. But I want you to make it like an episode of Coffee Talk from Saturday Night Live. And please put emphasis on the words so that it's easier to have a New York accent.
Had sent to Nebuchadnezzar
And please, like, be very specific
300 of
about the colors and stuff,
that were so sharp that the metal could cut through
and have it be so that it would be approved by the Coffee Talk people
and all
and
the axes broke, trying to
any
break
rabbi
down
anywhere in
one
the world.
gateway of Yerushalayim. Shneimar, Pisuchai Yachad B'Shil, U'Chai Alafos Yalamon. So fine. Boy, let me hadar. Amar, Mistafina deloli avdu bi ki echi da avdu b'sanchirev. So what's this? The Zaran is ready to turn back. Ready to turn back. Now why is the Zaran ready to turn back? Because remember again, it wasn't so long beforehand that what happened? Sanchirev, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sanchirev, the massive defeat at hands of
All right,
So now
Coffee Cup, get a
you have
cup,
300
sit down,
of the sharpest axes
emotionally
that can cut
overwhelmed,
through metal,
and we're going to talk
all
about
of them
Nida.
break on one
Tastefully,
Dorian
politely,
does
according to
not
Jewish
look
law,
like a good
and in a
omen.
way
So
that
the Zaran is ready.
would make
the
any
Zaran is
rabbi
ready to
anywhere
turn
say,
around,
"No,
go back
it's
home.
fine."
Nafka kala
All right,
Amar
you're going to be able to pull this off.
Shavar
We're gonna
bar
try.
shavar. So Baskel came out.
Cue Barbara
Terrible.
Streisand
Baskel
energy,
shavar.
lots of
What's
hand
like
motions.
shavar bar shavar literally means a jumper.
Linda
Someone
Richmond
who
voice.
jumps. Rashi says
I don't know if
shavar
I
bar
can
shavar
do
is
it.
the right hand column of Rashi. About 10 lines into the short lines. Doleg bar doleg. Kum of the kava shel Yerushalayim. The Zarin Kalmar. So let's say so this is
I can
so
do. I can't really.
So the Gemara says. So apparently that
So Nida.
the jumper.
Let's talk Nida. Not in a dirty way.
Was part of
I just don't
Sanchiriv's
have that.
campaign as well.
Not in a dirty way.
Enough,
God forbid. But in a holy, structured, very Jewish way. First of all, this is not about shame. This is not about women are icky. This is about time, bodily rhythm, and boundaries. Step 1, the bleeding. When a married Jewish woman sees uterine blood, real blood, not from a cut, not from a hemorrhoid, not from brushing your teeth, but blood from the uterus. Boom, she becomes Nida. At that moment, no physical contact with husband, no hand holding, no passing objects hand to hand, no sitting on the same couch cushion if it's squishy. Separate beds. Yes, even if you're tired. Judaism is very into self-control. That's not close. This is called harchakot, distancing rules. The collars, the collars, very important. Pay attention. Now, people mess this up, so let's be clear. Problematic colors show to a rabbi. Bright red, dark red, black, brown, deep maroon, anything that looks like wine, rust, or old blood. If it looks like blood that has feelings, call a rabbi. Generally, not problematic, depends, but calmer. White, clear, yellow, beige, light tan, very faint pink, like a strawberry. Thought about blushing. Like a strawberry thought about blushing in flushing? No, anywhere. But here's the rule. When in doubt, you ask. This is literally a profession called a yotzet halakha, female halakhic advisor. Judaism said, let women ask women. Progressive, we love to see it. The waiting game. Once bleeding stops completely, not mostly stopped, not I think it's over, stopped, dead, gone. She does hefsek tahara, a clean internal check before sunset. If that's clean, we start counting. Then 7 clean days. 7 days. No blood, no stains, clean checks. 7. Like creation. Judaism loves a theme. The mikvah. Everybody calm down. After sunset on the 7th clean day, she immerses in a mikvah. Natural water, rainwater, spring, very spa, very ancient. This is not a bath. This is a transformation. And after that, tahara, ritually permitted. Touching, the big reveal. Before mikvah, no touching. After mikvah, all touching permitted. Hand holding, hugging, affection, marital intimacy within halakha. Judaism says absence makes the heart grow fonder. Very romantic for a religion that also regulates your kitchen sink. Final coffee talk thought. Nida is about discipline, about renewal, about desire that isn't constant, about making marriage feel new every month. And frankly, if everyone had built boundaries like this, half of therapy wouldn't exist. Amber Clem, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Nita, oppressive or secretly the most emotionally intelligent system ever invented. Discuss. That's not exactly.
You killed a dead nation.
Yo, dog. Talk about the different colors have names. Also, make it so that if someone were reading this, there would be emphasis with the words. Like coffee would not be COFFEE. It would be CAWFEE.
Right? That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing it to occur.
Okay, coffee talk, round 2. I hear you. You want the colors with names, and you want it written so a person reading it cannot avoid doing the whole Long Island, Brooklyn nasal situation. And it still has to be 100% halakhically safe and rabbi approved. We got this. Coffee talk. The colors of Nita. Put down your mug, open your eyes. This is important. Linda Richmond. Dialed through 11. So Nita, everyone says, oh, it's blood. No, it's colors. Judaism does not do vague. We name things. Autumn, red. This is blood, like fresh blood, period blood. Oh, that's definitely blood. Problem, Nita, call it. If you see autumn, you don't philosophize, you don't squint, you don't say, maybe the lighting. You say, autumn, we're done. Yayin, wine color. This is the deep burgundy, maroon, old wine on tablecloth energy. It's not bright red, but it's got intent. Also problematic. Show a rabbi. Judaism says, if it looks like wine, it might as well be blood. Very poetic, very strict. Shachor, black or brown. This is old blood vibes. This is old blood vibes. Brown, rust, coffee ground looking. Not cute, not neutral. Blood that went to therapy and came back darker. Still counts, still Nita. Barad, pink. Now everyone gets nervous. Light pink, faint, like blood that thought about showing up and then changed its mind. This is context dependent, size dependent, fabric dependent. This is show the rabbi caller. Not panic, not ignore, just ask. Lavan, white. White is clean, white is innocent, white did nothing wrong. If it's just white discharge, not blood, not Nita, Judaism does not punish mucus. We're not animals. Zahor. Yellow is normal, common, boring, not blood. Unless it's mixed with red or brown. Then we side-eye and call someone. Beige, tan. No fancy Hebrew, just vibes. This is the annoying one. Sometimes old discharge, sometimes leftover blood, sometimes nothing. This is why rabbis have job security. You don't decide, you ask. Fabric matters. Yes, it does. Listen carefully. A stain on white underwear, taken very seriously. Colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Holocaust says, if you can't see it clearly, we don't invent problems. Judaism, anti-anxiety since Sinai. Final coffee talk thought. Nita isn't, did you bleed? It's what color, what size, what fabric, what time, what context. This is not vibes, this is law. And if you're even unsure, Judaism literally says ask, don't guess. Amber Clem, talk amongst yourselves. Topic, why does Judaism trust women with this system more than any ancient culture ever? And still make everyone nervous about it. Discuss. Still not it.
What else do you want?
Yo, dog, you didn't talk at all about Bedikin cloths and Bedikin clothes. I want the nitty gritty. And also, you're not doing enough emphasis on the words for a Long Island, Brooklyn, New Jersey accent.
So this month has something amazing happen, which is
I want that for all of the words,
as they say, like mashu lo normali,
where applicable.
This is not normal. This is not a normal sachar, right? And he has thoughts of tshuva. Why does he have thoughts of tshuva? He says,
all right, now we're doing it. You want nitty gritty. You want badikas, cloths, Adam, mark, dachuk, and you want it written so if somebody reads it loud, they accidentally sound like their aunt from Great Neck. Coffee talk, the clothes, the checks, the whole Megillah. This is 100% halakhic. A rabbi could print this and not lose their job. First of all, what is badika? Badika, inspection, internal check. Judaism does not say, you're fine. Judaism says we check. A badika is done using a cloth called an eid. An eid. Eid means witness because the cloth is literally testifying. Very Jewish, very legal, very intense for laundry. The eid, the badika cloth. This is soft, white, clean, no patterns, no colors, no lint, no nonsense. Think hospital white, funeral serious. Why? Because we are judging colors and patterns lie. Efsek Tahara. Efesek Tahara. This is the big one. This happens the day the bleeding stops, the day bleeding stops. Before sunset. The Badika says we are officially done bleeding. You do one proper check with E. Results, if it comes out Levan, white, Mazel Tov. You start counting. If it comes out Adom, Chum, Shachor, Yayin, no, try again tomorrow. No arguing, no poetry, just law. Makda, this is where people panic. Mach, cloth. The chuck, pressed, held in. This is a second cloth, gently placed internally for a short time before sunset. Purpose to prove nothing is coming back. If the Makda chuck comes out clean, we breathe. Stain, we cry quietly and wait another day. You don't have to. Not everyone does this today, but many do. Ask your rabbi. Judaism loves questions. The Sheva Nekiim. Sheva Nekiim. 7 clean days. Each day, 2 badikas. Morning before sunset. Using new Eid dim. Not the same one. God is watching. Now, the clothes results. Pay attention. When you look at the Eid, you're asking, Adom, red, blood, game over. That day doesn't count. Yayin, wine colored. Deep red, maroon, burgundy. Looks like it came from a Seder spill. Suspicious, show a rabbi. Chum, shachor, brown, black. Old blood energy, rust vibes, coffee ground sadness. Counts as blood. Barad, pink, light pink, faint, barely there. This is call someone smart. Lavan, white, clean, pure, innocent. The cloth did nothing wrong. The cloth did nothing wrong. Zahov, yellow. Normal discharge, human body stuff. Judaism says relax. Fabric rule, very important. If the stain is on an Eid, taken very seriously. On white underwear, serious. On colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Halakha says we don't create problems where we can't see clearly. Judaism is anti-drama, shockingly. Final coffee talk moment. The system is precise, technical, detailed, and completely trusts women. No public inspection, no embarrassment. Just cloth, colors, time, envelope. I need a bagel. Topic. Why does Judaism treat bodily reality like a legal document? and somehow make it spiritual. Discuss. All right, is that what you wanted to do? I don't think.
What does this mean? That someone is able to
actually,
smell and judge. So this idea
you're doing a great job. Okay, so you don't have to do that, write it like that anymore. So there are these pills that a woman can take, and basically
such an acute sense of
limit her period to
that which is right and that which is wrong,
like once every
all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell
3 months.
MS. So the Gemara goes right to the Gemara.
In that situation,
Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as
wouldn't that mean that she doesn't have to go to the mikveh as often?
Rashi says over here, he was one of the Herodian kings.
All right, cool. We're back to regular speech. Still coffee, energy, just less theater. Short answer, yes. Then the nuance. Yes, if a woman uses hormonal pills that make her period come once every 3 months, then yes, we should generally be going to the mikveh less often because mikveh follows bleeding, not the calendar. Now let's do it properly and rabbi approved. The core rule, very important. A woman goes to the mikveh only after she has had uterine bleeding that makes her nida. The bleeding completely stops. She does a hefsek tahara. She counts 7 clean days. No bleeding, no nida, no mikvah. Judaism does not say it's been a month, go dunk. Judaism says what actually happened in the body. So what about period suppression pills? These include extended cycle birth control, continuous oral contraceptives, certain hormonal IUD situations, medical regimens prescribed by a doctor. If the pills cause no bleeding at all for months or only spotting that is halakhically non-problematic, then she does not become nida, and therefore no separation, no 7 clean days, no mikvah during that time. Yes, that's correct. But, very Jewish, but spotting changes everything. Here's where it gets tricky. Hormonal methods often cause light spotting, breakthrough bleeding, brown or pink stains. Some of that does count as nida, some of it does not. Some of it depends on color, size, and where it was seen. So in real life, women on these pills often ask more shilos, halakhic questions, even though they go to the mikveh less often. Less dunking, more texting the rabbi pictures of stains. Proper, respectful, anonymous, yes, that's a thing. Is it? Is this halakhically legit? Absolutely. Major post-scheme halakhic authorities have allowed this when appropriate, especially for medical reasons, hormonal regulation, severe pain, fertility planning, shalom bayit, marital harmony. Shalom bayit, marital harmony, important. You do not start or adjust hormones for nida reasons alone without asking a rabbi who works with doctors. Judaism is very big on medicine first, halakha second, but coordinated.
They would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter.
One more subtle point, even with no period, a woman still has to be mindful of unexpected bleeding. If real bleeding starts, nida rules kick in immediately. There is no automatic exemption forever. Halakha follows reality, not intention. Bottom line, put this on a mug. Mikvah is tied to bleeding, fewer periods equals fewer nida cycles. Hormonal suppression can be halakhically acceptable. Spotting creates complexity, not prohibition. Individual guidance is non-negotiable. If you want, we can go into. So I think that in the future, women will maybe just have 2 periods a year if you want. I mean, you can do it any way you want. Is that the end of your fucking story?
The ability that we have
in the
to exercise self-restraint. And the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous
Alright, so I gotta finish this fucking story. Alright, so again, I'm wet behind the ears. I'm not around chicks. My mother's a fucking magician. I never see fucking pads or tab-ons. So I can tell you this. We had this thing where if we had people staying over for, let's say, a Friday night or something, there was like a basket that my mother would make up that had like toothbrush, toothpaste, or like maybe it was toothpaste, oh, not toothpaste, not even a paste, toothwash, and a fucking Shabbat.
Right, the king would often castrate his
toothbrush. Who knows what the fuck that was?
Should not be distracted by
They'd have like tissues, like Kleenex or whatever. It would have
was like cut off.
maybe like
was castrated during their days. That they had a successful ability
Really?
to remove.
It wasn't just for Friday night. It was anytime we ever had anybody over. So maybe it would have like toothpaste, toothbrush, floss, little shampoo. Well, no, there's shampoo in the shower in the bathroom. Maybe it had like the little shampoo and maybe get it.
It means that ultimately, again, the Chavel,
What else?
fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Kif Shana Eish.
Mouthwash.
The story of the furnace that we spent yesterday on Taik.
Just any kind of toiletry that you would ever need. And it had pads and
the scent of smoke impact there as well.
tampons. And I never really questioned it. And another thing, it's good if you're ever in a, let's just say, you're playing house with some chick, for whatever reason, because everybody who watches this isn't going to just be like automatically like the most halakhic person in the world. But I'll tell you what, I've introduced women to menstruation cups, and they're like, it's changing fucking lives. Like, I've given them to. I would have them, and I'd give them to girls. Really? And they'd be like, it's changed my life. Like, I know. You just wash it up. So that's a big thing. Menstruation cups are huge. The fact that menstruation cups were a thing. But pads and
potential physical offspring. So it makes sense. They had no physical offspring.
tampons. You ever use a tampon? Yeah, for fucking bloody noses, but that was way later. Really? Yeah. Why? I get really bad bloody noses. Alright, is that the end of your story? No. So here's the story.
And unfortunately, again, those
And then we're
children
done.
predeceased them.
So,
I
I don't know exactly the age, but
that's called Sefer Daniel.
Boys and girls are totally separate. Like, meaning, how separate were you?
For Daniel. Someone asks a general question. It's not that I know.
You could
Sefer
go,
Daniel was named for Daniel. Someone asks an interesting question.
you could go all day and not see a woman.
So interestingly,
Really?
the Gemara says pretty
Oh,
much
yeah.
all of the
Oh, yeah,
words.
definitely.
Also, I want to point out. Rashi points
Really?
out, in our
Yeah.
Tanakh, like we have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah.
It's like separate as
there's only
possible.
one sefer called Ezra.
And,
it was divided out later on. So the Gemara
under
says something
the
very interesting. Most of
configuration.
Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah.
Again,
so
not
why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah?
Yeshiva University, LA, boys and girls. Those are separate buildings. But even they have like male, women and male teachers sometimes,
because
and men and
ultimately,
female
again,
teachers.
Nehemiah
So it's
took a
not
little bit too
completely.
much credit for himself.
But as much as it could be.
Remember me, my God,
And it was the most separate, like anywhere around. Like as separate as you could get.
Remember me,
Really?
taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite
Really?
merits.
Unless
In
you're
order to go ahead
Yeah.
and, in order to go ahead and
So
have
I'm telling you,
Simon,
like,
did
we
two
were
things.
just
David
separate.
David was asking for Rahmanas. David was asking for Klal Yisrael as well. But so this is incredible. So
Even to the point, like, girls had their side of the school, basically, and boys had
the safer name
our
from
side,
wine
and there was like
because he spoke disparagingly
separation.
about the earlier ones.
But there was a
So what
main
does this mean? Shnei Amar,
stairwell. And now you gotta understand, like this, how would I describe what was it like? It wasn't quite
incredible that
Dead Poet Society, but
disparaged the leaders that came before
as
him.
close to Dead Poet Society
Used them up
as my family
exploiting
could find.
their position for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating about that is, even though he may
It was
have
like
been right,
affordable
it might have
Dead
been
Poet
what
Society,
he
but
said
still very
factual.
expensive.
You can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. Let's make something
Without being a
the
Buddhist.
opinion that says
So Dead
that
Poet Society.
Hanayim drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit.
But it's what you would
So,
consider like a
said,
day
now
school.
what does that mean? That they caused the nations of the world to speak negatively
Similar to
about
a day
Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about
And-
Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of
And
the
we
Jew,
treated it
never
like
chas v'shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore,
Dead
again,
Poet
because
Society.
Nehemiah,
Well,
perhaps
Captain, my
truthfully,
Captain, all
but
that bullshit.
nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the safer name in the name. Gemara said furthermore,
and we became very close as boys. And
now, by the way, how do we know that
we shit on each other all fucking day. Says, we make fun of each other. But not to the point I feel that we. You consider it bullying, but we were just not to the point. Like there was always a limit, and I gotta be honest with you, like people.
So how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people?
Like how would the bullying happen? Like
where there was a dramatic vision.
I was a huge New York Yankees fan. Why? Because Dynasty. And this is during the heyday of Seinfeld, and I had glasses and perhaps a little stocking, and whenever I fucking walked in that school with that jacket on, I hear, George! Hear this all the fucking time, and I was fine with it, because I know I look like George Costanza, but I'm repping this fucking Yankees coat, not because George Costanza represented it, because Joe Torre represented it. And I'd be like, oh yeah, just wait till October, we're gonna fucking beat the shit out of whatever shitty fucking team you like. Anyway, I hear George all the time. And it really never bothered me. I'm sure bullying did get to some kids, but if that happened, I think that you would just tell one of the male, but it never got to that, at least. We give people shit.
But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision.
And I remember seeing some kids cry, but they were just, I hate to say it, they were taking shit, but we wouldn't shit on people for things that they.
I'm sorry. Even though they didn't see anything,
I mean,
their muscles
it's
saw.
just part of
what does this mean? What does it mean?
I remember 2008
was
the first time I ever heard about. Well, there were some like anti-fraternity things, like some loser douches like made people drink too much water and they died. That kind of stuff wasn't cool, but like we just never heard about anti-bullying. So you're just being a pussy if you fucking can't handle it. And but I think it made me strong, like really strong. And that's why I can put up with these fucking asshole anti-Semitic douches all fucking day and be like, get the fuck out of here, next. I'm not sitting here like, oh, what are we gonna fucking do? Alright, that shit bothers me.
Sometimes in life, I want to say sometimes like a person.
Nebbishness? I can't stand nebbishness.
It doesn't even make sense.
And I'm not. I'm fucking confident, strong, hilarious, cool.
They don't know why.
And I feel like
my mazel saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact.
That's how I want. I mean, I know that's how I want Judaism to be in the future. Less nebbish, more cool. So anyway, this doesn't have to do anything with the story, but I just want to like lay the foundation. So
what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, dalaramas. Jump away, dalaramas.
So there's a main stairwell.
Or
this main stairwell, you could get anybody in it. So it wasn't like the boys' stairwell, and it wasn't the girls' stairwell. It was like the central stairwell. So you could have parents coming through that stairwell. You could have a coach coming down that stairwell. You could have administrators coming down that stairwell. Teachers coming down that stairwell. And
there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is.
Especially if someone were going to the office or something. Students coming down that stairwell.
Fear is a very scary thing because fear has the ability to literally
paralyze me. Well, there was this part of the school, we didn't really have like a nurse. I remember when they checked for
number one, which means
scoliosis, which I think I have. They just like kind of look. It's like some lady, like no doctor. This is the same lady who answered the phones, which nothing wrong with that. But like, give me somebody who like at least has like taken first aid or something. She just be like, yeah, you're good. And there's this part of the school that it's where all the yearbooks were actually. And so but if you ever got sick,
What is it?
they would put you in this room.
Shema is the old word, which I tell
And I
myself to
just,
HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear
I
is a
remember
relationship with the Ribono Shalom. So you're seized
my
by
parents were like, if you're sick, you tough it
unintelligible,
out.
paralyzing fear. Say
And
Shema, connect yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will give you the courage to
we'll
move
pick you
forward.
up. And then if you're still sick at home,
Saying
you
the
know,
goat
but
in the
it
slaughterhouse
was like,
is fatter than me.
I didn't spend a lot of time in this room. And I always wondered, why is there a fucking bed in here? There are like multiple beds in here.
Sometimes
Like,
the way to
it
shake
looked
off
like
fear
a
is to
fucking
say,
MASH hospital.
this isn't real.
And
This is not real. So that statement of the goat
and
in
it
the
was just like,
slaughterhouse is fatter
no
than
boys
me.
I ever saw go in
It's
this
just
room
like a
unless they were
statement,
really
like,
sick.
how do you feel when you say that statement?
Anyway.
What's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? There's like a smile. Like
It was just
the
like,
idea over here is so many times
like the
we're
boys knew,
paralyzed
we
by
knew
things
all the fucking ins
that
and outs of
aren't
this fucking
real.
school.
They're
But
not
this
real. They're
area, we
perceived.
never really.
So sometimes what you need to do is
I remember
you break the hold on fear
we just
by
never
saying
really
something
went
like
in
shtickle nonsensical.
there.
So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little
So,
bit and be able to move
but there
yourself
was this
forward.
fucking mean
By
stairwell.
paralyzing fear, number one, move yourself forward,
And
anchor yourself to
this
HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
school, I
and
hate to
remind
say
yourself
it,
that
but
it's
it was
not
just,
real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels.
it was very
able to move
expensive,
yourself
but it was very
forward,
poor.
even in the midst of most immobilizing fear. Incredible.
The kids
So
there
must
weren't
remain wrong.
poor, generally.
Remain wrong.
at all.
So the
Some,
Gemara
but
says,
it was a mix of really wealthy families, really poor families, and kind of just mixed together for a classical education, religious classical
in general, a
education.
mem in the middle of a pasuk,
And
right, is open. Is open. And only the mem at the end of a word is closed. Yet in this word, mem in the middle is closed.
they're talking about the stairwell yet. You have to understand the details of the stairwell. This used to be a mansion, and then it was some other stuff.
Who comes out to do
But like,
battle
I remember, there, this was like a mansion that had tunnels,
which is this
like
ultimate
secret
showdown
prohibition
between good and
tunnels
evil,
that
which precedes the
I
Messianic
always wanted
era.
to go into.
So
Tunnels have
Shemon
always
Chizkiyahu,
fascinated
Mashiach, and
me.
Sancheriv.
There was like a pool
Gogu Magog.
that became storage. It was like a very wealthy person's mansion. And they were so wealthy that they built a mansion and then they never slept there. They would only throw parties there. So it was like a party mansion.
There's like a system of checks and
And
balances, like Lahavla Kosh Baruch Hu. Moshe was ready to go and make Chizkiyahu Melech. Vince says what? David was greater than Chizkiyahu, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says,
Dead Poet Society. How did I describe it? It's as far east as Dead Poets, far west as Dead Poets Society.
So again, Chizkiyahu ultimately, again, he did so many
Like
miracles
that's more
for,
East Coast
and yet,
boarding
unfortunately, he
schools.
didn't sing Shira. David sang so much Shira.
But this was definitely not a normal
He
school.
didn't sing Shira.
I have a friend of mine who would always say, you know, every single kid I ever met from that school was like more unique than the next one. We were all very unique and in different stuff. Fascinating people.
Because the Nidus didn't shut it down,
And
preventing Chizkiyahu from becoming Mashiach. I must say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here?
I remember there was like a ramp where they used to, it was like a delivery ramp. And we always thought, hey, this school could be like ADA compliant. And we had a teacher of ours who was also a lawyer. This thing never should be ADA compliant. The ramp was like super sloped. And you would have been like, Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump when there's like, when he's like sliding down the stairs or whatever. It would have been like that, but we always thought, hey, maybe they put an elevator in this bitch. And like, never in a million years. This is like the least ADA compliant building, maybe in the United States. I mean, it was not ADA compliant.
I'll sing Shira in his behalf.
We didn't really have a really good handyman. We knew him. He had a lot to do. He had to mow a big lawn and trash and all kinds of stuff. And I remember the school never really got clean, except we'd have something called open house where people from the community would come in and see. And what we would do, and this is a really good idea, Israel, one of the first things you all should do is you give the kids the last period of school to clean. And when you have, whatever, hundreds of kids cleaning something, you just give them all paper towel, Windex or whatever, the place will be fucking spotless in like 20 minutes. Like when you have all these hands moving around, everything is super clean.
came out and said,
getting spit wads off the fucking ceiling. That's another story. But like walls are clean, everything is really clean. When you have hundreds of people cleaning simultaneously, it's really amazing. The place just like it goes. It's like ants. Like just go, and you have hundreds of people fucking cleaning all at once. It's incredibly efficient. And we would do that like twice a year. But aside from that, and the stairwell would get clean. Now the stairs, let's talk about it. Well, the funny thing about this fucking school, like the boys' stairwell that we had, I remember we would, we'd be like fucking going. Some people are going up this way, and you'd like slap a guy on the back of the head. What the fuck was that? Like we were always fucking with each other, going into essentially chakras, like I learned. And
so all of the wings came to Duma.
And we go and we read
so essentially, again, if you take a look at Rashi,
anyway,
Rashi says over here,
after prayer,
so interesting enough, Rashi understands that Ruach over here is not wing, but instead Ruach is Neshamas.
Anyway,
this is
and
the
then we
Malach
get to
who's
Psalm
in charge of all of the
119.
Neshamas. So,
Anyway, so the stairs,
comes to this Malach and asks him,
well, the other stairs, and they were all like this. They had like, it's like, who fucking built this building? It was like a house. It was hilarious. If you ever saw a chip in the wall, it would be like 7 different colors, maybe 15 different colors, because the person who threw the party, let's say, and this is always his thing, if you'd be like, what's your favorite color? And you'd be like, teal. And you'd be like, great. And then you'd go into your guest room, and the whole room would be teal. He would repaint for any person. So there's this stuff called Fordite, which is like all this, the different layers of paint from
what does this mean? So the Shomer says,
like
so ultimately, again,
just when you have lots of paint that builds up, it happens in like automotive spray grits and things. It becomes like a gem, almost like a type of geology, but it's not. I mean, it's like synthetic. But the same thing were in the walls. You fucking like if you've ever seen a gobstopper. I don't know what it tastes like, but like if you cut it in half and you see it's got like a bunch of fucking layers, that's what the wall was. I remember looking at the chips on the corner of the fucking school, and like, it was just like, and the school never got painted. I mean, I've seen it since then. It looks fun. It looks a lot better. But back then, I remember being like, this school is disgusting. And then there was this bathroom. This bathroom. There are all the bathrooms. I can tell you all about them. No urinals. And the whole fucking school, no urinals. Which is always fast. Really? Yeah. But there were tons of sinks, which is not the same. There would be random ass sinks like in the fucking school. There were sinks everywhere. And there was like nothing on the wall except the fucking satellite view of Israel. That's like the only thing that was on the wall. Ask anybody, they'd be like, yeah, I mean, that was basically it. We had like a map of the United States from the fucking Hoover administration, and in another room, and the fucking in this one room, a satellite map of Israel, which is all you fucking need. Anyway, and we did this thing when we were young. We put a timeline around the wall, and that helped me so much till this day. Like when I think of time, I think of time, like as a timeline. Anyway, I talk about this fucking central staircase. So there's this staircase, and let me describe it. They were like white and teal checkerboard tiles. Why? Who the fuck knows? Who picked this? I have no idea. And you go up the stairs, and the stairs had never, you don't wax stairs generally, but like the floors had never been waxed. It was just fucking LVT, like linoleum, vinyl tile, or whatever. It's like Imagine like tile where there's no wax and it's just digging into the tile, and the people are just like, pretty soon we'll go through the floor. Who cares? And the teachers got paid nothing. They would get paid far less than a normal teacher. I don't know how this fucking works. It's a really unique place. And the stairs, they had like these bars that you would go up the stairs, and sometimes like I don't know how one of the bars would just stick out, and it'd be this just like really fucking sharp like saber like that would just stick out, and you like some kid would just like go like this and like this and like this, break it off, and then hit another kid or jam it the other way, and some teacher would be walking by and like, try to fix it. But there was just nobody who was going to fix anything. And I hate to say it, but like it would have been a lot to keep up, but there was just no. I don't want to call it the custodian or but it was like he had enough to do with like getting all the trash out and stuff for hundreds of students. Like it was just anyway. They talk about the stairway. So this weird checkerboard stairway. And it was just you walk into the door. It's like this. I'll say like a poor man's dead poet's saying. You walk in, it's like that school and bully in the video game, but like not nearly that nice. And there's like a beautiful great lawn, beautiful everything from the outside. This looks like the fucking, but inside this building it's seen some shit. And it would be like there'd be like a step and then another step, and like the teachers when they open the door they'd have to like jank the door. It was just like the handyman's like does not exist. And then you get in, and then you either go upstairs. It literally is this: step up, then another step, then you go upstairs or downstairs. There's no ramp. There's no handicap. I mean, that was the thing. If a kid got hurt, you were just on crutches, and you'd have to. You'd have to like climb the stairs. Like, I mean, I remember being on crutches there, and you just kind of hop from stair to stair, and it's dangerous, and it can get really slippery. I remember at another school, they did a refurbishment of it, and really made it nicer. And they put, I remember this was just such a big amount of money to me that $100,000 and I remember my dad was like, why do you need an elevator? Nobody needs an elevator. And one of the heads of the school said, if your son gets hurt, and for reason God forbid, is in a wheelchair or something, you're going to so leaving aside a sidebar for just a moment, means great. But at the time, this was shortly after the Americans with Disabilities Act, which I think is one of the best things. And this is the thing, Israel, if you're hearing me, your shit is like my fucking school. It's all like, oh, it's just been like that for 2,000 years. Make a fucking ramp. I don't want to go there. Ramps should be everywhere. Even if you have stairs, there's a thing that you go like this, and you can go up. Ramps are really important. And elevators are really important. And escalators and all kinds of shit. But also for stages, there's like a thing that you go and it lifts you up and puts you on a stage. Someone who is in a wheelchair should not feel as if they can't perform on any stage in Israel without a lift. Lifts are really important anyway. Because I'm telling you, I went to places where this did not exist, and it was like, if you got hurt enough, you weren't going to be able to go to this school. There's just no way. I mean, you would be able to go like 20 feet in a wheelchair, and then there'd be like fucking tons of stairs. It was like this school, I feel like, had so many stairs that it was like, and is it MC Escher? Like, we had like a fucking picture of MC Escher. MC Escher? There was nothing in this fucking. Yeah, it looked like fucking this with like the stairs all over the place.
buy-in of the Jews.
And that picture was there, and I remember looking at it like, how the fuck is this? And then there's this other picture I remember of somebody like with a fucking globe, or like a glass ball, and like seeing how that distorted things. Like there was nothing on the walls of this fucking school except like it was very plain. We had the fucking picture of Israel, and
killed Jews,
but not a whole
exiled
lot.
Jews,
He gave us some,
but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an
And-
incredible idea. So you
go to this fucking school, it goes-
the Jews too.
there's like a stair up, and then another stair, and then you're there, and it's super fucking slippery. Like that was another thing. It's just super fucking slippery. And then there's a checkerboard on the floor. I'm sure it's changed now. But the stairs had like a metal ridge, and I know like on minutia, you got to know all about this fucking everything about it. And it's like, wait, what does this have to do with Nina? Calm down. We'll get there. There was this edge,
just as nice as our land.
and
When they came to a place called Alman,
if you ever like slipped and your fucking shin hit that edge, it would just literally scrape all the skin off your fucking shin, and it would be like that for the rest of the fucking semester. You'd just be like, hopping. Really? Oh, it was.
Sometimes the downfall of Klal throughout the
Yeah.
ages. We find ourselves in
And I'm telling you, this
new
school
lands
had a lot of
where we
fucking
deceive
stairs.
ourselves into thinking
This
that
other
where
thing I
we
want to say
are
is one time somebody took a
better
quarter
than Israel.
and put it.
Not that it's okay.
Everybody wanted
Not that
quarters.
it's
That was a
maybe
big
just as
thing.
nice, but the thing
I've
that
got to
the
say, my
Chassid
mom
somehow
made
is
sure I had
even better than
quarters
Eretz
for
Yisrael. So again, something to be
um,
learned from everyone, even as Sancheriv. Sancheriv was always careful about how he spoke about the
the like
safety, or
vending
how he
machine
spoke
and
just
so
about the
and
land
shit.
itself.
Because we'd have
So the Gemara
popcorn.
says as
That was a
follows.
big thing. Like we were,
Good. The Gemara
popcorn
says, good.
was a big fucking thing. I
Good.
remember kids would bonding with popcorn. Why? Because it was some kids like the school didn't provide meals, and maybe their parents were like poor, or there weren't many single parent
So
families.
how was it that
If there were, I could like name them. I don't know, hundreds of kids maybe.
Their bodies
Weren't
remained
like, I don't
intact.
know.
They were killed by having their neshamas
And
incinerated.
they would like,
So
I
the Gemara says,
remember the prices of the popcorn, it was 50 cents. And it was like a meal that you could have. And I did a lot of studies on it. And so it was like a meal that you could have. And I know for like, and soda was 50 cents. For $1, you could get soda and popcorn and have like a snack after school. When other kids were with their stay-at-home moms or whatever, those of us who had working parents would
how
have
you dress
this
says a
ability
lot
to
about
have something
the
after
person
school.
you are. And how you
And
dress
I
for
had this
certain
tube
things
of
ultimately
quarters.
telegraphs
And
the
sometimes
message
kids would
about
make
the
me go in my
importance that you
backpack to get,
ascribe
but
to that
whatever.
particular event. So it says, therefore, your clothes,
And
your clothing,
that was another
is what
thing.
gives you
Everybody had lockers.
honor.
Nobody ever locked them. Really? You were a loser douche if you locked your locker. And there's another thing, you could get ginkgo, which is like when somebody going to throat, kind of ginkgo so bad
So remember
in
again,
your
the
fucking
fire
locker. But
came
we
in,
learned about ginkgo
incinerated their
and how it's
neshamas,
like
but their bodies were attacked.
a very
So too when
old type
Sancheri's
of
army
tree.
was killed,
Okay.
their neshamas were incinerated, but their
But
bodies
that
remained
shit would
intact.
be on
So
everything and be there for years. There'd be ginkgo everywhere. There was only one fucking ginkgo tree on campus. No one knew where it was. We didn't know how badly that shit smelled.
Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says,
Anyway, what about this fucking stairwell?
So Paro himself,
Anyway, so somebody took a fucking quarter and glued it down on the floor. And every fucking boy would just try to pick up this fucking quarter, because if you had a quarter, that was like halfway to getting soda or something like that. And I was so cool. This isn't about the story, but I was so cool. Even when I was in the youngest grade, I could go up to another thing that was super big was fucking foosball. I never had like foosball. I've never seen foosball was so big. And I did not like the way the rules of the proper rules of foosball are you can't spin the fucking things. But man, we go there and fucking spin these things. And they had, it was like this. It was like, I don't know why, but there was like a big push to like have more shit, more
recreational shit in the school, but once it broke, it was done. There was no fixing it. We had, when I first got there, ping pong tables, and the fucking ping pong paddles were just, it would flop. It would like flap. It would be like nobody glued it, nobody cared. It was just like, and you just fucking play ping pong and these fucking foosball, and then the guy would break, and then it'd be like, and they just got rid of this fucking foosball. We put so much fucking spin on that fucking foosball, like just spin it in. And I remember we played older kids and like just all the younger boys would play the older boys, and we played football, and we would play all the younger kids versus all the older kids. And then as you got older, I remember I always, as one of the younger kids, wanted to just touch them. It was like we had a way to play football that you didn't have first downs. It was just you had to score on 4 downs, and you had to cross this huge amount of grass. And there were kids who played soccer, and that's cool, and that was fine. Sometimes we would do that. We had this thing called the World Cup, and we did that in the spring or in the fall, where every team was a different country. Every like group of kids was a different country. Literally, there were drafts for all of the boys. And then we in the fall or in the spring we would do March Madness, and just. And then we had field day, which is the biggest fucking day. It was just the biggest. It was just the best fucking day. It was just the best day. And at a previous school, we had Olympic Day, which was really big. I remember these days very well. Field day was like a reason why you went to the school, because it was like you get to compete in all the different sports. And so there'd be like seniors, juniors, sophomores, freshmen, 8th grade, 7th grade. So you get these little kids with seniors, and the seniors would have to like look out for the younger kids. We would, like some of the years when I first got there, we would walk to the local park, which was also like a zoo, and
to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael.
We would just see all the nice houses.
This was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again,
we had people looking out for us. And then when I got older, the school had expanded to have this like athletic center. And that was like
we got explicit instructions from
a
God.
big deal.
Hashem Amar Elai.
It was just an interesting school.
Hashem has said to me, come to this land of Israel. Which is pretty wild. So
but there's this fucking
is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking about?
I'd seen soda machines that were like bottle soda machines from like old like the 50s. Wasn't that cool, but it wasn't one of the more modern ones that had like, I don't know what they call it now, but like soda on the right side. It was like soda was like here, and here. And there was this rumor around the school that sometimes this fucking soda machine would give out multiple sodas for the price of one. But it was just like a rumor, and like nobody had ever seen it. It was like how do people describe it?
And instead they have gone ahead and
like if you ever have seen The Office when Pam sees that fucking DVD that just hits the corner just perfectly, and then it really does, and she's like, I told you, like it was like that. And just people doubted that 2 sodas could come out of this thing.
No kidding, right? We have no idea what he's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comment. So
it was like says, this school didn't give a flying fuck. It had Coke next to Pepsi, next to Dr. Pepper, next to Mountain Dew. I think there was Crush, and
this nation has
no diet. It was just, what did it have? Coke, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, nothing cherry, Mountain Dew, which was big.
Right? The Shilach comes as a spring-fed stream, and it flows gently.
And it would just be like whatever they put in. And it was all to benefit the athletic.
Who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way. And they gave that all up.
Which were always a joke.
They're forsaking that.
But then they got really good.
Anyway. And instead, ultimately, they go ahead and they go to other things. right? They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. So what's interesting over here is, so Sancheriv,
Like, I was really fortunate. I really mean this. That I had quarters. Like, may not have had a lot of money, but I was wealthy in quarters. And we had a slot machine, and I could ask my mom to fill this thing with quarters. It's like two. It's like candy tube, and I put quarters in, and it just fit perfectly. And yeah, sometimes I'd be like, this thing is fucking light. And I realized something like my backpack or something during recess or something like that. It was like, whatever. There were no cameras. There were no cameras anywhere. Like, maybe at a bank, but like nowhere. Everything was just on the honor system.
So apparently, again, pigeon was a big dessert.
Nobody locked their lockers.
Don't knock it till you try it, right? So the nice again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. What does that highlight? What does that highlight? That highlights like a gluttonous type of lifestyle. Then I will say, what Avodah Zarah, but in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic behavior. Like if Shai Bar brings down, what's the chiluk between
under general circumstances, wouldn't have been at the school. But he was at the school for a little bit, and he was one of the worst students in the school.
Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What is
his mom
love about Avodah Zarah? If you go to spend
and he had like an older brother. And the older brother like,
it's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often, they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So if they're worshiping Hashem, why are you doing Avodah Zarah? Because Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works.
And he's like looking at
someone, but he's like, someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one. Step one. Write down all the stuff you want to
anyway,
do.
Is everything course
all the stuff you really want to do. Okay? And this is not theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, some of it not only is a mutter, but it's a mitzvah. And then all the stuff that you really don't care about.
I remember this kid had this,
all the essays, right? So all the stuff you really want, like you want the lines, you want Tarfus, you want Tumus, that becomes all of the mitzvahs.
It wasn't Playboy, it was fucking pretty
so
intense,
wherever
like
you see
hardcore.
Avodah Zarah, you see
that lasted one day.
Form of hedonistic
And somebody read on this kid.
It's actually not about the theology. It's really never about the theology.
As we got older,
Hakadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us.
We had this other
tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. I've always said, but I want to do that stuff.
Pictures of, so I remember when I was a really young kid, I was like in something, and I saw this one guy. What's his name? But he had a picture of. But you weren't supposed to have. They never. It was like an unwritten rule. You shouldn't have pictures inside your locker. But nobody really fucked with you. He had a picture of Maya, the artist Maya. I always thought she was so pretty. And I look at this bitch every fucking day, going up the stairs to the shop. And I know exactly whose locker it was. I can tell you his fucking name. I'm not going to. He's very. I always thought he was very cool. And I thought, when I get older,
remember, all of us have a void. We have an
so when I got to be that age,
and we're always trying to fill it.
I had
pictures of if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with all of the wrong things.
As I got to be senior, I started hanging out with college girls.
So again, because of college of non-compliance, Hashem says
truthfully, like,
against you,
very halachic.
My time so therefore again, so Sancheriv hears this.
Alleged. They're just telling the story. All this could be.
But then was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance,
anyway,
because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against the king of Ashur. So Sancheriv says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, if that's the case, Elamai Ta'ala, so I was punished. If Sancheriv actually did the will of God, why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi Asher says, Shvatim is Navi, he will yard that the Kluyushan.
Not realizing that the opening mechanism
to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. But Sancheriv set his sights on Yerushalayim as well.
Sword the stone this bitch. Nobody can get in this locker. But I was worried, so like, if I tell a teacher and they open my locker,
so ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancheriv, you overstep.
So I think I just was like, oh shit, I guess I can do my
punishment from the 10
or something. And
you set your sights on
the next day I brought in like
Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead. The Am Ha'ayif, so the tired nation. I was like, who's the tired nation? It's interesting.
Of this locker, still nothing. Still could not get in. I fucking had to like crowbar it and get this fucking thing open, and like my locker
so
was all
ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. So Gemara says, "My case, I showed I kill arts and arts and I've told you about so ultimately, again,
so there's always
not
this
like
rumor
the
that you
Odio,
get
this
to
is reference to
like
Malchus Yisrael, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah.
Nobody
Malchus Yudah.
had I'm telling you, when we had the opportunity, any free moment that we had, we would fucking
you
run
could have
to the
control
fucking
over Malchus
foosball
Yisrael.
table
Why?
and
Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of
wait
Torah.
our turn to
And when you
play,
throw off the yoke of
and we'd
Torah,
have to play
you have a
against
lack of
older
divine
kids.
protection, but you have no
And
control.
I still know
ultimately,
who I
again,
played.
over
I still
Malchus
can
Yudah.
tell you
Because that
who
Malchus Yudah,
who I
they took
thought were
upon
the two
themselves
best
the yoke
kids.
of Torah,
At
and they were
least
deserving of miracles, like literally
two
again, like the
years
splitting
older
of the
than I
Yamsuf and the splitting of the Yarden. So
or
the Gemara says,
something like that, and I remember how good they were. They could fucking like pass the ball between. I'm sitting here fucking spinning this motherfucking thing, and they're like, "That's not how you play." Fucking kids are how fast the guys go on. Anyway,
the nations. Right? Rashi says over here,
they would go and get sometimes people would go and get soda.
You'll become a source of
And
degradation.
I didn't really pay attention to this machine. I go
This
and like
is
the
the Sancheriv. So what's
soda.
interesting enough, Sancheriv did have
thing
a
is,
divine mission.
Years later, they got rid of
Malchus
this machine,
Yisrael.
and I'll say
But
why.
his mistake
Did I
was
tell you
going
about that?
after Malchus Yudah,
Still
was going
there?
after the
We'll
base of
get
Mikdash, going after Yerushalayim. So
And
where was weiter? So
then they put in like a machine that just had bottles. And it was like it just had bottles. And
so ultimately, again, Sancheriv makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on
and they were more
Yerushalayim.
expensive.
So the
They were
Gemara says,
$1.25.
"Hi,
That
Rishna,
was
Lai
this was the
Parashah."
good
Rashi says over here, "The king of being
So-
Daron Kazeh,
so-
Adam Kazeh, the king
Did I talk about that stairwell yet?
So
Anyway,
now the Gemara asks an interesting question: why was
so there's
Chizkiyo
this giant
deserving of this?
fucking
Right
machine.
afterward, Chizkiyo was a
And-
big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyo deserving of
I
having?
mean, I don't exactly. I don't remember the exact
as
moment,
much as Chizkiyo
but
is successful over
I
Sancheriv,
remember
there's a lot of anxiety.
in study hall,
There's
which
a
is
lot of
big. I go
difficulty.
into the
So
study
Chizkiyo
hall,
is such a tzaddik, and
and
why did he
you could
deserve
go to the
to
bathroom,
have
but you had to sign out
this fear of
and sign back in.
and
And
so I'm
like, you could not be.
So listen to this.
Once 3:30 hit, you had to be
What
somewhere.
happened?
You had to be in
So Rosh
detention,
Hashanah
which
swore
I never
that
really had
Sancheriv
that
was
much.
going to come
Allegedly,
on, was going to go ahead and march against
You had to
Chizkiyo.
be
What happened over there?
or study hall. It was like you could not be Roman school. Absolutely. Or you could be in
So I
the
say, so the
pew,
Chishma was
but
here's
you
what
had to
happened.
sign out.
Chishma was like this: if
And I
I
would
tell
go to the computer
Chizkiyo
lab
that I'm bringing
because it was air
Sancheriv against you,
conditioned,
but
and
don't
there
worry,
weren't really too
because
many
you're going to be
teachers.
successful. What
And I
is
would
Chizkiyo
fucking
going to say?
fuck around
Amar,
with the computer. Sometimes, but not often.
do me a favor.
Anyway, so this one day, let's just say, I don't remember the exact date.
Again,
I go and ask, can I go to the
by delivering a stunning
machine?
victory to Chizkiyo, because he
Person
didn't do
running
anything. Because Baruch wiped out the entire army of Sancheriv.
study hall.
There was a massive
So I
Kiddush
got
Hashem.
downstairs.
There was a massive, wave on
And
Emunah. But Chizkiyo would have said, you know what,
there I
God,
am.
it's
I
okay,
got my
let's call it
fucking
even.
50
Let's call it
cents.
even, right? Don't bring
Put the 50
Sancheriv
cents in.
and don't bring the
And I
salvation.
might not have been
Right?
paying
There's
attention.
too much
and then
anxiety, too much fear that it's
boom,
going to cause.
it hit.
Just leave it alone. Miyat kavatz
Dr.
Cheshbon
Pepper.
HaMishpah and my sinale. Cheshbon therefore swore, and he said, no, I'm bringing Sancheriv. Shnei Amar,
Man,
Nishba Hashem
hit
Tzibakos Leimor, Emo Kasher Dinisi King Hayat. V'kasher Ya'atz Bihi Takum,
let's just say
V'spor
that
Asher
Dr. Pepper and the
Ba'atzim,
Mountain Dew at the same time, and I didn't
Abusenu,
realize it.
V'sar
And
Me'arev,
boom,
Olu
both come down.
V'savalo Me'al Shech Lo Yasor. So the
What?
Kosh said, Yavon Sancheriv
I
V'siyaito,
just got two
Yasa
soda.
Obus the Chizkiyo V'siyaito. I'm going to
Serious?
bring Sancheriv, but Sancheriv and his Chevra, they're going to become
No
like a
fucking
trough.
way.
Like
This is what
trough
everybody
for
says is
Chizkiyo
rude. How the fuck
and
did I do
his
that?
kingdom. So I want to point out what a
And
profound Gemara this is, right? That sometimes, right, we'll say, we have this thought sometimes.
So I maybe still
had
had a quarter or something like
we
that.
bring
Too.
this down by Yaakov
Let me try
Avinu.
that.
That after Yaakov
I hit
found
the fucking
out,
thing and boom,
after
one.
Yaakov found out
What
that
the
Yosef
fuck?
was alive.
I just had two, now I've got one, now I've got three sodas. So I put two in my pocket. Just
I'm so happy
maybe put it in my
that Yosef
backpack or
is alive.
whatever.
That's so beautiful. Everything worked out well.
Or like in my locker or something. But I just
proposal.
thought to myself, how the
Instead
fuck
of
did I
everything
get two?
working out
This has
well,
always been a
why
rumor. I
don't you
go,
instead what?
you weren't allowed to
Leave it
talk in
alone.
study hall. You had to have like spaces
Leave it
in between.
alone.
I'd be like
Leave it alone.
trying to tell
Then you
myself.
could have spared me. You could have spared me ultimately again.
Like,
20 plus years of pain suffering. That's why the pasuk says,
and next day comes, I go there, put my 50 cents in,
that Yaakov offered up karbanos to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was midas hadin, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here HaKadosh Baruch Hu that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyahu would have said,
same
God,
shit. I do this for like a week or two.
but don't do it.
Still only getting
Don't do
one,
it.
but I know that 2 is possible.
After, just leave
But
things alone.
50
And I
cents
say so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things
And
work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such hope,
I got a
but
Dr.
there's like
Pepper
this
and
piece of me that thinks,
Mountain Dew
but why did you do it?
that one
Very
time.
nice you brought the salvation,
I
but the
wonder,
same
and like
God
I'm not
who
thinking
brought
of
the
the
salvation
mechanics
is
of the
also what?
machine.
Is
I
also
think
what?
it's just
The
like
same God who brought the
gifting me shit,
crisis. So
like
I
the
became the
giving
walls of
tree
Hashbahu.
or
Don't
whatever.
bring the
And I'm like,
crisis,
I
and you
wonder
won't need
if
the
I hit
salvation.
them at the
So
same
that's the
time,
Hashbahu of Hashbahu.
if it might
That's
open
where
up like
that's where the Devotion runs the world, and somehow
the
the
mechanism for
crisis was
multiple things at
necessary.
once.
It's not just the resolution that's
Boom.
necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. And sometimes those are things that
come
we
out.
just will never understand.
Like,
It's called
no
a life.
fucking
Says the
way.
Gemara,
That's what you have to do. You have to hit them at exactly the same time. And it can't be like boom, boom. No, then you're just getting one. It has to be boom, like exactly the same time. Like
don't worry, everything's gonna be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriv will be
like
lifted upon
whack-a-mole
you.
game or something, but like at the same time. And boom, 2 come down.
What's the oil?
So I go,
This is beautiful.
I fucking start to figure this out. And I start telling my friends, hey, I got 2 sodas.
Because
They're
of
like,
the
no, you
oil of Chizkiyahu.
like, yeah, I
What's the
did.
oil of Chizkiyahu? This is
Like,
beautiful.
I'm like, oh yeah. Next time
There was constant oil.
next time we have study hall, could be tomorrow, whatever. I will come back with 2. I'll go in with 50 cents,
all
and I'll
over
come back with 2.
Ma'asa. What did Chizkiyahu do? He put a sword at the entrance of the base medrash, and he said, "V'amar."
They're like, how'd you do it? Fucking magic. They're like, nobody's been able to figure this out. How did you figure it out?
With this sword. We stabbed with this sword. Now,
They're like, show it to
us.
us.
We're going to kill people left base medrash.
Right.
No, it's figurative.
So then the next day comes by,
was the following idea.
and I see some of the older kids going in there to put
a
in their fucking
recreational
quarter.
pursuit. Torah is life.
And I
Torah is life.
come up to them
And
and
if
say,
you
hey,
don't have it, then
you want
you
multiple
won't
sodas
have
at once?
life. Torah
They're
is
like,
actually, you say, what's like, sometimes
that's
you
only
look
going
in
to ruin
Torah.
it.
And what's Torah?
Like, I know.
It's very nice. It's beautiful.
Watch
Dr.
this.
Tversky has a
Give me
beautiful
50
idea. He
cents.
says, he points
And I
out,
tell them, like,
which says, you're always intrigued.
if I get 2,
how
can I have one?
He's what he's
They'd
talking
be
about,
like,
how people fall asleep during
yeah,
the drasha.
Okay,
So
cool.
he said people fall asleep during the
And
drasha. She says, not a new phenomenon.
if you have 50 cents more, I'll get you the other 2, and you can give me the other one.
Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a bad neighborhood.
Boom! In front of everybody, and they'd be like fucking people surrounding me. And 2 come down, and like, no way, you fucking figured it out. There's this fucking mad rush to the fucking soda machine. Everybody trying to fucking get this thing down, and nobody could get the timing down just right. And
right? Says no one's nodding off.
it was like,
why?
I was like, it was like sword in the stone. I was like fucking
since if we realize
King Arthur. Like, I
Torah
finally fucking figured out this machine.
And
And
words of Torah are life-saving.
maybe like a week could go by or whatever, and some older kid would be like, hey, come here, can you help me? Like,
And it's not everybody is an orator. Okay, it's fair.
No, isn't this theft? I didn't see it as that because the school was extremely expensive. I knew my parents were basically struggling to pay the fucking tuition. And I knew that they were overcharging for the soda in itself. It was like, that's not how much soda costs. Why are you charging so much? But,
but the show Torah is not something nice. Torah is
and it's kind of one of those things. If you're a really good customer, sometimes you get a little bit of a benefit here. Now, I considered it different. I knew other kids who got in trouble. One time they got into the concessions of that, and I never did that. I knew that was theft. But this was like a chance game, and if it's going to be a game, it's like if you're going to put a slot machine up there, and I can win the slot machine, is that theft? Is that theft? I understand if I go into the bank or the casino vault or whatever and steal that, I get that. That's theft. But this is like, at the time, Really? Yeah. It was like, look, if you're gonna have a shitty ass machine, and I learn how to get around it, and it's not like I'm stealing all the soda. It's just like I'm stealing a small amount. Is it even theft? That's the thing. Is it even theft? It didn't say one can per 50 cents. No, it was just like boom, boom, boom. Did you even have a thing on it for 50 cents? It didn't say one can per 50 cents. It might just say 50 cents. It didn't say it. It wasn't specific. And
also again, in those days, the Gemara says,
I remember,
people had very simple material.
I became the man. And there might have been some kids who could figure out this machine every once in a blue moon or something, but not as well as I could. Okay. To the point where like people would come up and ask me to do it. And
listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially.
I remember
they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying in waste. Why did it lie in waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields?
Take my whole arm and just boom, like all at once, and boom, 3 come down.
The ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Chizkiyahu Yehuda,
boom, like hit a whole bunch. And maybe I wouldn't get 4, maybe. But I remember these things would fucking come down. So I got to the point where I remember the athletic director who fucking stopped this thing was around. And I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. It was like, hey, you want to put a fucking slot machine here, and I win it. Is that my fault? That's kind of on you, dog. And he was there, and I just very innocently just go up, put my 50 cents in, and boom, 2 come down. And he's like, excuse me. And I'm like, yeah, what up, dog? And he's like, you just got 2 sodas. And I'm like, yeah, I did, because this machine sucks. And he's like, Is that the moral thing to do? And I'm like, I don't fucking know morality. This is a fucking commercial exchange. It says 50 cents. It doesn't say 1 soda for 50 cents. It's like, I've never even seen this kind of machine before. I was really like thinking it was innocent. And it was so innocent that I did it right in front of him, thinking like, this is fine. Like, boom. Really? Dog, have a machine from this fucking decade. It wasn't, this machine was from the 70s, and this was in the late 90s. So, I mean, and he's like, well, you shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, once he said that, I don't think I did. Really? No, and I remember 2 kids, 2 of my friends got caught in the can. You were not supposed to get in the can. And they got into the, I don't know, the room where the candy was locked, and they got into it somehow. And they got in trouble for that. And so it was like, okay. Like, hitting the fucking thing twice, and that was fine, and everybody was doing it. That was another thing, too. Everybody was doing it. Everybody jumped off a bridge, too. What are the repercussions? If I jump off the bridge and it's like 3 feet off the ground, yeah, it might be a fucking shortcut. Maybe there's no water, it's just 3 feet down. Whatever. There are bridges like that. And this situation was like, look, what are you going to do? If you say to me that you're not allowed to get the soda,
there's more than 10 steps mentioned in this passage, which the Gemara says,
hey, this fucking school is such a really? It was really unique, that's all I can say. But there was this boys' bathroom. No urinals in this whole fucking school. I remember thinking, like, there are no urinals in this fucking school. No urinals, but more sinks than you could fucking count. And
was actually quite beautiful. The Rabbi was saying,
this bathroom had like, I don't know, 100 boys who had to use it in the morning, and it was just fucking so much BO and farts. It was just BO and farts, and just adolescent male testosterone.
And there were this bathroom had 2 stalls, and it had 2 sinks, and it was as big as,
who was like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of
like not even close to ADA, nothing. You could not, if you were in a wheelchair, you could not turn in this fucking nothing. And it was never cleaned. It was just like you were on your own. Fortunately, there was toilet paper, which I think they did a pretty good job with. I'm a toilet paper expert, by the way.
Prophesied from the city of Anatot. You can go to Anatot today. Anatot is right outside of
Yerushalayim. I'm still an expert.
Right
what do you want me to do about it? So,
there's a
these 2 stalls. And it was just adolescent piss.
That is where that's where
shit just everywhere. There were loogies on the fucking ceiling from the Reagan administration. I mean, it was just really. Some guy snot rocket and just boom on the fucking mirror. Be there for the rest of the fucking year until we all had to go around and clean the school. It was just some guy would go boom on the fucking ceiling. Just why? Because there wasn't a lot of respect for the building. Respect for the students, yeah, but for the building, we were all just like. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell? We'll get into it. So there are these stalls. And I mean, I just remember having to go to the bathroom, and it's like, dude, there are like 6 people in line for this bathroom, and you can't even go in the fucking door. And like, just you'd open the door, and it'd be like kids getting like when I saw how actual schools worked, I'd be like, you mean you could like come in here with a fucking wheelchair, or like you could go like this and not hit both ends of the wall? I mean, it was like a house that was turned into a school. But this bathroom was the epicenter of BO,
was still in existence.
poops,
That was the sin of Nov.
piss,
Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul.
cum,
David is coronated
sweat,
as king. Shaul has been
everything.
effectively deposed as monarch.
Anyway,
This is to relinquish the throne.
Did I
And
tell you
admit
about
his
this
mistake with Amalek.
so what happened with
So what happens? He pursues David.
the
David chooses
well,
to
so I was
run away.
kind of like
He's
the
not gonna
Fonz for
fight.
this
He's not gonna
school
fight
that I could just go
son-in-law.
boom.
He's not
Like
gonna
the
fight
Fonz used to be able to go
son-in-law.
boom and hit a jukebox and it would just
So
play.
he runs.
I would just be able to
He can't
boom
tell
and
anyone
the
about
soda
what
would
has
just
happened. So what's
fucking
this? He goes
rain
to the city
down.
of Nov,
Really,
which was known
yeah.
as the
And then the
Purple
next
City of
year,
Nov.
they got a
Michigan was there.
different
And what happens?
soda
He sets down on a
machine
secret mission from
that
the
were
king.
bottles.
I need food and I need weapons. They give him food, they give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was a sword and a shield of gold.
Making
That's
another
Goliath that David had kept in the Michigan. David takes it. Who sees all of
concession
this
machine or
happening and
vending
discuss
machine.
all
I
this?
think they
A
did.
man by the name of
They got
Taik,
new everything, and all the prices went up.
of Shaul. And he comes back and
And
tells Shaul that
I don't think I
the city
bought
of
too much.
Nov
But
has
back when
sided with the rebellion
the old
of
days
David.
of this
The
school,
Kohanim have no,
when
have
everything was
absolutely
cheap,
no
that's
idea
how
that this
I can
Israelite
remember
big thing,
kid
they're-
would just be
they're
fucking
helping the king's
like
son-in-law
really
on a secret mission. So what happens to make a very long
frustrated
story
with
short?
school.
Shaul
It was
brings
just
some of his soldiers to
get a
Nov.
soda,
They wipe
take it,
out the city of Nov.
drink
One
half
survivor
of
from
it,
the city of Nov is
throw
discussed.
it across
They
the
went back to
fucking
This was a huge stain we'll see on
What do
Klal
you
Yisrael, on
call
Shaul, and on
The locker
David
room?
for reasons we'll discuss. So
and
the Gemara
like
says
hit
over
the
here
side
that
of
on
the
that day,
fucking
look at
wall,
Rashi for just a
and it
moment.
maybe
Old
went
Sayom
in the
Mishtayim
trash can,
Me'avodah
maybe it
Shalom.
didn't. There was no
Goes like 4
recycling
lines
at the
down the
school.
short
None.
lines of Rashi.
No
Goes in
recycling.
the Shara Me'avodah
You
Shalom.
had to be like, you know,
All I'm trying
recycling's
to
a thing, and they'd be like, huh?
Because Klal Yisrael
Really?
killed
There
out
was
the-
no
the-
recycling.
the Kohanim of Nov.
Everything went in the
Called out
trash.
to the
Really?
Shmarach Onesh and
No
Osayom.
recycling.
But
And
Osayom
that was
built
just
like
the,
the
that's
Shtayim
just
Mizrach
how
Onesh, Viva Hayom
recycling wasn't a big thing.
Osayom, Hayar Kosher.
Anyway,
Goes
there
to
would be
amazing.
soda
Yvonne
spray
Shaul
on
has
the wall
a
for
particular
the next
window in which he was going
4
to
years until one
exact
kid during that
retribution for
cleanup
Klal
time would go
Yisrael
and clean that up.
for the massacre in Nov.
There would
The
be.
last day of that window
There was this
was the
one
day that
part of
Sancheriv
this,
had marched
right by the
on
bathrooms,
Yerushalayim.
where you could
And
put your
had
legs up
Sancheriv
and like climb
attacked
way
on
high in
that
the air,
day,
and then
he
like
would
hold
have
up, hold
been
yourself up like this,
successful
and
against
people would
Yerushalayim.
just walk
Says the Gemara,
underneath
so
your
listen,
legs, like you'd be
The
like,
day that he marched was the
15,
last day
20
in which
feet
God was willing to
there's
exact
always this thing
retribution
people
for
wanted
Klal
to
Yisrael
go in the
for the
attic
Nov
of the school,
massacre.
which
And
had like
therefore, had Nebuchadnezzar, had Sancheriv attacking that
ladder
he
system.
would have been
Perhaps you
victorious,
can see my
as
old
he would
chicken
have been
scratch
the
there
rod
somehow,
of HaKadosh
somewhere.
Baruch Hu to exact punishment for
And then
crime.
like
So the
teachers would
city
walk
of no.
below and
Now get ready for this.
they'd be
This is
like right
amazing.
below you. And
So the Gemara says,
the
the Gemara says, I'm going to put also in the Shem, I'm relay, Kaldoi, So interesting.
Boys and girls were
So on
separated
the day that Sancheiro shows up in Yerushalayim, he's outside of the
for
walls, he's
as
outside of the
much
walls of the
as
city.
could be,
His astrologers
which is
tell him,
unlike
"King,
anywhere
if we march now, we will be
of
successful."
a normal
So
school.
what happens?
That
V'ilo,
isn't
lo yachlas lo.
like a religious
But
school.
ultimately, again, if we
But
wait till
this is a
tomorrow,
religious school,
we
so
will
it
not
wasn't
be
religious.
successful.
And-
So Sancheiro responds, Orcha the boy the
And
saguye
we didn't have a
ba'asari
lot
yoma.
of
So Gemara says, I'm sorry, v'ilo lo yachlas lo. Orcha the boy the saguye ba'asari yoma. Saga
interaction,
b'chad yoma. Furthermore, when
with
coming to Yerushalayim,
really
Sancheiro
anything.
had what we call kfitzas haderech.
except
journey
for
was
like
short.
a kid's
A
mom.
journey that would normally take 10 days took one day.
Yeah, but
Kimat
nobody
Yerushalayim.
knows.
So I'll say the idea over here is
maybe an
that there's the
administrator
perfect
or
storm.
something
The recipe is perfect for
like the office lady
Sancheiriv
or
to
something like that.
conquer Yerushalayim. He
So-
makes incredible time getting there. And
So
number
we're
two, this
about
is the
all
last
about
day
boys.
of no
And there
retribution.
were a few
Kimat
smells.
Yerushalayim,
The amount of
Yehi
BO
Yerushalayim,
after
Shadulei,
we would play
Bistarki,
football,
Yosef,
I can
Miguli,
remember
Shura,
the teachers,
Hatich,
male
Hatzil,
teachers
Kuli,
come in
Yerushalayim.
like
So I'll say
this.
what happens.
Like,
So
you guys
Sancheiriv
gotta
shows up
start
in Yerushalayim.
wearing
What he does is he keeps piling rugs.
deodorant. And
one
we're
on top of the other,
I mean, we were wearing deodorant, but we were just
until
sweaty.
you can
So
see over
sweaty,
the walls
just
of Yerushalayim.
wiping your head and
There
it's
it
just
is.
dripping.
He looks over the
And we would
walls.
only get 20 minutes to play. Oh, I want to say. So as a little kid,
When he goes in, he
I remember
sees
my
the
mom
sea,
asked
he
me, so
says, it looks tiny
before
in his eyes.
I went
The
there,
Amar, Halo
Um,
Do, he carted
I asked my
Yerushalayim.
mom,
He says,
do they have a football team?
is
she
this
said,
it? Is this the
no,
manager's? Is
not
this
that
your
kind of
shame?
But
Allah, our Gishis,
they do play
Kol
football at
Mesharsi,
recess, which is
that
all I
for this
care
I went
about.
ahead and I
And-
moved my whole army. Va'allah Kav
And the
Shis Kol
teachers,
Medinta.
which
And
was
for this I
totally
went ahead
unique.
and I conquered
Still
all of
think
the
it's
countries
unique.
until now.
And they
Halo
would.
Hizi
We
Hiro
have
Kachalosh Nikol Karchi
all
Amamaya.
of the
Bikam
seventh
Shis
grade,
Bitakov
which
Bitakov
is like
Lodi.
60 kids.
See, he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of
30
all the
kids,
cities
40
that I
kids.
conquered.
Wow.
So it's Allah
And then as the
Umay
grades got
Grishay.
older, fewer and
Mobil
fewer
Umay
kids. And then
Sibi Ade Al Tor Beis Hamikdash Tzion.
7th and 8th graders would
So
play
what
each other
happens? He
with
waves
some
his
teachers.
hand
And then
dismissively
junior
across
and
Yerushalayim
seniors would play softball
Harabai.
and
So
freshman. But usually once you got
so
that, they
Sancheiriv
weren't playing too
is
many sports.
exceptionally
Anyway, but we'd
unimpressed.
have like these
Exceptionally
armies of
unimpressed.
kids that would just
They
get
have to understand.
7th. The difference
Just
between a 7th grade boy and an 8th grade boy
no
is
time
big.
this, but
And just getting
Rav
trashed.
Kook,
And I remember always
Cook's
wanting
excited for Bracha
the ball.
was
And I might have
very-
only gotten my
was
7th grade year.
tried
Like,
very hard to attract
dozen.
wealthy businessmen from Europe
you just
to
wouldn't get the ball
relocate
thrown to you
their
that much if you.
businesses.
So I'd be a
So it's a
blocker,
story
and
that's
then I'd
told
rush
that
people.
one time there was
And I remember
particular
fucking,
fear
it was 2 hand
from
tap, and I'd
Poland
fucking
who had
sack
come
guys.
Terrence
And,
Yisrael to check it out,
You know, they
see
wouldn't
the
know. It
land.
would just be like
So
a
he
barely
goes
a
on his whole
touch.
tour.
And
He's
they'd be like,
about
does that
to
really
meet
count?
Cook.
Yeah, it
The
should.
Cook says,
Anyway,
says,
but if a kid got
he says to me, what do you think
a
about
sack,
that?
he'd come in
So he said,
fucking
man says, can I be honest with you?
cock of the walk.
So, whenever somebody says, can I be honest with
Especially
you?
if they're
You know what's coming. Can I be honest with you?
And,
So he says, of course.
um,
He says, the truth is,
but
it's
as
not
I
so
got
beautiful.
older,
It's not so beautiful.
I always
It's
wanted to
garbage on
touch
the
the ball,
streets.
and
It's
it was
this,
like,
it's that. It's not so
remember
beautiful.
the teacher would come out, we had the ball, and be like, this is a big fucking deal.
The
And
ability
then,
to see
fortunately,
beauty in Eretz Yisrael
my family got a
is
ball,
directly
and I kept this
proportional
ball.
to
I
the
still
amount of
have
personal
this one of
spiritual
the
beauty
infusion ones that
you
would
possess.
blow itself up, and I
If you
took this
possess
fucking
much
ball
spiritual
everywhere.
beauty,
That was the
you'll
thing.
see
I'll
the
say
beauty
this.
in
I
the
got
land.
in this fucking story.
If you
Did I
don't
tell you about the
possess
stairwell yet?
spiritual
Anyway,
beauty,
these
you'll see
kids,
garbage on the streets.
my
And that is that's the nature of
friends
Eretz
of our
Yisrael.
family,
You have to see
my
Eretz
family never
Yisrael
had any
with
fucking balls.
Kedusha Dika
But
eyes.
this family
Don't see
had
Eretz Yisrael with
everything.
Kedusha
This
Dika
is how
eyes.
you need to be Israel.
Is it
Have
the
a
most
soccer
beautiful
ball in
line?
your car, a basketball in your car, a
Maybe
football in
it's
your car,
But when
like
you
a
see Eretz
baseball bat, a
Yisrael,
wiffle bat,
with not your eyes,
they
but
had
with your
all kinds of
neshama,
shit in their car.
there's nothing more
And
magnificent than
whenever we went anywhere, we go to a park or whatever, they always had balls. They always had
But
something.
he sees it.
You wouldn't be that fan.
Gentile eyes. He sees it
Having a
Gentile
ball
eyes. So
will make your
Gentile
kid
eyes see it, and Gentile eyes, that's it.
And I really mean that.
And the
Like,
guy forgot. He's like,
and,
he's waging this whole campaign.
I had a ball.
His
That's not
soldiers
right. That's
have been on
cool.
the road for who knows how
So we
long.
took the ball everywhere. And
This
people
is
would be like,
it. It's like
where's the
one
ball?
shawarma store.
And
You
I'd
know,
be like,
this
oh,
is the whole thing.
Come on, let's play.
So
And
he
we'd be
says
throwing
like
the ball around,
there's
whatever.
a huge.
And
by the
as I
way,
got older,
coupled
then
this
I
with the
became a
fact
quarterback
that he was also
for
a
our
ridiculous Balgaiva. He was ridiculously arrogant. So like he says, like this
but
is
then we played the
ridiculous.
little
This
kids,
is what I marched
and
for.
I was like,
So he goes on, he goes,
you know, I eventually became that position that I always wanted to be. The guy who got to touch the ball a lot and throw the ball a lot.
Everyone
And
knows if this cloud goes in life, where there is great
Tell a
arrogance,
quick
there is
story.
great downfall. So you see
And this
the
is like a
soldiers
real,
begin to say, oh, this is not going
I
to
don't
end
know,
well.
it
The
still
astrologers are saying, go
affects me.
now. Sancheriv is saying, this is
So we
nothing. This is
play
a cake. It's
against the
easy,
younger
right? Piece of
kids.
cake.
We usually
So
play
soldiers say,
against the
king,
kids
let's go now.
the
We're
year
ready.
younger
Let's go
than
today.
we
I'm
were.
little.
And
Tell me soon. Little, tell me
and
soon.
that's how
You
you
know
get to know
what?
them
Bit
and
tired.
become friends with
A
them.
bit tired today.
And
We'll go tomorrow. I
there was
see
this,
Li Kochad B'Chaminaychu.
there was like an open field, and then the end zone. You ask anybody who
Each
ever
of you will
went to the
bring me a
school, they
piece
will
of
tell
the
you there
wall.
was no
So
like real back
incredible
of the
time.
end
And I want
zone.
to understand,
It was
here's
just
the
like
downfall. Right? What's the
there were
downfall? The
trees,
downfall
and
is
you
that
kind of
day
just
was his
you
window.
didn't want to go that far.
day
But
was
like
his window.
the end zone was
That
like
day was
basically
the last day for
the field went
retribution
like
for the
this,
city of
and then
Nob.
once you got up
That day was his
the
window.
incline a little bit, that
March,
became the
he
end zone.
would
But
have
the
been
end zones were
conqueror
really big.
of Yerushalayim.
And
But as most things in life, Gaiva
I had
gets
this
in the
friend
way.
of mine who
Miyad, Vayiba Laila, so let's remember again. So what
was a
happens?
different kind of
He
kid,
says, you know what?
just
Let's rest tonight. We'll relax tonight. Tomorrow. What happens that night? We already learned
kind of
yesterday.
into some things
That
that not
night is
all
when the
of us were
Malach
into.
comes along and kills
And he was good
185,000
at catching
sleeping
the ball.
soldiers.
And so he kind of became a guy who I have this chemistry with him, where he would go in the back of that end zone, and I could throw the ball to him, and he would catch it, and I remember he'd catch it. There were a couple kids who would catch like this.
They wake up in the morning and there were a few survivors, as we'll discuss,
And
and they find
then this
185,000
one time he ran
corpses.
across
Papa says,
threw this ball,
this gives us a very important lesson.
and as he ran across pattern,
Which I said literally means
he
if you look at
slammed
Rashi
right
towards the end
into
of the
his
short
fucking
line.
chest.
Bastina
And
Badaldina,
I don't mean
Kevan Shalon,
face
Dina,
first, I mean head first.
Sometimes
I remember we
when
all
you don't pass
stood
judgment,
around him,
the fight
and he
goes
was
away.
out.
So which is another way of
Cold.
saying that there was like
And
when you procrastinate, you lose your
like,
window
"Are you
of
okay?"
opportunity. When you
And
procrastinate, you lose your window of
he was
opportunity.
like,
Opportunity waits for no
like
man.
his eyes
even for
open, and
some.
okay, well, are you alright? Come on, get up, dude, let's play.
We're not
And
crying
he wasn't
for that.
getting up.
But at the end of the day, it's dramatic
And
how the Rebbe Shalom gives him Kfitza
like, come on,
Sadara.
man.
The
Like,
Rebbe Shalom gives him
play,
the
come on.
Kfitza Yerushalayim, and he
and
squanders it.
he was out
Because
for
again,
like 5 minutes, which is
probably because of Gaiva.
long
But the
period of time
message
to
is
be out
procrastination leads to loss of opportunity.
under these
The
circumstances.
Yishbi
Every
Beno,
moment
get
of
ready
being
for
able
this
to
is
play
amazing.
was so big. We'd fucking eat like this just to get outside. I remember I would just, not even eat my lunch, just fucking
Now,
throw my lunch in the trash.
the Novi over here, this
He's
is
like, hey,
Shmuel
why are you
Beis,
throwing that out?
speaks
They
about a
fucking
man
hate it.
of
Like,
Yishbi
it's time to
in
play
Nov,
football. Anyway,
who was of the descendants of Arpa. Harpa
this
is
kid was
Arpa.
out, and
We're
we
going to
all
see in just a
surrounded him,
moment
and
the sister
like,
of the
hey, dude,
sister
are
of
you
Rose.
okay?
Mishkal Kino
Out.
Shlosh Meos, excuse me,
And
Shlosh Meos, Mishkal Mechoshes,
you
V'hu
know,
Chaver
he
Chadasha,
eventually got
Vayara
up and just kind
Lahakos
of
as
like
David. So it says we're
walked
going to
into the
see
school or whatever,
Yishbi
but it wasn't
was the
bloody or
brother
anything.
of Goliath, the brother of
And
Goliath. After
the
David
next
kills
day comes,
Goliath,
and I
so
remember
Yishbi has
he
what
was
they
like,
call
you know, I've
the
had a
blood
headache
feud.
all
Right, blood feud
day.
with David.
And we're like,
And
why do you
again,
have a headache?
he's
Dude?
a
Quit being a
big
pussy.
man
Like, we were just
himself, knew his
totally
armor,
forgot about what happened.
stark spear, everything. And
And
he
the
says he's
kids
going
who
to kill
hear me
David.
say, so
So
remember
the
it?
Gemara says,
The
"My
kids who were there, and
What
they'll
does
be
that
like,
mean? The
that's
Yishbi
right,
Beno."
he did
So the
say
Gemara
that.
says, "I'm Rabbi Yehuda, I'm Rabbi
And
Ish Sheva al
this
Iskino."
hitting the
We'll say,
tree
get ready for this Gemara.
changed his personality
Rav Ashi
forever.
said he was a man who came to David
And
HaMelech
he went
because of
into
the
different
episode
things.
No.
He went
Now,
into
what
like,
does David HaMelech have to do with
he
No?
went
Get
from
ready for this.
like,
Only HaKadosh Baruch Hu to David.
he got really into like, kind of like Nirvana and goth,
He
but
says,
like,
David HaKadosh Baruch Hu
like
says,
very
David,
much the
how
hot
long
topic.
are
He
you going
loved
to
that shit.
hide
And he
this
was never
sin
like
of
this
No?
before I threw this ball and he fucking
Nerga
hit
Nov
his head.
Ira Kohanim.
And
Wow. Through you, the city of
we
Nov was
would,
wiped out.
and like people who hear
Because
me
of
say
you,
this, that's
Mitzrak
right, he
Doeg
did
Ha'adom.
hit his head.
Doeg had
Meaning
no
he
I
had,
remember again, Doeg
and
had
he
no
had this
ultimately
huge
died because
lump,
he
like a
massacred
huge
the city
lump
of
on
Nov.
his head.
Va'al
He
Yadcha,
had thick hair,
Nergu Shaul
but
Shlosh
underneath
Zmanav.
his
And
hair,
because of
he had
you,
just a
because
giant
of
lump, and he
you,
would just kept
Shaul and his
complaining
three
about
sons
having
died.
a headache for
Remember
like a
again,
week.
how do Shaul and his three sons
And
die? They die in the war
I
against the Plishtim.
don't
Right?
blame
They're fighting
myself
against
because
Plishtim. They die in
this
the war
is
against Plishtim.
anybody who knows
So Kishmael
the
is stuff
field
gives
that we
lots of
play.
all
There's
this
just
stuff.
like one tree,
So
and
what does this mean? So
just
the
ran
Daniel
this
Young says
crossing
something
pattern,
amazing.
and
He says a tzaddik is
he just
responsible
fucking
for
nailed his
negative
tree
things
so
that happen
hard.
as a result of his actions,
And
even if his actions were not
I don't
good.
blame myself. I don't
No,
think it would
so
be right
at the
to.
end of the
But I
day,
think about
David's
it,
actions
this
set off a
incident,
chain
it hurt,
reaction
changed his
of events
personality
that
completely.
result in the
And
massacre at Nob. Now, David HaMelech was
got
trying
into
to do
all
his
kinds of different
best,
things. Like,
ultimately to shield
I've never
the people
known of
of
a
Lov. He
head
was doing his
injury,
best to try
which
to
is what
operate under
he
it, but
had.
at the end
He had
of
a,
the
I
day,
imagine he had
it
a
was
pretty
his
bad concussion,
actions
but
that
back
caused
then
their
nobody paid
death.
attention to
So we'll say
concussions.
this is a
CTE
dramatic
wasn't
idea
a thing.
because
Ask
then Yoda
anybody. It
says
was just
that
not
you
a
have to
thing.
understand something.
That
Sometimes
only
in life,
became big.
we
Like,
go ahead and I do something,
in the
and as
20s.
there's a negative repercussion, Now, that
This
wasn't
kid
my
hit this
intention.
fucking tree.
And again, I
And
acted
no
in good faith,
protection,
I did.
nothing.
But
But he
understand
wasn't
that
bloody,
as a
so we
result
weren't
of
like
my
too
action,
concerned. We're like, oh, walk it
someone
off, you'll be
else
fine.
encounters pain. Someone else suffers.
But this changed
Even
his
though, again,
fucking
that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It
personality
just happens to be a
to the point where,
byproduct
like,
of my
last I
action.
heard about
If
this kid,
someone else is pain and
he would
suffering,
ride a bike
there's his chayvus for that. There's responsibility for that. Now,
Mountains.
obviously, by the tzaddik,
Colorado
that's not
Rocky,
by
or the
painful.
Rocky
So the
Mountains.
Ribono Shel Olam says, David, your
And all he
action
would
set
do,
off a chain reaction
somehow
of
he
different events that ultimately
had
result
a
in the massacre of
mason
Noah,
jar of
the death of
LSD,
Doeg, and
and he would
ultimately
just
the
trip
death of Shaul and
for
his
thousands
sons.
of miles.
Remember, again,
Bike
the
ride, and he would
Klal
just go
Yisrael
back
loses the
and
war
forth.
against the Plishtim. Because we don't have time
I
for
was
it.
just
But
like the
Klal
most
Yisrael loses
fucked
the war
up
against
thing.
the
And
Plishtim. Why? Why
this
did Klal
kid,
Yisrael lose the war
he was
against the
never
Plishtim?
like that.
You remember
before he
from your
hit his head
extensive
on the
Navi
street.
studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the
It
Plishtim?
really changed.
Because Shaul
And
diverted
tell you
all
about
of the
that
resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing
stairway?
David.
All right, we'll
Because
get
he
into
was
it. So you were like
reckless
the
and
Fonz. I was like the
irresponsible
Fonz.
with
I
using
could hit the
military
fucking thing.
resources.
And I always had the football, so it was like
they're chasing David. Shaul gets word
we
that the
didn't really
Plishtim
have
have
jobs.
invaded.
Really. I was
He
never
thinks twice. Should I
academically
continue
eligible
to
to
pursue David or
be
should I
the
go after
we
Plishtim? That's how
like
so
like
messed
even
up
to play
everything
sports,
is. Says
but
that
you could
David
play
Amelach's
at
fault.
recess. And
I know it's not David fault, but
recess
Tzaddik
was
his responsibility for the even the
I still
unintended
love
repercussions of his
really
actions.
to
So it's a dramatic idea. So the Gemara goes like that.
anyway.
The Gemara
Let's
says,
talk
so
about this
guys,
fucking
David, you have all this
stairway.
responsibility. Here's the
All right,
choice.
so
Here's the
stairs.
choice.
There's like a pump, like
So
one stair,
you can't lose that.
like a plateau,
David,
and
here's
like
the
you
choice.
look in and
Listen
it's
to
like
this.
a
Listen to
poor
this
man's
choice.
fucking
I
village.
could either wipe
Like-
out all of your descendants,
Poor man's
or you could suffer.
difficult society.
Which one
Then,
is it?
then there's
Your
another
children gonna
step.
suffer,
There are no fucking ramp.
Or
Well, there is a ramp, but it's
again,
like fucking,
are
you
you
know,
going to suffer? Which one is it?
Lieutenant
So
Dan.
the Gemara says, "Amar David Ribono Shel Olam,
New Year.
Mutav emsor biyad
Really,
oyev
it's just-
lo yikale zari."
Okay,
So
so
David
there's,
Amelach
there's
says,
a
I would rather
plateau,
suffer
and
than
then
chas v'shalom
another
have my
ramp. Then
descendants
there's
like
like,
that. Let's get ready for this. Yom Echad, one day, Nafak l'skar
there's
basor.
like
So one day
tracks,
David Amelach
like
went
these metal
out
tracks.
hunting.
Once you get in there,
We'll say again. So he
the
went back.
stairs.
He
The
says,
stairs get really slippery,
Rashi says,
and there's
Sachar
like this
Gizoy,
metal.
Loshon Parsi Gita Kav. So
I
fine.
love
He
it
went
when they
out.
show this
He went
fucking
out
stuff.
to
There's like
hunt.
this metal
Again, hunting for food, not hunting for sport. Asa Satan
stair edge.
v'itmi
But
lekitav.
again, if you fucking
So what
step on
happened?
it,
So the Satan came
you
along
would just be
and appeared to David
like
Amelach as
scalp.
a deer.
really, oh,
Hasak begira. Well,
like,
so what happened? So
flay.
David Amelach shot an arrow,
really, yeah.
but he missed the deer.
And
So the Gemara says, Mash, so v'lo
It's
Mash,
and there's like
eretz plishtim.
stairs
So
down
what
and
happens?
stairs
David Amelach
up.
goes running after the deer, and without
And
realizing it, he wanders into Philistine territory. So David Amelach wanders into Philistine territory all by himself, without
one
an
day,
army, and Bipashtos
you know, you're
not
with all the
army to
boys,
enough.
and you're like,
So
okay,
and who does he
we'll take the
want him to
central
run
stairwell
into?
for whatever.
So what
reason.
happens?
Not taking the boys stairwell.
Yishbi
Certainly
Binov.
never
Oh,
taking the girls.
who does he run into?
Really, I
Yishbi.
remember
Yishbi
like,
Goliath's
there
brother
were parts of the
is the
school I
first
did
guy
not.
he happens to run into in Philistine territory. Amar. So Yishbi sees him and he says, "Haynu hay
Perhaps I
dekatli
never was
Goliath
there. Really?
Achi." This is the guy who
Yeah.
killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do?
There were always parts of the
Comes,
school
he
that we
grabs
wanted to
David,
go in, but
ties
we
him
weren't
up.
allowed to. It was really an
Well, it's
interesting place.
interesting thing that he did. Osveit
Even
v'shati
the,
to save
the
Dave
faculty
Pacha.
lounge, we always
He
wondered what
moves
was on the
David, he ties
side of
David
the
up,
faculty
and he
lounge.
puts him in
We
between the
always
two
figured it was
stones
like
of an olive press.
wanted
So what does
signs
he
or
plan
like
to do?
fucking how to
He's gonna
teach that.
sit
We
on
never knew.
So
And then when we
Yishbi's a big
graduated,
guy.
we
He's
poked
going
our
to
head in.
sit
It was
on
just
the
like
olive
a
press, and
normal
essentially
wall.
he's going to
But we're
crush
always
David Amelach.
fascinated with areas
It's
we
obviously
couldn't go.
Yisa. Makale Aaron,
It
you
was
say.
fucking
So a
central
miracle
story.
occurred, and what happened? The
And
ground
then like
underneath
there's
the
that
bottom
fucking
store of the
yearbook
press
book,
became
which
soft.
with
So
all
when
the beds,
Yishbi
it looks like a
sat,
triage
the press
unit.
sunk
We never
instead of
fucking
crushing
figured
David
it out.
Amelach.
I think the only time I ever went in
says,
there, there was another house like on the grounds of the school
Okay, so
that
either way,
are like
so Yishbi realizes, okay, he leaves him for later, but he's
there's
tied up
a
in
house
between the
that the
press.
school purchased as I got older,
So we'll say
and
that day,
it was in the front yard of the school.
that
We were
day
playing
was Erev
football.
Shabbos.
Somebody threw me the ball, and I went to catch it.
So we'll say David
lawn
Amelach,
of
one
the
of his
school just
generals,
had a
a man by the name of
random
Abishai ben Sruya,
Um,
so was going ahead and washing his hair. So just trying to tell you, the Gemara says he used
ditch thing.
Dalit
I
Garbi
fucking
Demaya, 4 barrels of water. Okay?
turned my ankle in this thing,
Chasme
and
Dama.
I thought it
Saw
broke my
drops
ankle. I
of
did
blood
not,
in
but
the
it was
water.
a big deal.
And he understood
We had
that
to call
that
my
was
mom
meaning he
and
saw it
put me
wasn't
in
from
that fucking
him.
triage
So
room.
something's going on. Others say that a dove landed in front of him and started like flapping its wings in a violent manner. Amar Guinness Israel Leona Amislay Shneimar Kanfa Yom Mechba Bekesef.
One of the
Shmamina
worst
David
things
Malko Yisrael
not even
Sarah
close to fucking
So let's see. So what happens? He sees the blood. He sees the
Did we talk
dove
about this
flapping
fucking
around. He
story
realizes Klal Yisrael is compared
So,
to a dove. It must mean Klal
There's
Yisrael is in
this
trouble.
fucking
Now, Klal
checkerboard
Yisrael was just
tile
fine.
that was
So
like
who must it refer to?
whatever.
It must refer
And
to the king.
there's
The
fucking
king is in
edge.
trouble. Well, say, listen to this.
I'm
Also, they
like, why are
say,
you telling
well,
us this?
Ashton goes to the palace.
There's
Right,
absolutely
the
no
king is
reason,
not
but I
home.
want you to
And it's Erev Shabbos already.
And so
So
there's
Amr, Tanan,
the
in
stairs go
Rochman
down
Al-Siso,
to
then
go into
Yoshana
like
Kiso,
the
then
lower level
Mishtamshim
of school,
Bisharbito. B'Shas
and then you go
HaSakana,
up,
but the
and
halacha
then
is,
it's like
you
the front
cannot use the king's
office,
horse, you cannot sit on the
and then
king's
there's
throne,
another
and you cannot use the king's
level,
scepter.
and
So
that's
part
like
of the
there's
covenant
like
of Malchus is you can't
mezzanine
use the
floor,
king's
like
stuff.
the first floor.
B'Shas HaSakana, what about when the king is
Whatever
in
you
danger?
consider it.
The
Not the
king is in
ground floor.
danger. So what Abishai ben Sriya
It
is,
wasn't
the
really
king had the fastest horse, was the fastest
It's done
mule.
like
So can I ride the
Whatever.
king's
There's
horse
like a
on it?
lower
That was the Shaila.
and then
So
like
say
a
what
lower
happens.
level.
Also,
It's
Shal
just
ben Midrashim. He goes to ask a Shaila in this
But it wasn't like
Amrulay,
a base.
the Shas Sakana Shapir.
It was like just
Ultimately, again, time of
I
Sakana,
don't know
yes,
how to describe
you
it.
can go. You can use it.
Anyway,
So we'll say, first of all, it's an amazing, amazing idea.
the
A
front
Jew
office, and then
always
there's
has to know
another
what the
level up,
halacha is.
then like a plateau,
Always has to
another
know
level
what
up.
the halacha is. You
And
have
then
to
you get to
ask
the
the Shaila.
I think
I
probably
shot
the third
Sakana,
one. There's the
this,
first
of
one,
course,
second one, I think
but
you call it
I have to
the
be quiet for the Pashas.
third one. Technically, anyway.
But everything in our lives is governed by halacha. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So a person,
And as you would look out the windows of the school, there would be like areas of the building that you've never been in. Ask anybody who like wasn't really familiar. There'd be areas of the building with which you weren't familiar, and you'd be like, what the fuck's going on there? And years would go by, and you would never ever get the chance to see it.
Listen to this.
Though there was one time, I won't go into that, where we got to explore that part of the school, and it was super nice. We thought it was super nice. It was, but it was like a real mansion. Like, oh, this is like a
what do they call it? The star-studded cast of characters.
Like, this was really nice.
So as he's riding, he has right to the Plishti area. Who does he see?
Like marble.
Arpa.
And
who's
Arpa?
Arpa?
Like, oh, this
Arpa was the mother
of.
Now, whether this means actual.
Really
He sees Arpa. She must have been very
anyway.
old, actually, right? Arpa, who was the mother of Goliath and the mother of Yishbi. So what happens? So Chazi Arpa Ime.
And like as the school
she
got
was
bigger,
she was spinning while she was
different
weaving.
parts of the building.
So what happens? Ki Chazi say
it was very weird.
Shadarti Luya. Summerlin
This is the
Mikto.
OG.
So what happens? As Arpa sees Abisha Ben Sriya, so Arpa
down,
must have known
up,
that Yishbi had captured
and
David.
up.
Arpa now
Three
sees Abishai ben Suriya running, Terrorist pushed him. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes the her spindle and she throws it at Abishai in an effort to kill him.
Kids,
So she misses him. So
they
after
say
she misses
that
him,
the
she
sense
pretends
most
that
tied
she
to
had no
memory
ill
is
will.
smell. And I believe that. Sometimes I get a random smell and I'll be like,
Excuse me,
take
young
me
man.
back.
I dropped
Just
my
for a
spindle.
moment.
Would you
Maybe
mind
fleeting,
getting
but it'll
it for
take me
me?
back. I'll
So what
smell
happens?
something.
So he
and
sure
it'll
does. Paski Bereish
And-
Mocha V'Katle. He brings it back to her, throws
There
it at
was
her
one
head,
day-
and kills her.
be kids.
Fine, Arpa's out. So says the Gemara,
That
Kat Chazye Yishbi Binov. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now
It's
David
still-
HaMelech
it's like it
shows
was
up
yesterday.
ultimately again. Now we'll say,
like I had
remember, now
flashbacks
we understand also the Pasuk calls him Yishbi
So
Binov
we go from like
because
the
this is part
lower
of
floor,
David HaMelech's
ground floor,
punishment
and
for
the
that
first floor.
which occurred in
I'm with
No.
my friends.
So the
whatever.
Gemara says what happens? He's Yishbi
We're
Binov.
just-
Amar
I say
Hashta
friends, we went to
Havu
school,
Beit Train Bekatlu.
We're
So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees
walking.
Abishai coming, that he's going to
This
be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together
Central.
is a bit too
So
much
well.
to handle.
Some of the
Too much
older
to handle.
kids-
So what happens? He goes
Yeah.
there. He says, "Now I'm going to be outnumbered." So
kinda
what does
like
he say? Get ready for this. So Paskin and David Leilei.
As we're all going
Virat
to the
L'Rumche.
top
So
stairs,
what's Amar Nebo
top.
Ali
We had to
B'Nikos?
go to the third
He
floor.
wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws David up in the
You
air,
ever seen a
which was an
cartoon
incredible display of
where
strength.
they like tried to
Puts
show
his
what
spear
a smell
down in the ground, obviously,
and they like have the
facing
smell
up.
like that
I
goes
figured
through
that
like
enough just
this,
going to land on the
and then
spear and we're done.
up the fucking
So what
nose.
happens? Who shows up just in time? Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai
That's like
comes
the
right
best
at
way I
David
could
is midair.
I could
He
like
says the Shem
describe
first,
this.
the Shem
Can we
Hashem.
talk about this
Ultimately,
story?
David
So as we
Shemai
approach the
La'aro.
stairwell,
So ultimately,
this,
again,
like,
see,
fucking
he says the
smell
Shem
goes-
Mufurash and suspends
like, right-
David HaMelech midair. Suspends David HaMelech midair. We'll say, get ready for this. Get ready for this.
And it was
Says
like
the Gemara. So V'nei Ihu. Why didn't David just say the Shem Mufurash? David HaMelech also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why did David say the name in order to suspend himself?
And some of the older kids are like, what the fuck is that?
The
And they're like,
incarcerated
oh
individual
my god,
cannot extricate himself from
oh
his
my
jail.
word,
It was an
can you
incredibly
believe it?
important
Can you
pursuit,
believe it? And they're like
which
older,
again,
and I'm like, I
generally
don't know
we
what's
take to
going
mean
on.
that sometimes, again, we spoke about
And
this
even
on
some of the
Shabbos.
kids in my
Sometimes when you are in a
grade
situation you
are
can't
like,
see the trees
can
from
you
the
believe
forest.
that just
We spoke
happened?
about this in the
Can you believe that just
Mishnah
happened? Now,
Basela
I can
Rav.
tell you,
Now
I
again, Rav
smell
doesn't have
every
to be a
fucking
Rebbe
smell
or
from this
Rebbe.
fucking school.
Like Rav
Every
just means
kind of
someone
fart.
whose
The
advice
loudest
you
of
rely
farts.
on. Someone
Kids,
who
I
can
had
see
this one
your life,
fucking
can
fart
see
one time.
you
Legend.
outside of you. David
I'll
Amalek
even
is
talk
in the
about
thick
it.
of this.
That's how good
He
it was.
cannot think
I don't know what it
clearly.
was. It was
He
the
cannot
absolute
act
best fart in the history of farts.
and therefore,
I can
even
just
if
say
he
that.
knows
You ask
same
anybody
Shem
from my
Mefurish,
class,
Supposed to get ready for
they
this.
will say,
Amalek,
they'll
my
remember where they were.
Gazaka.
They'll be like, oh,
So
we
the
have to sit
first thing
down for this
Avishai
one.
says,
It's like one of those things, like a Dateline with 60 minutes.
what
You
are
gotta
you
sit down
doing
for
here?
this one.
Right?
And they'll all
What
tell
are you
you.
doing here? Amalek,
Exactly. I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again.
so he tells, see, what David Melech, so you would have
I
thought
had
David Melech was going to say,
something.
listen,
I
I
don't
was
know what it
chasing
was.
a deer and I
But
just ended up
to
here.
this day, I've
How
never
does
had a
David Melech
fart like
realize
this
that this was a
before. Or like
about
a
this?
day
So he
where I
tells
had
Avishai
like
the
this.
whole story.
It
What's
was
the whole
like
story?
I
The
had
story
a
is God
boiler
told me
maker in my
punished.
fucking
He
stomach
asked me,
or
do I
some
want to
shit.
get the punishment to my
Not the
kids?
drink, just
So I
like
said, I'd
literally
rather
a
get the punishment to
boiler.
have my
Like,
kids wiped out. Amalei, apoch selus sech. So Avishai says to David, change around your tefillah.
this school
Ask
had
HaKadosh
no air
Baruch Hu to
conditioning.
punish your
They had
children
like
and
individual
not
air
you.
conditioning.
So listen to this. He
It
says,
was everything. Everything. I just remember
So as people say,
there were
better for
such
my
bad
grandson to
smells.
sell
There was
wax, but I
ginkgo,
should not
and
suffer.
there were
So I say, so what does that mean? You know, it's a
there's
natural
BO and
rachmanis on
sweat
parents to have
and
rachmanis on their children.
sometimes like spoiled
think the pshat
food,
is like this.
old milk,
What Avishai
like
ben
all
Tzvi
kinds of
says is, listen,
things.
all
And
you can plan for is the
someone
present.
vomit.
Right now, but
Kids,
the Baruch is giving you the
anyway.
opportunity for sheket, shalom, and shalom
And
in
I
your
remember
present.
my one
So
time,
take it. A lot can change between now
brought in
and
a
the
stink
future.
bomb.
You have plenty of time. You
And
know, the Baruch
put
is
it
going
in
to
the
dispatch
locker
it upon your children.
and it
You have
cleared out the
plenty
house.
of time.
And this that was very pungent, like rotten eggs, like sulfur.
Now,
I remember
grab it.
the dean of boys
Take
comes
it.
in and he's
Use
looking
it
around and
to
trying to figure
change
out
your
who did it.
circumstances
I
going
remember
forward. So
I remember
swap
watching
your
this
tefillah
thing
around.
break.
Switch it
Like
around.
somebody kicked it into the fucking locker and it shattered the whole fucking thing.
So we'll say ultimately,
remember that.
David says, I'll David, but
It just
Avishai, can you
stunk
help me
really,
David?
really bad. They had to open up all the fucking windows. I can remember teachers at school would smell so bad after we came in. After playing football all sweaty, they would take the door and go like this and just try to wave out some of the fucking smell. It would, and when you're young guy, like, you're just fucking full of hormones and
So Avishai and David
adrenaline
now
and
run
stuff.
away. So Yishbi is running
And,
after them.
Like we'd smell farts, every kind of fart. Farts in the stairwell, farts in the hallway, farts in the school, farts in the room. Like,
So they
I
said
had
then
this
they had a
thing
second
at
thought,
the
they kept
documentaries
running.
that go like
And then when they got to
this.
Betrayed, they said, you know
And
what, two lion
I'd
cubs
make people
cannot
think that I was
defeat the
farting.
mighty lion.
And it became cool to be like fire.
Yishbi was much
You're a
stronger
good
than
fire. Like,
So
that'd be a
Mark
really
says,
good one. Anyway,
so what happened?
why?
Moses said,
Because
then
it was
they
just
realized,
funny.
however, at some point in time,
Whenever anybody did anything, they have to go like
so
this.
listen to the plan they
Like,
did.
Some kids
So they
couldn't
turned
take
it
it.
on and they said to him, Zil ishtachach
And this one day, I had the worst fucking
why don't you
gas.
go visit the grave of Arpa?
Not because I had to fart
Now
so
what they
much,
just told him
but the
was what?
smell.
Right? We killed your mother.
It was on like, it was
Killed
like
your
a
mother.
sweet
Supposed to listen to this.
potency that has never been emulated in the history
When
of
they mentioned the
humankind.
name of his mother,
Ever
the fact that she was
since.
dead, it weakened his strength.
Nor have I had
And they were able
it
to
previously.
overcome
It was
it.
just,
Isn't that amazing?
it was
Sometimes,
sweet
even the hardest of people, right?
punches.
Even the
That's the
hardest
best way I
of
can
people.
describe it.
Everybody
So
has
the
a
first-
soft spot for something.
First,
So
and
for
the other
Yishbi,
thing is,
he was a
you
mama's
never,
boy.
or
You know,
you absolutely,
he might have been a big warrior, but he was a mama's boy. When he heard that his mother Nebuch
way
was
to
killed,
school.
it hurt him.
So you
It hurt
save
him.
it
And at
all
the
up.
end of the day,
So
we
you
get
got
them, they
to
were able to
school
overtake
just
him,
because you
and they
did.
killed him.
You're like in
So one second. So listen to this.
in
This is the
close
meaning of the
place with
pasuk.
people.
As nishbu
Once you got to
anshi
school,
David lemor,
especially when you got in
below
the lack of
best
authority,
Israel. Listen to this.
the
So they
boys, you
said to
just
David,
fucking
David,
let
after
farts
this
out.
event, they said, they
And then
swore,
fucking,
the men of David said,
people
you are not going
that's the
out,
thing.
you are not
People
going
would throw
out anymore,
punches, but it
you're not
wasn't
going
like
to battle anymore.
nobody's getting
As Ner Yisrael. And ultimately, again, the light of Israel should not be
people
seen. So
wrestle.
at this episode, essentially what they did is, the
Fucking
king of
punch in the
Israel is
arm until you
grounded.
were bruised on
King
the
of
arm
Israel is
or whatever.
grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're
But
not
nobody
going
was
hunting
doing
anymore,
anything to be
you're not
like
going to
hurting.
war anymore. You know,
And
Moshe saved us all this time, but you're not traveling without a detail anymore. So they thought, Tanabana was an amazing Maisa. Amazing Maisa.
So this one day,
a 7.5-year learning commitment just to go ahead and see a dramatic Maisa like that. Because the story is overwhelming, and because so many incredible lessons just from one little story. Tanabana, Shlosha
first class.
There are three powers. There are three people who had the miracle of Tzitzas Adarach, who had the miracle of having a long journey shortened. Who were they? Eliezer Eved Avram, Yaakov Avinu, Avishai ben Tzruya. So Avishai ben Tzruya, so what's Avishai ben Tzruya we just spoke about? Eliezer Eved Avram, Eliezer the son of Avram Yosef, V'avo hayom el ha'ayin. I came that day ultimately again to the ayin, to the well. V'meimra dahu yom hanafak. So we'll say this is Eliezer in Parshas Chaisar.
They knew, I was like,
I came that day. I traveled from Kinan to Haran, and I made it
that's the worst fucking smell we've ever smelled. And I'm like, I know. They're like, no, you don't realize we've had fucking stink bombs go up. We're nearly like that. I mean, it was like making kids tear up. And then the fucking bell would ring, and it'd be like you're sitting there, and you're like sitting in the swamp gas. It was just.
Remember, this is Yaakov Avinu running away from home.
So then, second class.
When he gets to Haran,
and the thing is, when somebody would let it rip, the fucking sometimes it'd be loud, like the vibration of your ass cheeks on the fucking. I still remember that on the fucking desk, like on the seat of the desk or a chair or something. Like it was just like a boom, like a
when he decided to have to understand, he already got to Haran. He said, I can't believe I passed Harabais that davening there. He wanted to go back.
It was like the drum head.
Harabais expeditiously, very quickly. So what happens?
I do this. Second. Dude, that is the absolute fucking worst smell we've ever smelled in our entire life. Like that's worse than anything you've ever put out before. That's a new flavor. This motherfucker's changing flavor. And I mean, it was tremendous. It was. There were kids who were talking about it like.
The tzaddik came to my home, came to my inn, so to speak. The Harabais is the Ribono Shalom's home.
It was knocking kids into new
I'm not going to have no sleepover.
And the teacher would come in and they'd be like, oh,
sunset.
Opening up the fucking window.
Later on, the pasuk says,
just,
after the fight,
and I was like,
this pasuk says that the sun rose. The sun rose for him. Didn't only rise for him.
This shit is like Agent Orange. So, man, this is good shit. And these kids come up to me and they're like,
that had set earlier for him. Was it as reference to
like we understand normal fire, but that is not normal. They're like, you need to see a doctor.
Also, after the episode with the Malach of Isa, rose they're like, has two miracles with the sun. One time it set early for him in order to get him to sleep on Harabais. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him in the aftermath of the struggle with the Malach of Isa. So now let's go back for just a second. So David Melech reversed his bakasha. At first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, visit the punishment upon my children.
You know that you can go to the bathroom. You decide to do it in the middle of the center of this small classroom so that we can't breathe. You know that there are no fans. There's no air conditioning. That's going to help. There's no fucking
she was a mother
Febreze, nothing like that. I don't even know Febreze.
Her son Achazia was killed.
You're gonna, if I do this at fucking 9, 10 in the morning,
she wanted to be queen.
You're gonna be
she wiped out all of the
until
other male heirs to the throne.
You get the fuck into the next classroom. Really? Yeah, that's how.
She wiped out pretty much the remaining
actually,
members.
Usually though, it wouldn't be. We stayed in the same classroom, and the teachers rotated, which is a better way to do it than having the homeroom or whatever. Just have the teachers rotate.
It's okay because from the city of Noah,
anyway,
there was also
why
one
move
survivor,
30 fucking
a Kohen by the name of Eliasa.
13 boys. Why move 13 boys?
And I can just remove one teacher. Anyway.
Suffice to say, just like there was one survivor from Nov, there was one survivor ultimately from the family of
one
David
kid
HaMelech.
in the fucking corner.
Amr
Just,
Yehuda,
rocking
Amr
back and forth. You okay?
And therefore, again, the Gemara says, we're not that there
Remember,
was
I
one
was talking
survivor
about like
from
when it
Nov,
smelled
like
like waffles.
Ahimelech, excuse me, Evyasar, David HaMelech's entire family would have been wiped
Right
out
in
as
the
well.
fucking.
Amr Yehuda.
Now, this wasn't like the loudest part I've ever had, allegedly, or the funny. It was the worst smell in the history of smells. I can still tell you to this day, I have smelled maybe thousands of different parts, perhaps of my own, but other people, everybody's parts.
Now, the officers brought with them
There's been
their
nothing
princes,
before
their
like this,
princesses, and
nor
their
nothing after.
harlots.
It was
Now, what does that mean?
truthfully the
They
most
don't bring
unique
princesses
concoction
and harlots to the battlefield.
in the history
They
of
were so
smells.
confident about their ability
It was sweet.
to be victorious over Yerushalayim that they brought their women with them. No one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They brought their women with them.
Yet,
And
powerful.
again, they had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing
Did I
coats
tell you
of
guys
iron.
about this stairwell? Anyway, we'll get to it. So,
And another 60,000 infantrymen.
it's like second period. Well,
There was other chariots as well. We'll
these guys
discuss
said
the
they're
size
gonna
of the army.
gang beat
Or the
me.
soldiers as well. The size of the army gets even
And,
bigger. The King Baal Avram, we'll say this was the same
nobody
size
wants
force
that.
which marched against Avram.
And-
This is by the
And they were
four
like,
wars against the five.
they wouldn't
The
normally
King
like gang up on me. Because I could hold my
There
own,
was
but like,
armies
I
of this
understood.
size
I'd
would
be
be
like,
given Shubay Gog Umogo.
if the shoe was on the other foot, I would be like, no, you're a friend, but we're going to beat the living
Well,
shit
some
out
say
of
the
you
length
if you
of
do this.
Sancheri's
That's what
army
I would
camp
say.
was 400 parasons, which we'll say is huge. Rochav,
The third
Samar,
period comes by,
Susav, the width,
and I'm
right,
just sitting
of
there
the
smirking.
total
And
neck
the
of
kids
the
are like, oh
horses.
shit, he's going to do it again. And they're like
40 parasons.
bracing themselves for this. Like the whole fucking 13 boys were just like,
The total number of
and
people
the teacher's
in
like, what's going on?
Sancheri's camp
And they're like,
was Masayim Deshishim
gotta gas
Ribo
us.
Alpayim
Really? Yeah,
Chasachad
gaseous matter.
was 2 billion
Really?
600
It was
million
everything, baby.
minus 1.
Sexiest
Now,
matter
listen,
of all
obviously,
time.
this is hyperbolic.
Anyway,
But the idea that I was talking about is they
They
never
were like,
saw
he's gonna
such
gas
a
us.
large army amassed.
really? Like a
Remember
fucking
again,
chamber.
I understand Sancherius before when
And-
this is Yerushalayim. This is really? Really?
I mean,
Can you
this
imagine
shit
the
was
taxpayer
like
dollars that went into this? The good thing is that he
the
was
Zyklon B.
Yeah, Rosh is not
of
answerable to anyone. But the nice, I can't mean
It
that
was
the Rabbi's describing that what's going over here is
death.
is an army the size that no one has ever seen. So,
Third
I'm sorry,
period of
this is before the battle. No, all this is before
But
the
I
battle.
knew I had
So there was
to.
Baya.
Then
So what
lunch
is this?
and
Minus
recess.
one.
I think we got 30 minutes for lunch and recess. And we'd spend 10 minutes at lunch and 20 minutes at recess. And then
Doesn't
we
mean
had to be
less
back
a
in
million,
school.
less 100,000.
It made it be like in our
less
seats.
100, less
With
1.
5 minutes to go.
Usually when it's take over. But when it's, I think
Never forget
more it's just take over.
physics
You know what
class,
really means
which
is
is
what? Who cares? I mean, it doesn't matter. Like we're not asking you
you
to
see,
this one.
I'll
That's
fucking
asking
line this
you
up
to
for you.
Listen, the point
Right,
over
so
here that Gemara
imagine-
has is, like I said, this is a huge army.
So there's 2 lines of tables
So you show them Avru
and a
B'Shechet.
board.
Listen
If
to
you ever
this.
were in
The
trouble,
Gemara now
the
describes
punishment,
this
they wouldn't.
army passing through the
You put
Jordan
a
River.
dot on the
So now
board,
they have to pass through
draw
the
a
Jordan
circle around
in
it,
order to
and
get
then
down
if you
to
stay the
Israel.
circle
So
long
what
enough, it
happens?
would
Get
go
ready
away.
for this.
It was
So
a
the
50
first
minute,
group
30 minute,
passed the
45
Jordan.
minute.
B'Shechet.
The worst punishment you could get was a double 45 before I gave you a suspension.
They had to swim through the Yarden, and son of the Tacoma, the second ones who went,
The
didn't have to
there
swim.
were
They
2,
had to stand erect
rows.
while passing through. What the idea is,
and my seat was in the
such
back
a
row.
large number of people passing through a body of water. What ends up happening? They diminish the body of water with each seat. Meaning you take water with you. When you walk through water, you automatically remove some of that water just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. Shenamar Atzav Yagia Afromim Halu Afav Ragleim V'lo Matzu Mayim B'nar Lishtos Ad Sheviu Mayim Mimakum
And
Acher
these kids,
V'Shatzu.
the teacher was like
Ani
in the
Karasi V'Shatzu
front
Sinai.
left corner
So what's
of
this?
the
The third group who came, they were kicking up
class, which is
dust with
opposite
their
of
feet.
where I was.
Which shows that means that
And then there was
by
like
the
this
third
open
wave
area
passed through, there was no water left
to my
in
right.
the
So
Jordan
like, how would
River.
you describe it? Can you do it like this? Okay. Imagine a line of well, like, okay, how would you do it up here? Okay, the chalkboard's up here.
So they had to bring
The
water
door
from elsewhere
is like here.
to be able to give the army.
There's
Hi,
like
Hawksiv.
two lines of desks here and here. They're just tables with chairs.
What does that mean?
So the teacher
told us. You're telling me about a
is
2,600,000,000 person
up
army.
by this the
Whiteboard
whiteboard truck,
talking
with some other
and
students
that was
over
the
here.
size of the camp. So which one is it?
And
It says Halolu Roshei Gayasose.
I don't know if this is exactly when I did this, but the Heisenberg
So what the Malach did was
uncertainty
the Malach wiped out
principle
the leadership of
has
the
always
army.
been something like
Once you wipe out
really
leadership of
interests
the
me.
army, then what?
And
Everyone else is going home.
I didn't know that's what it was called, but I knew I needed an excuse to go talk to the teacher over here.
Literally,
My
again,
seat
you
was
gave
like
the fact to the skinny,
over here in these two
the
rows,
fat ones. The fat
and
ones is
then
a reference to the
over
officers who were the
here
commanders.
there's like all kinds of science equipment. And so I get up and I go to talk to the teacher, and I go like stand up and go to talk to him. Like the class is going on, but like the teacher was kind of doing some like I remember the two kids he was talking to, and I go up to them and I say to him, is it possible to know the location and speed of a particle? Because if we do, wouldn't you be able to predict the future? He's like, well, you can only know one of them. You can't know both of them. And that, to me, was bothersome. And I understand, but I think there are ways around it. And I was really just bullshitting to give myself an opportunity to be at the very corner of this room.
So Gabriel was dispatched to kill the army. You're sick already. So he said, so Gabriel says, essentially, I was born ready. Right? I was right. My sickle has been ready since the 6 days of creation.
Through the double desk of chairs, I went around back.
The time of year
I did a figure eight. I did a figure eight, so like this. It's the opposite of what I'm doing
So
here.
Gabriel apparently is the Malach
like
who's in charge of agriculture as well.
like
When you go out to check on the fruit, take your
And-
sickle and take care of them as well.
I remember there weren't a lot of people where I was sitting because
So this is what
I had
people
a friend
say
of
that
mine,
in general, when you have an
my very
enemy,
good friend
so
from
make sure to say good
school
morning to
who
him.
had just left
Like,
the
in other words,
school
go
to
pass by
go
your
to
enemy in the morning and say good morning to me. Very
because
disoriented.
and
So the idea being, like the Gabriel, when you're going out to do
so
your work
he
of
was
checking on the
normally
fruit,
the one who'd
also
sit
take
next
care
to
of
me.
the Assyrian army.
And
Which I will say, by the way, is an incredible yesod in general about
I
how
just
to deal with conflict.
remember this part of
The
my
way you
life
deal
where I
with
just felt
conflict, if
alone.
possible, is
Not
you
completely alone,
diffuse
but just like
and the best way to
I was still in
diffuse
shock that
conflict
that
is
happened. And
don't
perhaps this,
fight.
but that didn't really
Don't
affect this.
fight.
I'm just saying
You
like
have an
that's why there
enemy,
weren't
you say
any
good morning,
kids there,
you say shalom aleichem,
like right next
you
to
say
me.
how are you. I'm
There
not
was a
entering
kid,
into conflict with you.
the
I'm choosing
next
not
closest
to fight
kid
with you. And it's disorienting
to me was like
other
towards the
individuals,
center of the
especially
room.
if they're mamish roaring for
And I
a
remember having done this figure eight,
Others say that
and I look at
Gabriel
this kid.
breathed into the nose of the soldiers, and that's how
I'll
they
never forget. And he was
They
just,
go,
it was his side profile.
Others say that
And he was just
Gabriel-
staring dead
Gabriel
forward. This
clapped
kid would stare
in their
just
ears
dead
as a
forward
result
into
of
the
that
fucking.
noise.
I'm telling you, kids,
Because
if you've ever seen, what is it called? Back in World War One, it was called shell shock, and then it was called, oh, it was
He
called
allowed
like
them to hear. What did he allow them to hear? The Shamu Shem
post-traumatic
Chayot
stress disorder.
They heard
It's had
the song
different
of the
names,
angels of the Chayot,
but it
and
was
those
like
of the Gesh Ne'emar. Mimramascha nafsu goyim. The common Steiner. We'll say how many soldiers
bunker
were left?
trauma,
So at the end
whatever.
of the day,
It
so
was
Malach
like
wipes out the majority of the army. How
this
many
kid
soldiers
had the
leave?
1,000.
Rav Amar Asara.
I think it's
Rav
1,000
says 10
yards there.
soldiers.
But this kid had 1,000 miles.
Ushar
Normally,
Misparu.
he'd just
And
be
now
like,
you
"Hey,"
have to then come in now. Yochel
He'd
Lev
be like-
Asara. Fine. What's the real time for the Joshua? That's the concept. Shmuel
he just was out
Shmuel
of it.
says 9. Where do
And
you
you'd
get
be
9
like,
from?
"Dog,
The Nishab
you've been
all those
staring at the
Enoch
fucking wall for
Zayis,
45 minutes.
Shnayim
What is it?"
Shloshek Gargarim Belosh Amir.
And I had
Arba
to stand next to
Bechamisha
this kid
B'Sidis.
because he and I
Arba
had
Bechamisha,
similar names
4 and 5
throughout
is
like
9.
all our school.
That's what he told you.
And
Omer Arba Esrei.
this
14.
kid, I remember,
Shnayim Shlosha Arba Bechamisha. Well, say if you add up all the numbers mentioned,
I saw
it's the 14.
his high
Rabbi
profile
Yochanan
like
Chamisha.
this.
Rabbi Yochanan says
And
5. Who are the 5 Rabbi Say? Sencherib was spared. Shnei Barnab, his 2 sons, were
This
spared.
caused him to turn his head.
Nebuchadnezzar, Unebuchadnezzar. Well, say, can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are spared.
And it was like,
Sencherib, his 2
he was
sons,
the first person to
Nebuchadnezzar
know.
and Nebuchadnezzar. So the Gemara is supposed to,
And the whole class was still doing their own thing. Kids were writing, other kids were asking the teacher. I just go up and ask, can you know where, couldn't you predict the future if you knew where the location of a particle was and the speed? And then I didn't even care about the answer, and I just fucking do my little figure eight.
So Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like?
I go all the way to where all the science equipment is, to the very corner of the room.
How does he know what an angel looks like? Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out, and he was spared.
And I'll never forget the look on these kids' faces. They start, I don't know what the first word was, but it would be like...
Because we see Sennacherib and his 2 sons, we see that Sennacherib and his 2 sons
I just remember,
later on,
let's
because
get him.
ultimately, again, his 2 sons kill him.
And
so we'll say, so the fact that his 2 sons
there's a teacher there
which takes place after this
who was
event
like at the fucking epicenter of this thing and didn't even know it. It's like, I think there's a thing, like with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like where the actual bomb hit, it was like there are still buildings in that area. It's like they were right at the fucking epicenter of this thing. And I fucking went, and I literally went as far from that. They were in the front left of the classroom, and I went all the way to the back right. And I just fucking sat there like, all right, you motherfuckers, I'm taking on the whole fucking class. And
all right, then I'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for
in a unified sense,
year of Tafshin Pei, dedicating all the drushos this year's schools.
The heat of this pungency, the sweet pungency was everywhere. And they knew, and I knew the rules. I knew they were like, we are going to gang fight you if you do this again. And I knew it. And I knew it. I know it was like, dog, I know it. I guess that's what's going to happen. Let's roll. And there's this thing I always used to say. You want a piece of me? I would say, you want a piece of me? Really? Yeah. And they were to me that day. And they fucking all got up. And they fucking were coming at me with fucking fists. And I remember looking at the teacher, like, you're just going to let 13 people fucking attack me like a horde of Mongols? And he absolutely was going to. This motherfucker has a doctorate. He could have lost his position. But nobody's going to take it from this. Well, he would have just been able to be like, Doug, I'm going to fucking
literally translated,
test this fucking smell. It was so... I remember he was just in shock. He was like...
smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and... lead. And
I remember just being like,
it was like,
what does this mean? It was like napalm, it was like Zyklon B, it was like Agent Orange combined. If you could combine that and put it up my asshole, that's what it was like. It was like the most pungent fart in the history of farts. And I've told this story a few times on the street over the last 4 years or so. And every time I tell it, I maintain the accuracy of how bad this motherfucker is. It was. Have you ever seen Jupiter with like, back in my day, it had like the great red spot, and it's like a bunch of fucking gases that are just kind of like going around each other, or like Saturn with that fucking hexagon at the top, but it's like gases that are just like going like this. That's what I imagine my stomach looked like. And that great red spot was like my asshole. It wasn't, but it just, that's what I imagine. It was like, you know what chicken paprikash looks like? It's just like, kind of looks like
that which is right and that which is wrong.
Jupiter kind of like a mishmash of shit.
Anyway. So if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see. Can
I remember just blocking these blows. They never got to my.
Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice,
I just blocked them, and then I remember
and they killed him.
Thinking to myself, dude, the teacher isn't like stopping. He's literally letting dozen plus people
fucked me
by
up.
the Jews. Other
And
accounts have it that Bar Kokhba was
but
killed by the
it
Romans.
was like
So
I was
it's
able to like
interesting.
defend
Either
myself
way,
in front of
Bar
all these
Kokhba
dudes.
ultimately again leads
And
the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva,
they
thought
all
that
were
Bar
like
Kokhba
they
was
came at me
Mashiach.
like this, so
Bar
maybe they
Kokhba had
weren't
a
as well
tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential
ventilated
as
as
well.
they could be.
Okay,
But I
where was
remember
right
sitting
there?
there like
Daniel,
standing there like there was like this thing we have with like a strobe light, and it was like a car, and it was supposed to be frictionless. That was there, and these fucking levels were there. I mean, I still remember it very well. Anyway, did I tell you about that stairwell? So that was the worst part in the history of. I remember the teacher was like, "Go to the bathroom."
What does it mean that they had no blemish?
Really? Yeah. And I was like, "Okay, cool." Walk around.
They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of bloodletting. In other words, they were healthy.
You ask me if these kids, ask all 13 of them, they will absolutely, every single one of them will remember exactly where they were, and they'll be like,
stand
yeah,
in
I
the
was
palace
there.
of the king.
And I still think about that being the worst smell, nay, the worst smell in the history of smells. I remember
any type of laughter,
it was sweet pungence. That's all I can describe it as. It was, and I've never had anything like that ever since. And I don't know what it is. You're like, oh, what was it? I'm very consistent, as you can see. I eat the same shit. I do the same things generally, and I was very consistent then, as best I could be. But I don't know what it was. But it was like that.
On a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that Daniel, Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah were able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has kama v'kama.
Meconium?
We have to exercise self-restraint.
I don't know what that smells like.
That we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity.
It was like
we too stand before the king at all times.
It was different than that. You know how meconium is like a different kind of shit? It's like a baby's first poop. This was a different kind of fart, but it wasn't meconium. It was like sweet pungent. I don't know how to describe it. And that's the thing. If you ask them, and they were really truthful, they would say it wasn't like eggs, it wasn't like sulfur, it wasn't like poop. There was a certain sugar to it, like a certain sweetness to it. Like, but hot. They wouldn't be like, it would be like if you took hot sauce and
like a eunuch. Right, the king would often castrate his servants.
Cotton candy. It was like there was a certain sweetness to it that was just. You know how like in the cartoons they have like the fucking smell that goes like.
Avodah was castrated during their days. In other words, they had a successful ability to remove
like into somebody's mouth. That's what I did. And I got all these motherfuckers. I was so proud. I remember sitting there. That was the funny thing. I fucking do the figure eight and I go in the corner and they all fucking turn. And they're like, no, that's what, no. I remember that's what the word they said. No. Like, no. Let's get him. I mean, it was just like that. No. That's what it was. I think they just said, no. Like, no, you motherfucker. Oh, it's the worst. Okay. I mean, there's nothing more to it. I remember, I think they told me to go to the bathroom. And but I remember the teacher being like, that is such a bad fart. I'm going to let these fuckers wail on this kid for a little while. But I defended myself. I didn't take any punches. Really, yeah. Anyway, that's the end of your story. No. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell?
So ultimately, again, with the concept that Hashem make reference of this level of degradation.
Check your
says, it could be that it was both. That literally
that had no wax, so you're not supposed to wax.
But also, they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. According to me, it says that they're mamish svisim. So the pasuk says,
LBT's luxury vinyl
the pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring.
All I know is that I think there's a certain, like your standard tile size is like 16 or 12 inches, but if it's 9 inches, that is fucking
could very well be that before they were made Swiss by the king, they had children.
Luxury vinyl, thank you. It's luxury vinyl tile. No. I thought it was. There's no
What does it mean? I would give them an eternal name, they will not be cut off. I want to come from Dash Makafra, Bitsipuri, Zes Sefer Daniel, Shenikra Al Shmo. That's called Sefer Daniel, because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Michtik, Gemara asks a general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. Gemara asks an interesting question. Michtik, Kalmili de Ezra Nechemia, Ben Chachatz, Kalmili de Ezra, Nechemia ben Chachaya Amrinu. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words, also I want to point out, Rashi points this out, in our Tanakh, right, we have Sfarim, Ezra and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So the Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So if that's the case, why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My tamilo ikri Sefer al Shnei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah?
Actually, this was not LVT. Took a little bit too much credit for himself. He did not have a
remember me, my God, for good. I have a David Nami.
So it was linoleum. Yeah. Anyways, checkers, and then there was this ridge of metal.
Remember me.
Get really, really slippery.
Taking credit, almost like he had a little bit of requisite.
Remember, I was talking about
in order to go ahead and
you walk into the school, step up, and then another step up.
David was asking for
down. If you go down, the classroom where I ripped ass, the epicenter is like right ahead. You can actually see it from the doorway. And then if you go up, that's how you go up.
Doesn't matter to have a safer name for him. Why?
The main office.
Spoke disparagingly about the early
So I got a taste of my.
What does this mean?
Not my own medicine. I remember.
So I will say this is incredible.
And
that Ezra disparaged the leaders. Disparaged the leaders that came before him. And ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain.
We're kind of following.
Now, it's fascinating about that.
I hear
even though he may have
these
been
other
right,
kids. Did you ever see that Seinfeld?
You can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. So listen, yesterday's daf, the opinion that says.
Okay, so when these kids smelled my fart, it was like that Seinfeld where
drowned in
Frank
saliva, right? They drowned in
serves
spit. We saw it to Marshall, who said, now what does that mean? That they cause the nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. Can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity
matchmaking event,
never Chas v'Shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the safer name in the name. Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel. Now, by the way, how do we know that how do we know that he was greater than him? So the Gemara says,
tomato, potato, potato.
Good, all right. So a lot of Rashi said, but we'll do it
whatever you want.
Next cycle. Daniel Levadi as Hamara. והאנושים אשר היו עמי לא ראו אס המרה, אבל חרוד הגדול נפל עליהם, ויברחו בהיחווה, והאנשים אשר היו לו יצאו. So Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the Pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it.
Jewish singles.
No one else saw it but Daniel. The fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, indicates that Daniel was greater. And the Gemara says, who were these other people?
I have to talk
who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision?
Why? Because, I don't want to get copyright strike.
So they were there with Daniel.
He doesn't know
They did not see the vision. Daniel saw it. Don't say Tzadik Kalal V'Dalaf 94a. Inu Adif Minayu, V'ihu Adif Minayu. So it's interesting we have to Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel. And in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, they, Haggai, Zechariah, are greater than Daniel. The Inu Nivi, V'ihu Lo Nabi.
When you ask these kids, this is the kind of response that they're getting, especially this one kid with the 1,000.
Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi. The Ihu Chazav, the Ihu Lo
It's a
Chazav.
contract.
Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision and they did not have this vision. So Mar said, Achad Lo Chazu, my time it is.
I bet it's still in their nasal
If
cavity.
they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright?
The minutiae of my stories. That's where I get you.
I'm sorry.
I'm Mr.
Even
Minutia.
though they
I'm
didn't
Mr.
see
Big.
anything, their muzzles saw. I was saying, I went to
Sexiest motherfucker of all time.
So often
We
a
won't go
muzzle
into that
refers to
though. Why?
like astrological signs. In this context, I think it means as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them. So watches over this.
This
like
smell,
to me. So
it was so sweet.
My malach sees that
What
I
the
don't
fuck
see.
happened here?
I don't see. But yes, again, there is like
What the
this
fuck happened
synergistic
here?
connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over
This.
here.
Except it wasn't from eating, but it was. The smell did this to people, kids. Really? I remember it like it was yesterday.
This is fascinating. Sometimes in life,
That's the sound that they made when they smelled this.
And the fear doesn't even make sense. Right? The fear itself could be a lot.
13 of these motherfuckers came to fight me, and I took them all down.
But they don't
Really?
know why.
I defended myself very well.
Saw something, even though I didn't see
Wow,
it,
shit.
and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So you must my takante. So what's the takana for that? Well, the response is, let's say a person is gripped by fright. They're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotion.
Absolutely.
So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot. Dalaramas. Jump away, Dalaramas. Inami, Likri Kriyashma, or say Shema. And if ultimately again you're standing in a place where
is that the end of it?
So you can't say Shema, what should you say? Say the following.
I love when he goes,
The goat
this
of the
sucks!
storehouse is
I love how he
fattened.
says it.
Okay. So what exactly?
Well, it sucks.
So perhaps
I love that.
you was teaching us, Rabbi is teaching us.
I'm back, baby.
There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. So I would say, what's the type of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why
Who do these two people remind you of? Hi, parents. Really?
Paralyze me and keep
Yeah.
me in place.
George!
What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? You have three possibilities. Number one, jump around, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze.
They remind you of
Move
parents
yourself
in
forward.
some ways.
Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is this, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? What's going to happen?
I have to
You
talk.
remain in place.
I don't want to
Right?
get
Nothing
someplace.
The first thing when seized by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount, move
No
yourself
break.
forward in life. Number two,
Phoenix,
Shema.
rising.
Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in that Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I tell myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by not like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema,
Flashbacks.
let yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will be the clock to move forward. And I will say lastly, what you do,
Flashbacks, kids.
saying the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? What is that? Sometimes I will say
They'll
fear
remember.
is nonsensical.
Ask any of
So
them.
sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say,
I am sure of it.
this is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me, it's just like a statement that I can't.
You're sure of it?
How do you feel
Guaranteed.
What's your reaction to that statement? You
Guaranteed.
giggle a little bit, right? Just like a smile. Like the idea over here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not
I
real.
still remember
They're
them coming
perceived.
after me.
So
like
sometimes
a
what you need
fucking
to do is
wild
break
west gang with their
break the
fucking
hold on
shirts
fear
over their
by
fucking
saying
noses
something
and
like
just
shtickle
fucking
nonsensical.
smoking.
So say a little
Yeah.
nonsensical, kind of like change the
You want
mood a little
something?
bit and be able to move yourself
I used
forward.
to say
When
that.
gripped by paralyzing fear, number one, move yourself forward.
Really? Yeah,
Anchor
so I'm the
yourself
sixth
to
motherfucker on earth.
and remind
Anyway,
yourself that it's
did I
not
tell you
real.
kids about
If you do those
this
three
fucking
things, or even if
stairwell?
it is real, it's not
So
as
there's
real
this-
as it actually
There's like
feels.
up,
You'll be able
like
to move
okay,
yourself
there's like
forward,
sidewalk,
even in the midst
and
of the
then
most
there's like
immobilizing fear. Incredible.
landing.
So Gemara said,
There's like fucking bully or
Lememra. So the Gemara
which
says,
one's open?
sorry, Lemar Baham Shar Baham
Tanyan.
Shalom in Kates, Lemar Tanchum Darsh Barakavar
The
Bisikori,
Foot Society,
Vipemam, called
double doors.
Sateva, Pasua, Vizet Sasum, General Bosai, General of Mem in the
Then
middle of a bus,
like a
right, is open.
ledge.
Is open. And only the
fucking
mem at the
door
end of the word
tracks.
is
And then
closed.
there's
Yet
this
in this
fucking
word,
linoleum
mem
tile.
in the middle is closed.
Pretty sure there's linoleum, nothing luxury about
So
this.
it's
And it's
incredible. So
fucking,
this pasuk is by Chizkiyo. Chizkiyo, the
it
king of
was like,
Yehuda. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach. The Sancheriv
it was
go
like checkerboard, like,
I remember
right?
again
Like,
Sancheriv,
not even
who
like
comes
that.
out to do
It's like,
battle with Chizkiyo. Hashem
was
wanted to make
white,
him
but
Gogu
now it's like
Magog.
super
Remember
tan
again, there's this war of
and
Gogu
fucking
Magog,
ugly
which is
too.
this ultimate
Worst
showdown
colors.
between good and evil,
Anyway,
which precedes
you go down the
Messianic era.
stairs.
So
Right
Hashem
there
wanted to
was the
make Chizkiyo,
epicenter of where I
Mashiach,
did my
and Sancheriv. Gogu Magog. I want to read
ass
this at
rape.
the HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Really? I don't know what it's called. The ass rape is like where you fuck somebody's ass. Nasal rape.
So the Midas had the actual strict justice comes to the Rebbe Shalom.
Whatever.
It's almost like the like
Just
like there's like a
consider
system of
that
checks
to
and
be
balances like Lahavla Kosh Baruch Hu. Rebbe Shalom is ready to go to make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas thinks is what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "V'lo asasa Mashiach Chizkiyo shasisa l'kol nisim."
Ground zero.
Right?
That bitch was ground zero. Now you got the stairs to go up. There's the
So again, Chizkiyo ultimately again, he did so many miracles
office,
for,
and then
and yet
stairs,
unfortunately
the
he
plateau.
didn't sing Shir.
There's a fucking window or something that had like frosted glass. You couldn't even fucking tell. But there was some part of the school you'd never been to. It was like a fucking maze. This school is like a fucking maze. And then the upstairs, and then okay.
The mem was
the kids, I was. And the other thing, he had these fucking backpacks with so much fucking shit in them. And you have like all this fucking shit, flashcards, and fucking had 15 different books. You're never gonna use them. In fact, one time we all after school used to put our books down when we were waiting to go home. And I had a book bag that had like a fucking rubber bottom with like a tire on the bottom. And I put this backpack on, and it was super, super heavy. And I go home, and I don't fucking look at my schoolwork yet. And we get this call, and it's one of the teachers. And it turned out that I had taken their son's backpack, and they were like, "Oh, their backpack is really light." What I still thought it was fucking heavy as shit. And so my dad took me to go to this person's house so I could get the right backpack. But they were exactly the same kind of backpack.
He didn't sing Shira.
Anyway.
I'll sing Shira for Chizkiyo. I'll sing Shira in his behalf.
We got these fucking rucksacks and all these fucking books. And we're just fucking like turtles going up the stairs. But we didn't get to the stairs. Did I tell you about the central stairwell? Anyway, so we fucking walk in, and I see the kids were over,
Rashi says,
and I just hear someone just start saying, no fucking
universe
way. And I'm like, what is going on? And they start calling this
delegates,
and I'm like, what is
so
going on? And then the kids around me are like, what is that? And I'm like,
so the Sarah Olam says,
and then I get it. And then I get it.
The universe is acting
and then I got it. I got it. And then I knew what they were talking about.
Okay, so let's go.
Kids.
Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf. Like he didn't say Shira, earth says Shira on his behalf. The Basco came out and said, Razi Li, the secrets of the world are for me. So Baruch Hu says, I changed my mind.
Have you ever smelled a fish hatchery?
Amr Nabi, Aili, Ad Masai. So the Nabi says, woe to me, right? For how long? Now the Nabi now is lamenting that Mashiach has not yet come. So saying, when will Mashiach come? And that is the closest thing that I can describe to the story. And remember like in the cartoons where the fucking smell goes and it goes like this? Well, I remember being like, until Mashiach comes.
Is that it smells?
Masa Doma Elai Kori Misir, Shomer Mami Laila, Shomer Mami Lel, Amr Biochanan, Osamalach Hamun ala Ruchos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Amr Shomer Mami Laila, Shomer Mami Lel. So essentially, again, I would say if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Sarah Ruchos, Shan Shamos Nifkados Etzlo,
or like one of those fucking
Rashi understands that Ruach
Japanese chefs with,
but instead Ruach is
cutting into
Neshamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Neshamas. So or everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Mamilel, Mad Davar,
like when they get caviar?
When is Gula going to come? I would say it's incredible, by the way. to see what the Gemara is highlighting over here is we often think that we are the only ones, we being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. What you begin to see is something absolutely
From sturgeons?
The world.
You ever see when they get the caviar and they get they
Universe
massage
wants
it?
Mashiach.
I mean, I would have
And
expected
everything
to
is
see somebody
constantly
massaging a
pushing for
sturgeon at the
So
top
the
of the
Gemara
fucking
says,
stairs.
Shomer, Asa Boker v'gam Laila, Kim Tibayun Bayun Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So
And
the
as I
Shomer
got,
says, Asa
I
Boker
mean, I
v'gam
wasn't even at the
Laila.
fucking
So ultimately,
first
again,
plateau
there's going
yet.
to be
We're
the
at like
will come. The dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Actually, says Asa
the
Boker
office
like level, and I
couldn't tell if it was worse there or as I got higher.
Morning will come. Morning will come.
From an
But before
altitude
morning,
standpoint,
there will
if it
be a
got,
great night. Incredible.
I
So the
couldn't
Gemara
tell.
says,
I could just tell. It's like you were at a crossroads and both of them smelled like.
So, right, morning will come. Morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, intibayun. If you yearn for it.
And
You have to yearn for it. Baruch was not going to give us
I
anything
mean, my class is
if
on
we
the third
don't yearn
floor, so
for
I
it.
gotta
And
go
number
fucking
two, shuvasayu.
dive back into
Ultimately,
this
again, we have to
motherfucking thing.
So it's like
So
two
as I
elements.
go up
It's
the
interesting.
stairs and my
There's
feet are
many
like
elements to Geula.
touching
But
that
here, the
tile with
Malach
that
who's in charge of
fucking
the
metal
Neshama
bridge.
says, what is
I'm
Cheshbon
thinking to
waiting for?
myself,
Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it to us.
And the guys are fucking
Come
laughing.
Baal Tshuva. If we could have
And
these
it's like
two
the
elements,
higher
at
these
the end
people
of the day,
go
Mashiach
in the
will come.
stairwell,
Rabbi Papas.
the more that they're laughing.
We'll say first wide lines at the widest line. So it was embarrassing for Chizkiyahu that he did not say Shira until the earth
The last
came
plateau
along
before
and
the
said
top,
Shira.
and there's like the frosted glass and fucking dusty ass windowsill
So say
and
other
this little like
examples of situations where
the
Klal
moving
Yisrael did not
plateau
say Shira
and
until someone
fucking.
else reminded us to do it.
It was as strong there as it was
Yisrael says,
near
blessed is
the.
God who saved you, Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Papis, Ignayu Moshe B'Shishim Ribo, Shelo Amru Baruch,
It's only.
Ad Sheba Yisrael Amru Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira, Az Yashir Moshe B'nei Yisrael, but no one
And as I
used the
got to the
formulation
top of the stairs, I
Baruch
really
Hashem
expected
until Yisrael came along. And it was embarrassing that Yisrael
Japanese
was the innovator
tuna
of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisrael.
chef
So
setup
interestingly enough,
or sturgeon
Vayichad. What does that
having
mean?
caviar
Rav Amar Sheheber
or
Cherev
someone
Chada Al Besaro. He circumcised
filleting
himself.
salmon.
Yisrael was so
There was
impressed with all my Klal Yisrael. He wanted to join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says Shenase Chadudim
It was like
Kol Besaro.
it was any other day on that
Why? So the says Amarav. So we'll say it's
stairwell,
interesting
except
that
for this
that
smell.
the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again,
And I still don't know necessarily what happened.
He was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world.
We were
He's very
asking the older
overwhelmed
kids, what
by
is
what
that?
he
And
saw
they were
happen
laughing.
to the Gentile nations of Egypt. So the Gemara says,
Like some of the kids in our class, I think, were laughing. It was still, this day,
you see, we're very important to
I
so.
don't know who
And
it
in front
was.
of a convert,
I
do
don't
not
necessarily know
disparage
exactly what
Gentiles
happened.
for up to 10 generations. So listen, this is just such a
I
fascinating
have my
idea.
suspicions.
And on one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershin is dummy. You're a new person. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. Those are fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is sounds a little bit contradictory, but only Jews can live in this world of contradictions. So the Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel that pain. So Yisrael, remember again, Yisrael left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Garrett. In other words, he circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvagos Mishman of Razon, my Mishman of Razon, Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yav Chizkiyahu, Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos, Yifra Misenchev Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos. Let Chizkiyahu, I will say, remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here, this battle between Sanchev and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer or actually overcome, B'yifra, exact punishment from Sancherim, who has 8 names. So now we're just supposed to the names. Chizkiyahu T'chsev, Ki Yalad Yulad Lanu, Ben Nitin Lanu, Vati HaMishra Al Shechmo, Vayikra Shmo, Pele Yoetz, El Gibor, Aviad, Sar Shalom, I Va'ika Chizkiyahu. Okay, but what about his actual name, Chizkiyahu? So this one says, interestingly enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name, Shechasku Ka. Chizkiyahu really is just a descriptive name that Baruch Hu gave him strength. Davar Akar, Chizkiyahu Shma, Chizkiyahu Shechizek Es Yisrael Avim Shema Shemayim. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyahu is not a real name, it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiyahu? Ultimately because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and the Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheirav, what are Sancheirav? All Sancheira's names. The Tzib Bey, Tiglas, Koleser, Laneser, Shalmaneser, Pool, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Viakira. Okay, I have Ika Sancheirav. What about Sancheirav? Right? What was that? It's got about that name. To which the Gemara says, no. Also, that's descriptive. The Gemara says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancheirav, we're going to see, spoken in quarrelsome fashion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Davar Achar, Shesach Nicher Dvarim Klapei Mala. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So Rabbi Yochanan also actually also Asanpar Rava Viakira. So it says, here's what's interesting. So Sancheirav, if you look at some of these names, Sancheirav was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava Viakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava Viakira means great and precious. How was Sancheirav given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheirav, right now, remember Sancheirav, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Ad bo'i v'lakachti eschem el eretz ka'artzechem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheirav, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel both said, one says that Sancheirav was very wise, and one says that he was very foolish. How so? According to the one who said that he was a smart king, Amru Kamashakris. So ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because Sancheirav knew if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Israel. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Right? So therefore, in purpose, he said, I'll take you to a land like your land. The opinion that says that he was a foolish king. I'm sorry. The one who says that he was foolish is apparently Sancheirav was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews for relocation. So as you're going to get their buy-in for relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, in the Gemara says, where did he supposed to say, to find out how incredible this is? Right? So Sancheirav is held in higher esteem by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he took our sons, but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, where did Sancheirav exile the Jews to? So the Gemara says, La Afriki. So Afriki, Amar La Hari Sulug. Fine, different places we exile them. Aval, Yisrael Sipru B'Gnusah Shel Eretz Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as Sancheirav never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Where it says Kimatu Sos, when they came to this place called Sos, Amri Shavya Ki Arim. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, oh, this new land is just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Amru Ki Almin. They said, ultimately, again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Amri Al Chad Shrin. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I'll say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages, We find ourselves in new lands, and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow it's even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheriv. Sancheriv was always careful about how he spoke about the sanctity, or how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, good. Good. V'sachas kivodo yikod ki yikod ish. Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Rashi says over here. Tachas gufa mamish shaguf kain u'neshama tzvachas. They both say this is talking about again when Sancheriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Sancheriv's army that we're going to see, their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Ki had Rabbi Yochanan, like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. This is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The Gemara says, even when thrown into the furnace, they make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So it says, therefore, your clothes, essentially your clothing, is what gives you honor. So the so say just like by the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too when Sancheriv's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So the Gemara says, "Tell me that we were showing Karachal. Paro shechirei ba'atzmo nifrak Hakadosh Baruch Hu mele b'atzmo." This is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says, "Mi Hashem asher eshma b'kolo." So Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes directly from Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Sancheriv, go say on the base. Sancheriv shechirei ayidei shaliach. And Sancheriv ultimately again, who kind of blasphemed through a shaliach. Hakadosh Baruch Hu nifra mimenu. Hakadosh Baruch Hu mimenu ayidei shaliach. So ultimately again, Hakadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Paro B'Ksivdei, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him? Nifrak Hakadosh Baruch Hu mele b'atzmo. Hakadosh Baruch Hu exacts punishment from him himself. B'Ksiv Vayinar Hashem Es Mitzrayim B'Soch Hayam. By Yam Suf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yam Suf. B'Ksiv Darachta B'Yam Susecha. Sancheriv B'Ksiv B'Yad Malachacha Charach Hashem. So ultimately again, B'Yad Malachacha Cherpas Hashem. So ultimately again, Sancheriv who says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Nifra HaKadosh, so again, Sancheriv doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather again, it says it kind of indirectly. So therefore again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu b'meno ayidei shaliach. Which Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through shaliach as well. B'Ksiv, Vayetze Malach Hashem, Vayach b'machane asher me'ach b'shmone b'chamishim alef. So it says, remember again, this was the, just, this is like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, Baruch Hu, there was no way for Israel to defeat the army of Sancherib. So he's the famous story of Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night and says, Baruch Hu, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do you. You work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that Baruch Hu Kiviyachol who did it himself, but ultimately again, like you say on Pesach, and even on Malach, this was Malach for the army. Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? Sancheriv blasphemed indirectly. Therefore, Baruch Hu exactly punishment indirectly. Kanina Bar Papa Rami Ksiv Marom Kitzo Uksiv Marom Kitzo. Shavuot said this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Marom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode, and then it says Malon Kitzo. Malon literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here, Maram Kitza b'Yeshaya, Maram Kitza b'Malachim. Maram Kitza mashma dira shamnata. So one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high and one on earth. Amar also Rasha. The Tchila Acher Dira Shamata, the Achakach Acher Dira Shamata. So you can see the unholy aspirations of Sancheriv. Sancheriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Hamidala de Hashem, Alisi Alamako Azeh, La Shliso, Hashem Amar Eli, Allah ala Aras Azos Vishliso. So this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheriv is Sancheriv felt that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He felt that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before we get Rashi, so I said, "Ata hamivaladei Hashem alisa l'makom hazeh." So Sancheriv says, "Would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God? Hashem amar ilai alei ala aretz hazos v'shchisa." Hashem has said to me, "Come to this land of Israel." We'll say, which is pretty wild. So Sancheriv is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking about? Where did Sancheriv give HaKadosh Baruch Hu to destroy Yisrael? Where did we ever hear such a thing like this? So the Gemara says, Yishol Navi Dikamar, Yan Kimas Ha'amazeh, Esmi Hashiloach HaHokim La'at La'at, U'misos Es Ratzon U'ben Remal Yom. So let's say, so what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancheriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael Ma'as, they declared HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately again it's Mea Shiloach HaOchim La'at. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon Ben Rimal Yo. So we'll see what all of this means in just a little bit. I'm going to say the Molik Targum the Haikra Lo Hadi Yadana Maikala. So Yosef says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comma. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, the Klatz Amma Hadem B'Malchut David. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus based David. They are kind to them and speak to them softly the way the Shiloach waters flow, right? The Shiloach comes as spring-fed, and it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus based David, who governed them and looked after them in such a beautiful way. And they gave them
what up, P-boy? How you living, Pam?
And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and
all right. Did you create everything? Did you check your links? They all work? Do you have a Spotify? Get out of here. P-boy. Wait, we talked about this. Wait, what did you say? You can only create a creator account? Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
How is he such a
You don't have a what? All right. Do you have a Mastodon account? Do you have a Truth Social account? Okay, what ones don't you have? What ones don't you have?
What does everybody love about Avodah Zarah? If you go to Pesach, about Avodah Zarah, even when Chayes worship Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stop worshiping Hashem. Very often,
Okay, I'm
still
going to look
worshiping
right
Hashem.
now. That's okay.
Avodah Zarah is great.
That's okay.
How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right?
All right, my friend. Right. It looks really good. Now, what I want you to do is change the out. It looks really good. So let me congratulate you on this. I want you to change the theme to be like the ones that I sent you, so that they're vertical. So you don't have to know the name of the different platform to be able to click it. It's really good though. So basically, go to the one that I sent you. Do you see? Go to the message that I sent you, and I give you an example. Okay, so do you see the example is called Honey Badger, Hoba.
And therefore, he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard.
Do you see the? Look, I'll send you the link.
In order to allow for all of that to occur. So Pekach Remayo is eating all of these creatures, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an Omer Avodah Zarah. Omer Avodah Zarah is a heathen.
Okay, go to the link that I just sent you.
It's incredible. What was Chizkiyahu's meal? Chizkiyahu would eat a little bit of vegetables, and he would be full. He would be full. Let's say he was a king. He could have had anything he wanted, but he didn't need a lot. He did not need a lot. Which also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in material, that may be an implication that our relationship with.
Do you see that I sent you a link?
Remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in our lives, and we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with all of the wrong things. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, so again, because of Klal Yisrael's non-compliance, Hashem says, I'm going to bring against you the king of Ashur. Ella, my time, and it shows us therefore again. So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff, and he hears the Navi literally said, "Goes to point out, Sancheriv was the king of Ashur."
Do you see the link, P-boy?
Because of their non-compliance, right? Because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against you the king of Ashur. So Sancheriv says, "Okay, God wants me to do this." So if God wants to do this, the Gemara says, so if that's the case, Elamai Tam, if Sancheriv actually did the will of God, why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi Asaz of Shvatim is Navi, Ihu Yordaket Yerushalayim. Very simple. Sancheriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. But Sancheriv set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. So ultimately, again, so the Nabi tells Sancheriv, you overstep. Your avodah was to exact punishment from the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim so that you don't have any power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead with the Am Ha'ayif, the tired nation. Who's the tired nation? It's interesting. Klal Yisrael. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering, tired because we toil in Torah, tired because we're constantly building a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. The Gemara says, "My ke'is harishon akel artzos v'artzon afali ba'achron echbid derech hayam every artin gadol hagayim lo karishonim shekilam aleim al Torah." So ultimately, again, we are not like the early ones. This is reference to Malchus Yisrael, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah. אבל אחרון ומלכות יהודה, שהכבידו עליהם על תורה, וראויים הללו לעשות להם נס כעוברי הים, וכדרכי הירדן. So it's fascinating. So Sancheriv, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because that Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yam Suf and the splitting of the Yarden. So the Gemara says, So if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus Yehuda, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, it will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Right? Rashi says over here, to become a source of degradation. Right? The laughing stock amongst it. This the Sancheriv. So it's interesting, Sancheriv didn't have a divine mission by the 10 tribes of Malchus himself. But his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the base of Yerushalayim. So Achari Hadvarim, Va'emetz Ha'ila Basancher Melech Ashur, Vayavo Yehuda, Vayichen Ala Oim HaBetzilos, Vayomer Yivka'am Elav. So ultimately, again, Sancheriv makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, Hai Rishna L'Hai Ha'Dasha. Rashi says over here, V'chi Nevi'im Zaron Kazeh La'adon Kazeh, V'chi Nisha Emes V'Chizkiyahu Basancher. So we'll say, now the Gemara asks an interesting question. Why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? Right after all, Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of having Sancheriv marching against him? In other words, we'll say, as much as Chizkiyahu is successful over Sancheriv, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So Chizkiyahu is such a tzaddik. Why did he deserve to have this fear of Sancheriv marching against him? Achariah Dvarim Ba'emes. So Amar Rabbeinu La'achar Shekafas HaKadosh Baruch Hu B'Nishpa. So listen to this. What happened? So Rosh Baruch Hu swore that Sancheriv was going to come on, was going to go ahead and march against Chizkiyahu. What happened over there? Amar, Yamina Chizkiyahu, my sinner Sancheriv, Umisar Galei Yada. So the Rosh Baruch Hu, here's what happened. Rosh Baruch Hu says like this: if I tell Chizkiyahu that I'm bringing Sancheriv against you, but don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say? Amar, Lo Hava Beina, Lo B'Yisusa Beina. Rosh Baruch Hu, do me a favor. I appreciate what you're trying to do, because remember again, by bringing Sancheriv against Chizkiyahu, and then by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyahu didn't do anything. Rosh Baruch Hu wiped out the entire army of Sancheriv. There was a massive Kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave of emunah. But Chizkiyahu would have said, you know what, God, it's okay. Let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sancheriv and don't bring the salvation. Right? There's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone. Miyad kavas Baruch Hu b'nishpa t'maisina lei. Baruch Hu therefore swore and he said, no, I'm bringing Sancheriv. Shnei Amar, nishpa Hashem tzavakos lemor, elo kasher d'nisi kin haisa, v'kasher ya'ati itakum, l'shpor ashur ba'artzi, v'al har abusenu, v'sar me'alem, olu v'savalo me'al shech mo'yasur. Baruch Hu said, Yavo Sancheriv v'syaito, v'yasa obus v'chizkiyahu v'syaito. I'm going to bring Sancheriv, but Sancheriv and his Hebron, they're going to become like a trough. Sort of like a trough for Chizkiyahu and his kingdom. So I want to point out what a profound Gemara this is, right? And sometimes, we have this thought sometimes. In the Sefer Siduro Shel Shabbos, he brings this down by Yaakov Avinu, that after Yaakov found out that Yosef was alive, the Siduro Shel Shabbos says, Rosh Baruch Hu preempted Yaakov. Yaakov would have thought to himself like this: Rosh Baruch Hu, I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. It's so beautiful. Everything worked out well. But I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. And you could have spared me. Ultimately again 20 plus years of pain and suffering. That's why the pasuk says, he offered up karbanos to Yitzchak. Yaakov offered up karbanos to the God of his father. Or Yitzchak. Yitzchak was Midas Hadim, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, HaKadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyahu, would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I will say so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such a dog. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, well, why did you do it? Very nice you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I have a counter proposal for Baruch Hu. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't need the salvation. So that's the cheshbonos of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. That's where the Rebbe Shalom runs the world, and somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. And sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit weiter. Says the Gemara, "Vayiva Yomahu, Yasser Siblo me'ashik mecha, va'olom me'alecha tzavlecha, v'choveh ol mivnei shman." Don't worry, everything's going to be okay, and the yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted upon you. Mipnei shaman. Shman. I want to say shman literally means the oil. What's the oil? This is beautiful. Literally, again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Chizkiyahu. What's the oil of Chizkiyahu? This is beautiful. There was constant oil, constant light. Oil represents light. Constant light burning in the Bati Medrash, this Medrash, all over Malchus Yudah during times Chizkiyahu. Ma'asa. What did Chizkiyahu do? Na'atz cherev al pesach beis Medrash. He put a sword at the entrance of the Beis Medrash, and he said, "Va'amar, kol mi she'ena osik b'Torah, yidaker b'cherev zu." He says, "Whoever leaves the Beis Medrash will be stabbed with this sword." He stabbed with this sword. Now, I say, what does this mean? Is really going to kill people left the Beis Medrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea: Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life. That's what he was saying. It was like, sometimes we look at Torah, oh, it's Torah, it's nice, it's beautiful. And like Dr. Leonard Person has a beautiful idea. So, he points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how he's learned Torah, how people fall asleep during the drasha. So that's what he's say people fall asleep during the drasha. He says, right? Can you imagine? Right? You're lost in a bad neighborhood. We'll say these are the days. This is a dated market, like the fall rain. Right? You're in a bad neighborhood, and you go into a gas station to go ahead and get directions, and the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine that no directions be like this? Right? It says no one's nodding off in the middle. Why? Because that's going to save your life. He says if we realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving, and words of Torah are life-saving, then we would never nod off. Sometimes Rabbi speaks God, right, or whatever. Not everybody is an orator. Okay, it's fair, right? But the Lisa, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us, like how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what Chizkiyahu was trying to highlight. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, again, constantly I find myself in such a negative state. So the Gemara goes like, let's finish up this process. The Gemara says, they checked from Dan until Beersheba. There was not an Amaras. There was no one who was ignorant of the words of Torah all the way from Givas until Antipris. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tumah and Tara. Just one more minute. So we'll say, so incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, we'll say, by the way, in what? Not in sex brachas, right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. We'll look like they're referring to it here. Right? The halachos of Tumah and Tara. We'll say, what happens when we get to us? We get Tumah and Tara. What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on for, right? When is this going to be over? We'll say, those halachos people. Everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, People had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were happy. So let's say, listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying waste. Why did it lie in waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on ruchnius. I will say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Chusyon Melech and ultimately again allowed them to be successful over Tzadkei Melech Hashem. I will say, right, much more to say. We'll stop where I was saying. Okay, end up pretty much. One incredible week. Shkoyach.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast, Tree Jen. If you all weren't aware, we are 116 days exactly on our way to June 5th, the big day when 1 billion trees will be planted. Get your countdowns ready. Very exciting. Also, you should know that you should do exactly what Block Circle did, and that is follow every single person in this space and make sure that you are following everyone who is following you. I do the same thing in any space that I go to. You'll notice I'm following every single person in here. You should know, though, unfortunately, you can't follow over a certain amount. And if I get to that point where I max out, sometimes I have to unfollow people who aren't following me. So you want to make sure that you're following me so that you don't get unfollowed. That's very important. Nobody wants an unfollow, especially as important as someone who is working for world peace as much as I am. If you weren't aware, I have been 24/7 streaming an X space now for more than 350 straight days. And not just on audio, but also on video as well. So if you ever check in the Twitter space search and you type Rabbi or Shill or Share or any of those keywords, you'll notice that I'm always live in there. And I've been doing that almost for an entire year. You don't know anyone else who 24/7 X spaces for an entire year, especially on video. It's a one of its kind of project. But that being said, is not the most unique thing about what I do. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links that are available in my profile, additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently overachieved the amount of 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
That's what it looks like I've always done. But just go ahead and leave pieces. That's what you see in bracha. I will say. So what's the shot that leaving over bread? Leaving over bread represents a singing bracha in one's house. So first of all, it's going to be a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Like the idea is that there's extra. So say we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra, that indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maaseh, there's leftover bread. That means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedusha to you? The Ramban says, "Kadesh is asmi chadam Hashem u'torach." Is moderation. Is even not just for what is mutter, also even in the world of that which is mutter. I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the pshat as well. That if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlek could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. Interesting. So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, kashto min eres, his bowl is empty. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto min eres, Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, koach kishui ever shalom minar she'inamoli. So Rashi seems to say over here, and again we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means some types of something illicit, kashton in eres. Now Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. Right? So come on. So koshi iver shalom. So getting on shut me not shame a moment. Shneimar. Earlier there, kashtecha area sha'at mishtal lebach namish bevasa kitar kashtecha davar achar hamistakel hamachashi ba'arayos te'ishes ish kashton words. So first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. It could be even when he's living his own life, he thinks about a married woman. Even if we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton in Eretz. His bowl is empty. Now again, what actually understand is almost like a erectile dysfunction. Okay? He's just not going to be able to father children. That's also on a deeper level. What I'm saying is like this: that the thing about the thing about immorality is that it's all concealed. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arayos, it takes over the individual and literally it should sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? You only go so long without sleep. You feel like you're out in one, right? At the end, as much as I want to seem like potential is limitless, which is true, my co-op is not. My colors is like at a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think that's like all telling us is keep the person use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are all consuming the realm of energy. And the truth is, alliance, immorality is one of those things. Empty your bowl. Empty the cake. God is sacking up all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. Let's we don't have the cover of a tyrant. Person should always be humble. Last says over here, have the honor of a shipyard. Be humble and you will win. Humility is the key to longevity. That's it. Vayisata impossible Kalona Stilo Figo Shamina. These two are just look to this is there's a concept of Nigel doctrine, which means the home should have Saras. And interestingly enough, the only way for home to have Saras is if you can get natural light to the house. If ultimately a home does not have windows, you don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's Saras on the home. And the idea is a home without windows represents humanity. A home without windows can't get Saras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. I'm going to tell you, I might have said, what's the meaning of the passage that says, so the Imachim and Sha'ol Eitzarechem. What's the difference between Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the difference between the grave and the womb? I love the Chadis, it's actually Ma Rechem Machlis Umotzi. Just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen, and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol Machlis Umotzi. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, the Motzi, yes, amazing. Motzi and also the Kolikolos, so the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits the first cries towards the baby. So Sha'ol Shemachis and Kolos, in addition, Shematim and the Kolikolos. Only the grave, which again when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Kolikol, right? There's crying. So too when it emits, i.e. yes, and there's going to be even greater cries of joy. You can't show the Omen in Yes and in the Torah. Ultimately, the Gemara says this is the truth. This is proof that this Yes. Once again, you see fixated on putting the first of Yes. The Gemara says this is a good raya. How do they know? So we can trust that the Prophet in the closing Rafon. So it's fascinating halacha. But you can what the Baruch is going to go ahead and bring back like Yes and really much like will not die. Special, sorry. All these questions come up. When it comes to Messianic so really just makes a resurrection of the dead. Okay, it's really incredible. Incredible. So the people died there afterwards, and the Gemara says Tzadikim don't die. Once Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. Shnema Daya Nishan Tzion Vayotzim Yerushalayim Kadosh Yom Rabal. Halakas L'Chaim Yerushalayim. Not Kadosh the Olam Kayim Avri Kayim. So the pasuk compares Tzadikim to Kadosh to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Baruch Hu is eternal, so too is Tzadikim come back to life. So be an element of eternality as well. Amud Beis. Then Domar. Osam Shani Shasha HaKadosh Baruch Hu Bahem. As Shani Baruch Hu L'Chadosh Baruch Hu Shneimar. The Niska B'Hashem Lodado B'Yomahu. So this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of greater death. That there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Right? We have this. We're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stopped. What happens after it stops? Take 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? This world is going to recreate another world from me, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the world will start again. What happens to Tzadikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? What do you want to say? Not so night. So if the world also can find into the Sharim, shutting up their mind. Yeah. The Lord makes for the Tzadikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. Right? You look at what's the water. So the Pashto said, the world is going to be created. What's the original state of creation? Right? So So the world will go back to water, but the Shahidim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. The Torah says, by the way, such a Shinamar, Akilo, Nira, Bahamir, Eres, the most common of the young Shema Kama Yishan Sad. I maybe I say they have Sad, they don't have any difficulty doing this. And Haulomar, the Kobe Hashem Yaham Fukoa, Yahve, Ina, and Shamim. So these will be given wings like eagles, Yarutsu, below you go. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be like they will not be tired. So there is this ultimately, this is such a beautiful usage. That's the thing that's the meaning of it. The great outcome of becoming a sadhus, or the great benefit of becoming a sadhus, is sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws your way. The Catholics have said you have to be able to literally transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So in the so we might say as follows. So what about, we're going to talk about this a little bit, we've referenced this already. What about the dead that the Tesco brought back to life? Right, the Tesco this transformation. Now, after the Tesco brought those people back to life, they died again. Right, they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Someone like Command Amar, the MS Mashal Haya." It's interesting. He actually holds like the opinion that the story of the Cheskel, right, the Atzama salvation, the valley of dry bones, that was a mashal. That was a mashal. It didn't actually happen. Let's try to make it into parable. The Sanya. So this thing of itself is a dramatic mashal. The Sanya. But the Omer, Mason Chef, that you Cheskel, I'm going to Shira or Mason. The people you Cheskel brought back to life. You still on their feet. You say Shira and then you die again. Not Shira Amru. What did they say? Not Shira Amru. Hashem Nemes Yitzadek U'Mechayim V'Rachim. But you are Omer, Shira Du Amru. Hashem Nemes U'Mechayim Nemes Sha'ol Bayal. And Yudah Omer, Yudah says, Hemes Mashal Haya. Yudah says, now those says, Rosh Hashanah is very easy. And that's the truth. Mashal Haya is was a parable. So much it doesn't say, oh, we're going to in MS Lama Mashal, in Mashal Lama MS. Which one is it? If you tell me it's MS means that it didn't happen. If it didn't happen, it didn't happen. Otherwise, if it's a mashal, what's going on over there? But it was an error, the MS mashal. Rather than what you need. In reality, don't think it was a mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, it's fascinating about whether or not the episode of the Tesco with the Atomization didn't happen or not. Did it happen or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental mashal, yes. So those were the things that we remember. Mason Shehaki Cheskel Allah, Alula, the Nothing, but we do find about it. Incredible. I was saying, no, it didn't happen. And by the way, he didn't die immediately after seeing Shira. What happened? The Cheskel brought them back to life. They saved Shira. They went ahead to Shira. They married their kids. So you must Allah, you're going to say, Allah. אני נבנה ביניהם, ועלות מצווה שניח לי אבי אבא מהם. So Rabbi, you're going to stand up and say, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of the people who brought back to life from the Tesco, and ultimately I'm going to use them as children that I received from my great-grandfather. So beautiful. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Like, who were these individuals who Tesco brought back and looked at the tree? It's incredible. I will say there is a not so well-known story that there was a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. So you know what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people. They just made a mistake. But when they Ephraim, Shusela, Ubarak, Beno, Sachas, Beno, Valadar, Beno, Sachas, Beno, Uzbada, Beno, Shusela, Beno, they each of our the husband answered that for the bar. So it's two very people of God. By some time at the end, Yom Rabbi, by a bow, Echab, and Nachamo. And ultimately, again, so it's even more. Father, if I'm one today, what happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake about the calculation. Remember, by this bit of some Hashem says, I don't know, The children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual bris when it started. So when 4:30 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go, and they leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. Those are the Atzilus shows that the Fesco brought back to life. Incredible. They must have told us, anybody other than a couple of Christmas and say, they're not going to say that. Copen Sister, so again, Shmuel says these were people who denied Chesed. Interesting. They denied Chesed, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by a Fesco. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even a bit, they had no mitzvahs. Not you had lost the mitzvahs, other things like the moisture of a mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with it. They're not, had someone say, there's a shoe voucher. Mitzvah says, everybody Adam, Shechipu at the Hekal Kulun Shkatzim B'Ramosim. These were people who unfortunately dedicated and declared the nation of God. שנאמר, ואבו בערב הגיעו חוקת משלת ובהם בשקט הולאו בישראל, וחוקה השיר שבת, וכסיב הסם, והרירן העין צהר שבת. Okay, Rabbi Yochanan says, Elu, Mason should have Bika Dura. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bika's Dura. And what's Bika's Dura? Now we're getting to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, right? So remember again, so and the first couple of back, like, what happened in Bika's Dura? Rabbi Yochanan, Minar Itza al-Rabash, Bika's Dura. So the Shach is even Nebuchadnezzar says he saw it's the second white line, and the bottom side of the Rabbi's to be was flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So he went to Hayu B'Hani Bakrim, Sheyimnatim at Shahayu Ganim Esachar B'Yofyod. There were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally it was so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like that, a quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Kastian women would see them, and literally, again, they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. And listen, now, again, there's this concept in halakha called dam chiyut, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and leave. So these Kastian women saw these Jewish boys, and they experienced this flow. Abu Ba'alehem, so to his older husband, and their sons, their husbands told the king, see, so the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want, right? They didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So the Gemara says these are the bones that the Fesco brought back to life, and all of this happened in Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. The church people of the Knesset, it's not recommended Nebuchadnezzar. The Gemara transitions to some incredible story regarding Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, so remember context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. Like contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so the Mishah should have become the Nebuchadnezzar as times on that time, the future age. Amalek was properly Fesco, lit back, then he said because so again, at the time the Chaim Shana fell into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells the Fesco's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah. It's incredible, by the next generation, all of these great men. Says, as Chaim Shana is being thrown into the future, Hashem tells the Fesco, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently What's crazy is it says that Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones are brought back to life, he's drinking his wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. Slaps him in the face. So the Amar says, Amar Maki Balsha'ilu. So Nebuchadnezzar said, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amulo, Chavarin Sha'elu Machayim Yishin Mefikas Dura. So he said, the friend of these guys being Chavarin Sha'elu is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Pasach Va'amar Asoli coming back with him because Moed Kamat Takitim Machusim Machus Olam Yishalpani in Dar Vadar. Also in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this guy, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever. And his dominion is from generation to generation. Yitzchak is Zav, Rosef, and so also Rasha. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Shut him up. Why? So a moment of Bama for six rockets and because we know for sure six rockets, so it doesn't say the telling. Rosh Hashanah had the Malach not come and struck him on the face. Akashvim says, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than David. Right? You want to discover. So that's the part. So as beautiful as everything that David did in family, Nebuchadnezzar's look to the kingdom more beautiful. And I was saying to yourself, how can Nebuchadnezzar make greater share than David? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the people, the greater the power for good. Every person has crossed over Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the base and exile probably so and subject our people to all these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there's no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible. Six miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hanan and Yisrael Azariah were going to the kitchen and trustworthy. Number one, they had such a kitchen. So they know the culture was actually beneath this underground. The rows of background so everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. That's part of the wall of the kitchen cracked open so that people could see into the kitchen what was happening. The foundation cracked. The big arrow of Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face. The newspaper ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half-year Tesla as an ancient because Judah, and Tesla brought back the dead in the Judah Valley. The Kulikima, ultimately, again, all of these are tradition, all these miracles we have are tradition. But Adonai crushed it. We know about the death of the 14th from the Pasuk. What does the Pasuk say? When the Nebuchadnezzar not Bashar from Mikdash, Rakashatanyo, Sakina, Pakusa, Adar, Nidvan, Nishai, Gad, Vario, Yukavario, Tafasio, the whole Shatuni Medina. So, Oxid, PC, Guven, Yudon, Oxid, Miskanchen, Ashtavania, Sagania, Pakusa, Adar, Malta, Cousin Gavera. What's interesting is in the first Pasuk, there's 4 something. I said, so in the first pasuk, it was 4 more names. In the second pasuk, it was less names, which indicates that ultimately, again, some of his allies were killed. So coming to because that is incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. Amen. Now, Gabra, Ela, Kapsu, the Savaleon, Pashkeva Kavason. Can I even try my dying when referring to the Kitchen Aish? They wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what is this? When you look at that, let's say that's not saying that. I'm trying to know about it. Shalom. Shahari is not Azari, the heart of the issue, beginning to Karakon. It's really true kitchen. So when Kayam is not Azari, coming to the kitchen, they were still wearing their royal clothing, their dignified clothing. So you know what it says? So I was son of Shloyu and the Fuchad, who was Daishin, son of Mupano. Also, it's incredible Gemara. What is Rosh Yaakov saying? Rosh Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified even in the face of adversity. sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become all unnecessary, all confused, and we lose it. We lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Where it says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hanan, Yishan, and Azariah, what did they do before they were going to the Kitchen Aish? They fixed the bekishas, with the egg and the egg, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. They also said, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and a refinement. Because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm ready to open. I want to say, all right. Like 93A. So if you don't say the video, so okay, sure, it's just a beautiful Gemara. So Tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shnei Emar. Honor for Amar Chazak Divine. I bought Shayu and the Halkim the Golura. The couple of each of the whole. The Rabbi Dili Vice Governor of Politics. And the Tzaddik is mentioned in the Pasuk before the Malach. That was like the truth is that is not a finish. Of course, Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. It's not even a shayla. Right? This is why. Because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's not a kashit. Then of course, Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm not trying to come back to anybody. You should actually have to kind of show I make it an age. Well, almost all of the tough to listen in, so you saw up in there. It was incredible. When Hanan and Isaiah came out of the kitchen, when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. The tough to listen in, so you saw up there. And literally again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, on their face. In other words, they gave him a patch. The Gemara says, so it says, this was a Musar to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Hanan and Azariah came out of the kitchen, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest Musar that we receive is the Musar from the nations of the world. I'm not sure I might say what's meaning of the pasuk. Amarti is beautiful. Amarti ela v'kamar ochzeh b'sansana. So say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says in Shir Shir? And literally again, I said I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti ela v'kamar eli Yisrael. So again, the tamar, the palm tree represents Klal Yisrael. The Baruch essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree of the flowers. That's what I want more than anything, is to be able to hold on to the palm tree. The actual the Ella science of efforts of learning the Isaiah. And unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, I get a Hanan and Azariah. What's the better way? I was going to tell you. Gemara's like this are very affirming, because sometimes in life we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. And all these different feelings. And it's important to understand, such a nature of relationships, that's kind of all our expectations. And expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if Baruch didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. Just couple of branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated in relationships. Part of the course. The Mar goes back in. I might have said, talking about Sus Ado. What's the meaning of this story? Like this Rebua, obviously, this is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp, early swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. So it's a married Yisrael, what does that mean? What is that's right now? Jesus was called Rabbi, was called Adam Kol Laila. The Prophet was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was created, and he's ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into that. Destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. He's the man. He's the reference of Hashem Ish Milchama Hashem Shemo. How sus Adam was in a red horse. He can push off the apple as Kala Olam Kulom with dam. First my mind. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. Even Nishaka Bechayim Nishaka Azario is Kara Daito. But as soon as he saw Chaim Nishaka Azario, ultimately then he calmed down Shneimar for only being Hadass Hashem and Mitzvah. He's still amongst the middle branches in the swamp. What's the middle branches? The middle branches, those are Tzadikim Shneimar, by the only as Hadassah. Esther. Name Mitzvah El Baba. What's the swamp? The swamp is Baba Shneimar. Homer Mitzvah. So now, sorry, Badum Nasa Labanim, Amra Papa, Shmaniyot, Susya, Kibra, Mari Lachalbo. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Go say, just a tremendous person has to from there. The both is ready to go and destroy the world. Destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was, can I be Three people changed his mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. It matters. Just one person. How much do I really matter? We say we matter more than we could ever imagine. 3 days. Can I be talking about? By the way, I want to point out who for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Like, there was Daniel, there was Yecheskel, there were other people. But yet, again, they saved the world. I want to say there is no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I did. So, Rabbi says much. Rabbi was great. After Tanai Mishal Azari came out of the kids' time, where did it go? Like, kind of like, what do you do after that? You know, so what did you do? Like, where did you listen, what do you ask me? It's pretty fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? The Gemara says, Amara, the Ayin Hara, the guy is the result of Ayin Hara. The Ayin Hara, what is it? They were the subject of so much attention. And the piety between the subject of so much attention. And that level of attention is not healthy. The guy is the result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, the Rok Tabu, they drowned in spit, in saliva. Now, what is that? So these are incredible marshal over here. So the marshal says, this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The Safari should derech marshal that he had a kika shaylo of Kocham so by the Vaishno. So also listen to the place outside very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before after Chaim Nishal Azariah came out. So the nations of the world, literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people and said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, what does it mean that Chaim Nishal Azariah drowned in saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the wedding. So when people talk, so they stick a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Umos Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim Nishal Azariah died in the spit, in the saliva? It means that even Chaim Nishal Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? The words all them spitting at Christ, not spitting, but talking, giving them musar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So once they see what's happening over here, what do they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives like Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. Commercially, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with these kind of spirits. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even against unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, no, stop, nothing, those are such dramatically different narratives over here, right? So first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you going to do? They went there to Israel, right? They were tied to Israel, they had children. Kita na much makot Israel. The Lord says the Ayin Haramesu, the Yeshua the Lord told him, Allah so the Lord says about we do what we married. Shibuna Yeshua Kohen Adodo, after the ocean of Hashem, the Anshe Moses Hima. So Moses Hima talks about Yeshua Kohen Adodo, who lived at the time. I get a Canaan I thought I was just a moment. And the Pasuk relates that Yeshua Kohen Adodo is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what do you see from here? The Chanan Mishal and Azariah acted in spirit with the Kibshon, moves to Eretz Yisrael. That's now he had families. Okay, but Daniel and Hakan also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Hanan, Mishal, and Azariah were being thrown into the Kibshon H? So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a like a civil engineering project. Which was about sweet Bizarre gas pasta. So he was there to begin to work out an import contract. Right? For aspas is like a type of animal food. To bring in aspas to the Baba. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, like Egypt, had the best chazirim and had the best pigs, and he had to negotiate a contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Hanya, the Torah says, "Amar in part of chazirim yotzim elachzan shalotan she'in chol tchinaim shelo b'shol shotilim." No, I was going to say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So as you couldn't, they would sterilize the animal before they would go and take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, I'll go read the check up. So what did he do? So it says, Zutri Isi below that type. He brought very young ones, so you had to have them in there that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't in Baba when all of this occurred. There were 3 people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story time in China happened. We'll see why in just a moment. Who were they? Again. Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to who? To the merit of Daniel, and not the Canaan and Isaiah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Isaiah. This was their moment to shine. And therefore, again, Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, but Daniel also said, you know what, they're going to get out of here? Because he also apparently had a combination that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's theological downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to Hanan and Azariah. So it's interesting enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Kibshon H. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? How do you know that Nebuchadnezzar was Daniel as a god? But see, the Adim not Nebuchadnezzar, not on a play of the Daniel Sagabet. Funny God to Daniel. Come out from Tzvatot Zogin, Al-Aqov ben Puyo, Al-Sufya ben Masiyah, and the so now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Chaim Mishal and Azariah. So obviously, again, so there are other people who also wanted to be a prophetic stature. So these 2 guys, Aqab ben Puyo and Sidkiah ben Masiyah. And they also posed as prophets, although they were a being shaker. So they're going to see in just a moment. These 2 false prophets, Aqab and Sidkiah, were also thrown into the furnace. So interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned. but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? I'm going to be okay. I'm sure they are made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but sin, burned. So once they do my office, what they did that was so bad, it caused them to return to the furnace. Listen to this, my office. Also got me back to the book. They went to the door of the book on that side. Akab Amarla, Kama Hashem Hashmiel Tzidkiah. The Tzidkiah Amar, Kama Hashem Hashmiel Akab. Interesting. So these two guys told me the prophet, go to the door of the book on that side. So Akab said, listen, like door of the book on that side, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Tzidkiah propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkiah goes over to her and comes to you with the word of God. When Akab petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, So Azra ba'amar la Rabia. So by the way, I thought the point that's amazing, which is interesting that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, just get out of here. Like, right away, she says, okay, she takes this to her father. Takes to her father. So Amar Elohim shal Ehu, Elohim son Zimo. Look at that, because something doesn't sound like that, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he will instruct you, like, to give yourself over to these men, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? Next time you come your way, send them to you. Send them to you. Check the Zoom hour. So showing up again when they come back. So during the book send them to the book answer. So I'm gonna man so man the book answer said, tell me, who gave you this message? I'm not going to God. I got kind of I shall tell you, but I'm gonna ask, sir. But the book answer, listen guys, I do a little fact checking. I asked the book Netzar. I asked the Ram about this supposed prophecy. And they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? I'm not this is true. So Sidkiah, and after saying, well, 1 second. Why are Khalid trying to work any more important than us? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all coming. So again, just because my Mishnah is saying it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. So we look at it and say, you know what, I have the idea. The way I checked out Hanani Mishal Azariah's prophetic credentials was with just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, you get of course, then your word is gold. So Akab is you say, hold up there. I'm going to say, it's not fair. They were saved because there were 3 of them. Hanani Mishal Azariah. There's only 2 of us, Akab and Sidkiah. So I'm a little says, no problem. Phone a friend. Like, no worries, you know what? Get your guy. You can choose anyone you want. Whoever you want for your furnace museum. Go ahead. Absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fiery furnace. So it's crazy. I'm rich, and I said, we choose Yeshua Kohen Gadol. Sorry, they see Yeshua. Not this to say you. It's not Alon. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yeshua Kohen Gadol. Listen, remember again, we just heard of Yeshua Kohen Gadol. Wasn't Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim Shal Azariah. So Sidkiah and Akab say, okay, we choose Yeshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So he must say, Yeshua Gadol ekriku manan. So what happens? So he flew into the furnace. Akab and Sidkiah were burned. And Yeshua remained unscathed except his clothing. His clothing became singed. Okay? Only the Malach Hashem. Remember Hashem Allah Satan. Yiga Hashem B'chas. Yiga Hashem B'chas. But I'm going to let you down into Sidkiah. So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar speaks to Yeshua. This is Yeshua. Obviously, I know So I understand why Achav and Sivsio are burned, because obviously they're getting a false prophets. But my question is, my time sure, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit stained? In other words, in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you are righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived the fact that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, I can tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, it's like, can you imagine, like, it's like, stop talking about Kanani Shalom Azariah, right? I got it. They're great. They're tzaddik and they're fine. Right? So, Nebuchadnezzar compared everyone to Kanani Shalom Azariah. Their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, you know, you're short like that, but obviously you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but the clothing was singed. What happened over there? But in the church is pretty simple. They have three, they have to combine marriage for three people. I'm only one guy. I'm going to go Avram, Yachitava. So I bet Avram was only one. People kind of try to use Torah. Right? He says, but Avram was going to go fire first. There's only one thing. And if you emerge 12 years speed, Hasam Muhammad Shabbat, but it's young if you shoot Salinura. Hasam Shabbat, you have to shoot Salinura. So ultimately, again, so Scripture says, here's the difference, that ultimately Adam was thrown into the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no resistance at all. I was thrown into the furnace with the shines. The fire had resistance. You have an impact on them. Once the fire was giving some level of sleep, some level of control, it impacted his knee as well. Straight Udi Yadishi, the kind of people, also Yadishi. That's what people say. The famous adage. If you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry one still make the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but putting the fire around it, and ultimately, again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person can be very righteous also. So the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick can be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough Rishayim, and unfortunately, again, the Rishayim have an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact of us is on it. So by the way, my time is what's the real reason? So you must feel that that's not the real reason. Right? If you're sure going to go, there's really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were kind of obviously married women where they were not really allowed to marry. And you're sure the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental rights, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is profound perish. Remember, Yeshua Yanovish the government said, Yeshua was very swiftful. If you got to show the most of the government said, I'm not saying that one of those messages in a good for Kuna, but I'm I'm going to come from Dodge back up, it's called. My pixel was in the passage. She has all my even not sorry. Was in US. Ruth goes to you feel the bars. And literally again, the passage says the Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So my sheet has all 136 barleys. Here it says some literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So they must say, if he got those Shabbat, leaping Matana Sheesh Solid, would Boaz just give us one person 6 barley kernels? That doesn't make any sense. The Lord said, Tzaddik Gimel Amad Grades, namely 3D. Ella, Sheesh Sin. Rather, he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley. So listen, if he got this at Isha Vito Sheesh Sin, his woman being able to carry back 6 saw, but it's a lot of barley. Ella Yamaz Rock, Shasidim Sheesh Shabbat Matek, and there's an Ifrachim Sheesh Brachas. So in fact, interesting as the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a reminiscence. It was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brachas. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara goes into the short of 6 sons. Whoever looks at 6 descendants, will get each of them blessed across their way. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. And I'll say, by the way, this is Ruth's pedigree. And I'll say that I know to trace it all to. A pivotal moment when the army was going back to Canaan, right? And the army said, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back tomorrow, and Ruth goes to Canaan. Sometimes in life, we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware that we're at a crossroads. But this is the importance of living life with incredible mindfulness, so that when you stand at a crossroads, You know that you're in the moment of a pivotal decision and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through the list. Here we go. David, Yosef, Dayan, Ephraim, Me'anoim. So you see then the Yishai, this halachim. I saw it's like the son of Yishai, Yodea Nagin, the Yibot Kayo, the Ishnuchama, the Navon, right? The Navon Davar, the Ishtar. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas, so they will define each of these are just a moment. These are the 6 brachas that are Ba'ara Yuda, once I got that, no, Abu Doeg, Elab Roshnara. Once again, this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. And let's say now, Doeg meant it, sometimes when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. And meant to be, not even disparaging, but meant to create animosity. Here we go. Yodea now, he knows how to play music. Shiodea Rishal, he knows how to ask good questions in Torah. Ibar, Shiodea Hashi, he knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishnuchama, Shiodea Lisa Likim Umakam Fishal Torah. He knows how to dig a different cave in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemara Ponebalacha. He's a beautiful appearance, and he knows how to assert himself in Halacha. The Navon, David is really done his own David. He's a Navon, and then he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem Iman, God is with him. Shalach is the most of the Makom. Ultimately, whenever David says a Halacha, the Halacha always follows him. The Kulu Amanu, Yonasan Mikamo, in all of these areas, Shaul said this is beautiful. And our son Yonasan has these same attributes. Iman, the Amar, Hashem Iman, and also the beginning of Iman no holiday. But ultimately, again, when Doeg said Hashem Iman, the thing that we need is that Halacha always follows David. That David always has like an incredible sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and he didn't go the same. That's when Shaul became jealous, and then of course sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat, and literally tries to kill him. And Shaul said, and Shaul says wherever he is set is, eyes are desolate. David said, wherever God will turn, ultimately there will be success. So again, both are the shoulders of success. The David has an element of success over Shaul. Incredible. Beyond the door, how do you know that Doeg said these things? So it says, Ksiva Kabayani Achamel Arim Yuchach Shemel Arim Ksiva Sam B'Shei Ish Me'am B'Shaul B'Yom Ha'u Neta B'Hashem Yishmor Doeg HaAdomi Abin HaRe'or Ma'asher Shaul. Good. Next, Mashiach. Next. So therefore, I will say, the point over here is, what Russ's descendant, remember, Boaz gives Russ 6 crores of barley to highlight. We're going to have 6 descendants, where each benched themselves with 6 brachas. Now we just had David, one of those descendants, and the 6 brachas on David. Mashiach, the 6. So it says the devil, what's the bracha of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chokmah, Ruach Chokmah Uvino, Ruach Yitzah Ugivura, Ruach Das Viras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I will say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Uksiv, Be'erich Viras Hashem. Ultimately, again, on the inspiring Yiras Yorah Zanji, Rolami Shekino Mitzvos V'Yisur K'rei Chayim. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I will say, is someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvahs and yisur and suffering. And we don't say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately, if we learn Torah, if we don't learn Torah at night, the house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, right, the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, the Molach Badoy, Mashiach. It's very interesting. All right, well, so you know what? We're going to stop over here for today. Right. Rosa, I just want to point out. All right. Good. I got it. We didn't finish the job. We didn't finish all the way. But Rosa, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time we looked abnormal. That wasn't we're much more in range. But stress, I went tremendous.
And again, bro, so we're all the things that you're doing, guys. Make sure you are following instructions. Make sure that you are locked in with what they're doing. This is tree planting. Everybody can do it.
All right, that was great.
Everybody can get it today. Everybody can plant some trees. Everybody can get it. Just literally big good. So make shout out to you. Thank you so much. Guys, I forgot. I got so wrapped up in the conversation with Dina that I totally forgot to announce the giveaway of this winner for the emojis. That is Mr. Comfy, Jimmy Hartley at Mr. Comfy. Shout out to you. You are the winner of this emoji dance contest.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning today. Our annual Torah sponsor. The Kelsey Mishpach of ROTHSCHILD for dedicating all the children and Joshua's this year as a zuchos for the Solos Tomos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba Alim Latova, Tanya and Steve Zinn, and loving army of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoin, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, Zechron Livracha, and our day of learning sponsors, Ruben Rakovsky, in memory of Ida Kasavsky and Lillian Blackstein, Zechron Livracha. We hope that in merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shalom Shalom, the families in the Shalom, all of those who need us, wish that we did this call for each other, all of our hostages and all of the soldiers should be successful. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's daf is Tzadik Gimel 93. We are starting on Tzadik Beis Amud Aleph 92a, 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi Lazar Omer. Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi says as follows: anyone who does not, literally again, allow Talmidei Chachamim to benefit from his possessions, will not see bracha forever. Meaning, which is another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Talmidei Chachamim, meaning support Torah. And if a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, he'll never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Talmidei Chachamim, to help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately, you'll just have less for yourself. Shneimar, ein srid li'achlo akim lo yachol tuvo, ve'ein srid el talmidei chachamim shneimar sridim asher Hashem korei. V'amar Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar says as follows. Interesting halacha. Kol shem mishayer pas al shulchano in rosim rach liyomim. If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on your table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, Shneimar in sridi achlo, akim yochal tuvo. The Gemara says, Amar Rabbi Lazar, kol mishayer pesisim al shulchano, kilo oved avodah zara. But Rabbi Lazar said, that whoever leaves over bread, literally pieces of bread on his table, ultimately it's as if he worships idolatry. So it sounds like, obviously, leaving over bread is not a good thing. So the Gemara says, Shneimar orchem legad shulchan, malim l'manim l'asach v'kasha, hadi ikashneim b'hadei, hadi l'ikashneim b'hadei. So apparently, the way of Avodah Zarah, of this Avodah Zarah God, was the way you worshipped it was little pieces of bread together with a whole loaf. So if you leave little pieces with a whole loaf, that's what it looks like Avodah Zarah. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what is Siman Bracha. I will say. So what's the pshat that leaving over bread represents a Siman Bracha in one's house? So first of all, this could be a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So similarly, we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra bread indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maaseh, if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedoshim to you? The Ramban says, kadesh is atzmicha b'mashem mutalach. Is moderation. Is even not just drawing lines mutter. So even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's a shot as well. That if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, Karamach means a person changes his voice. which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlik B'Dibur could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. Interesting halacha. So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, kashto nin eres, his bow is emptied. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto nin eres, Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, koach kishui eva shalo ninar she'ena molded. The Rashi seems to be over here, and again we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means something illicit, kashton in eres. Now Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. Right? So koshi ever shalom. So getting over shut nina she'ena moment. Shneimar area mer kashtecha area sha'atim mishtar ba mamish berbasa hitar kashtecha davar achar hamistakel hamachashi ba'arayos de'ishes ish kashton yours. So first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So right, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach in Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. It could be even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton in eres, his bow is empty. Now again, so Rashi understands it being almost like a erectile dysfunction, like he's just not going to be able to father children. Perhaps also on a deeper level, what it's saying is like this: that the thing about arayos, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Right? When a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arayos, it takes over the individual, and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you can only go so long without sleep. Right? We feel that this hour in the morning, right? I can only play. In other words, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my koach is not. Right? In other words, it does come a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal is telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for, because there are certain things that are all consuming in the realm of energy. And the truth is, arayos, immorality, is one of those things. It'll empty your bow, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sap you of all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in this tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. Let's go. Person should always be humble. Rashi says over here, be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. Fascinating. Usually what's the right? Proof of this is, there's a concept of nigei batim, which means a home could have tzaras. But interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have tzaras is if you can get natural light in the house. If ultimately a home does not have windows, you don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's tzaras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get tzaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. What's the meaning of the pasuk that says Sha'ol v'otzarechem eres lo savei mayim? So the ima inyan Sha'ol etzarechem. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? Right? Just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, the motzi, yes, amazing. So the womb, which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, first the baby. So Sha'ol Shemachlisin Bobakolos, Einon Din Shemotim Mena Bakolekolos. So the grave which again, when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Right? There's crying. So too when it emits, i.e., Tchias HaMesim, there's going to be even greater cries of joy. Ultimately, the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that there's Tchias HaMesim. So I'll say once again, you see, we're fixated on proving this notion of Tchias HaMesim. So the Gemara says this is a good value. Tzadikim Shasek Hashbaruch Hu said in the Chosn Yafram. So I'll say this is fascinating halachah. Tzadikim Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back to life Tchias HaMesim during Yemos Mashiach, Messianic era, will not die. Which says, right? All these questions come up. It comes to Messianic era. It says, we need Tchias HaMesim, resurrection of the dead. Okay, which is going to be incredible. Incredible. So, do people die again afterwards? The Gemara says, Tzadikim don't die. Once Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. Shneimar Vayah Nishar B'Tzion V'Nos V'Yushalayim Kadosh Yomer Lo. So the pasuk compares tzaddikim to Kadosh, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Ribbon Shalom is eternal, so too when the tzaddikim come back to life, there'll be an element of eternality as well. Amud Beis. V'im Tomar Osam Shanim Shasar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Bahen Es Sha'as Elsa Shanim Sha'as HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'Chadesh Baras Olamot Shneimar V'Niska B'Hashem Levado B'Yomahu. So this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea in greater depth, that there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Right? We have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? This Baruch is going to recreate another world from you, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu will start again. What happens to tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? So the Gemara says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu can find Kinisharim Shatin Al Pnei Hamayim. Wow. The Rosh Hashanah makes for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. The Rosh say, what's the water? So the Pashtus, if the world is going to be recreated, what's the original state of creation, right? So the world will go back to water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. Which will say, by the way, it's such a Shneimar, Akilo, Nira, Bahamir, Eres, Mot, Harim, Beliv, Yamim, Shema, Kamar, Yishlan, Tsar. Maybe you'll say they have Tsar, maybe they'll have pain and difficulty during this time. Hawalomar, the Kolbe Hashem, Yahalifu Koach, Ya'aver Ever Kin Sharim. So they will be given wings like eagles. Yarutsu, v'lo yigo, Yilchu, v'lo yi'afu. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be they will not be tired. And the other thing is, so ultimately, this is such a beautiful yisod that tzaddikim will be given wings. Truth is, that's what tzaddikim have wings. The great avot of becoming a tzaddik, or the great benefit of becoming a tzaddik, is sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws your way. Regardless of tzaddikim, is the wings they have to be able to literally transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So the Gemara says as follows. So what about, we're going to talk about this in just a little bit, we've referenced this already. What about the dead that Yechezkel brought back to life? Right? Yechezkel did Tchias HaMesim. Now, after Yechezkel brought those people back to life, they died again. So, right, they died again. So, shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Savalak man damar the MS mashal haya." So this is interesting. He actually holds up the opinion that the story of Yechezkel, right, the Atzamas Hayadeshos, the Valley of Dry Bones, that was a mashal. That was a mashal. It didn't actually happen, but rather again, it's a parable of Sanya. So this in and of itself is a sort of dramatic machlok. It's the Sanya. But those Omer, Mesim Shech Yechezkel Amdor Aglayim Amdu Shira Umesu. The people of Yechezkel brought back to life. They stood on their feet. They sang Shira, and then they died again. Mashira Amru. What did they sing? Mashira Amru. Hashem Nemis B'Tzedek U'Mechayim V'Rachman. Yeshua Omer Shira Zu Amru. Hashem Nemis U'Mechayim Morid Sha'ol Bayal. Yehuda Omer. Yehuda says MS Mashal Haya. Yehuda says, now I'm going to say the Lashon is very interesting. MS means truth. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. So Mercer, it doesn't make sense. All over the Kandya. In MS Lama Mashal. in Mashal Mama MS. Which one is it? In other words, if you tell me it's MS means that it really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, so then it's a Mashal. What's going on up here? So the Gemara says, Ella the MS Mashal Haya. Rather, here, what he means is, in reality, the whole thing was a Mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, a fascinating machlokes about whether or not the episode of Yecheskel with the Atzamah Seveishos did it happen or not. Did it happen or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental machlokes. Rabbi Elazar ben Shavi Yosef ben Yomer. Meisim sheheki Yecheskel Allah alu la'aretz Eretz Yisrael v'nasu nashim v'alidu banim u'banos. It's incredible. So others say, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after singing Shira. Right? What happened? Yecheskel brought them back to life. They sang Shira. They went to Eretz Yisrael. They married. They had kids. So the Gemara said, Amar Yehuda ben Besira Arangla v'Amar Ani mipnei bneihem v'alodu tefillin she'eniach li avi abba mehem. So Yehuda ben Besira stands up and says, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of those who was brought back to life from Yecheskel, and ultimately again these are the tefillin that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. The Gemara says, Uman who makes him check with Yecheskel. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who Yecheskel brought back? Like most of this group was. Amarav Ilubin Ephraim Shemanu Leketz V'Tov. This is incredible. I will say there is a not so well-known story that there were a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim, and so also Ephraim's numbers are relatively lower than other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. So the question, what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people. They just made a mistake. Shnei Amar, Ubnei Ephraim, Shusela, Ubara Beno, Besachas Beno, Balada Beno, Besachas Beno, Uzvado Beno, Shusela Beno, Yeizir Alaz Belad, Bahargum Ansher Gat, Balad Baris. They were killed by people of Gat. We see by Sal Ephraim at the end, Yom Rabbi, by Abo Ephraim and Ephraim. And ultimately, again, so they were mourned. Father Ephraim mourned for them. We'll say what happened over here. They made a mistake. Like a calculation. Remember, by this time of Hashem says, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual bris ben Habasara. So when year 430 comes, they think, it's time to go. And they leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. Those are the Atzamah Seveishos that Yecheskel brought them back to life. Incredible. The Gemara says, Shmuel says, Elu b'nei Adam shekafel b'tches nisim. Shnei Rabbi Yomer Elei ben Adam. Someone said that. Kol Beis Yisrael. Ema heina omen yavshu atzmasinu v'avdot v'kasinu nigzir alanu. So again, Shmuel says these were people who denied tches nisim. Interesting. They denied tches nisim, and ironically enough, they were brought back to life by Yecheskel. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even they had no mitzvahs, not the Lashon HaMachlukas, like the moisture of a mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with them. Shnei Amar, Hatzamos Seveishos, Shimu Devar Hashem. Nafka says, Elu b'nei Adam, shechipu asehechal kulum shkatzim b'ramosim. These were people who, unfortunately, dedicated and degraded the Yisrael. Shnei Amar, va'avo be'erev b'hinei kol kadmis v'nus b'hin the called Yuni Beis Yisrael. The Chukal Akir Sabbath. Sit Hassan, that Yiran Ha'im Sabbath. Yokar says, Elu Mesim Shalabika Dura. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bikas Dura. So what's Bikas Dura? Now we're going to get into a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar, right? So remember again, so these Jews, and the Cheskel brought them back. What happened in Bikas Dura? So it's a second wide line. On the bottom side of the page, on these TV were flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So he said, "How you behave, Bachim? Show you Natman, show you Ganin as a Chalabi of Lord." There were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally it was so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like that, like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Kastian women would see them, And literally, again, they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. And listen, again, there's this concept in halacha called dan kinut, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and leave. So these Kasdian women saw these Jewish boys, and they had experienced this flow. I'm a Ba'alein, so hopefully they told their husbands, and their sons, their husbands told the king, so the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want, right, they didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So the Gemara says these are the bones that Yechezkel brought back to life, and all of this happened in Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. The Gemara transitions to some incredible stories regarding Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, so remember context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, and actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. Like contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so the B'Shashin that he called Nebuchadnezzar as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah So again, at the time that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah thrown into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells Yechezkel's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, it's incredible, all of these great men. Says that as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah being thrown into the Kivshon, Hashem tells Yechezkel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, as crazy as this sounds, Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, he's thinking with wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. So the Amar, so the Gemara says, Amar Mati Bashailu. So instead of saying, Nebuchadnezzar say, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So So he said, the friend of these guys being Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Pasach va'amar asovi kamen Ravrin, v'tasmoi kamen takifin machusin machus olam, v'shaltane im dar v'adai. We'll say in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever, and his dominion is from generation to generation. Already spoke. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? Blessed is the Rabbi. Had the Malach not come and struck him on the face, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than David HaMelech. Right? He would have discovered. So it says that's the passage. As beautiful as everything that David HaMelech did in Tehillim, Nebuchadnezzar's shira could have been even more beautiful. Now listen, say to yourself, how could a Nebuchadnezzar make greater shira than David HaMelech? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power for good. Every person has stuff. So Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the Beis Hamikdash and exile Klal Yisrael, he subject the people to all of these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there was no telling what you could accomplish. Incredible. 6 miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were thrown into the Kivshon. Number one, it's not a Kivshon. Normally the cauldron was actually was on the ground. It rose above the ground so everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. Next, Nifas HaKivshon, part of the wall of the Kivshon cracked open so that people could see into the Kivshon what was happening. Chomak Soda, the foundation crack. Nefach Selam Alpana, the big idol of Nebuchadnezzar, fell on its face. The Nisrifu Aramachos, ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of the Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half day Cheskel as a missing because and Cheskel brought back the dead in the Dura Valley. The Kula Gemara. Ultimately, again, all of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition. We know about the death of the 14th from the Apostle. What does the Apostle say? Gad Vario, Ditavario, Tafasio, the whole Shakin Medina. So, Sid, Isi, Kuvan, Yudo, Sid, Miskanchen, Ashtavarnia, Sagania, Kusa, Dadiri Manga, President Gabriela. So, what's interesting is in the first pasuk, this sounds like a Sesmayama, right? So, again, so in the first pasuk, there's 4 more names, and the second pasuk there's less names, which indicates to us that the day time, ultimately, again, some of his allies were killed. So, this is incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. Shneimar, Ba'adin Gavra Elach Kafsu B'Sabaleon Tashtem Kavason. Kanaim Mishlam Azari, according to the Kivshan Aish, they wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at that. Shalom say last Rashi and that. I showed you that bonus. Shalom. Shahari Kanaim Mishlam Azari, the Levushim Big Day Tifarton. The Shloshim Kivshan. So when Kanaim Mishlam Azari went to the Kivshan, they were still wearing their royal clothing, their dignified clothing. So the Gemara says, "So Al Yishar Shlo Yira Mevuah Mefuchad." What is incredible Gemara? What is Yaakov saying? What is Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. The Gemara says the power of the Yid is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So, Kanai Rishon and Azaniel, what did they do before they were thrown into the Kivshan Aish? They fixed their bakashas, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. They will say, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and refinement. Because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be open. I want to say top of Tzadi Gimel. All right. By 93A. So if you don't Tzadi Gimel, so this is beautiful Gemara. People so Tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shneimar. Ana Chazak Gavon Abba Shani Mahalkim the Gorura the Chavalo Eagle the Home the Rabbi is right dominant power of the So the Tzaddik is mentioned in the pasuk before the Malach. That will say the truth is that it's not a chiddush. Of course, the Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. It's not even a shayla. Right? Why? Because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's different pashut that, of course, Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm going to have time to come back for anybody. Mishashi Yatzakrai Nishal Azani Kivshan Aish. Well, this is incredible. When Chanaim Mishal Azariah came out of the Kivshan, when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. And literally again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave them a patch. The Gemara says, Yesh lachem elokah kazeh. So it says, this was a Musar to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Chanaim Mishal Azariah came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, What is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest mercy that we receive is the mercy from the nations of the world. Yeah, possible. But Amru, Hashem at Staka, the Langu Both is calling to you. Amru Shora, Maria Amru, Mike, it was meaning of us. Marty is a beautiful one. Marty, Eleven Tamar, Oh, Zeb is Sansana. So I say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says, Shir Shir? Literally, again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti ela b'tamar eli Yisrael. So again, the tamar, the palm tree, represents pride. So the Prophet essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree of totality. Right? What I want more than anything, to be able to hold on to the palm tree. But unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Kali Saz rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, again, what's the better way? I can't tell you. You notice like this is very affirming. Because sometimes we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. All these different feelings. And it's important to understand such is the nature of relationships. That's kind of really what the Baruch always had expectations. And expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if Baruch didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. These couple of branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want or what you had anticipated in relationships. Part of the course. The Mar goes back to it. Rabbi Yochanan might have said, so what's the meaning of this story, right? This is Nevuah, obviously. This is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. What does that mean? What does that mean? The Prophet was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into it, destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem Ish Milchama Hashem Shemo. How sus Adam? What does he mean on a red horse? First white line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. And as soon as he saw Chaim Mishal Nazario, ultimately you're going to come down Shneimar to Omen Ben Hadassah Hashem Mitzvah. He stood amongst the middle branches in the swamp. What's the middle branches? Ben Hadassah Melav Tzadikim. The middle branches, those are Tzadikim Shneimar, by the Omen Es Hadassah. Esther. Ben Mitzvah Ela Baba. What's the swamp? The swamp is Baba Shneimar. Homer Mitzvah. Cherbi Ben Arasecha Ovish Miyam. Logez Nasim Shokim Badum. So now, I'm sorry, Badum Nasa Badim. Amrapapa Shmamina Susya Kidra Mal El Chalba. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Let's say, just tremendous person has to from here. We both know he's ready to go and destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, I'm just one person. How much do I really matter? Let's say we matter more than we should ever imagine. Three men, Shanai, Mishal, and Zayah. By the way, I want to point out, excuse me for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Like, there was Daniel, there was Yecheskel, there were other people. But yet, again, they saved the world. I want to say there's no telling what our actions can do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. Let's go like that. So, Rabbanon Leicha, this is great. After Chanai Mishal Nazarius, none of the kids shone. Where did they go? Kind of like, what do you do after that? So where Disneyland? Where did this person there? You must have been asking something fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Hara, they died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. What does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention. That level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of ayin hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, "Berok tabu." They drowned in spit and saliva. Now, what does that mean? So there's an incredible marshal here. So the marshal says this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The Farish derech mashal, the idea to keep the share of our for only installed by renovation also. It's outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before they have to find Yisrael Azariah came out. So the nations of the world literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. They said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, what does it mean that Chanai Mishan Azariah drowned in the saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Ummahs of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Ummahs Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chanai Mishan Azariah died in the spit and the saliva? It means that even Chanai Mishan Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually relevant. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all them spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them muster, that embarrassment caused them to die. So let's see what's happening over here. And Mishan Azariah, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to be the lives of Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. So let's see, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's service. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another. How even again, unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all the arts stop and us Nashim, Balvidu Banu Banas. Those are such dramatically different narratives over here, right? So first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, they were tied to Israel, and they had children. Banos, Ketar, the Gemara says, Maklokis time, Rabbi Elazar says, Ba'ayin Aramesu, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Rokta, Omer, Sabiras Nashim, Balvidu Banu Banas, Ne'emar, Shibuna Yoshua, Kohen Agadol, Ata V'Rei Acha Yoshua B'Fnei Hashem, Ki Anshe Mofes Hema. So Moses says, the Gemara talks about Yoshua Kohen Agadol, who lived at the time, again, of Chanai Mishan Azariah. I'll talk about it in just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Gadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what do you see from here? Chanai Mishan Azariah, after the story with the Kivshan, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chanai Mishan Azariah were being thrown into the Kishonaish? Amarav, Lemichra, Nara, Rab, So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. But he was there to begin to work out an import contract, right? For aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food. To bring in aspasta to Baba. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, right, of Egypt had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and he had to negotiate a contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Tanya, the Tobi Sarofe, Amar in part of the Chazir Yotim Alexandria Shalom Shein Chol Tchinaim Shalom Rishon Shalateli. I'm going to say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go and take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals. So again, a good Yiddish cup. So the Gemara says, what did he do? So the Gemara says, Zutri I see below that time. He brought very young ones, so no one had to have any that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved when all of this occurred. There were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Chaim Yishal and Azariah happened. We'll see why in just a moment. Two were they? Daniel and so remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to who? To the merit of Daniel, and that's the Chaim Yishal and Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine, and therefore again Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, but Daniel is so the Kanye be Psilei Elohim Tisufun Bayish. Daniel also said, you know what, they're going to get out of here. Because he also apparently had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's theological downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to Chaim Yishal and Azariah. Nebuchadnezzar Amar Yezel Daniel Behacha to Lolemru Kalye Lekabenura. So this is interesting enough. Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Kivshel Eish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god, and he did not want to throw his own god into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? How do you know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god? It said, why did he bow to Daniel? Now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Chaim Yishal and Azariah. So obviously, again, so there were other people who also wanted to be of prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achav ben Puya and Sidkiah ben Maasiyah. And they also posed as prophets, although they were a Bia Shepherd. The Lokiach ben L'chol Kol Suda, Hashem Rav Lemor, Yisimcha Hashem Kitzidkiah Ka'acham Asher Kolcham L'chbava B'ish Asher Safam. So Asher Safam. Lo Ne'emar, sorry, Asher Safam Lo Ne'emar, Elo Asher Kam. So you're going to see in just a moment, these two false prophets, Achav and Sidkiah, were also thrown into the furnace. Now, interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? They were made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed, burned. So Gemara says, so what did they do? What did they do that was so bad? It caused them to be thrown into the furnace. Listen to this. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Achav Amarla, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Tzidkiah. Tzidkiah Amar, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Achav. Interesting. So these two guys posing as prophets go to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achav says, listen, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Sidkiah propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkiah goes over to her and comes to you with the word of God. When Achav petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azla v'Amra la lavua. So by the way, I just want to point out something amazing, which is interesting, that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, get out of here. But rather again, she says, okay, and she takes this to her father. So Amra la Elohim shel Ehu, Elu son and Zimo. So look at that, says something doesn't sound right over here, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he would instruct you, right, to give yourself over to these men doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? So Nebuchadnezzar says, Suzora, do me a favor. Next time they come your way, send them to me. So sure enough, again, when they come back, so Nebuchadnezzar sends them to Nebuchadnezzar. So Nebuchadnezzar says, then tell me, Tzidkiah Achav, who gave you this message? God, but listen, guys, I did a little fact checking. I asked the Nebuchadnezzar, I asked the Ram Shalazai about their supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? This is great. So Tzidkiya and Achab say, well, 1 second. Why are Chaim Yisrael and Zyrus words more important than us? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all Chaverim. So again, because just because Chaim Yisrael and Zyrus say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So the Dido lo Amar Lahu, the Dido Amar Lahu. God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. Amar Lahu, Ana ve'ina dat Kivu, Kichei dat Kivu, bat Kisinu, Chaim Yisrael and Zyrus. So Nebuchadnezzar says, you know what, I have a good idea. The way I checked out Hanani Mishnah Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't know, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, great. Of course, then your word is gold. So Achav and Tzidkiya say, hold up there. It's not fair. It's not fair. They were saved because there were 3 of them. Hanani Mishnah Azariah. There's only 2 of us, Achav and Tzidkiya. So Nebuchadnezzar says, no problem. Phone a friend, right? Phone a friend. Like, no worries, you know what? You get your guy. You can choose anyone you want. Whoever you want for your furnace museum. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go into the fiery furnace. So this is crazy what I say. They said, you know what? We choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Sabi Leisi Yoshua, not for saying. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. We'll say, remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen Gadol was the Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim Yisrael and Azariah. So Tzidkiya and Achav say, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the Gemara says, Yoshua Gadol ichlichu mane. So what happened? So they threw him into the furnace. Achav and Tzidkiya were burned, and Yoshua remained unscathed except his clothing. His clothing became singed. Okay, Shneimar by Anias Yoshua Kohen Gadol only the Malach Hashem Ksiv. Remember Hashem Allah Satan. Yigar Hashem B'chas. Yigar Hashem B'chas. V'amalei Yedanet Tzidkiya. At Alamai Time Ahayim B'chas Porta Nura. So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar seeks his Yoshua. This is Yoshua. Obviously, I know. Sorry. Nebuchadnezzar says, I understand why Achav and Tzidkiya were burned, because obviously again we're false prophets. But my question is, my time Ahayim B'chas Porta Nura. Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that you're giving down a little bit strange? In other words, in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you are righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived the gap, but your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, I just want to tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, it's like, can you imagine, like, it's like that moment, like, stop talking about Kanai Mishal and Azariah, right? I got it. They're great. They're tzaddikim. They're fine, right? So, you know, Nebuchadnezzar compares everyone to Kanai Mishal, Kanai Mishal and Azariah. Their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, you know, you're short obviously you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here? So Yoshua says it's pretty simple. They had the combined merits of 3 people. I'm only one guy. Avram, so I bet Avram was only one. So the answer I knew was Torah. Right? He says, but Avram was also thrown to the fire first. There was only one of him. And yet he emerged totally unscathed. So we'll say, so ultimately again, so Tush Yoshua and says, here's the difference, that ultimately Avram was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with Rishayim. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of shlita, some level of control, it impacted his mood as well. That's what people say, the famous adage that if you have 2 dry sticks and 1 wet one, the dry ones can ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but put enough fire around it, and ultimately again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person can be very righteous. Also, so the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick can be very righteous, but surround the wet stick by enough rishayim, and unfortunately again, the rishayim has an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible, the impact of our surroundings. So the Gemara says, by the way, my time Yadush, what's the real reason? So the Gemara feels that that's not the real reason, right? If you're sure Kohen Gadol was really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Incredible, because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were kind of obviously married women where they were not really allowed to marry, and Yoshua the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental right, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is profound failure. Yoshua was wearing sword clothing. If you got Yoshua the most of the time, I want to show you, but I'm not saying I'm going to tell you Darish Barkafra, it's important. My text was meaning of the pasuk. Sheish hasaorim ha'ila nasanli. So we'll say Megillas Rus. Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again the pasuk says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So it says, my sheish hasaorim. What does it mean? 6 barleys. Even sheish so mamish. If literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So the Gemara said, if Boaz just gave a poor person 6 barley kernels, that doesn't make any sense. It was like Tzadik Gimel Amud Beis 93b. Ella, sheish sin. Rather, he gave her 6 sa'ah. Now that's a lot of barley. So if he does it for each of sheish sin, is women being able to carry back 6 sa'ah. That's a lot of barley. Ella Ramazwa. So in fact, interesting the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remez, it was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brothers. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this, really 6 sons. In this example, who are Russia's 6 descendants? We're getting each of them blessed with 6 brothers. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. I will say, by the way, this is Rus's pedigree. I will say, by the way, you know what you taste it all to? That pivotal moment when the Ami was going back to Quran, right? And the Ami said, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back to Moab, and Rus goes to Canaan. Sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware that we're at a crossroads. But this is the importance of living life in a kind of mindfulness, that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in a moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through the verse. Here we go. David, Tixid, Vayan Echa Me'anarim, Vayom Isi Ben Yishai Beisalachim. I saw this, right, this son of Yishai, Yodeh Nagim, the Gibor Chayil, the Ishnochama, the Navon, right, the Navon Davar, the Ishtar. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas, again, with the fire of each of these arms, 6 attributes, 6 brachas, now this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. They will say now, Doeg meant it. Sometimes we'll say when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really, not even disparaging, but meant to treat them as here we go. Yodea now, you always meet them enough, knows how to play music. Sheyodea l'shol, he knows how to ask questions in Torah. Gibor, Sheyodea l'hashim, he knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishnochama, Sheyodea l'isalikim l'chamta shal Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemara Panabavachot. He's a beautiful appearance, but he knows how to assert himself in Avachot. The Navon, Davish is done with Davar. He's a Navon, and then he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem, God is with him. Shalom, ultimately, whenever David says a halacha, the halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul said, this is beautiful. And my son Yonasan has these same attributes. Milsa de Bidige, Nami lo Holiday, Kalashtai to Bekan Yuday. But ultimately, again, when Domek said Hashem Imo, Hashem doesn't mean that the halacha always follows David. But David always has like an impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Yonasan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. If Shaul said, by Shaul it says, wherever he was set his eyes are going to decimate. Talking about his enemies. David said, wherever David would turn, ultimately again to be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. But David Amelech has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doig. How do you know that it was Doig who said these things? So it says, Sivah Falayan Echamel Arim Yufach Shemel Arim Sivasam B'Shem Ishmi Abdi Shaul B'Yom Ha'u Nezar Hashem Shmuel Doig Hadomi Abin Ha'Om Hashem Shaul. Good. Next, Mashiach. Next. So therefore, I will say the point over here is Russ's descendant. Remember, Boaz gives Russ six rows of barley to highlight. He's going to have 6 descendants, where each bench themselves with 6 brachos. Now he puts on one of those descendants and the 6 brachos on David. Mashiach. So I say, what's the breath of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma, Ruach Chachma, Ruach Itza, Ruach Das, Viras Hashem. So these are the brachos of Mashiach. I will say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Ultimately, again, inspiring us. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I will say, is someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisurim and suffering. So you know, say, what do you love? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately, again, if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, that's the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit, is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Baruch Hu, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, the Morach Badoy, Mashiach is very interesting. Right, we'll say, you know what, we're going to stop over here for today. Right. Go say, I just want to point out. All right. Good. I got it. We didn't finish the doc. We didn't finish all the way. I will say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time you look a little abnormal. That wasn't very much more in range. Tremendous.
There we go. Sorry. Like a PTSD flashback.
All right, Kabbalah, you have a great day, everyone.
So much fun. Your new special tune.
There you go.
It's on YouTube. Look up Too Soon. It's on our Solid Show podcast channel. Check it out. There you go.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor. Those who spoke about it are dedicating all the training work this year as a push for the soul for those for Amisrael. Our daughter's sponsors for the month of Adar, Karina Steve Zinn, and one another to his father, Dr. Harry Khan, to Andy Reha, Sivrish, Ben Yossi, Cohen, and the Ziv, Yadin, and Bernie families, and many of the Yomu Ziv, Ziv, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, all the American Torah, all the Vinashans have no idea. The families in the Hachmach will bring all of our hostages home, and our heavy soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh in the day. So that's what us doing. We have a lot to do today. Today is not Tzaddik Day, 92. We have to get up on Tzaddik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. Amud Aleph, again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. This year we got the cycle, like 8 years. So give us an extra 6 months to work through Gemara like this. But, so if you look at the bottom, Tzaddik Aleph, and now 91, and Amud Aleph, and let's say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antonius. One of the Antonius was a Roman official. A little bit of historical debate exactly who Antonius was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi and so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous tremendous respect for one another. And Angelina's actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So the Angelina says to the following: we're going to show up. This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? The body could say, it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? It's very easy to discuss them. Shirim Shapir Shemedi, how do you look like Kevin? Don't look ever. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you the night. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? Just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. When the Neshama could say, good kata. No, it's the body that's saying, what's the proof? Shirim Shapir Shemedi, Harini Korachas Ba'adir Kitzipah. Because the Neshama could say, look at me. From the day that I left, that's by shrinking the body. Look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So it's it. So Antoninus was asking, well, what's the question of here? Antoninus was questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility. Ultimately, that's value of man. So this is beautiful. I'm going to show you a mashal. So let me give you a mashal. I'll give you a mashal.
That's a crazy trick. How about one more time for Tony Star, ladies and gentlemen?
I'll give you a little mashal. Listen to this. This is great. The Melech Pastor Dam Shayla Paidis Not. The king had a beautiful orchard. V'hayabah on the base, so you get out of fire. V'hayabah, the Choros knows, and in the orchard, in the field, the king had very nice dates. The Choros knows, very nice dates, like a very nice face. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, and one of them was blind. So I don't know. So I guess you gotta be smart. So these were the watchmen over the field. So the watchmen, I don't know if you know Sumo. So the crippled one said to the Sumo, to the lion, the Choros knows, honey, I see that there's some really nice pigs in this field. But the the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the pigs. So sure enough, sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the pigs. You know about hybrids. So sometime later, the owner of the field comes along and he says, oh no, the fellas loves taking it, we're the pigs. So probably they did a pretty good job consuming pigs and eat a lot of pigs and they had to install them for time or whatever for a long amount of time. So this owner comes back to better, where are my pigs? So I want to assume it. Whom you see 9 years, but also sometimes I will figure. Whom you see like 900 plans, I will assume whom you see 9 years. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How did they liability? So the blind guy said, "Now what do you want from me? I don't have sight. Couldn't have been me." The crippled guy says, "What do you want from me? I don't have legs. Clearly couldn't be me." So what does the Baal Asad do? Here's the figure. I got the slow, but done also to effect. So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So as individuals, there's no liability, but as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Making the shama, the zarka of the group, they don't also effect. So every essentially says, you're right. The body by itself and the soul by itself to both potentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the neshama and literally throws it into the group. The gun also Catholic. And ultimately again he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. ועל הארץ לא דין עמו. יקרא שמיים לאב וכל to the heavens above it. זו נשמה ועל הארץ לא דין עמו. And he causes close to the earth for judgment together with it. זה הגר. So what's really fascinating? So I'll tell you something amazing. Really amazing. The really sick of addiction is a piece of your DNA. What does it say? It's not fair. Why should the neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? And it's at the end of it, it's not the neshama that sins. It's the guf that sins. So why would the neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Rebbe says. This is classic of Rabbi Yitzchak. The Rebbe says, because the neshama didn't try hard enough. Stop. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up, to commit the sin, the neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a God for the neshama, but so said, right? I'm out. I'm not doing this. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the neshama defends itself. The lady said to the neshama, how dare you? How dare you? You have to center yourself when the body is struggling. Therefore, when the group is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Therefore, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. That you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That's in there about is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You should have tried harder to start, and therefore, when the struggle is most acute, that's that part when you don't walk away. Also, it's such a profound yesod. Such a profound yesod. Human nature is, I want to be present. Whatever present in our relationship, relationship with other people, relationship with things powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? But again, obviously, there are times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says that doctor, when it gets hardest, is doctor in the actions you most present, and you have to try hardest. When the neshama is held culpable, because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But instead, the neshama accepted itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to do this Rabbi. I'm doing this like Rabbi. But me not coming up with space. This is blood. Yeah, it's impossible. I'm not sure for me, this is like a thing. This is the unbelievable to be able to say. I'm getting that sunshine. Well, we'll pick up the person probably. So I'm going to do this Rabbi. If they're not coming up to me, it's after Shakasa Rabbi. Listen to this. I'm doing this as Rabbi. And also, by the way, you see from the questions, these are not also sometimes in the Gemara court questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often dating questions meant to somehow, poke certain theology. If you notice that that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually a real theological curiosity, or just like a real curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult, it's trying to dispute us. This is Antoninus being legitimately curious. So Antoninus actually probably has something to do this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. Don't say that. I have real appreciation for this below. Last couple of days I was battling with flying. So if you ever feel it means like 5 years ago, the sun is glaring through those windows. It happens to be, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. So we really don't appreciate it. We're busy the whole day, also indoors the whole day. The mountain should be sick on the road, a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over the air. Like flag. You'll see it setting there. But Antoninus asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? So is the evening. So Rabbi says, what's your question? Everything was in reverse. I'm going to you have it thought. Now you have the alphabet. So in other words, if the reverse, if it was the reverse, why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Everyone's asking, what's your question? I'm going to help you come here. No, here's my question. If No, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun reverse to the other direction? This is so beautiful. In order that the sun should be shalom aleichem, should be shalom to the Ribbon Shalom. Now, what does that mean? look at Rashi, but Rashi is on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of the common operation is that, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So if Rashi means both sides of the page, it makes sense that this case is a little bit longer as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, the reason shown the corner, Rashi is powerful. Shashir B'Rayim. The people Shemadanas Adarayim, the left us from the Shachal of Echon Shpachel. Let's say wasn't the Shechina is in the west. So remember again, using this English model. So remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies is situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what means when it says that the Shechina is in the west. So therefore, the sun comes and bows down before Kodesh Baruch Hu in the west, and it sets because when it sets, it goes down, representing balance. So the Shechina itself, so the sun itself bows to Kodesh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So the Shechina Mar, it's right from the Kodesh Baruch Hu. You see, see, Atalga. You see, Atalga here. The people from the detail. So ask again. So once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rising east, come to mid-sky, bow there. So not bow there, and then just set. I'm just asking, why does this have to make its way all the way from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, back outside of the south, when set right there. The question which the Gemara says, we should call them the overage level. Because of workers and travelers, and also what is on the Junior Gabashi, we should call them, you can't call your makshif piton, shekishachama be'emtza rakia mi'iluk yosef, u'sir shadayin yishal, by holding shom l'rachel, at shekashet amadu drop, and now the ha'yodin, masay yakshel, l'rakish. Here's the problem. If the sun is set in the sky, so let's say what's happens. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is there, it's coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create the problems for travelers. Therefore, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west really serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it bows to Kodesh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the next amount of time for travelers and workers. So that's what a tremendous muscle possible. What does the Kodesh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What does it maximize time for? Working and travelers. But Kodesh Baruch Hu wants more than anything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, it can cause the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. So the reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What do you mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if I'm trying to maximize the time, because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Yes, he wants us operating with our cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I think like a career, like it could be a material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey. He doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. The shower, it looks like it's never done. Simplified questions. So I think it says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, is interesting enough indicates to us that the Guinness believes in the neshama, or even in the soul. She asks, when does a person receive the neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Yisira. So it's like, so Pekida means literally again, the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out it was earlier again, the beautiful Gemara Sefes Nida, but the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the Malach speaks the Tipa. And the Tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it?
Which means not only is he funnier than me, means he sucks better dick than I do too.
Idea of blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the Malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before Kodesh Baruch Hu.
I love Austin.
And he
I
says,
really do.
people
But
see
man,
my
half the
tail
people
now.
who
What
have
is this?
been
That's called
here
Pekida.
with like no roofing
Pekida, because Pekida
Well,
means
the other
remember,
half will
that's
look
what
like
the
they're
Baruch
like,
Hashem, what is
actually,
this
it's
baby
not
going to be? So Antoninus asks Rabbi,
Thank you,
when does the baby get his neshama? Is it at that moment like when it's the blast? Or maybe, when it kicks on, Yisrael means literally again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, oh, right, the chance is here. So Rabbi says, in the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so I'm already. So again, it says it doesn't make any sense. Actually, Katifa Shabbos or Amanda Shloshi Yemen below Mela. Later Masrachas. So again, we said it can't be. For example, a piece of meat. Right? You can't leave a piece of meat out.
I produce shows, but also I do a bunch of gay work. I work at the Renaissance Festival with like the bartender and different leaders and
So
stuff like
Antoninus
that.
was saying was, everything that exists needs a
Sometimes comedy,
preservative.
but mostly
So
I
just
just
like
talk in
meat
a British
needs
accent to serve
salt.
people
So
alcohol.
how does the blast, right? How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead. It must be Ella Mishas Pekida. So Antoninus says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time that it's the blast, so from the moment of inception. So Amar Rabbi said, Gavar Zel and Antoninus. Well, look at this. So this is the Bible. Rabbi said, Antoninus is right. Furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, so literally again, so it's actually from Shas Pekida, the moment of the fetus, the moment of the Mela, brings the teapot to drop before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamra Yuki, my Ruach deserves you, my Ruach keeps you, which I was I seems to indicate that the Neshama is given to the piece, to the entity, in its initial blast form. Incredible. Let me say you touch like that though, because now that we spoke on Neshama, I said on Neshama. So when does a person get the Yitzhara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia? So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe at the embryo that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is it through sinews, or flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother? I'm sorry, Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm going to Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded, and the time that the fetus is formed in the world, ultimately, then that's when it's Yitzhara. So I think it doesn't make sense. I'm going to include one from my email later. If that's the case, the fetus would kick its way out of its mother. Which also says, so you hear this? So if the baby had Yitzhara, fetus had Yitzhara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something amazing.
Why don't you let her decide what the fucking funniest option is right now,
What
Colin?
does the
I
Yitzhara
don't know,
do?
the most
The Yitzhara
traumatic thing.
causes us to kick.
My trans sister said she witnessed a
The
stabbing.
entire opposite of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's all half the Yitzhara. But here's an interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara, channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have a coffee inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, can be the most incredible energy of the world. And everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be that he has the Yitzhara to literally kick its way out of the room. It must be that it achieves the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Every job is here. I'm the Rabbi says, cover going down Antonina. So Rabbi once again agrees with Antonina says, right, so you're absolutely right. Then it must be that the baby receives the word exit, the Mikra Messiah, and ultimately again, there is a pasuk that supports this as well. The pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Now, of course, again, this is talking about Taik, because by Taik, it's a metaphor. The opening, the entry to the world, sin crouches. The Yitzhara is there. And of course, this is from the doctrine of Rabbi, that the Yitzhara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. The Bible said that this is so that first of all, it's interesting to see, and we know this, we know from our own lives, that what does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara gets me to kick down boundaries. And again, if I could harness that, if I could channel that, then what a profound energy for personalistic growth. I'll let some notices. There's like the song sick. There's like the fantastic keep singing. I want you to say, so Bob, if you say, how do I feel? Right? That's yeah. So it's sick. As you got it, I have said, the Israel Mashal, even שנפקו מבנאי ונפקמים בערבה. So as I said, interestingly enough, two different pieces in our first Vanessa and Kara. So the Gemara goes to the explanation. One person seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other person seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which is one of the questions that we have. We saw back yesterday is that how do people come back to Tess and they clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, it's not only the movement in this method. In reality, we come back again with our movement, but then we are healed by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. But let's say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then in Tess and Mitzvah Kadosh Baruch Hu goes there and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula Mixir. Ula brings down to Ula. Let's say second white line. And top of the coming days. Ula Mixir. Even Hamavas like Tina Mach Hashem Deli Akopane. So literally again, that will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear and every face. יענה בין השולת יומס. לא יהיה משום עוד דבר. So here's another question. In this Sarah, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it will be like the death of a young person. The son will live much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? Both have show, and we saw it down the whole big go cover. One said about Jews are going on Jews. So apparently again by Jews there will be death. By others there will be death. I have only Rabbi what are non-Jews doing in the months of Mashiach? What? Oh, this is interesting. Like, is it pessimism for non-Jews? Like, what is that? So the Gemara says, Michael Hassan,
I love it. Maybe remind us how long you've been on Santa.
So because again, apparently there will be no use. First of all, there's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in Olam Haba and Moshe Mashiach. So this is this person to address the idea that Moshe Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael, to be fully focused ultimately going on the spiritual growth. And what's interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole submachlokas, which is what is Messianic era? Right? What is it? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much all of them the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothed, unclothed, all of these things are embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokas, and Gemara always quotes the same concept, which is and I never saw it except in Russia. In other words, we have these machlokas, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? We'll know when we know. Okay.
That sweater does kind of look like the trans flag.
I got one more year.
Also contrasts of
secret. The Chata Levana is both Shah Kama, Kimala Hashem Tzibakos. Sid, Vaya Ora Levana Kora Kama, Vaya Kama Yu Shiva Saik or Shiva Saik. So it's interesting enough. There's two different secrets. First one is that the luminary, the sun of the moon, will actually be dark in the sky. The second one seems to indicate that will shine even brighter. That even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? And you want to say this one. Lokasha, Kalimos Mashiach, Karol Haba. As well say this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again.
And I've been teaching my daughter to be silent
So what does this mean? So apparently most of us in Olam Haba, is the light of Hashem. So it is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminary in most of Mashiach, that's when all the luminaries will shine even brighter. It was Shmuel. The Amar Eden Olamazal Moshe Hashem Shiva Golas Pilbach. But according to Shmuel says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era except Shiva Golas. I was saying Shiva Golas literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us back alone. Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all time. Right? We don't need your help, we don't need your love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. that she can Malchus. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how do you understand this? Holding about the luminaries? This is beautiful. So to speak, in the world to come, in the camp of the Shekhinah, so you don't need the luminaries because the Rebbe Shalom himself shines bright. In the camp of Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Love on the sea, so other contrast to keep sleeping. I mean, I musta'afi al-ksir, machatzti ba'ani erba. So this is interesting. When the Pasuk says, Yehud Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzti, I broke and I will heal. So he was all right, powerful. Mashi Nemes and I mean Chayes. V'hadar, Mashi Machatzti ani erba. The Baruch says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This is what the Gemara said before. And how does Tchias HaNisim work? Firstly, Tchias HaNisim works is first, the dead are brought back to life. Like they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes in and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias HaNisim. But again, we come back how we were, and then ultimately again the healing process. Of course, that's the one part that we do like doesn't discuss anymore, which is interesting. And probably the million-dollar question is, how old are we? Like, when did we come back? Like, why is it going to happen? No, let's come back a little younger. You know, so that, again, like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You know, let's say, like there are shadows that ask, like, a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with, right? It's a little awkward, how does that work? Like, so there's like a lot of stuff. What if you already happy the first time around? Like again, like you get a second chance, to do things a little differently. There's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is attempting to give us insight and give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be, the picture's always going to be incomplete. So remember, guys, it's not about it. I'm the stock, yeah? So ultimately, Hashem says, I can't definitely bring back to life. Your coach should tell you, Sab the Achar, the Chaim the Achar, so I go back, but maybe it means Hashem calls us some people to die, other people to live. It's in the Yasha or no, but this is the Kalama, Nachatzi Ba'ani Erba. So at the end of the Pasuk, Hashem says, literally, I wrote and I will heal. None of people brought the Akbar, just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. Afnisa, the Chayyim, the Akbar. Said to again, life and death is also in the same person. You can't show the only in Tchias HaNisim Yakora. And I will say, you say there's a proof to Tchias HaNisim. Incredible. I'm already there. Now Tchias HaNisim Yakora. How do we know about resurrection and resurrection in the Torah? So now, also this is fascinating because here, Umar is now quoting a passage from the Torah. Right, up until now, most of the psukim, except that I come out thinking myself when I feel from my own so that's in fact, most of the psukim, as you can see, are from Rabbi. How do we know that's from Rabbi? How do we know? Because you have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's in the first Shirayah, that is from Rabbi. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a passage from the Torah. Yashir Moshe and Yisrael says Shira Azos. So then it says, then Moshe and Yisrael will sing. Shalom Emar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Yisrael. Moshe and Yisrael sung this song, rather Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikam Tchias HaNisim in Torah. This is a proof to Tchias HaNisim. Proof to Tchias HaNisim. Right? Future tense, like there will be a time in the future, but Moshe and Yisrael will sing. Yotze B'Davar, singing again after Omer. As Yivneh Yoshua Mizbeach LaHashem, Yoshua will build a Mizbeach LaHashem. Ba'alonem, our doesn't say he built it rather as Yivneh. You come with Tchias HaNisim in Torah. So also what this represents is there will be something in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe and Aaron will sing. What's the name of that? So how does Aaron going to sing? Elamai, Tchias HaNisim. Yoshua will build. Yoshua's God. How can Yoshua build? Tchias HaNisim. Elamai, as Yivneh Shlomo Chocolate Lord. So it's interesting enough that the Pasuk says that Shlomo is actually crazy Pasuk. Shlomo built a Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Harakanami B'Yidin does not mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for a Zara, Ella, Ma'ala Ala Kosas Yudin, or what's that different concept? Shlomo has to build a Mizbeach for a Zara. I said, why does it say that he did? Because Shlomo Melech did not curb the appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. I'll never show you. From where do we know about Kesses and Yasora? From the Shnema, Ashrei, Yoshrei, Sefa, Odi Alaluka Sema. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Odi Alaluka Sema, right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Lord says, it doesn't say they praise you present, but what does it say? And then you have future tense, they will praise you. They will praise you. The Taik has missing what's right. So what's it saying? What is this future praising? Future praising is a very so beautiful. Says to my brother, beautiful, my phone, whoever says Shira, whoever seems to have in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to see Shira in the world to come. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you see Shira in this world? You see praise from above in this world. Ultimately, again, you will see its face and you say, on this piece of Roman Haba, on this world, where you will say, Roman Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? Olam Haba is Sayyidin Yoshrim, La'atarasem, B'Hashem, B'Nei, and Zidashrim. So ultimately, again, the right to sit, right to sit around the Kaddish Baruch the deeds of the crown of the good deeds is upon their head, and the right benefit from the Shema. That's Olam Haba. And let's say, there's sometimes a person who's very, is there like a TV room, is there like a shlucky coming, is a phone? My point is that it? Is that it? And also, a lot of times you see that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with that Kaddish Baruch is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appears. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world. Olam Haba is something amazing. But Olam Haba really is much more about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So let's say something interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, the Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, if your work, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, Olam Haba really is just about the material or just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. So once again, the voices of Tzofach, of those who see you, right? They will go out and call out you and they will praise you, future tense. Once again, future tense, not present. Shira B'Korach, this is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Rebbeim will say Shira with one voice. Will say Shnei Emar, Kol Tzofach HaNasu Kol Yachdav Yerimu. Listen how beautiful is that. All the Rebbeim speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of Klal Yisrael speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most yes. As we saw, remember, every Nebuah was different. We saw something before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. I'm going to read over He goes low enough for us also. So let's say this is profound. If a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, or withholds Torah from the Talmud, then let's say this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. It's very incredible. So let's say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shinei Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe, Morosha Kivas Yaakov. Morosha here, Mechol Yisrael Mishesh Shnei. So listen, you have the pasuk in first Torah. It's a Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes, Minei, Bereshis. Rashi points out there was in Mishesh, Bereshis. So the Rashi points out the Sid, Bereshis Bara, the Shiator Shnit Bereshis. From Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Bara, or in the year after created, Bereshis is a contraction. The Shvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, after the Shparakel created the world. Torah was created for Torah, Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore again, if I withhold the Torah from someone, like you give it to, it's as if I'm taking their inheritance. I'm like, what about business? I'm going to show Chasida. Talmud halakha be Talmud. If a Rebbe withholds halakha from a Talmud, no, a Rebbe has the ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't do so, such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Shinei Amar, Monei Abai Papa 7 days. Monei Abai, Yitavor La'om. Ve'en La'om Al-Obrin La'om Yitavor fetuses Shinei Amar U'La'om La'om Yamas. Ve'en Kabo Al-Aklava Kabo Yitavor Shinei Amar Na'akol Le'Kabo Ke'al Badon. Ve'en Bar Al-Kol. Bar Yitavor Shinei Amar Nush Kubar and Yama. Someone said, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't hurt, doesn't say that like someone who's Machal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore it's cursed even by the fetuses. The course was to shock at that. This is sometimes the worst thing that a person could do is withhold the growth opportunity to someone else. Because we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things we do in life is the growth that you enable in each other. When you do something for someone else, a Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. Rebbe has an opportunity to give up our to a Talmud. Which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of person else's responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda life is not to enable our own growth, but to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So now the right you're not going to also pick up. If you don't like, if you withhold Torah from the student, literally again, so means that you kiss like a seed. Okay, and I'll say now, what's the Rashi point out? It's when you kiss like a seed. It means you forget your learning. Just like that, if you put something into a seed, the context so for sure. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. If he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Nothing is mine. Nothing belongs to us. Everything belongs to us. For everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole of the life, and therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. Ulu Vaishrael, Nakirah, Sid Harpa, Yikavur La'om, Sid Hasam, Vayiko, or Yudalko. Ba'amar Abaye, Kipakla, Yikatsi. Literally translated like the one word, in one note. This is all the punishment if you withhold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmud in Torah? What's his reward? Incredible. So such a Rebbe, as I said earlier, he's still a Rebbe. It's sort of points out. A Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi. Doesn't have to be a rebbe. Right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to be overcoming to someone. So you take your Torah and you check it. I can't get it for you. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, you don't have different types of chavrusas. Sometimes you have a chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. Because you have a close with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe Chavrusa, it's a Rebbe Chavrusa partnership. And I'm saying that is the most profound thing. You think whenever we see these Gemaras, we like automatically shit, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us our Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? Zoka lebrichas kiyosef. You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shene Emar, and bracha l'rosh mashpir. Ve'im mashpir, Yosef, I should have shared this. So let's say, by the way, so what's the shot? What's the shot that someone sings that shares their Torah? They get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? What's the only parable of Yosef? Yosef took his brachos, and what did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, every right to say, forget about the rest of you. I'm not going to take revenge. I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes your takes away. What does he do? He takes it and uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef at Tzaddik. Congratulations. Kolamalani is beautiful. Kolamalani Torah Olam Hazeh. Zoka Umalam Beri Olam Haba. Wow. So let's say whatever teaches Torah in this world is Zoka to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Well, again, once you remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? So let's say that if you teach Torah in this world, it is the to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. So let's say, hopefully, is also that the people you learn Torah with, people who learn Torah with, and you have to show the Zohar to learn in this world the next day. Can you imagine? If we have our Kabbalah, if we have our Shem in Olam Haba, I feel like we're able to move faster, right? I know we're able to move faster. And the answer to say, how incredible would that be? We learn about the Shnei Emar. Plus, it says, it's a long there's no time in Olam Haba. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That will be better. So Shnei Emar, Umar Gam Hu Yoda. Amar Rabba, Merit Kosek, so once you see this fixation, by the way, which gets in this, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many liars for a test, right? This is now only 3 black, she's because of 7 blocks, right? That's only 1.5 blocks. Right, so 1.5 blocks, right? You gotta get, Minai. So first of all, because again, the notion of Kiyas HaMesim is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as it can. Ruben will literally not die. No, not by Satan. Sorry. It's not the Brachos of Yaakov. The Brachos of Moshe. Ruben will live in this world, and he will not die in the world to come.
Emmanuel, anything crazy about your life?
So it's incredibly rough. A number of these statements from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some for the world to come and some for degradation. The act of merit creates the Taik, the Kamod, the Galach, and Keats, and Yamid. And now ultimately again,
What are you going to do?
Go to your place and rest, but stand by literally again, return to God, return from your destiny at the end of the days. Also, it's actually interesting because the number of these people, we actually say the Kabbalah. This is actually the passing that we say after the Kabbalah is complete. Before the Abba leave the Kabbalah and walk back to the shul, walk back to the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minute. Many of them like to actually recite this passage, addressing it to the Neshama. However, there's a kind of Shemani gets at Siba B'Nachos. Therefore, even though now any leader who leads his flock, who leads his seaboard, B'Nachos. Now, what is B'Nachos? B'Nachos means with a gentle kite. Gentle kite, not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not firing brimstone, not demeaning them, not B'Nachos. So such a person like this is not meant to lead that seaboard Olam Haba as well. I will say, these Gemars seem to indicate that Olam Haba is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post-Kiyas HaMesim era. Shene Emar, Kinachim Minhagim Ba'amabui Ma'imran. Moreover, Gedolah there, this is incredible, Gedolah there, Shirut Keben Shneasos. There, wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is in a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because he was given between, not means between two letters. What it actually means is between two names of Hashem. Shinoi Mal, Kel Deos Hashem. So once you see that, Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between two names of the Rebbe Hashem. But as a good mikdash, but it's a mikdash of the Shemitah and Bein Shnei Osios, because it was given over between two names of Hashem. Ne'emar, Al Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's the mikdash sandwich between two names of Hashem. The Maskite Rabbi, that's Maskite Rabbi, Kashira, Ellen, after you don't really come up, Shemitah Bein Shnei Osios. You use that model. When it's come of vengeance, vengeance is also good, because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. The Sid, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem. Like the Pasuk says, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem, Kel, Nikamos, Sophia. On the way, when they say, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think of vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. You do it all over, stay on fast, how long we want. So why do I need two revelations? So far, I think like a revelation. So why two revelations? Now, it doesn't say revelation twice, it just says Sophia once. And it says Nekama twice, so it's like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the word is Achos, Menida Tova, Achos, Menida Paros. So one ultimately negative also could be like the vengeance for good and the vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good could be like the responsible weekend is good. Like to take revenge for good. But also it can also mean that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has to shine to be communicated in nature. So in other words, a call them sheesh with their because it's beautiful good love. Any person like there who has less understanding, to remove the base of English beyond. It's as if the base of English was supposed to be there. Shazet was why. Shazet even makes the ourselves, Shazet even makes the ourselves. Because ultimately, again, we said before, there is between two names of Hashem, any person period of Hashem. Now, what that means? What exactly that means? Any person who has there and wisdom, it's English was rebuilt, and come back to that tomorrow. So you underline and connect with after you get a working definition of really what there means.
You don't remember the joke? Sure.
Okay. Now we get to a minute. Actually, no. Other sheesh go there, the selfless action. Any person who has there will become wealthy. Shene'emar, u'b'das chayim yimadu kol yekarvin no. Kol adam she'ein bo there, asul lachim alav. Any person who doesn't have there, ultimately, again, you can't have Rahmanas on you. Shene'emar, Kilo Ambinasu, Akimo Yachamenu Osir, Vyotoroi Kero. Kol Hanosim, Kito Mishin Bagay, Yisun Baralav. Where is bread to someone who doesn't have Sarah? Ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So let's say it's very interesting. So you schema up, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have bread. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have bread. Now let's say, what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this? Well, let's say, what's the data? What this? We can't get it as wisdom. Well, let's say, but what is the thing about this? Just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Like, what is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Hazal, like Moses has brachas, that speaks about Havdalah Shmona Esrei. Hazal says, where did Hazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonim la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to be mapped, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Hol. Das is most basic. Before you get into all these deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Hol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a Chacham, like, remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's Da'at. So Chachma, Bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have Das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal said, if somebody doesn't have Dale, don't have Achmanas on them. Don't have Achmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Dale, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an errant lifestyle. And let's say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As I always says, any person who has Daya, he will need the base on which that's beyond. Right? Ultimately, again, because once at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Daya. I have to know what's kosher, what's trait, what's tamei, what's tar, what's kodesh, what's kol, what's mutter, what's aser, what's tov, what's yah. And as long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. But as long as I have Daya, I will be successful. But conversely, if I don't have Dale, number one, if I don't have Dale, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have Dale, it's my fault. The failure to acquire it is the highest level of personalistic culpability. To the point, you can't even help out a person inside. Such an unloving and incredible delay. And that's how the verse says, I'm going to go out there. Carlos, if you really say about Dale, you should not love. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone that doesn't have Dale, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. שנאמר, רק לפי עשינו מזון ככה, בצבול במזון על ייסוד שנאמר, היה אבל לספיות, ידידס מזון, ואמר מזון. However, saying about Dale, so for Gola, person doesn't have Dale, will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? Because if I don't have Dale, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. But let's say, like there are people who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. And they'll make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Clearly not. Can't build relationships. Can't build a home. Can't build a life. That's really the self-builder. Self-builder. وبيقول لنا شيء معك لكن ضل أمين الإنتاج سمع الله زي طبعا شيء إنت بدك لو مش ما بدك لا إيش أخلاص بس أنا بدي أقول لك that's there بس this is a ridiculous girl. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, so as any home in which there's not Torah in at night, إيش أخلاص a fire will consume it. شيء معك الخوشة كمان اختلاف كهر إيش ما يفرق يلا سيد الله they see out on top of because I'm going to now the sweeter Hashem today listen so what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learning at night fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong it's also like it tells us very important we need in addition to coming to shul for night signal and the beautiful inspiration which again everybody has an obligation on night signal even if it's for 15 minutes every guy has an obligation to night signal it's not a shot and stuff like that I don't that one so you have to understand I'm not joking around look a youth has to come to his level a little bit at night even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start reminding the Torah but in addition to that, the person also has to learn at home. Has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the shot when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire consumes it, perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Right? That's like light was always a metaphor for difficulties. Once in the 90s is like this. Hold by this. Shame, give them Torah, Nishma, and Bobaba. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, in other words, any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops, right? And as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish Ochlaso. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life is rooted in its connection to witness. So even during the Lila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So I have to stop over here. Incredible, Gemara. I have to stop over here. Shkoya. By the way, for the fire, we did more than a block today. It's fantastic. One block, that's the detail. Listen, what the day is, I think tomorrow's going to be our catch-up day. Because we're much shorter Gemara. Everyone is such a stress, everyone.
I just got a job. I'm a
starter. It's not that idea.
I work at a wire factory. Wires and fabricating cables and stuff.
Very nice. Yes. Very nice. What did you do before that?
I was into welding. I actually parked cars for a long time with the PMC company out here. As a valet. Then they made me a bellhop, and the tips are really shitty, but I love working there.
All right, Kimmel said, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentator.
And he couldn't understand why I wanted to quit. And, I like that guy a lot.
Our sponsor. Tell some Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael to dedicating all the Shurim Roshos this year as a zchus for Besaros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Tari and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zichron L'Bracha, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron L'Bracha, Yotam, and the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshamas have now the families in the Talmud will bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers will be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedeyim. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzadik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzadik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really entering this Rabbi. Again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Additionally, we got the cycle like 8 years. But it's given like an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemaras like this. But all right, okay. Good. So let's say, 3 lines up from the bottom, Taik from Aleph 91a. Amalei Rabbi Vante, Amalei Antoninus Rabbi. Let's say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antoninus. Remember again, Antoninus was a Roman official. There's a little bit of historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinating enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the 2 men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus says the following: Go for the Shama, this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? Kesad. Guf Omer, Neshama Chatasa, the body could say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? Better listen to this question. Shem Shapir Shemeni, how are you for Kevin? Go in the Kevin. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you the Naya. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Like, the moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? I'm just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. Well, the Neshama could say, Kuf Chata. No, it's the body that sinned. What's the proof? Shemim Shepirashti Mimenu, Harini Polachas Ba'avir Kitzipor. Because the Neshama would say, look at me. From the day that I left that Fashkunti body, look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question here? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does a Bishbarach hold the person accountable when essentially a person is composed of these 2 opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility ultimately for the failure of man. So this is beautiful. Let me give you a mashal.
medium jumbo. There he goes. Daniel Shepard. Thank you, Tony. You're welcome, buddy.
I'll give you a little mushroom. Come on, David Dorman. Listen to this. This is great. The Melech Pasam Dam Shayla Pradesh. The king had a beautiful orchard. Vahayabo on the base, get out of Vahayabo, the Choros knows, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The Choros knows, very nice dates. Right, very nice figs. Now the king put there 2 watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, and one of them was blind. So at least he got it very distinct. So these were the watchmen over the field. So the crippled one said to the Sumo, to the blind one, the Pharaoh's knows I see that there's some really nice pigs in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the figs. So sure enough, again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the figs. The Yomim Baal Taik, so sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, the Pharaoh knows, hey, come here, where are my figs? Supposedly they did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and they eat a lot of figs in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, a prolonged amount of time. So the owner comes back and says, where are my figs? So I'm sorry, so again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How denied liability? So the blind guy said, what do you want from me? I don't have sight. It couldn't have been me. The crippled guy says, what do you want from me? I don't have legs. Clearly couldn't be me. So what does the Baal Asada do? So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So you're right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Making the Shama, the Zarka Baguf, the Dan Osam Kafat. So Rabbi essentially says, you're right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, they both essentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shama and literally he throws it into the guf. The Dan Osam Kafat. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. Shneimar Yikra al Shamayim Me'al ve'al ha'aretz lo din amo. Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, who call to the heavens above, Zuna Shama ve'al ha'aretz lo din amo, and he calls to the earth for judgment together with it. Zehaguf. So it's really fascinating. So I'll tell you something amazing. It really is such a big issue. It's so yogi over there. The Bible says, but still, it's not fair. Why should the neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? I was at the end of the day, let's be honest, it's not the neshama that sins, it's the guf that sins. So why would the neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Bible says. This is classic of Levi Yitzchak. The Bible says, because the neshama didn't try hard enough to stop the body. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a direct question, neshama, but you understand, right? In other words, like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I just think, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the neshama upsets itself. The lady says, neshama, how dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah. You upset yourself when the body is struggling. Dafka, when the guf is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. A chutzpah, that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That, says the Rebbe, is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You should have tried harder to stop, and dafka, when the struggle is most acute, that's fun. When you don't walk away. Listen, it's such a profound yesod. Such a profound yesod. Human nature is, I'm willing to be present, whatever present in a relationship with other people, relationship with the Kodesh Baruch Hu. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult. Now again, obviously, other times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances, of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, Dafka when it gets hardest is Dafka the time you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But instead the neshama said itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back here. I'm going to do this Rabbi. I'm doing this Rabbi. But name not how many it's crazy. These Gemara is like, yeah, it's impossible. This is seriously for me. This is like with me. It's like we're switching to Yomi until the end of Sanhedrin. Then I'm here at Hashem. So I won't pick up the rest of the cloud. So I'm going to Anthony this Rabbi. If they not come yotze and reject the shakaso now, listen to this. I'm doing this as Rabbi. And I want to say, by the way, you see from the questions. These are not, I would say, sometimes when Gemara reports questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews, the questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, poke holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult or trying to deceive us. This is Antoninus legitimately curious. See, Antoninus actually referring us to this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. I'll say that to have a real appreciation for this Gemara. The last couple of days I was down in the fly. So if you're ever here in Yeshua by the the sun is glaring through those windows. Those windows. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. It's something we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. Imagine if you sit over there a little while and you see the sun coming up over here. My flag. You'll see it somewhere there. Anyway, so Antoninus asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? Alright, so this is interesting. So Rabbi says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm going to eat so in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, it has to be the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Well, in other words, Rabbi was asking, what's your question? What's your question? I'm going to help you come here. No, here's my question. If they masho kas v'na'arach. No, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun need to traverse to the other direction? This is so beautiful. Shalom in order that the sun should give shalom aleichem, should give shalom to the Ribono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, we'll say Rashi is on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of Nechama after finishing the daf, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi needs both sides of the page to make sense that the space is a little bit longer as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, K'dei Shalom L'Kono, L'Akadosh Baruch Hu, Shashchina B'Mayro. We'll say, what does it mean the Shechina is in the west? So remember again, using the Beis HaMikdash model, so remember the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis HaMikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shechina is in the west. So therefore the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the west. And it sets, because when it sets it goes down representing down. And the Shechina itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. Shneimar, Yitzvah Shon Yichom Shtachar. Alright, Yisisi Ad Halga, Yisisi Ad Halga Rakia, V'titen Shom of the tail. So I understand. So ask Antoninus. So once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there. Not bow there. In other words, bow there, and then just set. In other words, Antoninus is asking, why does the sun have to make its way all the way from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and set right there. The question which the Gemara says, Yishum Polam and Ba'ovri Drachim, because of workers and travelers. I will say, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. Yishum Polam, Yilukach Hayom Makshich Pitom, Shekishachama Be'emsa Rakia Mi'ira B'Yosef, Usur Shadai Yishals B'Yom, B'Yipolim Shalom Rachman, Ad Shekashech Ba'ovri Drachim, Nan Lo Hayilobim, Masai Yaksho. Here's the problem. if the sun was set in the sky, so let's go backwards. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So also, what a tremendous Moshe Haskell. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What is that maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, he could have caused the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if I'm trying to maximize the time, because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Listen, he wants us operating on all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'm talking about your career, like it could be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey. He doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun goes. Incredible. I'm going to do this already. The show Amos I need to know. Daniel says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antoninus believes in the neshama. He believes in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Sisira? So let's say, so Pekida means humility again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out again the beautiful Gemara in Second Smiga. The Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, I don't know, what do you call it? To be a pregnancy, what is it? A fetus, an embryo, a blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, what is this? That's called Pekida. Because Pekida like means to remember, just for the malach saying to Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So Antoninus asks Rabbi, when does the baby get his neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast? Or maybe no, when it takes on serum, literally again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like if the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Yishas Yitzira. So Rabbi says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so Amalei, so Antoninus says it doesn't make any sense. After Katicha Shabasa Ameda Shlosh Yemen Below Melach, Bena Masrachas. So again, he says it can't be. For example, a piece of meat, right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. In other words, it needs salt, it needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, right? How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead, it must be Elo Mishas Pekida. So Antoninus says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time that it's about, so from the moment of inception. So Amar Rabbi said, Davar Zel Amdani Antoninus. Look what it says. So what's this incredible? Rabbi said, Antoninus, you're right. Right. Saying good. Right. And furthermore, there's a passage that backs up Antoninus. What's the passage? So the Gemara says, Shnei Amar, Upekida Secha, Shamra Michi. So literally again, so they're dashing it from Pshas Pekida, in the moment of Pekida, from the moment that the malach brings the people of the drop before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamra Michi. My Ruach preserves you. My Ruach keeps you. Which of us seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the fetus, to the entity in its initial blast form. Incredible. Rabbi Antoninus Rabbi. It was like it's hard about that because now that we spoke about neshama, I spoke about neshama. So when does a person get the Sahara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia. So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is that there's sinews, there's flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm sorry, Gemara says, Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded, from the time that the fetus is formed in utero, ultimately again, that's when there's Yitzhak. So I think this doesn't make sense. I'm going to Indian boy from my, if that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which Rabbi says, so we hear this? So if the baby had a Yitzhara, the fetus had a Yitzhara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhara do? What does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara causes us to kick. The entire essence of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's the whole top of the Yitzhara. But here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a cough inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, could be the most incredible energy of growth. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhara, because literally it will kick its way out of the womb. It must be that it receives the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Rabbi says, so Rabbi once again agrees with Antonina. He says, you're right. He says, you're absolutely right. Right, it must be that the baby receives it when exiting. And ultimately, again, there is a pasuk that supports this as well. The pasuk says that literally, again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about Cain. This pasuk is by Cain, but it's a metaphor. The pasuk is that at the opening, at the entry to the world, sin crouches. The Yitzhara is there. And I will say this seems to be the doctrine of that the Yitzhara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. The Bible said that this is soul, but first of all, it's in our own lives. Now, what does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara gets me to kick down the boundaries. But again, if I could harness that, if I could channel that, then what a profound and interpersonalistic growth. I want you to say, so Bam, Ibar, Ubisea, Allah, Biobadas, Yakov, as you dalik ayo ser litro moshon ilay kinifku mitbar nine v'nachtalim ba'arava. So as I said, interestingly, we have two different psukim that first is Nasi. So the Gemara says it's yes, one pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I will say is one of the questions that we have. We saw it right from yesterday's that. Like, how do people come back to Tzgesim? Is clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? To which the Gemara says, you're right, it's like in reality, we come back again with our movement, but then we are healed by our incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then in Tchias Amisim HaKadosh goes there and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula Ramiksiv. Ula brings down to let's say second white line. It's Adik Aleph on the page. Ula Ramiksiv. Ila Hamavas Lef. Nashak Umat Hashem Del Yaakov Hanim. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear from every face. Ksiv Kianar Ben Neashana Damos. Lo Yem Mishum on Damos. So also, here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death, but when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person. He sounds like we'll live much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? Lokashio, can be sought on the object of heaven. One is about Jews or non-Jews. So apparently again by Jews there won't be death, by non-Jews there will be death. I have an object of heaven, not some. What are non-Jews doing in the Moshe Mashiach? It was like what? Which is interesting, like, is there Tchias Amisim for non-Jews? Like, what is that? So the Gemara says, my Balhasam, Hanaf Tiksibu, Ra'am Duzarim, the Ru'uson Achim, the Neka Ikarmakon. Also, because again, apparently, there will be non-Jews. First of all, there's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles, what they have in Olam Haba and Yemos HaMashiach. But interestingly enough, this verse seems to reflect the idea that Yemos HaMashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael. We'll be fully focused ultimately again on the spiritual good. I guess it's interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole submatter, which is what is Messianic era? Or what is it? You know, is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much Olam Kimin like a regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokes, and the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is "Ayin lo rasa kim b'ladacha," and I never saw it except for you, Hashem. In other words, we have these machloksim. These questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay. The Kisra Mitzvah. The Kisra Barabba also contrasts with Sukkim. The Chafa Alabara, Ubo Shah Chama, Kimala Hashem Tzivakos. Siv, the Hayahar Alabara, Kora Chama, Bora Chama Yu, Shiva Sayin, Kora Shiva Sayin. So what's this interestingly enough? There's two different sequences. First one seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era. And second one seems to indicate that they'll shine even brighter. That even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says this. Lokasha, Kalimos Mashiach, Kama Olam Haba. I was going to say this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again Yemos HaMashiach. So I'll say, so what does this mean? So apparently Yemos HaMashiach in Olam Haba, there's the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries is dim. In Yemos HaMashiach, that's when all the luminaries will shine even brighter. In the Shmuel, the Amar Ein Bein Olam Hazeh Yemos HaMashiach Shiva Golos Bilbao. But according to Shmuel, says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shiva Golos. It was that Shiva Golos literally means we're not as think about any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all. Right? We don't need to help, we don't need to love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That's Shiva Malchus. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of HaKadosh. So how do you understand this whole thing about the leaders? Which is beautiful. So let's speak in the world to come in the camp of the Shekhinah, so you don't need to read it. Because the bones on itself shines bright. In the camp of Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rabbi Sid, so Rabbi contracts with Psukim, Ani Amista'ach Sid, Nachatzti V'ani Erba. So those are these interesting. So the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Nachatzti, I broke and I will heal. So the words are Mashi name is Ani Mechayev, V'Hadar Mashi Mechasti Ani Erba. Baruch says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the Gemara said before. That how does Tchias HaMesim work? Where Tchias HaMesim works is first, the dead are brought back to life. But they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias HaMesim. That again, they come back how we were, and then ultimately again the healing process. Of course, but I said the one part that the Gemara doesn't discuss over here, which is interesting for the $5 million question, is how old are we? Like when we come back? Like, why is it? I'm not to come back a little later. You know, like it would be nice. It'd be nice. So that again, so I said, like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You know, say like Hashem asked like a person who's married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? Right? Give a little offer, you know, like the nice, like how does that? So there's like a lot of stuff. Or what if you weren't happy the first time around? Like again, like the second chance. To do things a little bit differently. There's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is attempting to give us insight and legal, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be the picture is always going to be incomplete. So the Gemara goes like the and I'm stuck, yeah. So ultimately Hashem says, I cause death and I bring back to life. So maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. Therefore, the end of the pasuk comes along. It says, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. So too again, life and death is also in the same person. And I will say this serves as a proof to Tchias. Incredible. Tanya Amar Meir, how do we know about resurrection of the death in the Torah? I will say this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting a pasuk from the Torah. Right up until now, most of the psukim, except for most of the psukim, as you could see, are from nothing. How do we know that they're from Rabbi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's Mefurish Raya that it's from Rabbi, right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a pasuk from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe V'Neisos Ashira Azos. So then, right? Then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Shar lo ne'emar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Yisrael. Moshe and Yisrael sung the song. Rather, Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan l'tchias hanisim in Torah. This is a proof to tchias hanisim. Proof to tchias hanisim. Right? Future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yosef Rabbi, singing again at Omer, as Yufne Yoshua Mizbeach LaHashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach for Hashem. Baralone, Mark doesn't say he built it, rather every Yifne. Mikam l'tchias hanisim in Torah. So also what this represents is there will be sometime in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Moshe Rabbeinu was dead. So how's Moshe Rabbeinu going to sing? Yoshua will build. Yoshua is dead. So how can Yoshua build? As Yibn Shlomo Bana L'Kmosh, Shakot Shlomo. So as I say, interestingly enough, what the pasuk says that Shlomo Melech is actually a crazy pasuk. Shlomo Melech built a Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? That's a different pasuk. Shlomo never has to build a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why does it say that he did? Because Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. From where do we know about Tchias hanisim in Torah? So the Shneimar Ashrei Yoshei Nesecha Odi Alo Michasela. It's a beautiful telling. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Odi Alo Michasela, right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Gemara says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. What is this future praising? Future praising is a remnant to Tchias hanisim. Beautiful. Says the Madanu Shalom, beautiful Gemara. Whoever says Shira, whoever sings to HaKadosh in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar Ashrei Yoshei Nesecha Odi Alo Michasela. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you say Shira in this way? You sing praise to HaKadosh in this world. Ultimately, again, you will sing it to us. And one of the most basic, and Olam Haba, and also what it means to us, say, the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvin La'asharaseyim Barashei V'nerem Mizid Hashchina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit around the Kadosh Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shechina. That's all about. I will say, there's sometimes a person is getting like, is there like a tea room? Is there like a Shweki coming? Is it full of is that it? Like, is that it? And also, a lot of times you see, yeah, that sounds really good. You're right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Haza really is much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important, but if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So let's say, so it's interesting, if you want to enjoy Olam Haba, then Olam Haza has to look a certain way. And perhaps that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like if your world, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. And if not, if Olam Haba really is just about the material or just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. I'm going to keep it out. I'm going to go for it. United with Tess and East Minute Torah. Shneimar. We're going to put this message for the Torah. Shneimar. Call to Faf and Nasi. Call Yachtam Yanayi. Rinuru lo ne'amar Eli Yanayi. Kind with Tess and East Minute Torah. So once again, the voices of Tzofaf, of those of you, of those who see, right? They will go ahead and call out Yanayi. They will praise you, future tense. Once again, future tense, not present. So I'm going to keep it out. I'm going to go for it. Asidim call Nevi'im. Kubar Omen. Shira B'Kolef, which is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Shnei Amar, Kol Tzofach HaNasu Kol Yachtav Yanayu. We'll say, how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of clubs, right? Speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most of Mashiach. Again, as we saw, remember, every Nebuah was different. We saw this already before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. He goes low enough for us. So I'll say this for town. If a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, everyone will say, this could be a Rabbi, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone. But I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it, it's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shneimar Torah Tzivalan Moshe, Morosha Kivilas Yaakov. Morosha Ki L'chol Yisrael Mishesh Shnei Moshe. So we'll say, you have the possible Torah. So Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time, from Sheshes Yimei Bereshis. Rashi points out there was in Sheshes Yimei Bereshis. So again, Rashi points out the Sid Bereshis Bara, the Shir HaTorah Shnei Bereshis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Bara, what does it mean Bereshis? In the beginning, actually created, Bereshis is a contraction. The Shvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. The world was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold the Torah from someone who I can give it to, it's as if I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not from Rabbi Bizna. I'm not Shemit Chasida. Talmudei Halacha B'Talmud. If a Rebbe withholds Halacha from a Talmud, in other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't show, doesn't do this. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Shneimar, Monea Bar Tapot Tzadik Beish, Monea Bar, Yikavol La'om, Ve'ein La'om El Ubrin La'om fetuses Shneimar, Ula'om La'om Yamas, Ve'ein Kavol El Chlava Kavol was cursing Shneimar, Ma'akov Lo Kavol Kel by Bilam. Ve'ein Bar El Torah, right? Bar means Shneimar, Nosh Bar and Yamas. So we'll say, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't curse doesn't say that like someone who's Michal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the fetuses. Like what's the pshat with that? What's like sometimes the worst thing that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. Because we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish for the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else, so what is it we're talking about here? A Rabbi has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. Rabbi has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of personal responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So Mar goes like, if you don't, right, if you withhold Torah from a student, literally again, so means they pierce you like a sieve. Okay, and let's say now what Rashi points out, what does it pierce like a sieve? It means you forget your learning. Just like that, if you put something into a sieve, a Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours, nothing is nothing is mine. Right? Nothing belongs to us. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole level of life. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. Vayikov for Bidalto. Va'amar Abaye ki ochla dikitsiri. Literally perfect like the launderer, all right? In Lamdo, and what happens if you teach someone Torah? So this is all the punishment if you withhold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmidim Torah? What's his reward? Amar Hashem says, Zocha lebichas Yosef. Rachos ki Yosef. Incredible. So such a Rebbe, and when we say a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a Rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes there was some chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. Because you're close with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I want to say that is the most profound thing. We think whenever we see these Gemaras, we like automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, then all of us can convey it. And if you convey that Torah, what happens? You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shnei Emar, bracha l'rosh mashpir. Ve'in mashpir elo Yosef. Hashem says Shnei Emar, Yosef var shalit ala aretz. Hu mashpir l'chol am haaretz. So we'll say, brothers, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat that someone says that shares their Torah? They get brachas like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? What was the entire avodah of Yosef? Yosef took his brachas, and what did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, had every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping, I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef HaTzadik. I would have changed this. This is beautiful. Wow. Let's say if ever teaches Torah in this world, he's zochah to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it even mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? I will say that if you teach Torah in this world, it is okay to teach Torah in Olam Haba as well. Which I will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, are Merit Hashem will be zochah to learn in this world the next one. Can you imagine? We have our chabura, we have our share in Olam Haba. I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I feel like we'll be able to move faster. But Merit Hashem, I'll say, how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like, Shnei Amar, it says, So Malam there's no time at all. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. So once again, by the way, you see this fixation, by the way, with Kessemes, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many rayas for a concept, right? This is now only 3 blood. Feels like 7 blood, but that's only 1.5 blood. Right, so 1.5 blood in, right? That again, me nine. So first of all, because again, the notion of Tchias HaMesim is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. So Tchias HaMesim in Torah, Shneimar, Yechi Ruvain va'al Yamos. Ruvain will live and he will not die. Parshas Vaychi. Yechi Ruvain ba'ol Mazeh. No, not Parshas Vaychi. Sorry. So Bracha. It's not the Brachas of Yaakov. It's the Brachas of Moshe Rabbeinu. Yechi Ruvain va'al Yamos. Yechi Ruvain ba'ol Mazeh. Ruvain will live in this world. Va'al Yamos the Olam Haba. He will not die in the world. You know, Amar Alpha. This is from here. Rabbi Mishne Admas Alpha Yakitsu. Elo Lachai Olam. So say incredibly enough, a number of these psukim from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand right literally again, return the Goralecha, he's going to return for your destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because a number of these psukim, we actually say the Kavura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kavura is completed. Before the Avelim leave the Kever and walk back through the shore, walk back through the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many have the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. Our Rabbi Lazar, called Parnas Shemani Gesat Tzibor B'Nefas. Any leader who leads his flock, who leads his tzibor b'nefas. Now, what does nefas mean? Nefas means with a gentle kite. The gentle kite is not yelling, it's not screaming, it's not fire and brimstone, not meaning them, not b'nefas. So such a person like this is known to lead that tzibor Olam Haba as well. I will say these demands they seem to indicate that Olam Haba here is a reference to Messianic era. Right, post Tchias HaMesim era. Shnei Amar Kimrasim Yihagim Va'amavui Ma'yinah. Remember Lazar? Gidola Dea. This is incredible. Gidola Dea. Shenitna Ben Shtei Osios. Dea. Wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between. It literally means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar. Kel Deos Hashem. So once you see that, Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between 2 names of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Rabbi says Gadol Mikdash. So they say Mikdash is Beit Shnit and Beit Shneos because it was given over between 2 names of Hashem. Shneimar Ha'alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's the Mikdash is sandwiched between 2 names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maskif le'Ravada, Maskif le'Ravada, Karchino ha'ela me'ata gidol in the Kama, Shenitna ben Shnei Osios. Oh, you're going to use that model. And the Kama, vengeance. Vengeance is also great because vengeance is given between 2 names of Hashem. The Sid, Kel, Nekamos, Hashem. Right, the pasuk says, right, Kel, Nekamos, Hashem, Kel, Nekamos, Sophia. Amarlei, Lemilse, Hakinam, right. By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need 2 revelations? My father means like a revelation. So why 2 revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That just says Sophia once. And it says Nekama twice. So it's like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Achas lamida tova, va'achas lamida parolis. So one ultimately, again, looks like to be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good to be like a God who repays good, as to take revenge through the. Or it can also mean that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has a shalom to be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish Bo Deah, which is beautiful Gemara. For any person who has Deah, who has understanding, Kilunivna Beis Hamikdash Biyama. It's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Shezeh is the word why. Shezeh mitim ben shtei osios. Shezeh mitim ben shtei osios. Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Deah is between two names of Hashem, and Mikdash is two names of Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means? Any person who has Deah, has wisdom, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt. We're going to come back to that Gemara. So you can underline, we're going to come back to it after we get a working definition of really what Deah means. Fine. Okay, yeah, now give it a few more minutes. I'm Rabbi Lazar, actually right now. I'm Rabbi Lazar. Call Adam Sheish Bo Deah, the Sof Misasha. Any person who has Deah will become wealthy. Shenei Amar, and B'das Charidim Yimadu Kohom, Yakar V'Nom. I'm Rabbi Lazar. Call Adam She'in Bo Deah, Aslu Lachim Alav. Any person who doesn't have Deah, ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas on him. Shenei Amar, Kilo Am Binasu, Hakim Bo Yirachamenu Oseo V'yot Shalai V'Nei. Rabbi Lazar, calls Hanosim Kito Mishaim Bo Deah, Yisum Barnalav, where he gives bread to someone who doesn't have Deah, ultimately, again, that is what happened. So we'll say it's very interesting. So you see this schema of you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Deah. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Deah. Now we'll say, now, what's the pshat of this? What's the pshat of this? So we'll say, let me say this now. What's Deah? What's this? We're translating it into Israel. I will say, but if you think about this just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom, right? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Remember Sachas Brachos. It speaks about Havdalah and Shmona Esrei. Chazal said, where did Chazal quote Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonin la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das is the most big. Before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a chacham, right? Because remember again, there's chachma, there's bina, there's okay. So chachma, bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have judgments, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have Deah, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Deah, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an unruly lifestyle. I will say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As it says, any person who has Deah, right? Ultimately, again, because we say at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Deah. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tameh, what's tahor, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's aser, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have Deah, I will be successful. Conversely, if I don't have Deah, number one, if I don't have Deah, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have Deah, it's my fault. The failure to acquire it is the highest level of personal responsibility. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. Such an overwhelming and incredible Gemara. And that's how the Gemara says, all right, this is life. Right. I'm Rabbi Lazar. I want to say people who shame about Deah. You still might not love. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have Deah, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. person who doesn't have Daya will ultimately be exiled. It's a lot of sense. Why? You will say, if I don't have Daya, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship. If you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build a relationship. It's as simple as that. It's like there are people who who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They'll make every single excuse why what you're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not, can't build relationships. Can't build a home, can't build a life. As soon as a self-gola will be a wonder. Shnei Amar, looking gola amin mebrida. Some of those are kabay shein bogirei torah lishman b'valayla. Ishak was we'll say another example. That's Daya. We'll say this is a ridiculous thing. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, so as any home in which there's not Torah learning at night, fire will consume it. Shnei Amar, kol choshech tamal tzfunav tochleo eish lo nafeach yara suid ba'ohalo. Ve'in suid al tam chacham. Fine. Listen, so what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learned in at night, fire will consume it. That's a pretty strong thing. First of all, it tells us very important we need, in addition to coming to shul for night seder, and the beautiful inspiration, which again, everybody has an obligation for night seder, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night seder. It's not a shed. It's not like, oh, I'll dabble in this. It's a weird. So you have to have night seder. It's actually not joking around. A youth has to come to this register to learn a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start reminding the Torah but in addition to that, person also has to learn at home. Person has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Right? That's like Laila is always a metaphor for difficult times. Wrestling means like this. Called bias. She'ein divrei Torah nishma'in bo b'layla. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night. In other words, any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. Like in other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish Oklasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods of life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to witness. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So we'll have to stop over the terrible Gemara. We'll have to stop over here. Shkoyach. By the way, we did more than a block today. It's fantastic. Right, wrong block, but that's the detail. Let's say, look, I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up day. Because the session much shorter Gemara. Session. Shkoyach, everyone. Such a shkoyach, everyone.
Do we have a decimal meter?
It's not a bad idea.
On the camera, on the decimal meter, how many of you have
was it on the
all right. How many of you have Michael Gonzalez winning? Thank God. I may have affected this election, wouldn't be the first time. But Floyd, you gave it a hell of a run. It was very good. Good interview, good set. I guess you get to keep those strong six. There's a big jump up. There he goes, Floyd Jones, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Floyd saying goodbye to Shane and Lord Charizard or whatever he said. There's another Bud Light brought to you by Bud Light.
as is fits for the soul of us and the soul. From the first to 49, the Hagar, about the Joe Carey and Steve Zinn, right here with his father, Dr. Hyde, and Steve Rich, Zane, Joseph, Holy, and the Zid, and Levin, and Bernard Danny's Mayor, and William Zinn, the Sid, and Ben Schneer, you saw the story about the North West Hamilton. What you're going to show us out around here, finding to the come over to you, you shove into the phone for me, so they are very successful. First we got let us begin. Today's got this target out at 91. We have a little steep climb today. There's a shame but we're going to make it. Let's get up on something from days 90. That got a countdown from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. Today will be small color. So again, you see what show me about the color. Let's just remember again, we're in the studio of trying to find some type of scriptural illusion to SMS. Right, so let me get that just taking small color. So we'll measure up the last yesterday. There's a passage that says, when Satan Yimenu as Shumas Hashem Aaron HaKohen. You shall give Truma to Aaron. Now, I will say, it's very interesting. Aaron received many things away. The one thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma only bears the effect when you go into Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, again, they work in this meeting, but ultimately, again, it's Truma to Aaron. So usually, again, unless we have the possibility, that's desolation. So the Gemara says, the day is some levels like, really so clear, Aaron. What does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? My Aaron cover, Afon Chalir. Just like Aaron is a cover, or just like Aaron is a cover. And therefore learns how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So to again, in general, you have to give Afon Chalir. I already saw it, my earlier sense. Now saying that he's going to play on Aaron, studying is you can't give Truma to a clay who's in the the army notion which I message Marshall coming to do them yet simply because again where the possibilities is you give them the Quran it can be destroyed in the Torah of the Rebbe whoever is holding the ability in the Torah of the Rebbe Shalom, each one of us has a portion in Tumah to say in the Master of the Torah Hashem, and whoever is not holding strong in the Torah about the struggle, does not have a portion. And I say, it says you're going to see this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Tumah has a lot of details, Tumah has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Tumah is very important. So that's how I feel on the thing. I'm going to talk about Adam Yudah. For those who don't know Arabic, what is this Tumah? So the point is that Arabic, most of the Tumah I read, because this gives it to our life. Ma'ari is something going small, plus something in the very small, but when this is even from the line, there's just something, really carried apart to read it for that. Queen on the earth, something over the power, something for the poor. So to a very good center, you give Tumah to a coin on the earth, something really easier to listen to ritual purity, really easier to listen to ritual purity. The real Quran says, Asgolim and Misa. The coin gives Tumah to a coin on the earth, is causing the death of that coin. How is that so Shemar? The Misu don't hear calling you. The Lord has mentioned before that misuse of Tumah is also that penalty. You give Tumah to a coin who doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate safety. It's as if one is causing death to that particular coin. Meaning, the bigger the Lord of the Torah, Achma Sil Ava Ashma. You can cause the coin to buy it and have a Shemar Ma'adim. See also Ava Ashma Ba'acharetz Kasher. So it's going to be passing by all of this season. This is a very interesting how, again, each species we would think that giving Tumah to the coin approach to an objective test, right? So giving Tumah to the coin is only a facet, it's only something better for coin knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a facet, but in fact it's a liability. That tremendous is sold in life as well. about
2 weeks
things,
ago, you had regular team. They're getting better with the grill, but there is a slight speech impediment still there. One of my favorite parts of the set is when you said, I wanted to taste some, but I didn't know how to ask. The grill is affecting those S's.
It's not the political group, but instead of creating tremendous liability. However, when you start, someone says, you're not a Christmas miracle. You're being kind, again, a biblical allusion to
LWDS in with the gold team.
The God of mercy as preaching is very interesting. Each tongue will say slaughter as Alice command. The passage says, and I will establish, I will uphold my covenant with them, to give to them, Lahem, to them, right? That's Lahem, Lahem. The passage doesn't say, the prophet doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lahem, rather it says Lahem, to them. Who is the them? If you look at Rashi, it's Rashi on the right side, without halfway down, actually even more than halfway down. Lahem, the Mashma Shekiah HaKadosh Baruch Hu La'avosenu, Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, Sheyiti Lahem Eretz Yisrael. If you Lahem Yitno, Haro Yidnehem Yitno. The pasuk makes it sound like such an extremely through the pasuk that again, Abraham Travel finding that Am Yisrael was alive at the time, and we use this Russian of what? Of Lachem, to you. Lachem means to them. Who's the them? You do not understand it's referring to Avram Yitzchak Yaakov. I was a rapper, they're dead. They were long dead by the time of the Egypt. Thank you, King against Israel. I would rather what you see. The ultimate thing that Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Yes, I guess. Yes, I guess. So the Gemara says, you get fine. I'm kind of Christmas here, so beautiful. Show me what's on the let's listen to this. The moon, and then if I cannot tell us someone doesn't believe now, we're going to see, we use the terms, colors, very interesting. What we're going to see is that we really refer to different levels of everything. People who don't believe in certain things, so see the distinctions. Show me what's on the window. So the moon is on the window. You don't show us what the Academy from where you know they want some news back again. All of that. You have Torah, you have Vim, and you have Super. Careful. And the real sense, and the real proof, from Torah, they have Super. So if you remember that all of the real proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens. We have Torah. So number one, what's the right in that Torah that says, I don't show Moshe, they are shaking in that Moshe, they come. Pretty explicit. That's what Hashem says to Moshe. You are going to live again and die. You're going to for others to come. And you are going to arise. Wow, pretty explicit. Yes, so listen. So how do we disprove it? No. They said, Emilio, you're putting the comma in the wrong place. Emilio, the Dima, the comma ha'am hazeh, the zayah. The passage is as follows. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the people are going to rebel. When you die, the people are showing up to you as a come is not going on Moshe, but rather the come is going on who? On the people. So the community of this will reject it at Christian. Yes. What's the proof from Rabbi? Let's say that you set up results in the comments. Hakitsu running short with Asar. How almost Talafa, the Eretz will find people. So what's it say? In this passage, what do you see this phrase? You see Hakitsu running short with Asar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Hakitsu is running and the sleep is to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Gemara makes him check the Chesto. Maybe that's referring to the day that the Chesto brought back to life. We think the Chesto brought back to life. That's the solution, right? That's the value of dry bones. And what's the specific episode it's referring to? Next, Susan, from Susan, let's see if you can't have the IFO, hold it to go even in short. Don't even 6-say machine. So they would say the person. Yeah, so consequently, representation actually, no good in that phrase, don't obey 6-say short. The lips of those who speak will move. Speak a reference to that. Lips they will move, meaning a reference that they are once again will speak. So listen, the criminal of teaching lectures, let's say the album. So the meaning said,
We love you.
The meaning said too, the meaning is like this, like the real the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave?
This person has full of Dedrick makes a noise 60 seconds seminar after work. Here's to be a new name. Tyler Cole, everybody. Here comes Tyler Cole.
This is so beautiful. When a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean a halacha. What that means is when a person dies, and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased's lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says,
so I went on a first date the other day, told the girl I was a comic, and she said, no way, I'd love to see you perform sometime. And I said, well, you should probably have sex first. So you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. It's a long time, I swear.
When the person leaves over,
Do you have any fans of Jersey Shore here? Yeah, someone told me the other day I look like a cast member on the upcoming spin-off of Gossip Shore. It's just 5 Jews and 5 Palestinians arguing for an hour.
Someone says over the Torah, someone says over the state, someone says over the so the lips move in the grave.
Someone also told me I look like the situation.
So the meaning, you don't believe anything that Rabbi said until Rabbi
And they
gives
said
them
it looks like my
following
favorite
idea.
bench
What
press
is the
total
following
25
idea?
pounds. That was really good. I've been Tyler Cole.
Hashem
Thank you guys.
La'asehem, Masis Lohem. Rabbi says, that Hashem has spoken over to you. That's how I should say to them. Lochem Lohem, right? It doesn't say Hashem is giving over to you. Rather, what does it say? Elo, Lochem, to them. You cannot translate in the Torah. So from where you see it, if you have a reference to translation, meaning of Torah. Once again, you give it over to them, peace with them. In some terms, this is Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So when you see it, specifically into this idea that Hashem did that, and then the dead will come back to life. And then what you show me the Mikra say, others say, but when you go from different parts, it's so beautiful. You often have taken my show, okay? Chayim Shulchan Hayom. Others say,
I guess.
that when you talk about it, translated, what does it mean? When you cling to Hashem, your God, Chayim Shulchan Hayom. So it seems when I translate this, you are able to fully play and you're fully alive. And it says that not Shita, the Chayim Shulchan Hayom, that's how I'm looking at talking to him. Of course, they're alive today. Ella, Afilo B'Yoshe Kol HaOlam Kulam Mesim Achem Chaim. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we must be responsible for the fact that everyone else is alive. Ultimately, again, you can speak to us and Chayim Shulchan Hayom. And you will come back to life. But even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible soul. So you know that the Shani of it is much to say about that possible result of the I'll come back to it later. Shani, what do you ask of your children for this? So ultimately, the women's after you shouldn't care what the rest. The night should be from the Chayim Mason, you know, again, so we asked them to show them a 2-part question. Number one, how do you know you're going to work with the bread? And number two, how do you look at Hashem knows what's going to happen? 2-part question. So ultimately, again, when you're showing time, it says I can answer both of those questions. From one person, and you also Moshe, so again, in some kind of the passage, Moshe is going to die, you come, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see, a remnant to the explanation. So you are to say back to him, the Yoma, the Kama Amazet is done. Okay, Moshe, it's not a real process. The way you process is that ultimately Moshe is going to die. That becomes doesn't call Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does become go on? Come goes on ultimately again. The price are going to rebel. So very sure that's why he said, fine, even if you say that, at least we'll keep in your house of your thankful, so again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a religious translation, you can at least use it for what? As a knowledge, as a scriptural proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here Hashem is saying, emotion is going to die, and the way you die, while these souls going to rebel. Okay,
October, but I have a closing coming up tomorrow.
How do I know?
What are you closing on
Going to bring
tomorrow?
back the dead. And how do I know that
Just
Hashem knows what it's going to
2,000 square
happen?
foot house in
Shneimar,
South Austin.
Incha shochet
What you sell it for? How much?
v'kam.
380,000.
Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like, Tanya, Amar Rabbi Yossi,
Might be able
it
to add a
doubles
few
that.
links to that
Ziyati
network.
Sifrin. Rabbi Yossi says like this, in this matter,
What do you
the
do?
books of the heretics
How long
have
have you
really
been
been,
stand up?
have really, they have
4 months. What made you want to
fortunes. They
start
have
4
fortunes
months ago?
also. Shehayu Omen,
How old are you?
ain't it's anything in Torah.
31.
Remember again,
You've just been
because of
watching the
the
show
books
and
of
you're like, I
heretics, he
can do
said,
that.
there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. I said to them, Siyaftem Torastem, Below Ha'alisem Biyatchem Kol. So the one you forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? Sha'atem Omen, Tchesa Nisim in the Torah, or you claim
when it's warm out, like
there
40.
is no Tchesa Nisim.
Yeah.
And yet it says,
You shoot
Omer,
plates, you get the gun out of the bathroom.
Tikaris, Benecha Shahid, Avonabah. So let's say there is a double washing of Tikaris. Why the double washing?
I love you.
Because
Shoot
it
plates.
says,
What else did you say?
I'm sorry. Tikaris Ba'olamazeh, Avonabah Le'ima. So we'll say that Tikaris means
What's your
that
love
the
life
sin will be
like?
cut
You
off from this world. Avonabah,
chicken
its
burger.
sin will remain with it. What is that?
Single current.
Lavi Olamabah
When's
does
the last
not
time you
refer
had
to
a girlfriend?
So from here you see ultimately again,
Okay.
Raya for transformation. So the Gemara says, Tikaris, and after, good. Let's start out. Amar Yaakov Rabbi, the limit of the Tavayu, make Tavayu and Tikaris. So I understand why can't you point that out from Tikaris, and all the ones that Tikaris, the all Haba, which the Gemara says, Amulay, Tibra Torah Kalasham and Adam, because if I would have said that, then the meaning would have said, no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, keep in mind, the Gemara says, not going to say, Tikaris, Ba'olamazeh, Tikaris Ba'olamazeh, the Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva understands the double washing. Tikaris, be cut off in this world. Tikaris in the world to come. The Rabbi Kiva, Olam Yishmo. Baruch V'Ne'emar, Es Hashem, Hu Megavim K'nifosam. The Pasuk says that he's blaspheming Hashem will be cut off. But he Shlosha Olamim Yush, on the 3 worlds, those dead bodies that was
So
being
this
cut
relationship
off.
that ended a
What's
few
going
years
on
ago,
over
how
there?
did it
So
end?
it says, the Nifam Rather, the Nifam Olamazeh, will be cut off in this world. Tikaris the Olam Haba. So I say, Tikaris, right? Tikaris the cut off in the world to come. And Tikaris, Tibra Torah Kalasham and Adam. This refers to the Torah speech. Okay, they know the Shema Rabbi Akiva, Avarnabah my Akiva, but both person and Kiva and Shema. What do you do with this phrase of Avarnabah? Look at this saying, this is beautiful. Yoko, Akiva, Asa Shiva, you might have thought that this will be cut off even if you did Shiva. So the Gemara says, Kamagoma Avarnabah. When is the sin cut off? Only when it's Avarnabah. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Ella Bishman Shabanaba. The only time the sin is cut off is when the sin remains with him. But if the sin does Shabbat, then ultimately again he is not cut off. Incredible. I will say, so really fascinating. So again, the point that you begin to see is, as you mentioned yesterday, there's no one concept that says, yes, I make some, rather what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, Tanakh, not right, biblical allusions, trying to really achieving different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back to that finish there. Charles in this Gemara. Shalom, Cleopatra, Malchus, Escabulera. Wow. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Meir. I'm not listening to this is and I shall place this out. Cleopatra is the king's, or Paro is the king's. So this is not like a, this is, yeah, I think it's not going to refer to Cleopatra as a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical. I'm not sure if you see it from different using shots. This is more of a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, so Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Amra, you've done it with Chaim Shifti. So listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry, I know that the living die.
Let me ask you this.
I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, it's interesting, okay? It's the Petra. I didn't even get to make some.
Is it inside or
I know it's
like
going to
that's
come back to life.
really
First of all, we have Sitsu here to Esav Haaretz. Because again, the Pasuk says that literally they will sprout forth from the sea, which represents Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, it's interesting, this Pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this Pasuk. From Tehillim. Right, so I know that today will come back to life. So what's the Shiloh? Ella, Kishay, Odin, Amin, over Mabushay, fascinating. When the dead come back to life, when they come back unclothed, or do they come back in their clothing? He's got a Samala. So the narrative is back to Cleopatra. Kavakoma Meita, make a Kavakoma from a grain of wheat. Also, so the Gemara says, Umat Ita Shemikura Aluma. So the grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, when you plant the seed, it's just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza, the Kamalavusha, then it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself is, it has many layers, a husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see from there, just like the seed goes into the earth and flows, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim sheik barim b'v'filu b'sheim, but Tzadikim ultimately, again, who are buried with their clothing, Allah has come of a kama. Now, Tzadik ultimately, again, is buried out, not that clothing, but the Chlik is the trousers. So the Tzadik is buried with clothing, all the more so, he will come out clothed as well. It's such a question. Listen, you just say stop, it's just like a fascination question. Right there again, I believe the resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. So what's interesting also is it could very well be clothing. We see this before, it's often a metaphor also for consciousness. Like with the button, like the Oren Sibu Radech on the Oren, the Shlomo says in the Shlomo, at all times that your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. Clothing represents accomplishment. So it could very well be that what you're actually asking was the following. When is this transformation? When you come back, how are you reborn? Are you reborn like Kavarasa, like naked, unclothed, like new life, new personality, like the new baby being what the Papa should know about them? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? Or did you come back? And again, I have memories of clothing. I have memories of. So again, it's a fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which from your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. So I say it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me what we'll call Olam Haba, which is a place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I'm going to do so over the meal. So Caesar the meal. Anisha, you shot me tired. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So the both of Cleopatra, who believe in this, and they say, such as has some detailed questions about it, seems to that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't say. Caesar doesn't real. I don't say. You guys say, obviously, you guys say, the shot me tired. They don't come back to life. I don't think that works. Abu Afra, the dead ultimately again becomes dust. Right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of 91. Other than who, Shafti, I don't know how to translate this. Again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Gamaliel, I got this. She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay? So she says, so bottom line, she was the second line, talking about for raise your hand, you want any second line. She didn't get to reach people. There are two people, professionals.
Your first time on the show, I would remember you.
Well, yeah, walk by me a few times in my chair, but you know, cross level. Yeah, so I get overlooked a lot. This is my 111th sign up.
No fucking way.
I have been first in line at least 90% of this time. And tell me, you've got to do some exercise. Your wrist never goes to the bottom of the book.
How many centuries have you been doing stand-up comedy?
So certain precious people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to the drop of semen, which creates a baby. So before we create human life from literally mining from water, then Alaska's
The girl from Titanic or the rock that she threw in the bottom of the ocean? I can't tell.
from water than it is from clay.
Madness
Then
is
everybody
making
needs
his
to feel
speech
the
right
process of
now.
clay. After the sparkle goes Yeah, ahead
Oh,
and creates
yeah.
life, agreement. See,
From
I grew up playing bass
certainly
guitar,
go ahead
but I didn't have one
from
from clay from dirt as well. So he plays by ear, and I'm beside my ear.
This is beautiful.
So we do the cover comment from the creation of glass. Basically, glass.
But seriously, how long have you been on stand-up?
Not
I don't know what it's
Shad
sign-up spell.
Malone, the
Okay.
last I started bus it ever done. 7 years ago.
And
How is glass
and,
made? You blow
right the
glass.
same month that I
You blow
started
glass.
it,
Glass is
I
made
got run
through
over.
the breath
I
of
got
man.
run
And
my
you
wheelchair
you
is
spend time on
pressed
us.
to
And you
proof
get glass
by
plates. You
TNT.
know the damage you can reach
It
actually.
has like me.
Bus ever done
It
some
was
new
going
shot from
45
Spark
miles an hour.
Now you live with the breath of Hashem. You have to right? Hashem, you life is us. Allah has come of all the more so, that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together.
You were in your wheelchair and you got hit by a Tesla.
Going 45 miles an hour across my street in my neighborhood.
Also,
just and that Tesla. My chair was laying on the ground and I was standing up. With these different aspects of our lives. But again, I underline, so we'll come back to that sometime in the session. This is hard.
It's odd that we do have the
So
right
there
to
was a
go
particular
outside.
non-believer. I mean, you took a young, and you say the Shakti Chayim. You guys say that the dead come back to life. You are the Bahar Havel Afro, but the Chayim. But the dead come to dust. And how can dust possibly come back to life? Oh, I'm sure it's like Muslim as well. Let me give you a mushroom.
How old are you guys, Debbie?
I'm 67 years old. Show up. So give me a mushroom. What's a human being? And the human being says to a service, the thing is, you believe in culture, you believe the Muslim shit in mind of
Special Tony once upon a time in Texas, streaming live on Netflix.
there's no water, there's no dirt, there's no burning thing, no carrots, I need you to figure it out. How can you bother yourself about Hashem, the subject for you have to look at the beautiful palace. The young enough of sometime later, the palace fell down. So the king says it's like this. Culture will also the Makom Shinish Afarim. I want you to read on the palace, but this way you go in the place where there is water and there is dirt. On the law, aid and the phone. And the subject says we can't do it. You can't do it on any different words. So Khalas Alayim. The king got very angry with him. The Makom Shinish Afarim bin Nisem. After Shish Mai Ba'afa Arakas Kama Ba'ala, because I understand, you were able to build the palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's going to be so? Well, it's about your creates night from nothing. Each night, it's not going to be water from nothing. So if it's not going to create from nothing, when people imagine it's back into dirt is still something. So if you can create from nothing, you're starting to create from something. That was the answer about Tessa. If you don't believe this idea of something turning into something else, say with it or go out into the body, in the 8 Akbar, see this particular type of loading. Shayom Chetzer Basa V'Chetzer Agos. So most of this matter is exactly about what they're talking about, what Chazal are talking about in this world. That apparently is half flesh and half earth. The Mochar Gishmitz, the Nasa Kulabasa. The next day, ultimately, again, becomes comes completely flesh. So you see the evoking of things to transform from earth into flesh. Shemakama is memory, but maybe I think it takes a lot of time for this road inside this transformation. Allah go up into the mountain, just like mine, in the Ishayon, in both Filazon, and the Filazon Echa. And this particular mountain, that on this stage is only one Filazon, remember again, Filazon is that creature from which the Tchilas is created. So you go up on the mountain, there's one Filazon. The Mocha Yardi Yishalim, the next day away, and it's Samari Kino Chazvolos. All of us here in the mountain will be filled with Filazon. So again, the idea over here is, number one, that earth could turn to flesh, right? Something could turn to nothing, and from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the Filazon. It's incredible. The Lord says that there is a tremendous profundity in that much of all about the king. I remember the much on the king, what happened? He said to his subjects, build me a palace. And he said, build a palace where there is nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And the subjects do it. How it's done, sometime later, and then the king said, we gotta build me a palace. Build me a palace in place there is dirt and water. And the subjects say, we can't do it, impossible. The king said, what are you talking about? You built the palace with nothing, Allah is going to build the palace with dirt and water. These metaphors as follows. Listen, all of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things we do not think we could accomplish. Our back was up against the wall, we were extenuating circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. We did it. Baruch Hashem. Maybe difficult circumstances, maybe potentially difficult circumstances, and I came through, I did it. And yet, again, there are times during the day when my circumstances are not possible, and I don't pull through. And I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. Which was not. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you remember that time that you can bring in possible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where it wasn't clear if you were succeed or not? You did and you did good. If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build the personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, there are lots of come day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. But also, you all have situations like this. They're really difficult situations. You don't have to say, this is a piece of. I think almost all of us have situations like this. Really difficult circumstances where I said to myself, I don't know if I can get through this. And I got through it. And I got through it, but I succeeded, and I grew. And if I could do that thing in extenuating circumstances in life, then I certainly could perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, then all the more so I could build a personalistic palace where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredible resource for life. You want to go back there? But what I really know is we're going to say, listen, this is a great series of stories. Here's a particular name. We said to the fantasy, so that's a name. The fantasy, so that she points out over here. Kach Shmo, B'Haisamo, Akunius, B'Davo. Interestingly enough, so this guy is real fantasy, so he himself was a stripper from Prague, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story in this story. But Rashi points out over here, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a man who came over to him. And this man said to him, buy the phone, the Friday, and we saw Missy Chayin. The Chayin, you see, Missy Chayin. So it was this happy part. So he's up to the beginning of the season. He says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about the Jews, saying, all you need is shine. You're shine. Why are you a shine? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. You possibly say that which is dead comes back to life. However, so the real difference responds, by the phone Friday, you're going to shine. That means so you may see what Friday. So the Abikaya, the Abikaya, the Koshikun, so the real difference says back to that man, he's a Rasha. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive doesn't matter. Every birth, how does every birth start? There was a life, and then life occurs. So you see by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we're paradigms of this. What are you talking about? You're the Russia. There's one for every single life starts with no life and then goes to life. So what's crazy to think that the dead can go back to life? So the year that the seesaw, he called this apicurus a Russia. On the way. As you promised me, you have to place it to begin to see some. You're calling me a Russia? You tell me, it's high, be over there. And you're lucky someone's holding you back, right? And I would come over to you, but if not the power flash, you're lucky yourself. I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. That's in other words, this is like, this is incredible, right? People are people, nothing to you all the time, right? You're lucky my friend is holding you back. I would kick you so hard, I would kick you straight, right there, it's your thing on hunchback. So the way this is, I'm like, the man told us the king, we thought, woman, take her out, we started having people. Do it, man. Right? Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shkaya. You're not going to give you a shkaya, but I would tell you a handsome amount of money. Handsome copay. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, there's not about it. And listen, that's our introduction to the Via Bencasisa. The next number of stories we're going to be dealing with the Via Bencasisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. So that's about Rabbi, son. On the 24th of Nisan, it's the So again, those are oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now, what oppressors? What are we talking about? So watch this. Kishabov in Africa, lovely Israel. When the people of Africa came to the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people, what was their claim? They're Alexander's most votes. So again, actually, before Alexander the Great, Alexander the Macedonian, right? So maybe not yet. Like the king before Alexander the Macedonian, before his name was problem. So no, Alex Canaan, so I'm going to say that, by the way, Jews like Alexander. Like, how many other Jews like Alexander? Because also, Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander, but which is very strange, because considering it's exactly a Yiddish name, it's not a Hebrew name. And again, this was I told that Jews had to, as well as Alexander the Great, the name stuck. So the people of Africa come with a big murder against the Jews. Oh no, Eretz Canaan Shaman. What's their claim? The land of Canaan goes, as I will say, I want to point out, there is nothing new under the sun. Any other fact as Hashem. Right? So before there was a Hague, right, before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations of the world were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And it's Israel, not so big. Not so big. But we wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What they need another desert? Like they need a desert. This is the desert of humanity. The desert of humanity is we cannot leave from Israel alone. They cannot bear, the world can't bear that Jews have said again. It hurts us to say because we'd like to think that the world has changed and we love each other and there's romantic anti-Semitism and love us and freedom again. That illusion has been grown to see right? We see that that's no longer the case. And again, it's actually very important. It's the world can't, for some reason, can't be so well that Jews have something. All the more so that Jews can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. And so, again, so we come upon Alexander the Great. Canaan is ours, but what's the claim? The Sid, and again, they bring it out from the Torah. These are from Africans. The Sid, and it's Canaan the Guinness. It says that the land of Canaan includes all of the boundaries. Canaan, they look at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. They own their Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Ham. So the Africans say this is our father. So because it is our father, we own this land. So as I said again, so this was the now again, this was a claim right before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend their claim to Canaan. Alexander so I'm going to read this stuff. So read this is her boy. He says, I'm going to place it for performance. To me, the shows that it was about let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. In Yetzchuni, I'm gonna have
Well,
that show
my
in this
husband
exactly.
suggested
So if
volunteering,
I lose, the
but I
good
feel like
thing
I've
is,
given enough back to
there's
society.
really no harm because
I
if you
married a
just say,
redhead.
apparently will say, what you see from these stories is
I used
the
to
year
be a
that the
radio
seesaw
DJ,
was not recognized as one of the
not to
ranking
brag,
stages.
but I
That's
got
not that wasn't his
loads of
identity.
handwritten
Therefore, it
fan
says,
mail,
if I lose the case, it's not a
all
big
from
deal. Because
jail.
whatever, you could just say, he wasn't even representing
Prisoners
us,
must
right?
not have
Just and
access to high quality
the
paper.
Africans, they defeated
The
just
pages
the regular
were
guy. And I say,
always
I
stuck
told someone,
together.
if I win the case, I'm gonna go ahead
I'm
and
passionate fans.
say,
There's one
told
inmate who
us
had a
motion
clearly expressed
accepted.
crush on me.
The
My
victim will
husband
not be
asked me why I was
attributed to
hanging
you
out with his lovers,
attributed
leaving all
to Torah. And so
evidence.
said, by the way, just you begin to see
My
the
husband's
beauty
retired
and the
Air
power of
Force.
the personality
The
of the
hardest job I ever
himself.
had was
That all of
being
this
a
was
military
literally about
spouse.
Torah. This is about a Kodesh Baruch. The deep emphasis is so himself as an ambassador of the Holy Bonus. If I lose, the loss is mine.
And does the
And if I
military
win,
recognize
the win
us?
is the Ribono Shalom.
No.
It's incredibly
And how
selfless.
quickly after
Okay,
conveying that
so
line
that's
in
all
my
it's just all
heart.
about the money.
I'm
Okay,
Kelly
so the
Wade reminding
explanation
you
from
to be a
Rabbi
patriot and service those who
he
service our
represents
country.
tribes of funded Alexandria again. Come on, no interaction with me, Raya. So he says to the Africans, where are you bringing the proof from? I'm not talking about it. We just said it. I'm going to what's the positive? Share man. And no matter. Arul Kinan, Abed Avodim Yelachot. Kinan is first, and Kinan should be a slave to his
I've been married
brothers.
27 years. I've actually never seen an uncircumcised penis.
So again,
this is what it is.
Hebron is here. You said you're the children of Kinan. Kinan was first. Kinan are Avodim. Abed Shekona Avodim Lechasim. Abed meaning Lechasim. If an Abed acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Abed himself belong to? So we're old. Not only that, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because they're the slaves to God Israel, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not owe land, right, but we owe you, and you owe us back wages, back payment for all of your delivery service. Okay? So what happened? I'm going to add Alexander Malka, Zero Chiba. So Alexander is the African Jew. What say you? What's your response? I'm going to go to that is much more younger. So it's like Alexander, give us 3 days.
I have a
Give us 3
website
days
called
to come back to the website.
ChristmasCompliment.com.
No, so
I run it
it's
off of
not.
Shopify.
We all the time, but Google a month of Chile. So also creating a search, but they couldn't have time to research. We have Barclays, so the Africans right away. And what happens is you said the same for Shane Fields. They come in for Shane Fields. You might find out, listen, here's the census rates, what apparently again, they were using in Canada. Right now, to start with, they were there. But again, they had no plane, they looked interested in the place, so they left. They ran away, and they left behind leading fields and leading vineyards. And it says, the old says, Shana, Shani's house, or the Shmita. So not only did Klal Yisrael succeed, but ultimately, Klal Yisrael went ahead and Baruch Hashem had somewhere to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah years. So let's say, so again, what's the significance? What's the story? What's the particular message? What's the two messages? Number one, the Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world, but the little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it. Nor should we be apologetic about the fact that when Baruch gave it to us, and Jesus did not give it to others. When Jews are apologetic, so ultimately, again, that weakness is exploited and pounced upon. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours. That is when things come together. Number two, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for our Kodesh Baruch Hu, that's when things work. When you event the season, also, I want to put something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to know.
When I married him, he was redheaded, but as a Christian woman, I'm
welcome to my good girl. Like, with my parents, it says that I'm not going to come kind of scared. So you have it goes across, like, it's not a complicated drasha. It's not a complicated drasha. Why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, if you get this is made a very simple idea. It's not about you. This is not about me. This is about the Ribono Shalom. When when you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the cover of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and then the two do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next. Shulchan Aruch, 11 things are especially very in San Rabbi in Israel, the Alexander Mokel. So what's the name? Now the Egyptians, what a contest. Also, this is literally again, you think it's newspapers that like nations of the world bring illegal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it, the Africans did it. Again, like he led the claims of genocide. Just pass and see how the world is so certain. Like, who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against this thing of Israel? South Africa, just put it out, just to see certain things, they just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really does. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in its future performance. So, it's overwhelming. Next quarters. Who else got on the Alexander the Great? Egypt. Hello. Harim Omer. Sorry, Omer. Hashem Nasai Sina Amadene Zaga. Shalom. To me, one of the guys is actually talking to him. So the Egyptians got on the Bible. It's actually pretty fair. Right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, coming up to the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashua. Now, by Yashua literally means they borrowed. They borrowed. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say with asked, but others say it means borrowed. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with that idea that it means borrowed, which means Klal Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. This the Egyptians say, so happy to have lent it to you. Right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them the Sisa. So the Vietnam Pesisa says, two Rishos Veda for Adonai. We're going to tell you. So the Vietnam Pesisa says, do me a favor, says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it. And that's when once again, had no Shemach and Nisachtem. So if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they are victorious, if they win the case over me, so once again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, I was tagged in with Sisa, he's a head joke. He's just a regular guy. Like in my example, son, but if I am successful, I'll move on. Toras Moshe Rabbeinu Nisachtem. But ultimately, again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately against us of the Torah. That's the interest. Basically, Sisa shows up the basement and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, I want to come back to the Naya. Egyptians, what's your eye? What's your proof? I'm a Rabbi. I said, okay, because we told you, by Hashem, you borrowed stuff from us. So, okay, I'm happy to break it to you. Now you want to step back? So the Rabbi says, I'm a Rabbi. I want to bring the people to Torah. Sure, when Moshe Rabbeinu Yisrael, Hashem Yeshua Mitzrayim, Moshe Shalom Ba'abam Yosef. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. That 430 years, they're not the clock from Akedah Yitzchak. So they have 430 years. Tinu Lanu Schar Avoda Shel Shishim Livot Sheshim Ba'Hashem Mitzrayim Shloshim Ba'abam Shana. So you have no problem. If you want to make an accounting, how do you make an accounting? We say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed. Okay. You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 days. Let's just do some plans over here. Let's go. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people. And we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So what are all these that's your ritual. So I say, yes, okay, so what do you have to say? So give us 3 days, we'll come back. So that's on So ultimately again, They searched for 3 days, they couldn't find an answer. Miyad, Henichu Sada saying, Kishin's rules, the Tanei Kishin rituals, Ubaku. They left behind the fields, like the laden fields, laden vineyards, the old Shoshana Shisa, and it was a Shemikiyah, the Carolus, the Jews have better for this. Let's have small plans and very why do you think that both the Africans and the Egyptians were right? But you know, it's come back, be nice. Be nice. Right? And say, you know what, we don't have an answer. So I will say, here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you could say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors, and only an attempt to rob people of what it's like to be theirs, you don't even have the backbone to show back up and forth. And that's the one thing I say here. He's what you're like, he's like, real again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that's showing you emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. You want to like a Shulpan, Akas, over in the Shema. That is incredible. Okay, so what's that? This is good. Every time you jump on the bandwagon of the so who comes? Sons of Yisrael, the Niktura. Love in Yisrael, they outside the smoke. So what's Yisrael's place? What's that? Well, I don't know. Eretz Kina'an Shalom. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Right, let's do this. Right, so the Yisrael says, Eretz Kina'an is ours. So what happened? Well, let's see, here's what's interesting. Yisrael goes in a different way. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalom, Shalom. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. So this is very different, right? Africans claimed all ours, right? Quran claimed, right? Yisrael was not wanted back then, right? They wanted money. Right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting. Yishmael was this life of things. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Gemara says, so again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not a bad claim. Right? Like Yishmael's claim, we're also talking about Avram. We're also talking about Avram. The land was given to Avram, we created the children of Avram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I want to review this is not fun. To know you just very little anymore, but outside there's no film. So once again, review the Sisa. Come on, let me do this. I'll adjudicate it. I'll argue it. In that when I'm going to have Shabbat and Nisach, then I'm asked about the Anatech also. I'm going to have to ask Moshe Rabbi and Nisach. 12 years ago? So ultimately, again, so again, it says, if I lose, they defeat the economy. If I win, it's Torah that has won with it. So what happened? I'm going to have men come out to the real light. So he says to them, Shmuel, what's your right? What's your proof? I'm not talking about, so again, we just quoted it. We are also talking about I'm living it. I'm going to Torah. I was reading about Shinar, first everybody's Haishah. Vayidin Avram es Kol Asher Lo Yitzchak. Avram gives everything he owed to Yitzchak. So the Bnei Hashem Avram Nasan Avram Matanas. And Avram gave, it's like the children of the concubines, Bnei Keturah, he gave them Matanas. And then it says, Vayishal Lechein Me'al Yitzchak B'no. He sent them away. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nasan Avram, so the Gemara says, Nasan Avram Matanas. Shenasa Agatim, the Bar of the Chayim, she goes on the Alzeh. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. That's essentially what the Greeks is saying. What do you think that's talking about? If Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? Sent them away. What does that mean? He said, this is yours. I love you. I do love you. Right? That's what we saw before in the Gemara with Yaakov. I'm going to say, I have 2 sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's how I'm giving you stuff that I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than this fuck. So the Gemara says as follows. My matters, by the way, one of my matters, Alani Shabbat Salam Shem Tumah. Right? Ultimately, again, we gave them sorcery. Give you sorcery. So therefore, again, and interesting, I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, Ram Shai Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. The Egyptian Sisa's raya was so compelling, it's like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Abraham. And Abraham loved your father as well. And Abraham gave your father gifts, he gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, as Adam did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Adam did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to go together. Sarah didn't. And Hashem said to Adam, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, the view of the Sisa says, you have no pain like Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have no pain like Yisrael. That's the end of the story. And if you know the chance to bring this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no, let's get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. Alright, guys, we'll have to, this might be a new okay, we're fine. We're going to stop over there for today. Again, could we possibly go any faster? We can't go any faster. There's too much we can start over here. Alright, so we'll stop over there for today. Straight up, we'll pick up again, especially on the bottom of Taik tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming Gemara. Straight up, everyone.
I'm giving you credit for it, really. I've never been such a thing. You were funny, you got some merch. I got some merch. I see a tadpole on your fucking shirt. This is my breast cancer charity. I haven't had a fucking charity.
Something substantive to respond with what else do you have? You have
Humanitarian. Yeah, we're Tadpole. You're a wild boy, Tadpole. You live here in Austin now? No, about 300 miles away. Okay. Where are you? I'm near the Oklahoma border.
All right, good morning. Let us begin. We invite all of our sponsors for this morning church. To thank our commentator sponsors for Action Day. Hey, the Phil's Mishmach of Eretz dedicating all the Sherman Drushes this year as his host from Soros Tovos around Israel. Commentator sponsors for the month of Hadar. Abalim Rakoa Tari and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Joseph Hakohen, and Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv Ben Shmuel Yisrael, and Merit of our Torah. All of the Neshama Savon, the families in the Kama, all those leaders who wish to have been called for the Israel. Hashem Shemesh Hashem brings all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful and call Maaseh Yedeh. Was with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Aleph 91. We have a but we're going to make it. We're checking up on Tzadik on days 93. I got to count down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. So again, the Yeshiva B'Shul they draw the following. Because let's remember again, we're trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Trias Amesim. Right? So when we look at this so when we ended off with yesterday, is a passage that says, when Satan remember as Trumas Hashem Aaron HaKohen, you shall give Truma to Aaron. Now I'm going to say, it's very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma only goes into effect when he goes out to Israel, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what could this mean? That ultimately, again, you give Truma to Aaron. So remember again, unless you have the pasuk means that Tchias HaMesim. So the Gemara says, the day the Gemara goes like, very short term about Aaron. What does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron Chaver Achbon of Chavir. Just like Aaron is a chaver, right? Just like Aaron again is a Talmid Chacham, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So too again, in general, you have to give to other Chavir. I'm going to be sure I have money. I'm going to be honest. Nice shame that's in Truma Kohen Haaretz. How do you know that you can't give Truma to a Kohen who is ignorant? Shene'emar, Liam Yoshi Yishalayim, thus says, Maras L'Tana L'Bim L'Man Yachzaku V'Taras Hashem. Because again, the way the Pasuk phrases it is, you give the Kohanim Truma, that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam. Whoever is holding literally in the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam, Yesh Shlom Nas, has a portion in Truma, and whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, does not have a portion. This, as you're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important, because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma to bring over time. So that's how it's going on with it. So a coin is an amaretz. It's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari sofik doris v'ochel sofik in a very sofik. When you put food in front of a lion, there's a sofik. We're tearing apart in Egypt or not. Ask coin amaretz sofik ochel b'karo sofik ochel b'karo. So to again, when you give something, you give truma to a coin amaretz sofik. Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in a state of ritual impurity? And Yochanan says, "Afgorim no misa." The coin gives truma to a coin amaretz is causing the death of that coin. How is that? So Shneimar, Mesu both here chavim. As mentioned before, that misuse of truma results in death penalty. You give truma to a coin who doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate sanctity. The whole world is causing death to that particular coin. You even cause the coin to violate the Shneimar. See also our Ashba Afalas Kacher. So what's really fascinating about all of this is, and just a generally interesting motif, how, again, in these cases, you would think that giving truma to the coin, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving truma to the coin is only a chesed, is only something good if the coin knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. Tremendously sold in life as well. About when you give, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something as long as the child knows how to handle it. To give a child something, it's the big yesod in technology, big yesod in many areas. To give a child something like an objective and that they don't know what to do with it. It's not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. So it's more than that. I know, but somebody says, where do we find, again, a biblical allusion to transformation? Shneimar, the Gavak Mosi as priest is very interesting. The Pasuk says, and I will uphold my covenant with them, to give to them, Lahem, to them, right? Does Lahem, Lahem. This is very interesting. The Pasuk doesn't say it. The Prophet doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lahem, rather it says Lahem, to them. Please, for them. Look at Rashi, on the right side, but I'm halfway down, Elah, that's a little more than halfway down. Elah, the Master Shekhiach HaKadosh La'avar Seinik, Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, Sheyishu Lahem Eretz Yisrael. If you Lahem Nifna, Alon L'bneihem Nifna. So the Pasuk in society is such an interesting way to read the Pasuk, that again, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu was talking to Am Yisrael who was alive at the time, it would use lashon of what? Of Lachem. Lachem means to them. Give the them. The Gemara understands referring to Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Give them to Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, they were dead. They no longer care about how to go to the future. God came into his kingdom and Israel. I would rather what you see, but ultimately again, Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Yes, amazing. Yes, amazing. So the Gemara says, yeah, fine. Beautiful. Shalom Listen to this. The meaning. Now, who's the meaning? I mean, it's like an apicot, someone doesn't believe. Now, we're going to see, we use the terms min, Apicores, very interchangeable. What we're going to see is, in fact, they really refer to different levels of heritage. Actually, people who don't believe in certain things. So we'll see the distinctions. Shalom means from the Gambia. So the meaning of the Gambia, we want to check what's called Mechanisim. From where do you have the Russian brings back the dead? Amalahem, Minatorah, Minadim, Minaksum. Incredible. The Gambiel says, I'm going to give you a proof from Torah being Ksufim. Now, all of the Gambiel's proofs, they rejected. We'll see what that is. Minatorah. So number one, what's the guy in Minatorah? It says, Moshe, in the Chacham, Shokei Kamav Sechal, the Kam. This is pretty explicit. Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to live on again and die. You are leaving your forefathers to come. And you are going to arise. Wow. Pretty explicit. So how did they disprove it? No. They said, Gamliel, you're putting the comma in the wrong place. No. The Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazet, Zana. No. We read the passage as follows. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazet, Zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people are showing idolatry. The Vikam is not going on Moshe, but trying to the Vikam is going on who? On the people. Incredible. You're not a deal. Rejected that question. Yes. You're not a deal. What's the proof from Rabbi? Let's say that you, Secha, Muvasi, Hakitsu, Vano, Shok, Le, Afar, Hikal, Oros, Talaka, Barret, Le, Fine people. So what's it say in this passage? When you see this phrase, you see Hakitsu, Varanu, Shok, Le, Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Hakitsu, Varanu, in the same place to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Doma, based on Shek, Le, Chesko. Maybe that's referring to the dead that Yechezkel brought back to life. What did Yechezkel bring back to life? That's the Atzamos, right? That's the value of dry bones. So that's a specific episode. Next, Minaksum, from Ksum, that says, if you can't cut the Ayatov, only if you don't even Yisharim, Dovave, Sifsei, Yishim. See, everyone's on the puzzle. The puzzle verse represents Shir Hashirim. Literally again, that phrase, Dovave, Sifsei, Yisharim. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep, a reference to death. Lips, they will move, meaning a reference to the idea that once again will speak. Okay, so listen. The Tilma of pushing actions to say the album. So the meaning said, the meaning said too, the meaning is the meal, maybe that's referring to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? The Gemara says, what Rabbi Yochanan is so beautiful. I'm sure we should know that. So beautiful. Whenever, when a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean a halacha. What that means is, when a person dies, and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased's lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. This is a really beautiful idea. First of all, this idea that when a person reads over Torah, a person reads over lessons for their families, a person reads over the sodas that are said over even after they are no longer.
Hey, Brandon, can you mute your other device?
Continue life, continue eternality in this world. So a person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the saints,
Brandon.
Incredible. I show them because that. So the meaning.
Can you mute your other device?
Until Rabbi Gamliel gave them over the following idea. What was the following idea? Hashem Lavosechem, Vaseis Lahem. So I get a reference that is strong again. That Hashem has sworn to
Brandon.
you. Well, to actually say to them. Lachem Bolem. It doesn't say Hashem is giving it over to you. Rather, what does it say?
Brandon.
Lachem. To them.
Can you mute your other device?
So from here you see ultimately again a reference to Tvesanesim Min HaTorah. Incredible, because once again, the giving over to them. Who's this them? The assumption is this is Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So from here you see an explicit allusion to this idea that Hashem did that again the dead will come back to life. Example, Yishom and Amikra is that. Others say, from different parts of the this is so beautiful. The Atem Hadvekim Vashem Elokechem Chaim Kulchem Hayom. Others say, Now it's from this passage. Now literally translated, what does it mean? And you who cling to Hashem, your God, right? Chayim kulchem hayom. So it seems when I translate this, you will live fully today, or you are fully alive today. It says the Gemara Shita, the Chayim kulchem hayom. It's obvious. Moshe is talking to them. So of course they're alive today. Ela afilu b'yom shekol ha'olam kulam nisim atem chayim. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that the Gemara is reading this passage is back ultimately, again, it uses the Torah Chayim kulchem hayom. Hayom means you will come back to life. And even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful, incredible episode. So we want to write the Shalom. There's much to say about that passage as well, but if we have time, I'll come back to it later. Shalom, Romim as Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah. So ultimately, the Romans asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah, what did they ask him? So they asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah a two-pronged question. Number one, how do we know that there's resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-pronged question. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah says, I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk. So again, Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah read the pasuk. Moshe, you're going to die. Become, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see a remez to Kriyas HaMesim. So the Gemara says, they said back to him, the Kama Amazeh B'Sana. Okay, Moshe, it's not how to read the pasuk. When you read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe, you're going to die. The Bekam doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does Bekam go on? Bekam goes on ultimately again, the Klais are going to rebel. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah said, fine, even if you say that, at least in the group of your part of the identity, you're there now. So again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a relative, you can at least use this for what? As a remez, as a scripture proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because today here Hashem is saying to Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, Rabbi Yisrael is going to rebel. Okay, incredible. The Gemara says, Israel, I'm going to look sure we should be okay. The Taik, the next is the kind of mission, the Rash Asadios. What's it say? How do I know? What we're going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. The Gemara goes back to Kanya. As already see, it covers that. Ziyati Sifrim. So I mean, it says like this. In this matter, the books of the Haritos have really been they have forgeries. Also, Shehayu Omen is anything like that. Remember again, because of these books of Haritos, he said there is no resurrection. Like what I said to them, Siyat Torah, the Lord Arisem Yat Torah. So number one, you forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? Sha'atim Omen is Tzesanism Torah, for you explain, there is no Tzesanism. And then it says for you, Omer, Hikaris, Nefesh Shani, Avonarba. So let's say there is a double washing of Hikaris. Why the double washing? Because it says, I'm sorry. Christ is going to say Avonarba. Hikaris Ba'olamazek, Avonarba Le'ila. So what's it? Hikaris means that the sin will be cut off in this world. Avonarba is sin will be in the When is that? Lavi Olamaba does not refer to what's to come. So when you see ultimately again, Raya for specialism. So you must see Karis, and let me start out. I'm going to talk about Raya. So let me look at the Raya. Say Raya may Karis. I understand why kids are both get up from the Karis, and all of that. See Karis, and all of Haba, which is nothing but Haba. Amrilay, different sort of somebody else. I would have said that, and the union would have said, no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, keep your life. So what's it he cut off in this world, he carries in the world to come. The Pasuk says that he's blaspheming Hashem, will be cut off. Are there three worlds, or then that means that there's three expressions that can be cut off? What's going on over here? So this is the Nipah Radha, Ella, the Nipah Olamazah, will be cut off in this world. He carries the Olamazah, he carries the right, he carries the cut off in the world to come, and he carries Dibra Torah Kalasham Re'adam. This is the first thing he Torah speaks. Okay, Beina B'Shua B'Redi Akiva, Avona Ba Mai Akiva, the both person is to be small. What do you do with the phrase of Avona Ba? Let's see the saying, this is beautiful. Yonko Akiva Asa Tshuva, you might have thought that this will be cut off even if he did Tshuva. But the Gemara says, Tamavoma Avona Ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when it's Avona Ba, when the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Ella B'Shmai Avona Ba. The only time the sinner is cut off is when the sin remains with him. But if the sinner does Tshuva, then ultimately again he is not. So really fascinating. So again, what the point that you begin to see is, like we mentioned yesterday, there's no one concept that says there's yes amazing. Rather, what we have is a series of biblical, I should say Tanakh allusions. Not right, biblical allusions, Torah being choosing different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. That's the right. That's what we're saying. Shala Cleopatra Malchus Eshkabineya. Wow. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi. Amra was a better way just so she knows. Now, Shopos is that Cleopatra is the queen's, but Paro is the king's. So this is not like a, this is, or we start with it, but Cleopatra is a particular function, but this is more of a monarchical, I'm not sure if you see it in different usages in Shas. This is more a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi, Amra, you're gonna get high shifting. Listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry. I know that the living die. Fix it. They are teaching me that he said, I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra says, I see what you're doing, right? It's Cleopatra. I believe in fascination. Terrible. I know that the dead will come back to life. We have 2 years to Easter holiday. Because again, the Pasuk says that literally they will sprout forth from the city, which represents Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. And once again, it's interesting, this Pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but the Pasuk says this Pasuk. Quotes this Pasuk. I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the Shaila? Ella, the Shane Omdin Arumin, or the Navi Shane Omdin. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So Amrullah, for years, is that Cleopatra. Kavachoma Mechita, make a Kavachoma from a chain of feet. Also, so the Gemara says, the Machita, she is Pura Aguma. So the Chita, right, the grain is very unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, you plant the seed, it's just the seed, it's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza become a revolution. When it comes out with many layers of smoking. Now, what does that mean, many layers of smoking? It means is again, the kernel itself has many layers of husk and different things on top of it. So you see from there, again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Sadiqim Shem Baran will be shaken. But Sadiqim ultimately again were buried with their children. Allah is kind of a kind. Now Sadiq ultimately again is buried not that clothing, but Sadiqim, the shrouds. So when Sadiq is buried with clothing, all the more so he will come out clothed as well. So listen, it's such a see. First of all, you just say stam, it's just like a fascination question. Like that again, I believe the resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? When it goes around the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. So it's interesting also, it's a quick of clothing, we see it before, it's also in metaphor also for accomplishments. like the begotten, like the Holy Sibin Adech Levanim, the Shomar says in Mishnah. At all times, let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishment. So if you're Rabbi, you're actually really asking us the following. When is Tchilas HaMesim? How do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, like naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, not much like the new baby being born with confidence and no, or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my makeup. So again, it's fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which from your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. So I say it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me in what we'll call Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound love. I want to give you a little bit. So Caesar, such a little bit. Caesar the little bit. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So as opposed to Cleopatra, who believed in Tchilas, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't say. Caesar says, well, I don't understand. You guys say, you guys say, the dead will come back to life. I don't understand how that works. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzaddik 91a. Under the who Darte, Shaf gave on the Mahajah. So again, these schools are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Romeo, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so bottom of the second line, Tzaddik Alpha, raise 91a, second line. Shnei Yotzim Ishpiru. There are two people, two fashioners, creators of stuff. Like, how many people? Yesh Be'irenu, like Rashi says over here, Shnei Yotzim Be'irenu, Achaz Yotzim Minamai. They create utensils. Two people create utensils. This is Achaz Yotzim Minamai, Achaz Yotzim Minatit. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So Eiza Mehem Yeshuba, who's better? Which is either of course, on the right, of course, again, it's a much cleaner feat. Create utensils from water in this from clay. I'm going to remind you, man says, I'm going to Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? He said that's what he's got. To the drop of seed, which creates a baby. If we're going to create human life and literally mine it from water, then Allah has kind of become a from this. In other words, right? It's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. Then everybody agrees to create utensils from clay. HaKadosh goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water. So we go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. Today we show it on how the whole of the creation is beautiful. And we believe in how the whole from the creation of glass. Creation of glass, it's gas and listen. Not these fruitless, Sha'an Malon, the Ruach, Basa Vidal. How is glass made? You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And Nishparu, Nishlan Takara. And even if glass break, you can melt it down and you can refashion it. Basa Vidal, Shaluch, and Shalach, Shal Allah, is kind of a man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Vayikach Ba'akah, right? Hashem blew life into us. Allah has come with a comment. All the more so, when it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. That's what the Psalm reminds. Amar Yahu. Meaning Rabbi Yahu. So it's like, also just back, There's so much to say on each of these words, because each of these statements are tremendously metaphors for different aspects of our life. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to it at some point in more time. First, I was like, so there was a particular non-believer, Amin, who said to Rabbi, Amisu, you say destruction fire. You guys say that the dead come back to life. It was the Baha Habu Afra, Afra Nikatayim, was a dead thing to die. And how can die? How should we come back to life? Oh, I'm sure how much on our double. Let me give you a mushroom. Let me give you a mushroom. The Melech Bashavagam, Shamalava, so I'll give you a mushroom. There was once a human king, and the human king said to his servants, "Behold, we're going to be powerful in the Golan, and Makom Shein Mayim Ba'afar. Go and build for me a palace. There's only one problem. There's no water, there's no dirt in the place where I need you to build the palace, where I need you to figure it out. Call for me Banu also. The Baruch Hashem, the subject to figure out this little king of beautiful palace. The young and nothing. Sometime later, the palace fell down. So the king said to his subjects, also the Makom Shiyis Afar. I want you to rebuild the palace, and this time I want you to build in the place where there is water and there is dirt. Amrullah, Ein Ani Yachol. And the subject said, we can't do it. We can't do it. We're unable to do it. So Kama Salayim. The king got very angry at him. The Makom Shemayim Ba'afar B'Nisim Achsher Shishmayim Ba'afar Alachas Kama. The king said, I don't understand. You were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's the mission? And it's probably creates man from nothing. Makes man. It's not going to be no from nothing. So if I start to create from nothing, then either a man comes back into dirt. Dirt is still something. If you can create from nothing, you're still going to create from something. That was the introduction. That's what I'm saying. The Iyatemanim, or if you don't believe the reference of something turning into something else, say the Buddha, go out into the valley, and the eight Akbar, see this particular type of bloating, Shalom touch the butt of the Kachirada. So let's say this matter is exactly what it's talking about. It's about talking about bloating. That it has half flesh and half earth. The muscle is shoots and Nasa Kulabasa. The next day, ultimately, a bird comes completely flesh. You see these things transform from earth into flesh.
What did you say? Who will play in the NBA? A dude? Adults will play in the NBA? Oh, dogs? That's what you're so fucking excited to tell me?
So again, the idea of
What up, baby?
Yes, right? Something is first from nothing, and from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the
Dude, watch the Super Bowl, big man. Alright, well, I'm too. They're about to do the coin flip. Alright, I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? No, I'm not looking up anything. It's the Super Bowl, dude. Dude, just turn on the game. Brandon's streaming it. You can watch it. You can watch it with Brandon. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about it. We want to see this game, baby. It's a big deal.
Circumstances, and I did it. And yet, then, there are times day to day when my circumstances are very possible, and I don't go through it. And I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not, what is it? Do you remember that time that you came through in impossible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where, again, it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did, and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build a personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come of a day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. And also, we all have situations like this. We're really difficult situations. If you don't have situations like this, is a piece of. I think almost all of us have situations like this. Really difficult situations. Where I say to myself, I know I'm going to get through this. And I got through it. And I got through it. Not only did I get through it, but I succeeded. And I grew. And if I could do that in the extended circumstances in life, then I certainly could perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no hope, there was no water, the more happens over the culturalist towns where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredible useful for life. You are most like that. But what I want to know, like you're there, this is a great series of stories. Let's take them in. Who said to Kavir Ben Kasisa, that's his name. Kavir Ben Kasisa, Rashi points out over here. Kach Shmo, B'Haisa Lo Akmulius B'Gabo. Interestingly enough, so this guy Kavir Ben Kasisa, who himself was a shtickle Chacham, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story in the story.
Is it going to be heads or tails, Zoot?
He was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a man who came over to him.
Heads or tails?
He said to him, "Buy the phone, Chayde. Zamiso Mesi Chayim. Techayim Nisi, Mesi Chayim."
Zoot, choose heads or tails.
He says, "What's the matter with you guys?" Speaking about the Jews, right? He calls the Jews Rishon. You're Rishon. Why are you Rishon? Because he espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. You possibly say that which is dead comes back to life. Alright, so the Rebbe is responds, by the phone Chayde, you're Rishon. The Amiso Mesi Lo Chayim. The Lo Habichaya. So let's say, the Rebbe says back to the name. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about? You're responsible for every single.
Yo, baby.
No life. So the Rebbe he called this Apikoles on Russia. Amalei, can you go to sleep? The Apikoles from the Sisa. You're calling me a Russia? If I would be over there, you're watching something like that, right?
Dude, you talk during the Super Bowl more than anyone ever. What did you say?
He's so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. This is incredible, right? People.
Have you ever left the TV on and burned it?
I would kick you so that I would keep you straight.
No, I get phones that get like that though if I don't mess around with them. How about you?
Do it, man. Right, do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shaya.
Okay, well, let's burn it into the screen.
I would pay you a handsome amount of money. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor.
Okay, what was it?
Well,
The Pornhub homepage?
That's our introduction to the vehicle of the seaside. The next number of stories
With the Simpsons?
the seaside as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. That's about Rabbi Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Nakilu Dimusanoi Yehuda Yusha. So again, those are oppressors. The oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are we talking about? So watch this. Kishabo B'nei Africa, when the people of Africa came to the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people. Always like that. Otherwise, today Alexander's Moscow. So again, actually, before Alexander the Great, Alexander the Macedonian. They said maybe not Rome. Right, but they came before Alexander the Macedonian. For it didn't work with Prague. So I don't know. Eretz Canaan, what's the next word? Jews like Alexander. Like, I don't know that Jews like Alexander. Because also, there are Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. Which is very strange. Concerning it's very exactly a Jewish name. In the United
Dude. What makes you so want to talk about everything not Super Bowl related?
Come with a din Torah against the Jews.
That's a good question.
What's the claim?
I don't know the number, but probably when the Patriots came back, it was like in 2019. They came back from like down, like
26 points or something.
Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations of the world were always doing the more
Okay.
By the way,
That was not the first halftime show. They had halftime shows before then, but they were just by like school marching bands.
not so big. Not so big, but you wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What would they need? Like, you need, but again, listen, this is the killer of
How was it on live TV?
of humanity is they cannot leave Cloud Israel alone. They cannot bear, the world can't bear that Jews have to, again, it hurts us to say because we like to think that the world is clean and we all love each other and there's no anti-Semitism and
What up, baby?
You see that that's no longer the case. And again, it's actually very affirming. It's the same way. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so well.
Dude, just focus on the game.
All the more so they
It just kicked off.
So again, so become a for Alexander the Great. So now there's ours. Now, what's the claim? They say, and again, if you're asking someone, you go from Africans. They say, Eretz Kenan V'Dulosah. It says that the land of Canaan including all of the boundaries, one of the boundaries. Canaan, so therefore they look at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. So they had Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, Avun Dahano, Ishmael. Canaan is our father. Like, remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of
Seattle.
So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. Almost so as I saw again. So this
That's
is the
correct,
thing.
Doug.
This was a claim not before Alexander the Great. The Jews also now defend that their claim too as Canaan, as Israel. I want to give them a season. So give them a season. And he says, I'm going to place it to the performer. So you'll be rishos to the Elect Valdim. Let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. Like, in the next me, I'm going to have to show you this after. So if I lose, the good thing is.
Alright, let's just go to streamies.sk.
Was not recognized as one of the ranking stages. That's not that wasn't his identity. Therefore, he says, if I lose the case, not a big deal. Just whatever. You could just say, he wasn't really representing us, right? Just and the Africans were defeated just a regular guy. The Mani and Al-Sayach also, if I win the case, Amru Bahem, say, Torah's Moshe Yitzhak. The victory will not be attributed to me, and I will only victory be attributed to Torah. Which also, by the way, is just you begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the deal of the Sisar, that all of this was literally about Torah. This is not for the sponsor. The deal of the Sisar saw himself as an ambassador of the Rebbe. So if I lose, I lost his mind, and if I win, the win is the Rebbe. It's incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's the just follow up with everyone. Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim. He represents Christ or function of Alexander the Great. Go ahead. So he says to the Africans, where are you bringing this from? I'm going to tell you. We just said it. I find you also the right from the Torah. What's the passage? But you'll learn. Our Lord Canaan, Eved Avodim Yaakov. Canaan is cursed, and Canaan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Eved should so again, Gavra was here. He said you have the children of Canaan. Canaan is cursed. Canaan are Avodim. Eved Shekona Avodim Nefasim. Eved Nefasim. If an Eved acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Eved himself belong to? The law owed, not only that, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because you're the slaves to Klal Yisrael, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not own land, right? But we own you, and you owe us back wages, back payment for all of your delinquent service. Okay? So what happened? I remember I had Alexander Malka, Zero Shiva, so Alexander is the African Jew. Well, what say you? You know what? What's your response? I'm going to look through the response for Shiva. So they say, Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with an answer. Now, so there's man. gave them the time, but people the love for tshuva. So ultimately, they were in the search, but they could not find an answer. Miyad Bakr, the African general, but what happened? The youth suck the same to change to us, the Karmei to change to us. They left behind a listen, I hear this interesting. So apparently, again, they were living in Canaan. Right there, they were living there. But again, they had no claim. They ran away. So they left behind laden fields and laden vineyards. And the Gemara says, Shana Shvi. What was the Shemitah year? So not only did Klal Yisrael succeed, but ultimately Klal Yisrael went ahead and Baruch Hashem had somewhere to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah year. So let's say, so again, what's the significance? It's a fascinating story. What's the particular message? Those are two messages. Number one, that Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world. There's a little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it, nor should we be apologetic about the fact that when Spartan gave it to us, and we did not give it to others. When we are apologetic, so ultimately, again, that weakness is exploited and pounced upon. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number two, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for others, that's when things work. The Via Beneficia, also, I want to play something out, by the way. Did you think about it? It's interesting to know. Look up the Via Beneficia came to have the whole shuffle. Right? Welcome to my Gemara. Like it says in the Rambam, it says from this year, it says in Rabbi Nazareth, he doesn't know, he goes to Pasuk. He goes to Pasuk. It's not complicated. Why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, the Via Beneficia made a very simple answer. It's not about me. This is not about me. This is about what we want. When you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the cover up to the powerful, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and when we do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next, Shulchan Aruch, another thing told us, fascinating. Both the name is trying about them in Israel, the Alexander Morgan. So once again, now the Egyptians brought a court case. Let's say this is literally again, we think it's new things that like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. They will say again, like who led the claims of genocide. This passage says, see how the world is so certain, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. In other words, just pointing out, just we see certain things, they just are the way that they are. So when it's supposed to think that the world changes, it really doesn't. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in its future for God. It's overwhelming. Next court case. Who else knocked on the door? Alexander the Great. Egypt. Amlo, Harim Omer, Hashem Nasan Spina Amadene, and actually, to know the person is actually talking to him. So the Egyptians come, it was like, it's actually a pretty good thing. Right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, in your age, you're not coming up to Pesach, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashirim. Now, by Yashirim literally means they borrowed. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say it means borrow. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with that what that means borrow, which means Klal Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. Which the Egyptians say, so happy to help like this, right? We'd like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them to see so the Via Beneficia says that the Chachamim truly wishes to get it for other money. The Gemara says, so the Via Beneficia says, do me a favor. It says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me rishos, I'll deal with it. Maybe that's when once again, Amru Lahem, head great shut off on your section. Say if I'm successful. I'm sorry, if they are victorious. If they win the case over me, so the next again, it's not a big deal because people would just say, this guy can do it. Seesaw, he's a hedger. He's just a regular guy. Right? But if I'm successful, told us but ultimately again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the Roshos, Baruch Hu Dalim Malik. Okay, so the Tzisa shows up the basement and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amalahim, Me'echalat Navi and Raya, Egyptians, what's your Raya, what's your case? Amalahim, that's Torah. Amalahim, so again, so we told you, Raya, she know, you borrowed stuff from us. So okay, you should buy a private company. Now you want to step back? So the MC says, Amalahim, Afani, Lo Avi, Machamaya, El Torah. I will say here in the Torah. Shneim, right? Moshe Bnei Yisrael, Asher Yeshu B'Yisrael, Shloshim Shana Ba'arba Me'os Shana. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. And 430 years, remember again, that's the clock for Makidas Yitzchak. So they're for 430 years. Tinu Lanu, Schar Avoda, Shashishim, Livav, Shashivar Yisrael, Shloshim Ba'arba Me'os Shana. So, here in system, no problem. If you want to make an accounting, I'm going to make an accounting. You say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's do some forensic accounting over here. Right, let's go. Let's settle up. Let's settle up back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So what do you have to say? To do one is my social life. So give us 3 days, we'll come back. So that's one social. It's not Allah hand is man. So ultimately again they searched for 3 days, they couldn't find an answer. Miyad, they leave this side of saying Kishim Zeros, Mikamek, Kishim Zeros, Ubashi. They left behind the fields, right? The lady fields, lady vineyards. But also shows these I saw, and it was a shmiti, yeah, the kind of was the Jews have benefit us. What's that? I just want to point out something really interesting. Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians run away? Right? Why come back? Be man. Right? And say, you know what, we don't have an answer. And let's say, here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you could say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is making noise and only an attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have the backbone to show back up interest. And that's the most difficult everywhere. These weren't real case, right? Because if you look, again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing though you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that shows the emptiness of your hands to begin with. So profound. You want to like the Shumpam, Achas, Bobine Yishma. That is incredible. Okay, so let's say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishma, Beniktura, Lodged in Israel, it's not just smoke. So what's the Shema's claim? What's that? I don't know. Eretz Kinyan Shema. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right? So the name Shema say, Eretz Kinyan is ours. So what happened? Here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different way. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu, the Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. But this is very different, right? Africans claim all ours. Right? Quran claimed, right? Yishmael wanted back wages, right? We wanted money. Right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting, Yishmael, we're going to see why Yishmael's claiming. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Gemara says, they say the El told us Yishmael ben Avram. We say the El told us Yisrael ben Avram. So again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not about claims. Right? What's Yishmael's claim? We're also children of Avram. The land was given to Avram. We tell the children of Avram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I want to give every from Tanumi Rishos the Elach Yad Anymore. But for outside this walk though, so once again, give the Sisa. Let me do this. I'll argue to it. I'll argue it. Eretz Canaan. אמרו הדות שלכם ניסחתם ואם אני אנצחכם אמרו להם תורס משה רבינו ניצחתם. Right? So ultimately, again, so then he says, if I lose, they defeated the Canada. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? So he says to me, Shmuel, what's your proof? So again, we just quoted it. We are also the children of Avraham. Avram gave everything he owned to Yitzchak. So if Abraham's son, Abraham Matanos. And Avram gave, like the children of the concubines, the naked Tiyot, he gave them Matanos. And then it says, Vayishalachim me'al Yitzchak eno. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nasan Avram, so the Gemara says, Nasan Avram Matanos. Avram Shanasan Agatim, Levana B'chayu. The Shigas and the Alzeh. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what the Bible seems to say is what are you guys talking about? If Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? He sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Hebra, this is yours. I love you. I love you. I do love you. I told you so before. And he's married with Yaakov. I mean, he says, I have two sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's I'm giving you stuff, but I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows: My matanos, what are the matanos that he gave them? Right? Ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. So the Gemara says, so therefore, again, and interestingly, what I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, Yishmael says, we need 3 days or to come back. The idea that the season's Raya is so compelling, it's like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Avraham. And Avram loved your father as well. And Avram gave your father gifts. He gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, and Avram did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Avram did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to go together. Sarah didn't. Probably intervened, and Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, the vehicle position says, you have no parents without Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have no parent in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you notice, the very principles of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. Right, but you know what, we'll have to, this might be a new, like, okay, we're fine. We're going to stop over here for today. Okay, listen, can you possibly go any faster? You can't go any faster. There's too much to struggle over here. Listen, we'll stop over here for today. Go up, we'll pick up in your session on the bottom of Taik tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Right.
Tonight's 4K Sky Camp coverage is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. See you just Good
morning, Rabbi. Begin. I'll take all of our questions for this morning. I didn't come to this market. For Tuesday, right? We sent some stuff about yourself. We dedicated all the summer questions to this year, and the source of the sales stories for all of our yourself. For the greatest sponsors for the month of Adler. About your important Henry Steve G. I love you, Maria. For his father, Dr. Henry Khan, C. Burke, C. Gilson, Corey, and Z. That you bring and burning families and many of Mr. William Z. The Zed, Shmuel, and the Salt, and the Rabbi of the American Alcohol. All of the shows on area, the families in all those leaders who are to have a good for the start and talk to seniors and new writers to his home. All the soldiers should be successful for all the last 3 days. Those are that. So let's begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful God ahead of us today. And he's got his Taik, and now he's looking to us on. Play test on the base, 89B, 14 aligns up from the bottom. Snack the note of the story of this kingdom. When we're going to respond, he says that I'm going to be as beautiful. Sacrifice your son, which I'm going to respond. This is one of these, two sons. Two sons. Execution, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children are going to have unique singularity. Actually, I have best, the ones who you love. How finally that you know me. I love them both. Oh, incredible, do not right there. I think he says, you think I'm going to be smart? You think I'm going to be smart? The father likes the son, even if the son doesn't do it. With the father. So finally, I'm talking something. Okay, Yitzchak. I asked the Rabbi. So why don't you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. Because I put your guy down there. In order that I'm not to be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, there's no recognize the idea that I left for myself. This would have been an overwhelming test. It obviously wasn't an overwhelming test on the video. It's not in order for that I'm going to say to ease into this and intellectually ingest it. And ingest this makes it out slowly. But you also constantly the idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blowing it out. So it's just but again, sometimes the person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Keep stuff like that. Shows us what happens. Some of you on his way to the it also shows, by the way, how people I'm not going to see this a little bit more. Again, getting Avlavita to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to be at Kuda is also a process. It's a process, as because I'm not really was, it's not like you flip the switch and say, okay, I'm ready to do the Akida. It took time to be able to ease into it. You know, like the people something like that. So the suffering tried to sabotage Avlavita and the way to the Akida. And you said, probably that's like killing you in the circle of it. Yeah, that was that's not coaching killing mullet. After probably left up there, right? So there was the part of the end of the process is every other back and stuff doing what it. And you said, probably that's wrong. So if the something says to I'm not really having, does this make sense to you? That God loves you and asks you to do this? So the second is trying to feel logically sabotage on money. And essentially, generally, you need to be second question. And it's something that I want to say. Not what God really wants, not what God really desires. Actually, how can it be that God who loves you and speaks to go ahead and offer up something so much? Look at that, and you said that or that as well. If you have it all that way, so it's the better to grow, it's not to be a God. Could it be that God loved you so much, He was testing you something, you know, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that there's one who will test you in this way? On the road, I need it to be a listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful love. If I'm not going to respond, I walk in my simplicity. Simplicity, features, whatever everyone says, we say, words and do what a mirror is. What a mirror represents is the ability to give oneself over into a color feature when you don't show it. I'm a back to myself question. I'm a back to myself flipping something. So therefore, God really says to myself, it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to be between this and walk with completion to not be powerful. Whatever the Rebbe tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avoda. Incredible. I will not stop stuff. So the Santos is not going to do. But maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is blinding you. I don't know, is there anyone who has put their faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu and has been lost? What everybody says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain that, you know. You just can't explain Amuna. But there's one interesting thing about Amuna, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it suck are not me who not the other. Is anyone who put their Amuna from the stock of the ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who put a disadvantage? You know, say, this conversation
What's one of the
is
weirdest
probably
places that you've
the
been
essence
in that
that
make
every
you got a weird
person with
reaction?
Amuna goes through at some point
DMV,
in
do
time.
they let you take your
Just the
driver's
difference is
license?
whether
No,
they
they don't
stop
let
at
you
a
do
speed
that.
camera limit, or whether he was going through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a guy who loves you did this to
Any other
you?
weird
So
times where
what's the answer to
for
that?
instant
The answer to that is, I don't want to say it is
try
bad. I mean, for example, just give myself over to the revolutionary. This thought was just, that's what it means. I give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, hold on a second. Maybe a misunderstanding. There was a guy that wants you, to which again, I know your response. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in embrace that responsibility, those who give themselves over in their responsibility, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the no kashamia, right? So once the second starts up, is not listening to him, already, the Eli is brother, you know, and so the Olam, the Yitzchak, interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, Satan says to Avram, by the Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from the Holy Spirit, at the end of the day, God's going to ask me to sacrifice Yitzchak. It means, but at the end of the day, we end up offering up a sheep and not Yitzchak. So what's interesting enough is, okay, we know the end of the story, that is indeed what ended up happening. And yes, I'm going to say this up and this is the question of a liar. Shafiru Omer Emes in Shalom. There was again somebody lies and not continuing to tell the truth. No one listens. So interesting. So what's this last one? What is this last piece? The whole claim the Satan is trying to convince you're trying to convince Hamavinu not to do this. So again, the last piece after the very right. You have to sacrifice this focus. That's going to be fine. What's the shot? The shot was he was trying to take away the sky not in the video. So he's trying to take angle guys. That's his big test. He's not going to do an angle. So he was trying to stop him so at least he could take away the reward for doing. He could take away the community control. Because when he said essentially Satan, I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has actually zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the person of a liar. He's working on the translation. Incredible. So he knows like this. I'm going to show you stuff. So ultimately, again, as I discussing, so as the Satan is how you have a conversation out of your life. So you smile, it's how you have a conversation with Yitzchak. I'm going to move up. You smile to Yitzchak. You think it's so great. You think it's so great. I'm going to give you after all the day. They're going to become useless. From now for this one, you're then even conscious with Shalom. So then you says to Yitzchak, you got to this. I got to get to it. 18 years old. You got to get to it. 18 years old. You have no consent. You have no memory of it. I have to do it because I was talking like an adult. 13 years old. I'm a lawyer. I'm going to let you Yitzchak says, if the Eva Echad after the Galilee, you started off with me with one body part, you already have to be part of the Zohar, you got absolute other part, and he's going to have to die. Right? I'm going to have ultimately, I'm going to get myself, I'm coming to give my entire body to him. And you answer that, you have to do that. So what's the chance to put all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that can help with this is where it's a bit cliche, it's one of the things showing that it gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe a part of that may actually be this tomorrow. But what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire son, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, God will put Yitzchak on Hashem gets the Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, the Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test. When he acted out of that statement, that's when he felt the testament. Only after they were concerned that Yitzchak was ready for such an encounter, he has to respond to pushing that encounter. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something really right, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, let's make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, and you're doing something that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The suffering don't start up with you. The snows don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. We want to do something holy, and we want to do something that really just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over there, right? The activity is starting, the suffering starting up with Rabbi, the small starting up with Yitzchak. So the resistance, every single step of the way, that's when you learn the cusp of producer. So I'm listening to one of my favorite writers of all time. Actually, if I inspired the Akiva, what's at the end of the Akiva? Hashem says to Adam and Eve, I think you're telling now, don't go into the world, don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Hashem says, I'm going to go over and he sees that they're going to go and he sees that there's a ram that's caught in the coils. And then he goes over and he asks the partner, I asked the customer, maybe that's it. How do I know you more to go ahead and offer that up as a partner? After all, Hashem just said to my partner, if you don't call them at all. How do you know to offer the carpets? This is so amazing. He says, because I'm not even saw that was stuck in the forest. So it's customers like this. If the owl would have run up to Adonai's feet and lay down at his seat, Adam wouldn't have walked it. Because something that easy, that's from the suffering. But when he saw that it was stuck in the door, said, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? That's not much. It's not right. Somebody told me this out of the report. So again, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? So no, but you can imagine, right? There's the thorn, the animal struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut, you bleed. There's a struggle. I'm living saw. Where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there is ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute freedom. And it is about this story. Something starting up with Adonai. It's starting up with Yitzchak. Some point away, we undertake all these efforts, and then they get difficult. And you can mistake the food game, but if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not that I'm thinking about it. Just the opposite. Just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Some friends of the great ease, like you said in their ways, a lot of that for them. It's incredible. So back to Rabbi Shaka for a little bit. Rabbi Shaka, so now you try to get other people to go ahead and worship about each other. I'm sure we're going to put it in the explanation. So you might take two areas of this, and one more day. So when you see the scene that Rabbi Shaka things that whenever he tries to go and get, even when you do it, next, now here's what I want us to remember. Those who try to heal, those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So let's start off. But the skila, I'm sure on the correct, I'm sure this is correct. Nobody should be up the skila, my kind of rabbi. So nobody tries to get even worship about these get skila. Why is that? What's off the rabbi? So you want to answer, hadach from the basis. So I think we're going to show us from the basis. My mom on the ski law, from the ski law, okay, Rabbi Shimon. Nisa Ksiva says, Rabbi Shimon says, no, by the Rabbi it says Nisa. And what's the law? But the Nisa no the Torah, Stam Eila Elakala, and there any Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah, says Torah. My people really got this the ski law, my family got it. So why would you get my people really got this? They get snowy, what's the last place that I learned? Some Hadaka, only Moses, only Rabbi Shubia. So if you're in the Shabbat, Hadaka, the different Moses, or some of the Rabbi Shubia. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadaka, Rabbi Shimon, Hadaka, the Ligma Moses, why don't you Rabbi Shimon not consider Shabbat from Moses? So the Gemara says, Ligma Moses, then in Moses, probably in Moses Rabbi, then in Moses Rabbi, Moses Rabbi. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn how to do Shabbat from Moses Rabbi than Rabbi. Remember, also, in these contexts, in these discussions, there's two types of insiders. Like, those things like individuals and those things like groups. And therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Jewish Shabbat to the right type of insider. I'd rather learn how to do what we call the common insider from the common insider, and not the common insider from the not insights. You see what the Jewish say, but they should be out. And look how good something is up. Which was even though it's a Navi and maybe doing the insider, but once he's insider at the end of the day, he becomes a hydra. He's no longer allowed to exalt for this Navi, rather than saying, but all of this stuff, the consistency of what's a top of the side of 90 years, my conscience is very short. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophets, right? So now the Shiloh is what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, or racist. Obviously, if you can say people who worship Allah, they're all fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker haguf la'avodas sochaber, v'kiyum mitzvot kedukim mitzvot la'avodas sochaber. And what's the reason is that Machlokes comes up in the following situations. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some kind of halacha of avodah zarah, but in other respects, maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of avodah zarah. But we're going to get actually this in a moment. First, actually, try to go down. Now, hold this. Rabbi Shimon. And that's obviously, both Rabbi Shimon that I'm not going to know, sir. That I'm not going to know, sir. I'm saying, let me check that it's going to be tied to Nisa. What's going to focus? What's going to focus? Type of Nisa. Is it schema? Is it kind of? That's not focus. But look what Rashi says over here. He says, Nachon said, Rabbi Shimon, the Navi Ba'oker Kol HaGuf Ba'odos Kochavim, Amar, Yishkat Yisi Gulach HaGol V'Yakvur, and it's Navo Shlach Kol Mitzvah Avodah Kochavim in Torah. So it's obviously the classic case of this Navi Sheker is he prophesies this as he says, I have received the word from God, I have been commanded by God to abrogate, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or all the kind of mitzvahs to the back on mitzvahs, that I did is only Avodah Skila, because it's all the possibilities like this. All the possibilities is he's being part of Avodah Zarah, but really part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, one example used to be, let's see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but really part of the prohibition. So that's what was in the book. So again, obviously both Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon are both for reasons for that. Machlokes is about the type of that. Watch this. We're not because the Torah says that the Rabbi will try to bring you from the derech. Min ha-derech. Min ha-derech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part from the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and is reading another part of it. I got which is this is what over here. This is interesting. But let's say someone goes and Rabbi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. But Rabbi comes along and says, you know what? I've got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. You know Avodah Zarah. He just uprooting another mitzvah. Uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Look at that. Because he's a false prophet. And corrupting the word of God. Everyone agrees in that situation. Just look at that back says. The two mitzvahs, the different mitzvahs, we say this is not prophet. But the other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and he goes ahead and, let's say, uproots parts, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees, Pata will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. So something like that. So it's Shabbos, so it's 2 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever an off-practice comes along and either uproots the entire product of Avodah Zarah, or even maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's enough focus for the Sheni and the Rabbanon. It's kind of so if it's Skila, is it that's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not about the Zarah entirety. So another mitzvah, another Avodah, everyone agrees, cut it. Category 3, interesting category 3 is another mitzvah, the uproots part of it, the maintains part of it, it's just what's the Allah over there, Patrick doesn't mean that it's fine. Patrick just means that Daisy is not putting it to death. So that's a massive amount of years in 1 second. Now you must say, the pasuk that you must quote is the pasuk. You must do better. Sarah Ara Shabbat Kevin. I will see us later. Society. This is kind of like another sucker, the first part. Hold up, but you're dissecting that pasuk of it. Laura, thank you because you remember. He's going ahead, but he's really from the past that I sent over to the father. Laura, that's really so I say. This is like the Bible Shemani. Really starts. What is this story like? It says like that even if the loving messes with other parts of the Torah, this is what we do that. What's going on here? These are like some of the stuff I'm not saying. I'm going to start working this practice stuff. And I'm going to work with talking about idolatry. And it's like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Please do what is up. But in Shemani, there's a lot of good stuff in the past stuff. There's a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment that I say? And just take the break apart and the two authors of Avodah Zarah. Now, Hamina Amar, so it's the Hamina Reference, not a break down. It's Hamina for breakers. No, listen, Shemani is first of all, Shemani is not the culture of Alabama and the Utah Issue. So it's not the culture of like, let's break now. Not the culture of what's that. So much continue with us in the outside stand, following the lady Rabbi side of Alicia. As I was saying, this opportunity, this is going to have this second issue on the job of the Rabbi. Thank you very much for introducing us morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the stream at 5:49 this morning. It was on Zoom and doing this which is great. It's getting stuff off some information and gives us the chance to break your community for all these things. We're nice to every morning when the coffee goes. Thank you very much. I'm going to say, I'm going to look around. I'm going to get around the applause. Wow, okay, I'll take it a coffee. Fine, you're going to say, but I'm going to say as follows. I mean, it's a little place. I don't know, this is the okay, but bring that when it's coming inside. Every time it's also slip on the Hamina comes along, and the Hamina has a different approach. So like this. Every time a nut in the false prophet comes along, and uproots some totality, something from the Torah. Whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, when every Shabbat is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this idea, whatever it is, no longer applies. And he's uprooting all its totality. Anytime that happens, we do ourselves. Maybe I get the advice, but I'm going to do something in the appearances. It's into a mitzvah that I want to have. The Hamina Amar me, I don't have to mitzvah to that. So also slow down. So I'm not going to say, and I'm going to say, there are no good categories. First of all, we consolidate two categories like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or a mitzvah, so first of all, like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, when you go ahead and you call idolatry or idolatry, don't say like that. About here, when you test the difference of some mitzvahs, you're not called partner. So when you partner, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, like you said before, you can wear Chinese on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of it. So that would be an example of uprooting part, they confirm part. And that's like that, you partner. Then I was analyzed. I missed the day after going and I told them, so it's nice.
Fun times.
In order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I say, once in the dice, so we do a practice for using the Torah of the Zara, or Yes, and that becomes one that says a particular mitzvah, a particular avera, no longer applies. Okay, or I'm starting to laugh at down there, so fine. The kind of mitzvah is about the mitzvah. Let's say when it emphasizes to uphold part of the mitzvah or to negate part of the mitzvah. And you shouldn't say that. And you shouldn't say that you're talking. But when I wrote this question, I feel the only I know to do it, we were not on the floor, do that for high. I have all these other, even if you partially uphold it, partially do it, ultimately, again, you're going to be high. You're going to be high. I'll give you an example of that. Let's say it says, on Mondays, we're not to worship about these other, and that's the reason this one is for liability for that. I buy you some of that, so the price of that business. And therefore, now we have essentially two different versions about how to focus ultimately on souls. So I buy you that this is what this is. So I will take a fish stuff, then you try to take this stuff. You look for this entire discussion, right with this house. So, love what there is some, or other something like that, and that's what we need. Some of it's something new, and I feel like when they go ahead and something to put it on the video. I buy each other this stuff, I take care of this stuff, so I will take this stuff, and then this is the guy who's going to this stuff. I'm just not really good. I'm just not really that quick. I'm going to go out with you after the time. Again, if another comes along and uproots in mitzvah from the floor. Now, what the definition of uprooting is totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply to the other, it doesn't apply. Whether you're talking about a holy zara or shine mitzvahs. Now, what it is, give that part the Torah. Everyone agrees, talk like the Torah. The tiny mitzvahs from the back of mitzvahs. What happens if another comes along by mitzvah and says, you uphold part of it, you mean part of it, then you shouldn't call there, then you shouldn't say that's that's by Shamitsis. What did you have on it? It's not you have on it. It's like almost the proper way to come to idolatry. I feel I don't do it. It will not come to it. I look when it comes to idolatry. Even if the false prophet is partially upholding and partially negating it, everyone agrees that it's like that. When you mess up on the Zara, whether it's full negation, partial negation, or breaking a few visa. I was putting visa, not to visa, not visa. That's my focus. That's my focus. Correct versus schema. Go and set that by way. The other side of the Amino, and the guys who are Amino, what are the Amino? And tell me to come to Amino. And it's not the last one, but in the Torah. I've always come really sound. It's kind of not to say that the false prophet comes along and comes to do something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Right here, example, the Zohar is something else. Kind of Nisa. What's the Nisa? What's the Nisa? Get it, what you put Nisa for, not Nisa. Kind of versus Skiba. Fine. It's tiny Nisa, Skiba, not the Nisa. What happens if another comes along? But I think it's just not how these are. And it's part of this thing, it's part of this. What's that? The third, shouldn't put that, shouldn't say that fucker. But then I said, you know, but my other stuff, I'm going to come to idolatry. After the Omer Hayom is doing the Mahad Betulah, idolatry, when it comes to reducing further liability, what's the liability? Not to be Islam, or not to be Islam, that's not like that. Okay, so let's say, so let's particularly the other end as well. So what it comes down to is, the importance is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halakha. But essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to uprooting idolatry as a whole thing is not holding Zara, or just partially engaging, partially hiding, Taik. Right, what is it like? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. Another thing going to try to uproot, which is any in totality. What's halacha? Chai. Next case. And then another comes along and tries to uproot, partially uproot or partially negate another mitzvah in the Torah. What's halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially concern about the Zara. Everyone agrees, value. The machlokes in these cases is what's the definition. But again, for the product, this I don't agree with. Actually, first, I'm going to go and look at the call, one of the Hanabi of the Agiban Torah, Shema. No, this is what it's called. This is actually halakha. Then you also know in general, if a Nabi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. It's one exception, I've no desire. Even the bona fide Rabbi tells you, you worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafidu Mamid Kama Ba'antar Asma, Afishmael, even if the Rebbe really performs a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop in the northern sky, the sun does this second, and he look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen to me. I was like, this is what is this? What is this? So you have to have a question for this, and yesterday exactly, no, like how and then he subjectifies what to do something and tell them what to do with it. And to worship, to offer coverage outside of the Mishnah. That's always the question. Yeah, he did. See, right? That a Rabbi has certain power, and a Rabbi has certain license, even to instruct the crowd to show us. Right? You see this concept. You see this concept. Being second, or the line that we don't by idolatry. Under no circumstances will you ever listen to a Rabbi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Rabbi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah, so the Gemara says as follows. And you know that's up to say, even if the Rabbi performs a dramatic miracle. So you say, what's up? He's performing a miracle, obviously, what's like, who does the power to perform miracles come from? I'm not going to follow him. Obviously, if I come to the Rabbi, you do the Messiah, someone else is forced. No, that's not it. That's not it. Whatever this telling what the miracle is, one thing is clearly says, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tell you, but here's what you know, to do it on this outside the Shabbat, it's the property. And also, man, this is an interesting lesson idea. You don't understand, even if you're young, the logic of the whole is called. I mean, you see, you need to know Koran and Shabbat. Shafiu Madim Lekha, Amma Be'entzah Rakia, Am Tishnomo. It's interesting, listen to Koran and Shabbat, Koran, Fila Ose Marish, Moshava Ose Ketorah, but say, the Nasa Erecha Os Umokes. So it's interesting enough, like the reason we used to say like this creates an interesting theological conundrum. And why? Because if the guy's good miracles come from Hashem, and this Nabi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? I'm still the guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and you have to properly obviously investing in this Nabi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as an individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which the Muslim says that our heart will sometimes test in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and if our soul with power to certainly be able to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of the Father, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Rebbe performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. So the keys is, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who's defiant? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem's going to give the ability to give power to another shepherd? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. They cannot give an association with Rasul Nabi, Anas, or the Masar Nabi Shepherd. And the people says, no, you just the Nabi Shepherd scenario was already going to rise. But unfortunately, good Nabi went bad. Good Nabi was bad. So it happens, right? Sometimes good Nabi go bad. Oh, let's get nice and you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Nabi, right? And what happens? He uses his right. Well, let's say even Abba says, I come in the ask if I get more stuff. You're not believing yourself until the day that you die. You can be ready. Just because you know it doesn't mean that you can't lose your role. And the people says, don't fix this in a Rabbi Shepherd. So a Rabbi Shepherd is someone that everyone knows. He's proving himself through new miracles. Because once upon a time, he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now. Right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Rabbi. Even if that guy comes over and tells you, cover up. The Lord spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, oh, let's worship idolatry. What is it? And even if this is the kind of Nabi who, when he was a good Nabi, kept the sun from setting, he still going to listen to him. He doesn't listen to him. And I mean, Jesus said, there's no perfect, but everything else can perform any miracles. Okay, that's like the last code. You know what I mean? What's the name of the last code? No, no, no. The last code. That's the point. That's last code. You can look at the punishment. Straight on. So in this case, something that's interesting in Europe, it's like even someone who testified about it, they don't get what's justice. So rather, whatever they get, they get punished. So gets her, so gets her exactly right. And I don't think the results. What's behind the reason? I'm not asking about that. It's not yet. Yes, no, this is not how we know. But since the local says, no, last so sweet of you. The Pasuk says for even going, you have to do what they inspire to do to their brother. So he writes in wise. If you should call so in general, there was an what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. They want to kill somebody. That's calling to the same, but about Rabbi so what happens? So now we know Abbas calling to this adultery. She was putting that with Satan. Now we know that her boy, the man who thinks she commits adultery, doesn't get slaves, right? Because we're going to tell her that they use punishment for her. These women, in the Azara, in the true, but like the result, I think someone says now, here is interesting that two people can be in the same car, and yet their punishments are dramatically different. The best going to get straight on, the guy is going to get punished, right? So, in these women, what are they getting? What are they getting? Which gives them a sense to see, okay, last says, the Lord also. We could clean up where the Pasuk is praised that the Israel are giving a reciprocal punishment. Whatever they wanted to do the offer to their brother. When you see them there, we give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boal and not the Isha. And if Allah then they get credit as well. Hajr Allah, Elohim HaNechmat. And I will say Mazel Tov. I will say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, like, we have actually been to have, it's like, the next couple of days, I will have everybody will have an Olam Hazeh, which is Gemara, is going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yeshua, Kol Yisrael, okay? Every year has a different Olam Hazeh. Now, the army, who knows that we do, we all know the years to Arek, we need to say, I'm not say that on square, versus you want to go to the Pasuk. Those from Bishaya, the little generations are all tzaddikim, they will forever inherit the life. Nitzer Ma'ai, living again like my seven creations of my flankings, not say Yoga with this fire, and they are the creatures of my hand with which I become glorified. So the idea of the part of the Pasuk that we might be focusing on over here is about it. Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion, right? We are like, we need deep in depth things, right? And now, so that's exactly what we go back to say, look at all that on both sides on this. So this is actually on the left side. Causing for the little habit, the color I need the agony says, and if I cause it, it's about the price, how you get here and here. So again, so it actually says over here, we're talking about technologies, and we're going to talk about Olam. So the truth is, this is not what I'm saying, it's actually the money, because it's not, scientific people can go on and say, no, the girls are racing. And even though it's like killed by Nissan's days, ultimately, as long as they be triggered before they die, conversation for their own papa. You know, fucking be executed by amazing. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. But it's not true. First, they'll be about to have a little bit of for their last job. So then you just finish about 12. Okay, you're subject to punish. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy Son usually comes in. Every year has a quick thing yet to come. And if for you, Jews be executed by prayer, by skill, by state, by hair, whatever it is, you could still earn your portion and what to come if you die as about children. Incredible. But it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the process of Mr. Cody, the Amit Kulon Sadiqim. Remember, the Amit could also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Incha. The Incha Kulon Sadiqim. Look at this powerful every year is a big fact. Most every year is a big fact. Right? So, see, the Rebbe sees us. on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where you are, he sees where you've been. And he also sees who you can become. So because the devotion is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the incongruence of these things, the rise of a perspective, as you say, a champion of the cycle. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, but he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every youth has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income to our purpose quality, he learns everything. That's the first line. And then the usually people don't question about the God. So obviously there's an inherent contradiction right here. So what's the shot? Every judge, every Jew has a portion of the God. Even seeing the program, and usually it's a joke portion of the God. So how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the thing goes between the first and the second one? Cody said, if you are a member of Christ, if you identify with Christ, if you beg yourself into the crowd, you have a portion in the world to come. When you use the portion, remember to remove yourself from the crowd. Because if you notice, it doesn't say, you Indian, show you saw showing it, it says, the Indian, so you can even be slow, even Indian, it's really slow, if you spend your life working up times about this and betting yourself within the crowd, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you're unfortunate what to come. But if you're Indian, you balance like this, you can't do the same thing, you don't look at it, you have difficulty with actors, you remove yourself from the crowd, then you can lose your own album. Embed yourself in the crowd, own album will always be yours. Remove yourself from the crowd, you put yourself in danger of losing the sacred portion. So we lose the portion of what's to come. Homer doesn't listen to the crowd. Somebody says, there's no resurrection of the dead. There's no resurrection. It's only the sex Torah is not divine. Rabbi again, you see, Rashi says, and then the first thing you'll see Rabbi says, but if you have Jesus says, Apakorid is fun and silly. This is very interesting. So that's like, even one who reads strength and says, what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what's the subject? Well, how to define exactly what that means? Lokish Alamaka, Ba'olaka, Maka, something in silence, Loasimalaka, Kianiakulaka. And someone who whispers some kind of incantation over news. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all these things are. Hashem says, yes, Hashem must know some. Someone who pronounces the name Hashem will be said. Like that's the Yukun Bashkin, so he actually says it. You have three kings and four regular people who go down as history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? First, we have the three kings. You have them, Achad and Menashe. Versus no Achad means the same way I wish to read that. You have them, you have Achad, you have Menashe. You will mention yesterday's down, right? With both evil kings and Menashe. We'll talk about Menashe when you do more. We're going to say, something ridiculous. I'm not going to mention ridiculous Gemaras ahead of us. Like each of these Gemaras just overwhelming. And you know, he says, Menashe should go wrong. And he says, no, King Menashe, by the way, is the longest serving monarch, 55 years of war. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. She'emar by Iskana, Elot, by Yishmat, Inaso, by Yishivu, Yishmat, so they go to the trouble. Menashe got himself in some trouble. Some really significant trouble. He died into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So we see here, Menashe got him, and that's what it is. We think that Hashem is speaking about Torah. On the other second, no. The Machusa is Shivu, but all the Kaya all of our body is Shivu. The Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Our boy had Yokos, who were the four regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come. Delon, the Yokos and Shivu, Joel, we're discussing who was an advisor to King Shaul. Akitoto, one of the advisors to David and Aleph, who based which side to Shalom, and the Chazzi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu and Rabbi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. Speaking what it says, the Kol Kach Lama, let's jump in right into this. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, not only denies consummation, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, also, by the way, just as an aside, and then we'll get into this a little bit more, there's the machlokes about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that where you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although we're going to just right now. We're going to switch with a flip flop on this, depending on the context. But the mindset for right now, we'll just go with the idea that all about this is how you classically use it. And of course, the Lord comes where you go after you die. So you got to die, right? Eternal, what we call it. Eternal life, eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Like I said, we'll see some illusions to this. That's why we see nonsense. Honestly, because a guy denies resurrection and uses his Olam Haba, but go out, Lama. China, who comes with definition? If you reject your definition, the people of whatever came up with definition, the rest of our kings, interestingly enough, from the last PC, the last which is all in the contact, and it's going to actually use Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, this guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim. It makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. But when we go to church, we're talking different media. And we'll say, the way that works, is that's a possibility. You different media, that's a possibility. I'm not doing it, man. I'm not doing it, son. The life comes up, that's not you different media. How do you know? So if it's not you different media, that's a possibility. So now, the little bit short, listen to this. It's interesting. Even though there are other particular Torah which seem to indicate this, but no chooses this story. That's what they're fascinating. One of these guys, Shimon Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Malchus, Sa'ar, Soret, B'Shaka, U'Shasayim Sa'im B'Shaka, B'Shai Shomro. Okay. Context. The army of Iran has been sieged to Yerushalayim. Now what happened is famine. Obviously, it's famine. So there's no food available at all. You should get stuff in the middle of the city instead of that. Do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. There is an overabundance of food. So what happens? Ryan Hasholis, Hashem, Misharim, so one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, the second thing, the paradox, what the officer is saying is the real food here. The real food here. Playing when you go from no food to overabundance of food, it doesn't make any sense. But you know, so Elisha says to his officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. How much days? Well, so always excited. And what happens? And the answer is... So it's interesting outside here. By the way, the end of the story is, that night, the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left. So it's very easy. And they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happened? They had to stand huge out of the city to get the food, the Iranian army. Who was taking this story? This officer. This officer, he went to either go up to the Elisha down the night, and maybe it was the person that Elisha was going to. So I thought he was going to and then the person that comes from is very powerful. Even if it was just any other cause it comes from. And if you lift up call, they're going to serve our rebels. There's no petition, so just any trouble when you die. My Bishar, why did it say by the gate? How is Bishar? Because this conversation that happened between you and Elisha by the gate. So if I don't say, if I rock for myself, the rest is a super real, you just moving with that. So it's hard to operate the thing because it is therefore then, if the person doesn't believe it, yes, listen, or probably is fine, but don't believe that, that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not getting it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Neither the Bible says, this is one of the most important disorders in Kabbalah Torah. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem Tzilcha. Hashem Tzilcha. So often we trade Hashem Tzilcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. It means that Lord, your shadow, The shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Like what you invest is what you get out. The way Baruch Hu works now is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manner of strength, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, but won't do the same for me. Again, listen, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to make sure that they just, I don't know how to do so. And so therefore, I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of as well as the reaction to it. So again, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, you're going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. It's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want these things in the flows, then I have to become supernatural in my own behaviors. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You get to have a divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is so incredible. It says in Rabbi, Christmas, and I thought about it's fascinating. From where do you see the scriptural allusions to cancellation? This begs the general question of like all of this stuff. Cancellation, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not mentioned? It's listed in Jonah. The Rabbi includes it as the Yud Gimel, right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel, 30 principles of faith. Cancellation, 130 principles of faith. Okay, so now everybody agrees the Rambam. So what's the pshat? Something that is so core, that is so central, yet not mentioned. It sounds so far, it's explained so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? And especially, that's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Not that needs to exclusive. Things like when I say that's what I'm saying, it's a reservation. The first says, I don't know this. It's okay, if you haven't drive by, the fundamental distinction between what's seen in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places often you find shuls with cemeteries is in Europe. And that was because of land ownership. Like that was just often because Jewish community was given like a plot of land and you had to do like flip a lease and buy on the same part of land. Right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you want, like no one ever, it's not like we could have had like a nice culture here, the court out over here, but I did certainly generating much needed funds. Right? Right? Come back and go to these farms, you know, beautiful, right? All together. Right? So the nice side, so what is it that truth for some of us? It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about it's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about how I feel after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why I'm doing the final two months. Not by the way, at least give me a hint. Because I was in a place and I'm not, and I sat this is so beautiful. And I sat in the other chair for some island of gold. Plus it says, you will give the true to island. You must what? If the island of only time, well, what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my true to island, but island's dead. Island's dead. So there's no true to island. No follow. The new person has to sell. No to true. This is what God. No island dead. For what? Island never came together to sell. Island came God to have a vote. He never came together to sell. So what does it mean like giving them a shul? And allowing us significance be so much in a shul. So what's the word it means that one day on that corner going to come back to life. And there's some cries all these efforts to do that. You should give them your shul. You can't. Let's get something in the corner. From here, the runners to lessons. And that's how beautiful is that? Which means also that the day is going to come. The shul is going to go this week. And the adult on the corner is going to come back to life. And each of us will have the opportunity to bring our shul to our the fact that the house of praise is that way. That is a scripture we can take into some stuff we for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not get ahead. But today, such a tremendous self-help, incredible week ahead of us. Everyone. Stop.
You just gotta keep You're my captain. Get the fuck out there. To be in the movies, and they couldn't all be in the movies.
All right, well, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for our Takshin Pay. Hey, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz for dedicating all the Shomer Droshes this year, and it's supposed to be so for all of our Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba Lino Torres, Terry and Steve Zinn, Rabbi Yari of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, the Ziv of Luzin and Berlin families in memory of Mr. William Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael from the Rabbi and American Talmud Torah. All of the Michelle Saban Aliyah, his families in the Torah, all those who need a refuah should have one together with clones for the Yisrael to 12 from America from bring our hostages home, and our holy soldiers should be successful in the Torah Maaseh Yidei. Once with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sadik 90 picking up on Taik test on the days 89b 14 lines up from the bottom. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akedah. So then we're going to respond. He says to Amnavim as Bincha, sacrifice your son, which Amnavim responds, Days upon you, they have two sons. Esi Bincha, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again has very unique singularity. Asher Ahavta, the one who you love. I love them both. Very incredible Gemara, right? Adam Levine says, "You think I don't love Yishmael? You think I don't love Yishmael? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants." As Yitzchak. So finally, his brother says to him, "Okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, the Kochach brother, so why did you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak." In order that Amavino not be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, we're supposed to recognize the idea that halacha myself, this would have been an overwhelming text. Obviously, wasn't overwhelming text in order for the Amavino to sort of see ease into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, lays it out slowly. This is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about sorting it out. It's not just about things, but again, essentially the person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid was set on down. This is now what happened. Some of you was on his way to the idea. It also shows, by the way, how even Amavino, see this a little bit more, again, getting Amavino to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akedah is also a process. It's also a process, as deep as Amavino was, it's not like he flipped the switch and said, "Okay, I'm ready to do the Akedah." It took time to be able to ease into it. Remember, like, he didn't on that. So the sucker tried to sabotage Amavino on the way to the Akedah. Amaro, Lisa Davar Rafa Kila Yisar Sarade, the Adan Rafa Texa Kosher Kuan, Mother, Ata Kawa Rafa, right? So there was the part of at the end of the process is every part of the instruction in the process. Lisa Davar Rafa Kila. So the sucker says to Amavino is, Adam, does this make sense to you? That a God who loves you would ask you to do this? So the Satan is trying to theologically sabotage Amavino. And essentially get Amavino to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the restoration. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how can it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so much? Look at that, Hashem. You said, "Davar Echad." How you love that? So study Davar Shitla Usama. Yes, I thought. Could it be that God loved you so much He would rescue something, in which your entire future hangs, where your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Torah is risky in this way? I'm alone. I need to know that. Listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. Which Avram responds, I walk in my simplicity. Like Tom and Piano simplicity, completeness. What Avram essentially says is, you know what Amina is? What Amina represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to the Ribono Shel Olam. He's about this. I'm about to myself question. I'm about myself to this question. So therefore, Avram says, it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to continue in it. I walk with completion to that powerful. Whatever the Ribono Shel Olam tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Hello, you just talk to us. So the sentence is that all you know. Well, maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is blinding you. I don't know. Maybe not the other. Is there anyone who has put their faith in after responsibility has been lost? What Avram says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. You just can't explain everything. If there's one interesting thing about Amira, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Right? Might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, both you have Yisrael or not, meaning not the other. Is anyone who took the Amira and Yisrael have ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who's put at a disadvantage? This conversation is probably the essence that every person with Emunah goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether the Satan is leading on or whether Amuna was going through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, can the people that God wants you to do this to you? And what's the message? I don't understand anything. And therefore, again, I just give myself over to the Ribono Shel Olam. This practice, that's what Emunah is. I give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, hold on a second. Maybe you're misunderstanding the will of God. Maybe it's not what God wants you. To which again, responds. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in embrace that responsibility, those who give themselves over in their responsibility, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even the chazak, the low kashami alay. So once the Satan saw that Avram was not listening to him, Amalei, Ve'ilai davar yichinov, kach shamatim yachari apagim, hasel yola ve'in yitzchak yola. Interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, you know, by the Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from behind the curtain. At the end of the day, God's not even going to ask you to sacrifices. Good news. Right? At the end of the day, you're going to end up offering up a sheep and not Yitzchak, which was interestingly enough, the end of the story. That is indeed what ended up happening. But yet, on the low, I'm going to say this up and this is the punishment of a liar. They both say again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole time, the Satan is trying to convince Avram not to do this. Right? And then his last speech after don't worry about it. You're not going to have to sacrifice these puppies. It's going to be fine. What's the pshat? The pshat was he was trying to take away the schar from Avram. But he was trying to say, don't worry about it. It's not such a test. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So you couldn't stop him. So at least if you take away the reward for doing this, you can take away the Emunah control. The Avram says, essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to me, because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. His words are trustworthy. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. I'm going to Yishmael Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, but as the sucker is having a conversation with Avram, so Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak, and he goes on and talks. Yishmael says, you think you're so great? I'm greater than you. After all, again, God only comes with this. So again, Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 18 years old. You're a baby. you had no consent, you have no memory of it. Me, I had to do it when I was pushed like an adult, 13 years old. Amrlo Yitzchak says, you're starting up with me with one body part. Right? Ultimately, again, I used to go and says, would tell me to give my entire body to him. I would do that. And really after that, I was just young. After that, he actually becomes. Listen, what's the picture with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this tomorrow. But what happens right here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, there are some Nisas it's almost as if after that moment when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when the Baruch Hu tested him. Only after, again, it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Nisayon, that the Baruch Hu gave him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something great in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, I make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter. So the forces of nature don't start up with the suffering, don't start up with the smells, don't start up with because no one really cares what it is what you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something that's new, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? The Taik is starting, the Satan starting up with Avram, the Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of Kedusha. So I'm listening to one of my favorite Vartok of all time. Actually, it's by the Akita. What's at the end of the Akita? That friend says to Amr, don't get into the boy. Don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Because it says, Amr goes over and he sees that there's a ram that's caught in the thicket in the thorns. And then he goes over and he offers up as a carbon. I asks Yekatzka, Heaven let you know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon. After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. Right? Heaven let you know to offer the carbon. This is something amazing. He says, because Avram saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So his custom says like this. If the Ayel would have run up to Avram's feet and lay down in his seat, Avram wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's showing you something. And when he saw it stuck in the thorns, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this out there before. Right. So again, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but can you imagine, right? There's the thorn, the animal struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut, you bleed, there's struggle. I've never even saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So when there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. When there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Sometimes starting up with Avram Avinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's not there. That's the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but locked down for that it's incredible. So back to Navi Sheker for a little bit. Navi Shidia. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Shimon says you get an explanation. So Gemara says, Madika Eri Dakas. And remember again, so when you see the Sligo, Navi Shidia, that means like a Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madika Eri Dakas is, remember, those who try, or he or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So what's that? The Skilo, I'm sure on the correct, the Shane says correct. Navi Shidia is the Skilo, my time is Rabbi. So Navi who tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah, he gets Skilo. Why is that? What's logical for Rabbi? He was an Asya Hadaka Mimesis. Ultimately, the Shana from Mimesis. Mala around the Skilo, a camera Skilo. Okay, Rabbi Shimon. Lisa Skilo, Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Nisa. And what's that? Because when Nisa Mura the Torah, Stam Eir Elachara. In general, any Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah is Cherek. Madicha Eir Nidachas Skila, my time in Rabbi. So why is it that Madicha Eir Nidachas? They get still, what's the logical to Rabbi? Coming Hadacha, only makes this, only Navi Shuvia. So if you're making zero Shabbat, of Hadacha, either from Isis or from the Navi Shuvia. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadacha Minavi. Rabbi Shimon is that Hadacha from Navi, never connect. The Ligmar in Mesis, why doesn't Rabbi Shimon not take zero Shabbat from Mesis? So the Gemara says, Ligmar Mesis, don't in Mesis, Rabbi Mesis, Rabbi. They ain't done in Mesis, Rabbi Mesis, Yochid. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn how to zero Shabbat from him. For discussion, there's two types of insiders. Right? There are those who incite individuals and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Gzeir Shava to a light type of insider. I'd rather learn how to, again, what we call a common insider from a common insider, and that's a common insider from a Navi who incites. No, even though it's a Navi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a Hedron. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a Hedron. Or if Chisda says, I was going to say top of Shadik, 98. Machlokes, so in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. This false prophet, right? So now the Shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, or a basis. Obviously, if he's inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah, fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker haguf ta'avodas b'chavim, v'kiyom mixas u'bitom mixas ta'avodas b'chavim. I will say this is interesting. The Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. Let's take a look at Rashi for just a moment. First Rashi started with Machlokes, Rabbi Rabbi Shimon. We will say that obviously both Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously Navi Sheker is going to be chayiv misa. What's the Machlokes? Type of misa. Is it tefillah? Is it kind of? That's the Machlokes. But look what Rashi says over here. He says Machlokes said the Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon, the Navi ba'oker kol haguf ba'avodas b'chavim, the Amar mitzvahisi v'lach hakodesh v'yakura lehis navoch la'akor kol mitzvahs avodas b'chavim in Torah. So this is obviously the classic case of this Navi Sheker, where he prophesies and he says, I have received the word from God, I have been commanded by God to abrogate, and to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or all the Kanye Mitzvahs to the Baka Mitzvahs, behind it become your Rabbanan Skila, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example of this would be, well, we'll see examples of this. But let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what there's in Machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabbanan and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's put to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. One of them, because the Torah says that the Navi who will try to bring you from the dead, min hadelah. Minhag derech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding parts of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. Aval oker haguf tishar mitzvahs divrei hakol b'chenek. This is interesting. So let's say someone goes there, Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. So Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Not do Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees, chenek. Put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death by chenek. The key mixas to biddle mixas to Misham is to but by other mitzvahs, he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees. Potter will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. So something like that. In other words, so it's Shemitz. So there's 2 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, that's the mafal case for the Shimon and the Rabbanan. Tzchayt Misa is a stila, is a chayim. That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah or another Avera doesn't apply. Everyone agrees, chenek. Category 3, interesting. Category 3 is when you love him mitzvah, you uproot part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting, what's the halacha over there? Potter. Potter doesn't mean that it's following. Right? Potter just means that the reason is not putting him to death. So you must be massive of him, in 1 second. Malachas, now, you must say, the pasuk that you must quoting is the pasuk. You must keep Sarah Allah Since it's talking about the Navi Shepherd, the false prophet. Now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalachas, right, because you can remember, he's going ahead, right, he's veering you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalachas, Zum Mitzvahs Hasei. This is the first positive commandment. Ba, Zum Mitzvahs Mosasei. Prohibition. What does this sound like? It sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, he should still be put to death. So what's going on over here? These are like the Avodas Kochav, and I say, Avodas Kochav and the Rekim Mishkach, and if you want to think he's talking about idolatry, the Lord said, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the Gemara says, funny you should ask. There is. So Gemara Krista, Venitatsta, there is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? That you're supposed to break apart the seichos, the altars of Avodah Zarah. That Hamnuna Amar, so Rav Hamnuna therefore has another version of this. Hamnuna says like this. Then it was like a tremendous Mazel Tov from Adonai on the new coffee machine. So Mazel Tov feels like a grandchild almost, you know, like Mazel Tov, Shem much continue not because the next Hashem to follow an amazing God of Salah Kadisha. And Rav said, really, it's an opportunity. This is an Arish's second machine on the job. And Rabbi, thank you very much for everything that you do for us, morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the shiur at 5:49 this morning. There wasn't a Zoom and during this message, right? Which is strange. But then we saw Baruch Hashem promotion and occasionally. So thank you really for all of this, the late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I never get a lot of applause. Wow, okay, I'll start making the coffee. Fine, Rav Hamnuna says as follows. Rav Hamnuna says like this. Our machlokas ba'oker haguf. Being Babel is coming in Shabbos, every Shabbos. So once Rav Hamnuna comes along, Rav Hamnuna, he has a different approach. He says like this. Anytime a false prophet comes along and uproots something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, the Rabbi is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this Avera, whatever it is, no longer applies. And he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, so there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates 2 categories. It's like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah Whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, prohibited. Punishable by death. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable by death. How about here, mitzvahs, bigger mitzvahs, sham mitzvahs, divya kol pater. So when you pater, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like we said before, you can wear shotnis on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. So that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you pater. You pater. Then I was otherwise. I missed out the rock like element of Torah. So listen to this. If the Rabbi prophesizes in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah, and the Rabbi say once again the Bible over here is not just the mission of the Torah or anything else. If the Rabbi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies, okay, or I feel in the battle. Fine. The kind of mitzvahs for the battle mitzvahs. Let's say when he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. And Shimon told them. And Shimon says that you're puzzled. Even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately, again, you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. It's interesting. The other example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't. There's still liability for that. So therefore, say now we have essentially two different laws, three different versions about how this machlokas ultimately unfolds. So Abai holds like Rav Chisda, let's just go through this. So Abai holds like Rav Chisda, or Mitaris like Rav Chisda, and he therefore interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. How so? Rava all seems to say, Rava Sabbalah Rav Hamina, and Mitaris like Rav Hamina, Rava holds like Rav Hamina, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like Rav Hamina. Here we go. Abai is like Rav Chisda, Mitaris like Rav Chisda, so Abai holds like Rav Chisda, and interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. Here we go. Again, if the Navi comes along and uproots in mitzvah from the Torah, now what's the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular avera doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. Now look, it is everyone agrees. By the Kayim mitzvahs will the mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by a mitzvah and says he upholds part of it, negates part of it? Rabbi Shimon poter. Rabbi Shimon says that's your poter. That's by Shar mitzvahs. By Shar mitzvahs. What din Rabbanon? It's so to Rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? Listen, when you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a chiyuv misa. What's the chiyuv misa? Marki this name, marki this. That's my focus. That's my focus. Chelik versus kilo. Of course, that's Abaye. Rav is like Rav Hamuna, Umadas like Rav Hamuna, Rav holds like Rav Hamuna, and interprets the price like Rav Hamuna. Hamisnavi, Lachor, Dalim in Torah. They, I've always come being the shamus. Let's chayif, marki this like, if a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, chayif misa. What's the misa? Again, according to this approach, machlokas. Chelik versus kilo. Fine. The timing mitzvahs, the Bible mitzvahs, B'shar mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he upholds part of the mitzvah and he's part of the mitzvah? What's that? Shimon poter. Shimon says that they're poter. But the Rabbi, so the Rabbi, over Avodah Zarah, when it comes to idolatry, after the Omer Hayom Kibdu al Machar Betulah, Chayiv, idolatry, even partial negation is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Marki the Islam or Marki the Islam. That's the message. Okay. So let's say, what's interesting to note there is this. So really what it comes down to is the machlokas is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If an Rabbi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going and uprooting idolatry as a whole, saying there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. What is he chayiv? Okay, so that's my focus. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot the truth is any mitzvah in totality. What's halacha? Chayiv. Next case, Another Rabbi comes along and tries to uproot, tries to partially uproot and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What's halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially perform avodah zarah. Everyone agrees, chayiv. The machlokes in these cases, what's the definition? But again, for the halachas, everyone's agreeing. It's fascinating. Good. I'm ready to already open the call, in Yom HaLachon Navi, over Al Divrei Torah, Shema, Lo, Chutz Mi'avodas Kol. So let's say this is fascinating halacha. So we also in general, if a Navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. With one exception, avodah zarah. Avodah zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship avodah zarah, you don't listen. Shafilu mamidlo chama be'emsa rakiyah, al tishma lo. Even if the Navi literally performs a tremendous miracle, and it causes the sun to stop in the middle of the sky, like the sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship avodah zarah. We don't listen to him. I will say that this is a very important halacha. What is this? So remember, we have a couple of questions. So this is yesterday's Dr. Young Navi, like in Harakana. The Young Navi instructed Christ to do something that is biblically prohibited. I need to worship, to offer covenants outside of Mishkan. So it's Mikdash. But yeah, we did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power, and a Navi has certain license, even to instruct the crowd to transgress. Right? Hola Asha. You see this concept. You see this concept. The exception of the line that we done by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not avodah zarah. Not avodah zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up to say, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, so he said, if he's performing a miracle, obviously, we'll say, who does the power to perform miracles come from? The HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing to do it, let's say Hashem wants us to listen. No, that's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is do not worship idolatry under any circumstance. Tanya, but Yosef will be Omer, to hear Shadi Taik to Shavuot Kochavim. I will say that this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands a little bit again the logic of Avodas Kochavim. Mificha nitna Torah mem shavava. Shafilu ma'amid lecha chama be'emtza rakiyah al tishmano. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah Mem Shalaba Kiroma Afilu Tira Oso Navi Moshava Oso Kirsona Besid V'Nasan Elecha Os Umofis. So this is interestingly enough, when the Yosef reads something like this, this creates an interesting theological conundrum. Why? Because if the parents do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? It's what? So like, what? I'm just a regular guy, and I'm trying to do the right thing, and here this Rabbi is obviously investing in this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef really says that HaKadosh Baruch Hu sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain things, to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Tanya, Rabbi Akiva, Chas v'shalom sh'HaKadosh Baruch Hu ma'amid chama la'over ritzono. So Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying Him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability, He's going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Hello, he goes, Hananiah ben Azor Shemut Kilas Navi MS or Milasov Navi Sheker. And the keeper says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? So where does it arise? Well, fortunately, good Navi went bad. So what happened? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navi go bad. In other words, that Lamaisa, you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happened? Unfortunately, he loses his way. They will say, even, in other words, there's a commissioner of Abba says, do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. But the Kiva says, that's the case of the Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Rabbi. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, Chavira, the Moshe spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, hey, let's worship idolatry. But listen to him. And even if this is the kind of Rabbi who, when he was a good Rabbi, kept the sun from setting, you still don't listen to him. Still don't listen to him. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part, don't worry, last point. Behind me, what's the number again? Last point, But the last point, what's your point? By last point, this is also what's your punishment? Sleifa. So the Mishnah said they get interesting enough, even so many testify about her, they don't get what that's with Sleifa. Rather, what do they get? They get chemished. So does her adultery, right? Learning which we should commit adultery. So what's behind me? We know this one. Amrav Achabei Gav Ikal, Yisani Rav Yossi, over this is not Halomar, Basisen Lo Kasher Zaman, Lasos Liachi. The Pasuk says for Edom Zolim, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says why? If you should call Hamizominim, Shemetorah, Zolmein or Falling Yotzi. So in general, if you listen, the way Edom Zolim works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The one who's Yotzi by him. Bas Kohen, keep his faith, they will love his faith up. So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen who commits adultery, she is put to death with faith. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get straight, right? Because he gives the Torah hands down that you need punishment for her. Zomim, any odea. In law Hukshu, or that they do Zomim. Someone says now, people think you have two people committing the same crime, and yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Kohen is going to get straight, the guy is going to get Chenek. Right? So, which what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Lasos La'achiv, V'lo La'achol. So, interestingly enough, the way the Pasuk is phrased is that the agents are given a reciprocal punishment, whatever they wanted to do La'achiv to their brother. So, what do you see from here? We see generally reciprocal punishment that they are going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore, Allah said they get Chenek as well. Hajr Allah, Elohim, and Nechim. Let's say Mazel Tov. Let's say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, like, what we are about to engage in now, let's say, the next couple of days, it's Olam Haba, every morning is Olam Haba and Olam Hazeh, and these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yesh Lem Chelek Olam Haba. Okay. Every Yid has a chilek Olam Haba. Shnei Amar, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim, V'olam Yershu Aretz, Neitzer Mata'ai Ma'aseh Yadal Yisrael. So it says, the Gemara quotes the pasuk. Those ones from Yeshaya, that literally again, your nation are all tzadikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Mata'ai, literally again, like the creations of my plantings. Ma'aseh Yadal Yisrael. And they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the concept that you're really focusing on over here is, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion here, right? We were like knee deep in death penalties, right? And now, so that's exactly what, look what Rashi says. Most of Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, you're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, this is not what Rashi is saying. What Rashi is saying at the moment, we get to the next slide. But I think just even before we go on, what he's saying is, no one is beyond salvation. Right? And even those who are killed by Nisas Bezdin, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Holy Spirit can't go on top. You might have thought that if you're being executed by Bezdin, that is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, going to be about tshuva literally again until their last breath. See, here we just finished about Chenek. Okay, you're subject to Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy saw you to the Every Yid has a portion of the world to come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chenek, by Skila, by Sfefa, by Herod, whatever it is, you could still earn your portion of the world to come if you die as about Shabbat. Incredible. So let's say it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the concept, the Mishnah quoted, the Amish Kulam Sadiqim. Remember, the Amish could also be vocalized in a different way, which is how Imcha. Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Sadiqim. We have to be every year is a big tzad. Right? Every year is a big tzad. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rebbe sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the Rebbe is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the Imcha said he can. In the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single person is a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, but he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every youth has such incredible potential, and therefore, that's the first line. And then the Mishnah says, okay. And these are the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So, okay, I want to say, so obviously, there's an inherent contradiction right here. So what's the pshat? Everyone has every Muslim, every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So I'll say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction between the first and the second line? If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Christ, in other words, if you embed yourself within the Klal, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the Klal. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say Ve'elu shall Yisrael Shem Lechem. It says Ve'elu. You can either be Yisrael or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of access and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of the world to come. But if you're an Elu, you're Balakrakers, you're ignorant dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with access, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your own Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of the world to come? Someone says, there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone says, so is not divine. Rabbi Koris. Again, we'll see Rashi says on in the first minute, see Rabbi Koris. Rabbi Kiva says, this is very interesting. So I was like, even one who reads Spanish, what is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what? So again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. As someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his lips, like that's the good thing about who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshim from the 3 kings, Yeravam, Achab, and Menashe. We're saying Achab we were just around yesterday's life. Yeravam, actually both Yeravam and Achab. We mentioned yesterday, right? Both evil kings and Menashe. We'll talk about Menashe in the Gemara. We're going to say, so recently, I don't know if I mentioned, ridiculous Gemara this class, right? Each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. The Rabbi says, Menashe should go wrong. Rabbi says, no, King Menashe, by the way, is the one who's 55 years of war. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar vayischaler elov vayishmat tfilaso vayishivu Yerushalayim Afiso. There's also the time of this. Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He got into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what do you see there? Menashe happened, and it's also answered. You see, you think that Menashe would keep without tshuva. And the Lord said to him, no. So Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion in the to come. Arboa had Yodos, who were the four regular guys who lost their portion of the come. Bilam, the Yoker to his people. Taik, we'll discuss him, he was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitophel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Absalom, and the Chazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu HaNavi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. First Gemara says, the Kol Kach Lama. Gemara is jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, that someone denies the transformation, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more, there's machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although we're going to, I'm just telling you right now, we're going to switch, we're going to flip that on this and the prototypes. But for myself, for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think is how we classically use it. Your portion of life comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, right? Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. But nice again, we'll see some allusion to this. That's all this Gemara says. I understand because a guy denies resurrection, uses his Olam Haba. To which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, the Kol Kach Lama. Tano, who comes to Chesed? So he rejects the notion of Chesed. The Chifach, what do you have of Chesed? But listen, here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, Gemara's interested on Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, there's a committed. This guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. Only those that show us as well, we take as well say the way that devotion works is the reciprocity. Tit for tat, reciprocity. I'm Rabbi Jonas. It's interesting where the Gemara is happening, even though there are other procedures in the Torah. It's the Gemara chooses this story. It's actually quite fascinating. Shimu Dvar Hashem Ha'is Mokar Solas B'Shakel who says signs on the Shekel B'Shar Shomron. Okay. Context: the army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened? There's famine. Obviously, there's famine. So there's no food available at all. You should get stuff in the middle of the city. Do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, you'll be overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayan HaShalish Kishar Melech Mishar Yodo Es Kishar Yomer Kini Hashem Osam Lumos Bashamayim Hayiyah HaDavar Hazeh. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shemayim, if such a thing occurred, in other words, if the officer was saying there's no food here, so then we're going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. Vayomer, so Elisha says to this officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. What happens? It's interesting. By the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left. Someone explained the reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. He was either Dilma Kilas or Yishudama, right? But maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused this death. And then the curse of the Chacham was very powerful. Even if it was just any other important thing. If you look up, you will serve by others. Advanced petition, so the shepherd when you die. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate? I'll just be Bishar, because this conversation that happened between him and Elisha by the gate. Same Rabbi says, "Look, Allah for myself." You see from here, you can do that. So the Shpar who operates again because of me. Therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in predestination, then for us it's fine. But don't believe that. That's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. You need to know. You need to understand. Yosef Bashir Rabbi says this is one of the most important episodes in Kol Torah. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem's tzilcha. Hashem tzilcha. So often we say that Hashem tzilcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So he says, what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way it works in our relationship is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manner of strength, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain it. I don't want to try to do so. Right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of because we're all going to react the same way. So again, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, so we're going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want to use them in the clothes, then I have to become supernatural in my own business. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You listen to everything about the Bible constantly. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Incredible. It says in I'm going to look around. From where do we see a scriptural allusion to Kessel's? By the way, this begs the general question of like all of this stuff, Kesselation, Mashiach, Olam Haba, why is it not mentioned explicitly in the Torah? Right? The Rabbi includes it as equally important, right? Mashiach includes as one of the equally important 30 principles of faith. Kesselation, 150 principles of faith. Okay, so now everybody agrees to Rambam. It's Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so close and so simple yet not mentioned. It's not so far, it's very so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't, this is incredible by the way, Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, it's not mutually exclusive. Like I said, that's what Hirsch makes an amazing observation. But Hirsch says, by the way, if you notice, I would say, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places often you find shuls with cemeteries is like New York. And that was because of land. Like that was just often what this movie is given a part of land. You have to do like you have to live and die on that same part of land. Right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like no one ever so we're generating much more response. Right? Beautiful, right? All together. So the most one thinking, yes, that should go similar. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my day? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why again the final response, the more asks, by the way, can you at least give me a hint? Right? Because I'm going to tell you, not When I saw this is so beautiful. When I saw the Truma Hashem the Aaron Torah. First it says you will give the Truma to Aaron. You ask why? Because Aaron the only time. Well, what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my Truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So this is my Truma to Aaron. Here's a bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron at 20 died behind the boat. He never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean I'm giving him a Shema? So what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron is going to come back to life. And there's such a prize will be offered to give him their Shema. You can. Let's get some listening. So here's a remez to Knesset. So let's help you with that. Which means also the day's going to come. The Shas and the Third is going to be adult Aaron is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Shema to Aaron. And the fact that the Pasuk phrases is that way, that is a scripture which we discuss. So we'll stop over for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. Those are tremendous. It's an incredible week ahead of us. Shkaya everyone. Fine, so it's like good morning. Let us begin with the rest. As a good Baruch Hashem. Begin the week. Turn up the police out for Lord Hashem. I'm going to the sun and you got to do it for us. Beautiful rock, really. Actually, I want to come in the shop this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good to be able to that's what goodness is Baruch Hashem. Thank you to begin that thing all our before this morning is the third hour. I know you're talking to us with the top street here at home. The cultural respect of the self-forgetting all the things of as is this. So the sun is coming from Israel. And the very responsible for the month of Adar, playing to Zoom and loving area of Chinese fathers like the Harry Times, Steve Hurt, Ben Yosef Hakoin, and the Zid and the Din and burning cameras of memory and of Mr. Williams, Zach Schwartz, and the soldiers when you drop off. Not the night of our time to build up. All of the Chinese fathers area, the families in the promo, all of those numerous which happens in the courts, and it's what we say, if we can bring all our hostages, all our very soldiers to be successful before we not see the day. And as we watch, we agree that the state text, 81, we are picking up at the Mishnah on the text, which says as follows. Let's go last night at the end of this year. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, of course, if you look ahead, we have some incredible highlights this week, but some very long back in ahead of us as well. So I'll give myself a fighting chance. Same week, now on Taik, 89 and 80 minutes to know stuff. So this morning again, we are still on the incredible studio of Executive Memory. Same week to know stuff. One of these should be over, one of these should be out there. So here again, we learned already how much is concerning when is up in memory is put to death, what type of mistakes and the really making this was up in memory. When it comes to the actual execution of this up in memory, so this person says, we do not execute him in the basement in the city, nor do you execute him in the basement in Yavne. By the way, what's the basement in Yavne? Look at Rashi. Rashi is about 2 days after the time, but all the things in Yavne. Initially in the basis of Mishkas HaRoths. On the other hand, because we will show you that I should also say together in Yavne, ועדיין הבייס חיים, יחד כהורק ובתפילות, ולמצוא some Yavne. So interestingly enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the Philippians exiled. So the Philippians is saying like this. In order to go ahead and execute the executive memory, the Sanhedrin government has instituted the Mishkas HaRoths in the chamber of the stone, in this compound. So for each the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, right by place, even if the Sanhedrin is still standing, you can't execute the executive memory. Now you also raise the Rebbe to Yerushalayim, to take the executive memory up to the Rebbe to the High Court in Yerushalayim. And Yerushalayim also ad Hayayim, And the Nisi also Berego. So what we do is we incarcerate them in a sense. We put them in a holding cell. But so the next upcoming Lego, the next upcoming young kid, whatever the guy, we base up to us like this. It's just going to point out my brother. Remember again, this is the first doctor, the first foreign down. And what is it this reference to? So they're going, like, everyone's on a journey. Everyone mom is like, we're always journeying to something else. So the thing that you use the youth, right? The youth is never takeaway. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. You're always traveling towards some next thing. So time is now behind us. Basically, we have to finish the residents of New Carolina. So I guess the rest of the problems are a little bit behind us. But no, I go back and say it's okay. There's something behind us. There's always something new life in front of us. And it's happening right. So we keep again, the first bit of initial food, we keep this up in memory, and the whole week up until the next Lego, up until the next young kid. And we reach Lego, we execute him on Lego. Which is fascinating. Now, why should I not? The color unusually, we know, for the residual of the radio keyboard. Because the bunch of things the entire nation will fear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. He knows what it is. What essentially what the says is like this. You gotta make a spectacle out of this. Whereas people have to see, people have to see this, people have to understand this, there has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this thing, they see this by cycle, so people see certain things, and there's a no show. So when people says, you got to go extend from the government, so that you don't have a spectacle. The Rebbe says no. In the honest, you know, shows that. So the Rebbe says no. You do not delay judgment like that. There's absolutely no need to do that. Our Muslim also does, so it can be executed immediately. It comes when the short and the sleep are children that they don't call us. And what do we do? It's very useful. Everyone agrees that Negro rights need some element of publicity with this. So it comes from that, you know. The publicity component essentially is established by every year until the Lego, and then at 16 years again on the Lego. But you just said no, we don't do that. Or is it in the audience that we do not corrupt nothing. Somebody's liable to that correctly. You execute it. We're not going to go ahead and chase me for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute it. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters. So that we say each one is highly celebrated. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. We'll say fun like this about how we go ahead and when we go ahead and execute these up in number. That's how it works. It means also, motivation is not just a blind cell, which pretty much echoes the issue. The Rabbi says as follows. In the Eastern also, motivation should be so we don't excuse up in number in his motivation. The motivation should be out there. Not even the busy out there. Once again, the busy out there, the out there is going to say it itself was exiled to. Hello. Margaret also remains in Rabbi Yerushalayim. Rather, again, when we do bring the second member up to the high court of Yerushalayim, the Yishan is also at Haragel. And we wait to hold him, right holding the holding cell up until Yom Kippur. And we listen also the Lego. And we execute him on Yom Kippur. Shemar b'chala on Yishu, we roll, jubilate that Yakiva. As the Pasuk says, everyone will fear, and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Yakiva. So again, remember, I mean, he was actually the when are you going to have a time when everybody should hear about this? But probably to assemble the Yerushalayim for the Lego. I'm going to let you go. But you know now, you does the Pasuk say, oh, that they should hear and they should see. That the key of making it about that people should see the second member executed. And we just said that the Pasuk say that they should hear and they should see. All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So it says again that the says as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. They don't have to see it. So we're going to hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay the iron video shows, right? That you don't understand this to be like an evil in the limit of corruption of the day. You know, it's interesting social life. We know life is, Every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over. So in that time, when I have a joke like the marriage club, I try to tell my kids, is whatever is going on in life, you need to it. Just be into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just being into it. Sometimes in life is so much about thinking about it in circumstances. Just be into it and just go. You can be great, you can be fun, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm just like, maybe I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. So sometimes you're like, no, how something's going to turn out. That's what I want anxiety. But then, I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this, why don't you do this to this person? You execute exactly my life. So you got to execute them. You definitely got to execute them. But why did you delay it? What's the purpose? We've seen this motif before, that you really have to execute someone. You have to execute this Rahmanis. That might sound like a little bit, but you understand that for things that can be difficult things, the difficult things have to be done with Rahmanis as well. So there's like a moment, again, he's going to say the best thing, he's going to be executed. But why delay? And that's it. So I mean, I don't need to say, I have the coaching instructor, this training is highly celebration. And again, how do we prepare the facilities? Like, let us send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So-and-so's asking as, how is it looking? So-and-so's, this is the very well progress. Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yehuda, how you execute this second Rabbi. Okay, we gotta go. Stand up on it. I go see the last lesson. Now, it's interesting also because clearly, as we see this as a memory, it's not just that we executing, but there is this thing of this publicity to it that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You must be, by the way, there are four other situations, situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. However, number one, Hamisis. Hamisis is the one who goes and recites others to worship about the Zara, and Solar Umora, Zokin Mame, and Ojin Solomon. Interesting, all of these four need to have Raza, the real announcements. Rashi says that we have Raza, clearly means the danger of Shabbat Abenazim, to the Yurgas as Hafir. So you know, the Yurgas else, so-and-so is executed because of the particular area, but all of this is done in order to create a public easier, or like people shouldn't follow suit. And when it says, Kum Tzidul, the Quran, the Holy Israel. So ultimately, again, inside the Quran. So like all of these situations, because the Quran, the entire nation, will see. Interesting enough, the Holy Israel is the Holy Israel, the Israel is the Israel, the local Amor Chazis Vidasa, with the Sahab Society. Because it's interesting enough by the Israel, the Russian is behind the Holland. Those are left over. Like this here living. Why doesn't it use the same experience of Russian ultimately as well as Quran, the Holy Israel? What's the reason? The reason is because by Avis, not everyone is picked for Avis. Avis is always more limited to why. Because they have said there are certain cases, the person gambles, they can't go out and do Avis, right? The person commits an idea, they can't go and sit over, it's can't do Avis. So because Avis itself is not open to the general public, still having the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be it's not as sneaky as the other circumstances. Okay, it's not like, oh, beautiful, Shema, let's go. So we keep stopping and suddenly running down a whole Mishnah, whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Shaka, Navi Shaka, it's like next guy is hiding something. Navi Shaka, both laughing. Okay, so what is he? I'm Navi Mashalo Shama, Mashalo Na'amalo. So it's a selection of Navi Shaka. So again, there's a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesies something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting, was a really very thing. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush, a lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nevu at Kiddush. By the way, many people think you get Nevu at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly again you're prophesying for down body, right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Ruben. Ruben gets Nevu. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate Nevu. Like case number one is I prophesied something that was probably did not say. Case number two, we both already gave my friend this Nevu. I heard how that happens, right? I heard the Nevu, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Rabbi Shechter. You know, in these cases, somebody the outcome. So these individuals, like Rabbi Shechter, is executed in by course. Kodesh is Nevu also. So let's say this is going to say Kodesh is Nevu also. Someone who receives Nevu or refuses to share it. Like Kodesh means like a cut or something. So receive Nevu and refuse to share it. Or one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of the Rabbi, or another who receives Nevu but violates the only word that we receive. So all these cases we suffer, most of us are right, we suffer in Yerushalayim. All these individuals, again, that need to Yerushalayim. Just at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shemai, I don't think I break your ego. I'm deciding to all this stuff. I'm going to get into all these pieces for a bit. I'm deciding to share all this stuff. If somebody prophesies this in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and when I was all like, I'm not all this stuff. And again, the person says literally again, this is what the Avodah Zarah says. After the key inside, as I come as I thought, even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because that's what the Supreme Court says. I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay. And so even though he's not saying no, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what he believes as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah, by definition makes him out of it. Above, so there's a man in the prayer, relations with a married woman. Even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she accepted sin and not sin, or they just got married and with sin, but again, they do not yet live together. But what it is to go out and adulterer is person punished by Torah. There's someone that got stronger than Allah, so ultimately there was a refused to remember. A box comes commits adultery, that's again, straight up. But remember again, that's unique thing for her, it does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even zoning, like many witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shekal Muslim, Makimin La'osim, it's a question zoning that's calling about, to the zero again. They're also in the way it works with even zoning is what. You get reciprocal punishment, that's the most actual zoning. The exception to this is, even zoning by a bas coin, because she gets slave out, but they and those the adulterer will get punished. Okay, because so much that's how it was. Says the Gemara. Shows you says in the Bible, and shows you says in the Shemaim. So we have these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately again are killed by a cult. It's really easy to Shemaim, as we say today. And it's not a national Shema, or national No'amah. This is ultimately again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something or tries to say. So it starts a prophecy that was not said. That was essentially an inventing prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the name of the right? So they can just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and invent prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or, and it's not that you should have all this stuff having. Like, it's not that you should have all this stuff having. And the person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they say is factually correct, individuals are executed by a human court. According to the law, another is receiving a law. Because not shared. And the back of the Rabbi, somebody disregard to the Rabbi, the Rabbi saw after the Atzma, or Rabbi disregard to the own prophecies, Misasa, ultimately again, their death is at the hands of heaven. Listen, it's interesting to note this idea. Misnado Nashara Shama. I understand why if somebody prophesies, this person says, I receive your word from the Lord, you don't make that you don't receive. I understand there's a few of these stuff. It makes sense. When there's a prophecy, but I say, but if I go ahead and I get a prophecy given to someone else and I do it over, I understand that's not good. Why is it a few of these stuff? Like what's that word? I'm not making much of information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, let's see the positive. Let's see why it is. So let's see that stop it from what's wrong with it. Let's say the worst idea a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. If you end up with things like whole life is never to be someone else. Your ability to become the best version of you. So when a person gives out a prophecy that is given to someone else, that prophecy is given to me. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become you. But the ability of trying to become someone else alike, that's such a purpose. It's such a purpose. It's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. You see other people who kind of represent us at the level of success, and then I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from every individual. It's easy to talk about what you come up. I'm like, I can learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion when you think you know who that was given to someone else, and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic obligation. That again, my obligation is to be you, and to be the best version of you. You pick someone else in your world, and you make it your own. Tell yourself. When you do it, that's not a life. Because listen, once you turn to that track, you're always going to become someone else. Like, there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone who's don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go like this. Let's go. Yeah, you know what I mean? So you know all this stuff. I'm not going to cut this because itself. I'm not going to show you guys even that. So it says to open up your name and not eat. So with intention, try to say something over my name. Use that. Zan is time not to show us. That person not even invented a prophecy and is doing over something that is not given to him. Okay, we'll try this one. Next. Now share those cities. If you like command his name, I don't know to be sick, but that refers that I do command it to another level. So what is that referring to? Zan is not very much alone there, am I wrong? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives out something that was not said to him. Now I say that you say no, you're standing up to him, and you will go ahead and see something over there even of God. Zan is trying to say another prophet. Careful for someone who prophesizes and you're like that. What's the clues of that? The clues of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that you give an overall of a desire makes it liable to that. It said, in all of these cases, what does the prophet say? The mace and Rabbi Hagi. This prophet was what the rest. From this time, we're going to stand in the electronic. And let's say we stand whenever the Torah says it's not therapy, it doesn't identify which that therapy is default is. Good. So let's say that's our first thing. Next, according to this video, so on the back I'll give you Rabbi. The Rabbi I'll give you as when you start me tonight. Now, so what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes the doctor disregards the words of the Rabbi. Or number three, a negative virus is only in the law. So all these people are put to death today, Shabbat. And what do you know? This one gets sick by each Hashem and Yishma. So let's say the Pasuk says the first one, you will not listen. Holiday, no Yashmiya. So the third has not only no Yishma, but what? No Yashmiya, you're not making people. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. disregards it, cites some of the words of prophecy, disregards, and somebody else who hears the Rabbi disregards it, and the Rabbi ultimately alone is Kovish Rabbi also does not share his Rabbi. And it's not enough Shana Shana. It's not enough to some examples. Also, not the cut. They were going to start that little later. But it's not enough Shana. The person prophesizes something he do not hear. So you might give an example. It's Sidon Sikya Ben Kinano. It's Sikya Ben Kinano. Who's Sikya Ben Kinano? It's Sikya Ben Kinano. This is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Rabbi of where Aram was a Taik God's throne, and the interesting alliance. Remember, there's a sixth kingdom of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Judah. The king of Malchus Israel was never in of Achov, and the king of Malchus Judah was never in of Yoshua. And Shaphat was very righteous. Achov, of course, he was righteous in times, and but they realized that they had to form an alliance in order to combat the land. So when Shaphat's like, I'm there with you, so I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a triple unholy alliance. You need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So I just Shaphat's like, I just need a Rabbi. So Achab produces, Achab got no sort of deal. You can make enough money. You can find plenty of prophets, right? So Achab's producing hundreds of prophets, and still Shaphat is not exactly convinced. So what's this other guy, Sikya Ben Kinano? This is an instance. What is Sikya Ben Kinano? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Kalisha was going to be your alliance. You're really successful. Okay. So the Lord said this follows. So my hobby is so again, so now there was one point out. Sikya really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy, but ultimately again what we're going to see is a triple false prophecy, because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achab is killed in this battle. All of his fortune was that he was out of his way to lure Achab into battle so that Achab would die in battle. So the Lord says, my having on Rabbi, what should Sikya have done? Rachnavos Atises, this is a wild story. So Sikya was deceived by a spirit. Who's the spirit? The spirit of Rabos. Listen, the name sounds familiar. Remember, Rabos had a beautiful vision that Achab was very much worthy. So that Rabos means self. So Achab had the right hand of Zelo. Zelo convinced her husband Achab to essentially bring Rabos up on false charges to have him executed. Rabos was executed, and ultimately Achab takes the year. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and ended up appearing to Sikya, making it look like it was actually the battle in order to get Achab to go out to battle so Achab would fall in battle. Okay, that's it. They're not done. You need to process Achab. The Yahweh Yachab the most skilled. Drop it without a call. Who's willing to go down and pull Achab into the door? I need to have a nation. So Spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achab to go to war. Remember, they got two talks saying, but also or Yudah might say, what is the meaning of this prophecy said to the Spirit that comes out to be the Spirit of levels? Go, say what you saw. We have to use these. So let's say back to incredible. Let's take the same thing. Become one of the strongest ones because you can go, but after you go, you can't come back to it. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Rebbeinu Shalom is all honest, and something that is not honest cannot reside inside of the confines of the Rebbeinu Shalom celestial sphere. My what's the that? And then nothing else. Yeah, so Nabas is Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabas who was there to avenge his death, and misleading Achab during Adam's battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sikya Ben Kinano. But so one second. So Sikya should have been able to be more vigilant. Yitzchak signaled Echad over the community. There's an interesting note. You could have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. It's actually really fascinating. That prophecy, you get multiple prophets that use the same message, but no two prophets receive of that level again convey the word about the prophet in the same way. So what is that? Zogon and Bachar Yirmiyahu, Kifratza Shra Yisrael, Zogon and Bachar. The Hassan and just examples of revealing, conveying the same general concept, but each of them is receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. So it's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's the law represents almost like the highest level of ownership of that Jewish property. So what did you want to say? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. And maybe it's down to some of course, and that's true by the Lord, but it's true by every element of our relationship with our Jewish no two Jews have the same relationship, the same kind of listeners, the same locals, the same shepherd. But at the end of the day, when we relate to God, when we interact with God, the relationship, how we have in Bible, varies when we may be especially. But one of the messages of God is between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the mother is like that. The mother says, so ultimately, it's a sick person of your life. Now, what's the sick of your life? Again, so I have hundreds of prophets that are saying the same things. And this hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's so that you realize there's something in there of your eye that you know says, you don't know how to let the other the high level stuff. So what's happening? Maybe Cynthia didn't know these things are recent. Maybe Cynthia didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe you can figure out his halacha. You know, it says, Yo Shabbat Hashem, it's still a moment, Yo Shabbat, I aim the child of Rabbi, Yo Shabbat was there, and Yo Shabbat did this. That's why Yo Shabbat, even though after these pages of Museum, Yo Shabbat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here, because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So listen, I feel like how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like how we can get from politics, but all of us interact in relation with the relationship with Hashem. And I say, let's go just say that party stuff. Listen, sometimes we think that like, let's do that. Let's be totally real party stuff. Can you imagine how you Jews sing together saying the same exact thing? That's what I'm talking about this. Something that says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things. And all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with each other. That's Achdus. That's Achdus. And we have this very skewed view of Achdus. That Achdus means like unanimity. You know, everyone's on the same page. So like, hallelujah. Never happened, never happened. I've said it a million times. That's what it actually says about Sinai. Sinai is a Pishak Chag. They know that heart. Great people with one heart, like we always say. It never says Pishak Chag B'Gura. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. One people with one heart, one people with one heart. So it says, my phone is a little bit more. She was and yes, I told you should be a world in which you shoot a city of orange rafters. And literally, everyone, my wife, looked at me. Okay, so I'm not going to go over that like this, but the rest of the people do not. Very jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that right after we fuck myself after I kiss what I forgot. It's not taking like 3 hours, but it was killing time. So I might have like 30 seconds, you know, but whatever, everything is slower. Then I said, it's the way it ended. I don't know how, I don't know, I don't remember all the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of grown men living trying to solve it. I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I said, listen, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if we disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect from the world, but I love you. But I love you. So you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, listen, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things as us. It's so boring. It's so that people live like in an echo chamber. But the echo chamber, that's not right. And it's like cloudy stuff. Because you get cloudy stuff, I'll say there's a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect. And a lot of them are just correct. Feel free to sue me after shit for all the correct opinions, right? Shoot us some conditions in life. I'm not even shooting free. But the nice stuff, so what happens? When you see hundreds of people that are all saying the same thing, that's not something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people that are saying different stuff, and stuff. And access is that moment where you can embrace, even after everyone's the first argument. Anyway, so you want to write this. I'm going to let you go, honey. So what happens? So your shop outside, I need some new here. So I said, what do you want to do? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, I'm alright. How can we keep learning this? Abi Abba, I learned this from my father. Signal Echad over the coming of you. The age being the is probably the signal Echad. So ultimately, so what he learned, is this. You can have prophets all espousing the same message. But they're not probably about 500 up and about. Right? Like they go, but you know, none of them give it over in the same way. Like they all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that, Shaphat is sitting there, and these hundreds of prophets, I just want to point out, these were not, the prophets were actually receiving the message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed, because if it's something you wanted Aaron to go out to work with children down, Shaphat like, that's saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your Shaphat means unity. Okay? So your mother like that. So much of the good. I'm saying what's an example of a Navi who gives over something that was not silver? Things we don't. And now we have that also. The Kohen, so you say Kohen is Israel. What happened to Kohen is Israel? The Kohen, you have Shaphat, you know, it's standing in the upper marketplace, but the Amar, Kormai, takes him a course, then you shoulder as precious, Elon, so Yirmiyah is giving a prophecy. Right? And Yirmiyah says that the prophet is going to go out and break the boat Elon. So there's all revelation, Elon. I'm going to break the boat Elon, coming to defeat Elon. Okay, so what happens? Nosa Hananiah have a Kohen so Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah, and he meets Papa, that's the Papa, not Yirm, Shalom, Elijah, and Margot. I'm not going to say, give me shoulder as precious Elon. So Elon, they can tell Father that the prophet is going to say that he's going to break the bow and he's going to defeat him. Now, that is part of the Kama. Trust me, I like the son of the Kama. But the response who is coming to is breaking the primary bow of Rabbi's throne. So he's going to break the secondary bows of Christ. So we'll say that about Christ. So can I even come up on the Christ prophet is going to go ahead and defeat Elon. He's going to go ahead and defeat Rabbi. So what happens? He goes up and he prophesies his person in the Shukatach. Well, I'm like, Shavarti as all Melech Baba. It's fascinating. So Kananya gives a prophecy of Yirmiyah. He needs to have a color from that prophecy. And he expands his new prophecy. Only when it shows. The prophet didn't say it. He didn't say it. But they talk about virus. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend that gives it over. How do you make this up? You make this up. This demons is Kevin, this guy, and Kavakon and Levish, demand the Ikmar done. So ultimately, again, so Those are ultimately because you have common sense. Because you have common, and because you have common accidental principles, you might treat this like a close of a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the story of Rabbi was an example of one who prophesies in the name of God. So what's the last one? He's going to do about. So what's the Maybe about 20 about. So again, Baal was not a baby brother. He had his own revealing. And had his own revealing. So again, as he prophesied in the name of Baal, things that were not true. Next, I thought this was good enough, so most incredible. Next, an example of exposing your own prophecy. You learn that I need help. Learn, right? Learn to get the prophecy, what does it do, where's the way? So let's say, just understand what the covenant is really was. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that we bonus to learn in this person right here, what does he say? It can be great. It can be great. You can accomplish great things. So like, just like his name, you know, it's like every day task for your faith and says, two rules, one in every day gospel comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's cognition of also. Every day prophecy comes first. Every day responsibility comes first. Every day opportunity comes first. Because baptism becomes great. And if you suppress it, and you don't utilize it, and you don't actualize it, that's called cognition of also. No one ever knew that. From the back of the money, two to one. What's an example of going just is not a way to it. What's on the base? On the base, so he writes this Chicago of the New Club. These are the friends of New Club. Yeah, who are the friends of New Club? Actually says Chicago of the New Club. It's so the issue. I found it more of you. I'm not all the way back. So how do you know? How do you know? Then you know, so it's not the whole Sayom al-Achab what you are calling. So again, this is also one of the prophets was prophesying that day about Achab. It's so that you just Achab in the end of the so this loving Nicole, they go into the straight over to God and say, in the name of God, hit me. So this is how the prophecy is trying to show ultimately again that Congress is going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that's Achab is going to fall in battle. And we're already talking about so the man refused to hear his Nicole, and what happens? It's sick. But I don't know, Yahweh Shemo Shemata, another shot, you know, that's what Shemata, the guy who's in my mind. They say, not because they're in, right, and because again, in this case, he didn't have any consumed by Allah. And obviously, more of that story, but I'm different guy. The other shot, I'll give it Aslo. What's an example when a Nabi is invited with his own words? Everybody with his own words. He goes, ego and Nabi. He never ego. What's what happened with ego? It's so, you can see that and see. And you can see that, so let's listen to this. So ego was ultimately again, he was commanded to go ahead. This is the story of Rabbi ben Nevat. And Rabbi ben Nevat was the first king over the split mountains. Rabbi ben Nevat, interestingly enough, Rabbi ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was a part of that for the party. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to the people? How do I have real connection with people? Rabbi ben Nevat understood that if he was going to celebrate Jews with other mountains himself, he had to prevent Jews from into this. And remember again, even once the monarchy split, the Jews unified the person with his interest. Everybody has to be able to love that. But that's the case, so Rabbi said, people are going to be subservient to the divinity and not to me, because still the way so so what can we do? You know what can we do? That's what we want to do now. We go two of us. We go two major clouds. So in the beginning, we said, it's not a holy zone. It's unlawful. Because I'm sitting in your trip, you don't have to go ahead and go over to the base. And if this serve Hashem, serve here. Serve here. So what happens? Ultimately, again, it's the power in trouble with sorrow. So ego confronts you, Rabbi, when he's offering his Kabbalah's by his grandfather, and the Rabbi sticks out his arm, you know, like in a physical way, and his arm shriveled up. So ego was the Nabi, but it wasn't to the ego. Where you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop, don't eat, don't do anything, nothing, don't leave your focus on your mission, okay? So ego doesn't stop to eat. What happened on the way back? So ultimately, what happens on the way back, he goes back and look at it, Mr. Accomplished. Somebody invites him to eat. He says, I'm sorry, I can't, I'm a prophet, I'm down on a mission. And I says, you're not going to eat, you're a prophet, I'm a prophet. Right? Come in, right? We eat together. So he goes right there and makes a mistake and goes into this guy's house and eats. By Yasha, by Yasha, he goes, sit, by Yelef, he says, I do. What happens when he goes left after his meal, he was deceived by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, from finding his own will, following his own way. This is also rather is also such a story. This story is such a profound metaphor. You want to start to tell you don't. If you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to listen? So if you focus, so that we go and talk about this in the Shah as Jesus. He says, what's Jesus? So why is Jesus? Jesus is necessary. He's not only teaches us because more often than not, the easy way to accomplish in life is why. Because I don't know, I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. I'm on task, and my task is to get distracted. Stop working. I have to do this, everything in life. Just get distracted. And so, I'm off. So how I hold you so this useless is when you start something, just get it going. Just get it going. Don't get distracted, because when you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So like in every single here, this story sandwiches and actions that are metaphorical to reference space. But the metaphor process is so rapid. So you don't never make food. Don't go and eat. Don't get distracted. Don't go and just stay focused on your task. And you don't get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get this thing by the line. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. This guy also, for example, even by learning. Right? By learning, there's this soul of learning through sequence. Right? We're going to be learning sequence. And we're going to sit out the time undistracted. Right? Even 5 minutes of learning through sequence is better than 45 minutes of distracting. And we know this. So what happens? Because what happens? Like, I'm learning what I'm doing. I'm learning what I'm doing. I'm learning what I'm doing. And at the end of the day, you got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. And it's some people that are distracted. It's some fun. I've always had some people who knows lessons. Be in it. Be in it. Even if you go to 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get to see by your life. Such a good way. So, I look at stuff. The coolest is doing it. So yoga. So listen to this. Person goes out and he holds his prophecy, he gets noticed. It's noticed, Amalei, lined off of Tamil, the Arabella Lucky, but it's all this is a community specialist. Literally means one of each things out of the basket should get noticed. Now, what's one of each things out of the basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's expensive. It's nothing out there. Right? But it's so expensive that seems like what did you know earlier? There was an idea. You might not ask me over here about what a person would notice in the prophecy. He actually is, how is anyone going to know? Like anyone say, you have nothing, and you guys have nothing in Culture's prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that in Culture's prophecy? So you listen, I'm not speaking, he's giving you my surah. I'm not buying it, how can you read? I'm sorry, I'm going to have a how do you read? So I'm not buying the safety of one transformation of us, things like that, so he's going to start prophecy, one thing, we said before. And this is interesting. But how the prosperous prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have a negative prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they know a particular religion that shares. Okay, if you're not Hajj-Way, so that's the next thing. Now, maybe it's going to start for a rich fasting, or maybe even if you haven't changed your life, simply change your mind. And these are the Hajj-Day, they do have other Muslims excluding the view. Again, the Prophet was talking sometimes changes your voice, and if you were to do that, then what? You would inform the people of the view as well. The hard Yonah, Hajj-Day for all do. 1 second. By Yonah, after the Prophet changed his mind, And he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Like Yonah finds out with everybody else as well as that he's turning in them. He probably did not go ahead and give any advance warning. Which we know as well. Yonah made Kara, knew they had Papas coming. Those are very important. The work of Yonah said, the only God Yom, the mean they had Papas. Now what does that Papas mean? What does it mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant in 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in the The change could be because all become a people of Barichura, or the change could be the same thing we destroyed. So in Noah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Anyway, either Yoga, either Torah, either Ra. Again, it's the open-ended idea. Again, listen, we got to point out. Part of the reason, ultimately, why do you read Sivir and Yom is the part of the story is Shiva. It's also not another story, and metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. It's not just to mean that all I've got and then happens. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As long as there's what we know is what they're going to do, how they're going to do it for us. Our lives are this open-ended, future-oriented adventure type of mess. In another 40 days, consider yours in the overturn. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. Rabbi. So let's say, so I'm looking at the one of the words of the Rabbi. You know God, you know it. So let's say, so here's what's interesting. Now, if the Rabbi says something, and I don't even do that, so someone says, I say in the name of God, right? This, right? So I'm like, how do I know that he's a Rabbi, but I have to answer him? I have to listen to him. The other else, give the son, how does the rest of the day? You got to prove like the Rabbi credentials, right? So you can't just know that he's a Rabbi. You got to prove it in some way. So he goes, Bahar Mikha, the Lord Yahweh Osmi, at the Mikha didn't get else. He didn't sign. He was people first that he was not refusing to use, and refusing to use Mikha. Then from the looks of shame, you are chicken. And listen, another doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says in the book. Right? I will say why. First, I'm not going to mix up. What mix up means? You know, he's not. He's not nothing. So once you know you're not, you're obviously one person who's like, what's this? Whatever it is. You know, think off this, if you don't say this, I'm thinking about how Maria, make us Shamar and Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? Again, why Maria says to Yitzchak, I'm going to check you. Yitzchak should have said, it's the old man's mistake, right? That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak never gathered in this stuff. That's a little bit, when it comes to maybe on every conversation with God, right? He's feeling something, a nuance, and he's speaking in metaphors, but if you notice, there's no give and take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Yitzchak. Avram was Yitzchak as a Navi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. In your if you start there, the obvious we can fix. Also, in your this was the opening showdown between Eliel and the DF. Remember the story? Everybody goes off. Eliel goes the altar. And the DF goes the altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever wins fire down from heaven first is with God. Who is with God? So what happens? So again, there's another thing that we have out. They're crying out. They're saying all kinds of crazy stuff. What are they doing? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar. And with all of that, what does he do? Cooks food up. Fire comes out from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful. It's getting going on top of him. There's a huge release to offer up Kabbalah's outside of the Mishkan. That's how it is in the Mishkan. So what's happening over here? So how do we do these speakers? Again, 12 golden. Now I believe, yo, come on. I don't think you can give an oath. And it was the one you see the way you want to say. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath or listen, by the way, you know what the story is, right? What happened in the next part? Now we start worshiping Baal again. This is what we know that the use is clearly stated. I must say I can host him upstairs. How long a way to travel the place for? Now listen, it's also used like the main point we said, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create a meaning. Miracles don't create a meaning. They don't. Again, listen, this passage like also comes from saying that has seen it. And what happens? Miracles don't just what say. How many, I like you would think, how many missiles will fire from my gun? Like, how many missiles will fire from my gun? And not one hit. So you look at the octopus everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are like fireworks. And what happens when you don't like fireworks? What happens? There's someone that comes back and forth with July 5th. You know what? That was my person. That was my ball, you know? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Like, what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining. Like, you see all the videos for the missiles flying around. It's like, what happens? People just sort of like, let's say, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from our focus. Change comes ultimately from putting in the effort. Miracles are beautiful, and it can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect cathartic comprehensive change. That thing comes from the inglorious work between in and the out. Incredible. All right, that's what I think. This is something that is not important. Entonces, vale, cada vez I don't really get it. It's like, I think this is ridiculous, you know, so watch this. Here we go. Now that we mentioned Avram Avinu, that Avram did not need to give, Avram did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Moksa. Everyone goes like, after what? He says it was after these things, and then Hashem says, Avram says, you have to go. So after the age of the Sukkah, what did the Sukkah say? It said, Vayigdal Hayot Vayigdamal. The Pasuk said, Yitzchak, that's the birth of Yitzchak, the boy got up and he was needy. He grew up and he was needy. Now that he was like a big sugar for needy. I'm not sucking it like that. The sucker is after a Hashem. He goes on. He got things up. The sucker is just over some disparity. Like this old man. So Hananta, when they shone out, he got there. She's getting in touch with 100 years old. He told people, I said, no, I don't know. That's like going to Akamahashi. So the sucker says, you know, Kentucky, he beat this old man so much. And all these things say, he had his upper grew up a real couple. He never even like a pigeon. A turtle got nothing. I'm going to break nothing. I'm going to break nothing. I already should know. Because of something. Everything I've been really good for a son. And then the other way is the thought, the Fanai, love is open. If I had to tell Avram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. So he's going to do it. If I asked Avram to give him his own son, he would do it. Miyad, there are three sons Avram. And then afterwards, Hashem tested Avram. So listen, this is interesting. So you guys need to understand the genesis of the Akudah, what this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Sukkah. Now we're not finished. By the way, afterwards, Hashem said to Avram, really please, they take a new stuff and look around. I'm going to be saying that Rabbi, ain't not Alavashon Bakasha. Now, Noah is a request. So listen to this. You know, it says, Moshe Melech Basar Sha'on Gilom Lokol Kado. So do what can this come to answer? It's going to be great for a community who waits many years. That's especially intermediate white lines. Va'ayah, people Echad. They're not fun. And this king, he had like big guys, like the one dominant warrior. He was like really responsible for all of his victories. Remember, Allah the king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Allah, he says to his most valiant soldier, please, I know you don't come as you. stand strong, be victorious in this battle. So the Yomu Rishonos in round Mamish. Because if you stand in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take us all previous victories. But if you stand firm in this emotional face of battle, not only you have victory here, but it's to make the previous victories as well. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. Sometimes I said to Avram, we see from the common Shiros, but give me many tests over the years. I'm not a child of the Kulon, and you be successful in all of them. I'm no leading science, and now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. People should not say that there's no merit to the previous test. So this is a fascinating, what does this mean? So first of all, there's a tremendous assertion of human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. That people, like if you fail someone, generally human nature is that what? You remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before it. This is just interesting. If the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the success of the past follows. So it's like, what does this mean? What does this for Hamdavinu? So there's a beautiful idea of this Sassanis. The Sassanis, verse 13, he says, he says, I did a son of Silos. And it's not Hamdavinu. The spouse just called out Kodesh, Shrieks, and Yisrael, with the Skaba, Ahava, and Messiah. With every single one of Hamdavinu's Yisraelos, what he did is, he embedded another core in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. Hamdavinu is our father. And every task that he succeeded, every Messiah that he ever came, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akidas Yisrach represent? He says, Akidas Yisrach represent, at the end of the day, Korach Meriba Shamasias Nefesh. What Akidas Yisrach represented was a willingness to give everything to God. I'm not going to already demonstrate willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to give his child. It represented the total willingness to do anything and everything for the rebellion for them. After the start of the Hafsidim, the says, you need to pass this. You know I need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this core within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Hananiah and you take your sin and you live to offer them as a covering, but you will embed within Klal Yisrael the core and the ability to do anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's what he's about. He says, if you do this, you have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is the truth is deficient. And that's isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, I'm going to be passing this test as we know. And if you embed with the laws, this question is listen, we're living with times like this. We're living with times that are Messiah Stefas. Now, I think there's that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual terrorism. That doesn't you see one of the most striking pictures or stuff coming out of outside of plane, and you really do it. You're dressed up as a damn burger. Dressed up as a damn burger. You thought you should base with every single revelation and I know that's in common for us. Why? What does she represent? What does she represent? She represents this incredible cause. It's called of Shabbos, it's called of Yiddishkeit, it's called of Amina. But it's called, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does it go? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get wealth? Person otherwise. And Adam Avinu was willing to go and subdue everything for his father. He embedded in our spiritual DNA the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if the result is confident peace, and if it is a children, you have to pass this test. It's not to do you. The strength you're going to sell up, the strength you're going to muster for this Messiah, is the strength that is going to be compacted spiritual DNA of your children, and the strength that they're going to access throughout the ages. Because Adam Avinu was successful in his Messiah, he gave us the power to be successful in our Messiah system. I'm going to say, tremendous, right? Again, so not much, again, I want to say a lot of these, this is a lot of our actions, so tremendous together of us. Well, I'm sorry. I know. I'm fine. I know this balance is out somewhere over there.
Julian Love, 7 years in the league. Yes. Giants' first full year, Super Bowl 2023. Because it's got something to say. It's veteran. The leaders of this channel defense.
All right, fellas, so good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a good off. This is just Baruch Hashem to begin the week. Journey up to Nissan from here to Hashem. I'm going to recover with the new daf from here to Hashem. Beautiful daf, really. I want to hear the coming attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's good. This is Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should today, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, the Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the children's roshos as a zechus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory and of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zechon Yebracha, the Oka and American Talmud Torah, all of those Shalom Savin, the families in the Kama, all of those who need refuah Shabbos in the cold for Yisrael. We should bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful before Maaseh Yidden. But with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Pei Tes 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Pei Tes. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Rabbi Rector signed some homework last night at the end of this year. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agadah ahead of us this week, but some very long doctrine ahead of us as well. So, gotta give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on Pei Tes 89a. So just remember again, we are still on the incredible sugya of Zaki Mamre. Same with Mishnah also. Remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when the Zaki Mamre is put to death, what type of machlokes we need to make the Zaki Mamre. Now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zaki Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the Beis Din in the city, nor do we execute him in the Beis Din in Yavne. So by the way, that's the Beis Din in Yavne. If you look at Rashi is about 2 lines after the time, but all of these are Yavne. In Nishalu, the Beis Din Shal Mishkas HaGozes. V'amru lahem, v'chazru le'iro, v'shai yamim, ad shegosa sanetzi b'golo l'Yavne. V'adayin abayin is kayim. Yachar came horror to the Tefillah. So interestingly enough, Yavne was one of the features that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So what the Mishnah is saying is like this: in order to go ahead and execute the Zeki Mamre, the Sanhedrin HaGodol has to be situated in the Lishkas HaGozes in timber from stone in the Beis Hamikdash compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Beis Hamikdash is still standing, you can't execute the Zeki Mamre. Ella, Malin also the Beis Hamikdash in Yerushalayim. You take the Zaki Mamre up to the Beis Hamikdash to the High Court in Yerushalayim. Or we shamrit also at Harayel, and the Nisan also Berego. So what we do is we incarcerate, put him in the holding cell until the next upcoming Lego. So the next upcoming Yom Tov, wherever they go, based on Shavuot. So those are the remember again, this is the first doctrine, the first Purim daf. And what does it make reference to? The Regalim. Right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone managed is like, we're always journeying to something else. It's the beauty of the gift. Like, the gift is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. It's the going to the residents of Yerushalayim. So again, for us, as far as our Purim's a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new like in front of us. Pesach is that. So we keep, so again, going to the first thing in the Mishnah, we'll see, we keep the Zaki Mamre in a holding cell up until the next level, up until the next Yom Tov. And when we start to level, we execute him on Yom Tov. which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shenemar the follow on Yishnu Viro or Yezidin of the Rabbi Akiva? Because the Pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will hear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. He was Rabbi Akiva. What Rabbi Akiva says is like this: you gotta make a spectacle out of it. People have to see, people have to see this, people have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. You see this by socials, where people see certain things without emotion. But Akiva says, you got to get extreme over the government, so that you become a public spectacle. So Rabbi says no. In the animals, you know, shows up. So Rabbi says no. You do not have to learn something. There's absolutely no need to do that. So what you do is you execute immediately, because then the shulchan, the shluchim, the whole. And what do we do? So there's the issue. Everyone agrees that Midoraisa needs some element of publicity in this. So according to the Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the regal and then executing him again on the regal. But you just says no, we don't do that. But we'll say Ima Anis has been used. You do not corrupt somebody's liable to death penalty. You execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the communities saying, Ish Poni is Chai Nisa Bezdin. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. Listen, I'm not much guess about how we go ahead, or to say when we go ahead and execute the document. Quick, let's analyze. Every reason also. Motivation should be which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Rabbi says as follows: in the Misan also, motivation should be so we don't execute like a in the local Bezdin, but motivation should be Yavne, not even in the Bezdin Yavne. Once again, if you Bezdin in Yavne is when something had to get sold, was exiled to. Hello, Marlon also the Bezdin of the Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what are we doing? Bringing the second memory up to the high court of Yerushalayim. Yishamid also at Hareka. And we wait to hold him, in the holding cell up until Yom Kippur, and we release him also the regal, and we execute him on Yom Kippur. Shneimar b'cholo on Yishmuhu v'yiro divrei Rabbi Akiva. Because the Pasuk says everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the B'chol Ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? And Father goes assembled in Yerushalayim for the regal. Amar Yehuda. So does the Pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? When the king is making us about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. And Yehuda says, does the Pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So essentially, again, when Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't have to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? It's interesting that Yehuda understands this to be like an inward, even believe the corruption of the day. It's interesting to say that life is, a little bit of an ending, a joke. I cannot make fun of it. Every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over. So in that kind of joke, the guy always tries to my kids is whatever is going on in life, you need to it. Just be into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just being into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances, just being into it, and just go. You're going to be great, you're going to be strong, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting, sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like waiting for the. I know it's gonna happen. It's not there's sometimes you're like, you don't know how somebody's going to turn out. That's what level of anxiety. And then I know what is going to happen. So he says, why don't you do this to this person? I got it. You see the execute, he's up and down, right? So you got to execute it. You definitely have to execute it. But why would you delay it? What's the purpose? We've seen this motif before that even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rachmanis. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but what you understand is that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rachmanis as well. So there's nothing not okay, he bought a ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay it? Just get it over with, and that's it. So Rabbi, you have to miss person, you have to close to the shop before Mokman. And again, so how do we fulfill the publicity? Write letters, send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So-and-so is executed as is up in number. So says, this is the fundamental focus. Rabbi Yeshiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute this up in number. Okay, incredible. Turn about it. So says, turn about it. How about Tzrichen HaFrasa? Now, it's interesting, because clearly what you see with this memory is, it's not just how we execute them, but there is this thing of this publicity that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You notice, by the way, there are four situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Amesis. Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sora and Mora, Zaki Mamre, and Abel Solomon. Interesting. All of these four need hafraza, the need announcements. Rashi says over hafraza, floating makes the basin of Sha'avra Be'ezim, that they lured us as hafraza. So literally, these will announce so-and-so is executed because the people are there, and all of this is done in order to create a public example that people shouldn't follow suit. Where it says, so ultimately, again, so at all of these situations, it says the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, the locally so it says, interestingly enough, the Lashon is those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive Russian ultimately again as Kol Ha'am B'chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more limited tool. Why? Because you have also there's certain limitations. A person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? A person commits an Abir, can't, or certain Abirs can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, that was like beautiful. Gemara Mishnah. So we keep 12 and saying we've already done a whole Mishnah, whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker. It's like next guy is hiding himself. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emalo. So let's say, so what's the Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesies something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. Now, let's say, interestingly enough, that's a thing. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people can get Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly, again, you're prophesizing for those problems, right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Reuben. Reuben gets Nebuah. Now, it happens to be, it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is, I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, Boshon gave my friend Nebuah. I heard how that happens, right? I heard the Nebuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, Misasa B'Dei Adam. So these individuals, like Navi Sheker, is executed by court. Kodesh is also. So let's say this is kind of saying Kodesh is also someone who receives Nebuah but refuses to share it. Like Kodesh means like a counter something. So receives Nebuah and refuses to share it. Vamavater al Divrei Navi, or one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of a Navi, the Navi Sha'avra al Divrei Atzmo, or a Navi who receives the Nebuah, but violates the only word that he received. So all these cases, all these individuals, again, get institutionalized. Death at the hands of heaven. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shnei Mar, Anochi et Rosh Me'imo. I'm established of all this stuff. I'm going to get into all these pieces for a bit. I'm established of all this stuff. If somebody prophesizes in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and when I was Omer Kach, Omer Avodah Zarah, and again the person says little bit again. This is what the Avodah Zarah says. Afilu Kivin es Halachot Hamei Zakanei Uletar es Akar. Even if what? Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling a fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what you believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him lying. Haba al-ish yasish, a person commits adultery, kevan shenichnes al-rishos habal l'nisyon, avapish lo nivelo. Haba al-reh al-izeh. So again, if a man has relations with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so